Chapter 1. The Tribal Life and Death Battle. The Great Qian Dynasty, spanning millions of miles. In the northern region, at Blackpool Mountain, on the 9th day of July, one of the 10 tribes of Blackpool Mountain, the Jiang tribe, which has ruled the surrounding 100 mountains for 1,000 years, now faces a moment of life and death. In the martial arts arena of the tribal Earth City, 15-year-old Jiang Xuan stands among the crowd, protecting his 14-year-old sister, gazing at the arena. Are there any men left in the Jiang tribe who dare to fight me to the death? Today is the day your Jiang tribe is doomed. Haha. On the arena, the innate powerhouse of the Shentu tribe, Shentu flicked the bloodied blade, grinning and shouting, with another corpse of a Jiang innate powerhouse at his feet. According to the laws of the Great Qian Dynasty, even in extreme tribal conflicts, one cannot exterminate the opponent's tribe. A contract must be established, and a life-and-death battle must be fought on the arena under the witness of the city inspector. Only adult males of the tribe are allowed to fight. The second elder has died in battle. It's been 3 years, and even the second elder has lost. The women watching in the martial arts arena were filled with sorrow. The life-and-death battle of the tribe is the ultimate battle that determines the fate of a tribe. The loser will lose everything. All property will belong to the winner. All children will change their surnames to that of the winning tribe, and women will all be relegated to low status, becoming slaves and playthings, able to be sold and mistreated at will. Brother, look, Sister Qinghong is holding a knife. What does she want to do? Jiang Yao, hiding timidly behind Jiang Xuan, leaned out her head and asked nervously in a low voice. In the left side of the crowd, a tall and stunning girl in a red dress, with skin as white as snow, held a dagger behind her back in her right hand, staring coldly at the arena. Jiang Qinghong is 4 years older than Jiang Xuan. She is Jiang Xuan's longtime crush. She's preparing to commit suicide, Jiang Xuan replied darkly, his eyelids twitching, instinctively clenching his hands. Not only is Jiang Qinghong preparing to commit suicide. Among the hundreds of women present, many are already prepared for suicide. The more beautiful they are, the more determined they become, because they are about to lose. The tribal life-and-death battle between the Jiang and Shentu tribes has lasted 3 full years. According to the rules, the life-and-death battle is held for only 3 days each month, from the 7th to the 9th, with 10 matches each day. The city inspector will come to the tribal territory during these 3 days to act as a judge. Over the course of 3 years, hundreds of core warriors from the Jiang tribe have died. Today, the core males of the Jiang tribe are almost extinct. Today, nearly 700 core members of the Jiang tribe came to watch the battle, with more than 600 of them being women, ranging from elderly women in their 70s to young girls just a few years old, with the majority being beautiful women in their 20s or 30s. There are some males, but they are mostly children or teenagers. Does your Jiang tribe really have no men left? Haha, you Jiang tribe have no guts. I heard many of your men have run away in these years, not daring to fight us, Shentu tribe. I'll ask again. In today's final battle, who dares to fight? Shentu stepped on the corpse of the second elder, grinning savagely. Some girls were frightened to tears by Shentu brutal demeanor but covered their mouths, afraid to cry out loud. If any tribe loses the life-and-death battle, the consequences will be extremely tragic, especially for the women in the tribe. After the final outcome of the life-and-death battle is determined, the winning tribe will hold a 3-day carnival, during which all women of the losing tribe will be subjected to humiliation, and the surviving majority will become the tribe's prostitutes, with only a few lucky ones possibly being taken as concubines by the strong of the winning tribe or bought by the lords of Flying Snow City. You must be Jiang Qinghong, right? Shentu scanned the surroundings of the arena, suddenly fixing his gaze on Jiang Qinghong's face, licking his lips. No wonder you are the most beautiful woman of the Jiang tribe. I can recognize you at a glance. I heard that the young master of the Huyan tribe is willing to offer 5 mountain peaks and 5 tribes as a bride price to marry you, but you refused, saying you would rather die in the Jiang tribe. What a waste it would be for a beauty like you to die. Later, let uncle take good care of you, huh? Shentu laughed mockingly. Haha, yes, let's take good care of her together. Dozens of Shentu tribe warriors laughed along from the southern side of the arena. You wish. Jiang Qinghong's beautiful eyes widened as she gritted her teeth, her expression cold and resolute, her hand gripping the knife behind her trembling uncontrollably. Brother, don't you like Sister Qinghong? Jiang Yao whispered again from behind Jiang Xuan. Can you tell mother to take Sister Qinghong with us? The Jiang tribe is known for its handsome men and beautiful women, and Jiang Qinghong is the most beautiful among them, famous throughout. Jiang Xuan is merely one of the tribal boys who secretly loves Jiang Qinghong, and he knows that Sister Qinghong has watched him grow up, always seeing him as a younger brother. In her eyes, he is just a little boy. Mother won't agree, Jiang Xuan said quietly. But Jiang Yao's eyes turned red. Father is gone, Jiang Xuan said softly. Mother is doing everything she can to protect us and won't complicate things. Jiang Xuan's father, the vice tribe leader Jiang Hanfeng, was the strongest in the Jiang tribe and the only one who comprehended the heavenly human momentum. More than 3 years ago, Jiang Hanfeng disappeared in the depths of Blackpool Mountain's 10 directions abyss. 3 months after Jiang Hanfeng's disappearance, the Shentu tribe declared him dead and instigated conflict, igniting the life-and-death battle. The Shentu tribe is much stronger than the Jiang tribe, and everyone knows that the Jiang tribe will eventually lose. Over these 3 years, many people have fled the Jiang tribe, but only those with abilities could escape with ferocious beasts rampant outside. Without enough strength, going out is tantamount to seeking death. Jiang Xuan's mother, Wei Baiyun, has been waiting for her husband to return. She has now decided to take her son and daughter to flee. Although this will result in being hunted by the dynasty for violating the life-and-death battle contract, it is better than the whole family becoming slaves. Where's the 5th elder? Where did the 5th elder go? The 5th elder made a breakthrough half a month ago. Shentu Yong just fought 9 matches today and won. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. He was already spitting blood when he fought the 2nd elder, and now he's pretending nothing happened. He must be heavily injured and definitely not the 5th elder's opponent. As long as the 5th elder makes a move, we can survive this month's life-and-death battle. If we can drag it to next month, maybe Uncle Hanfeng will come back if he is still alive. The 5th elder will definitely win. Amid the expectations of the women of the Jiang tribe, the over 50-year-old but still robust and dark-haired 5th elder, Jiang Jingsheng, arrived late. At the same time, a mysterious figure in a robe and hood squeezed through the crowd and walked to the side of Jiang Xuan and Jiang Yao. Mother, Jiang Xuan and Jiang Yao spoke simultaneously. Wei Baiyun took off her hood, revealing her dignified and beautiful face. She possessed a nobility that distinctly set her apart from the tribal women, her skin as radiant as a young girl's, and despite nearing 40, the years had left little mark on her face, making her seem still in her 20s. The Wei family is one of the 4 great families of Flying Snow City. Wei Baiyun was originally a young lady of the Wei family, and when she married into the tribe, marrying Jiang Hanfeng, it was a sensational event, which led to her being disowned by the Wei family. Mother, can we take Sister Qinghong with us? Jiang Yao tugged at her mother's sleeve. Wei Baiyun looked at her daughter, stroked her hair, and said nothing. Mother, you are an innate powerhouse, can't we really do it? Jiang Yao noticed her mother's attitude, her eyes brimming with tears. Can Mother take Qinghong? Then does that mean Mother also has to take Sister Yue? Wei Baiyun said, glancing around. And you, Sister Fenglan, Sister Panxue, Sister Qianhe, Sister Chaolian. And them, Ru Xiang, Zhiyun, Nianqing, Inglian. So many people, whom should we leave behind, and whom should we take? As she spoke, Wei Baiyun looked at the beautiful figures in the crowd. A look of heartache flashed in her eyes. These beautiful tribal girls had grown up under her watch when she first married in. These girls were just a few years old, and now they were all young women. Wei Baiyun knew how cruel the fate awaiting them was. To her, children are the most important. Even though she is a natural-born strongman, managing to escape with a son and a daughter from the blockade of the Shentu tribe is already her limit. It is impossible to bring anyone else. As Jiang Xuan listened to his mother's narration, he scanned the surroundings. It seemed as if something was stirring in his gaze. These older sisters had always treated him well. Sister Panxue made delicious steamed buns. Sister Qianhe was outgoing and loved to make some crude jokes. Sisters Ruoxiang and Zhiyun were skilled with their hands. Their mother came from a prominent family in the city, and they had very high cultivation talent, but they couldn't do needlework. The clothes he and his sister wore over the years were all made by them. Sister Inglian managed the tribe's medicinal garden, and every time he got injured while training, he would seek her help for medicine. She had always helped him keep his training injuries a secret from their mother. Jiang Xuan looked at each of them one by one. These sisters, younger sisters, and aunts in the tribe evoked memories for him. Regarding the escape, Jiang Xuan had his own thoughts. He didn't want to hide his strength anymore, even if it would violate his agreement with the senior Qishur. Mother, Jiang Xuan suddenly spoke. If Father were still here, would he want me to escape like a coward, or to act like a man? You are not a coward. Wei Baiyun suddenly turned around, interrupting her son's words. You are still a child. This is not your responsibility. She didn't want her son to act impulsively and get killed. Her son had mediocre talent and was only at the channeling realm. Now any natural-born strongman could easily kill him. At the same time, Elder Jiang Jingxing, who had already stepped onto the arena, took an ancient black jade ring from the right hand of the second elder's corpse. This ring had been passed down for 1,000 years in the Jiang Clan and symbolized the identity of the clan leader. After the old clan leader died in battle 2 years ago, the second elder had been acting as the clan leader. Now, this ring was naturally to be passed to the last man of the Jiang Clan, Elder Jiang Jingxing. He solemnly put on the ring and looked coldly at Shentu Clan. "Elder, kill him. Elder, avenge the second elder." The women shouted for Elder Jiang Jingxing. They also had spirit. Many of them were warriors of the tribe, but due to the laws of the great Qian dynasty, they were not qualified to participate in life and death battles. The rules for life and death battles were personally set by the Qian emperor and had been passed down on this land for thousands of years. As one of the oldest beings in the vast territory, the Qian emperor was an existence that transcended gods and demons, and no one could change the rules he set. "Jiang Jingxing, do you even count as a man?" Shentu Clan sneered at Jiang Jingxing, who was clearly weaker but looked at him with disdain. Yes, I am not a man." A shocking scene occurred. The coldness on Jiang Jingxing's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a fawning smile. "What Lord Yong said is right. I, Jiang Jingxing, do not count as a man compared to you. I hereby represent all the members of the Jiang Clan and submit to your Shentu tribe." As he spoke, Jiang Jingxing turned to look at the observation platform in the north. The observation platform was exquisitely built, with only a single chair. A black-armored martial general in his 40s sat there, looking indifferent as he watched the situation in the arena. "Inspector, I will not fight in the 10th life and death battle today. I concede," Jiang Jingxing said very respectfully. The inspector was a special official managing tribes and clans in the dynasty, all served by terrifying beings who had transcended the innate realm, each capable of easily annihilating a tribe. The inspector Lei Hong responded with a dismissive grunt. He was not surprised by this result. The Jiang Clan had no chance of winning. As an inspector who had adjudicated many life and death battles between tribes, he was not surprised by such betrayal. The training ground fell silent, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the members of the Jiang Clan looked at Jiang Jingxing in disbelief. He actually conceded. He had been bought. "Ha! What did I say? Your Jiang Clan has no guts. Ha!" Shentu Clan, seeing Jiang Jingxing concede according to the agreement, felt completely at ease and laughed wildly. Not good. Wei Baiyun's expression changed dramatically in the crowd. Jiang Jingxing's betrayal and immediate concession in the 10th life and death battle meant that the Jiang Clan would be directly declared defeated. Today, they would be annexed by the Shentu tribe. The whole clan would become slaves. This disrupted Wei Baiyun's plan to escape with her children. Originally, they could delay for a month. Wei Baiyun's original plan was to find an opportunity to escape with her children in half a month. Now there was no opportunity left. "Let's go, we leave now. Quickly," Wei Baiyun urgently whispered to her son and daughter. "Wei Baiyun, can you escape?" Jiang Jingxing suddenly turned around and stared directly at Wei Baiyun in the crowd. "I've been watching you for a long time." His betrayal was utterly thorough. Speaking of which, he looked at Shentu Clan, smiling. "Lord Yong. That woman is Jiang Hanfeng's wife, from the prominent Wei family in the city, but she has already been expelled from the Wei family. You can enjoy her without worry." "A young lady from a prominent family in the city?" Shentu Clan looked at Wei Baiyun with a lewd gaze, grinning. "I heard you're in the innate realm. I haven't tasted the flavor of a city noble lady yet, let alone a rare innate female cultivator." Ha! Wei Baiyun gritted her teeth, her face pale with rage. "Hey, those must be your son and daughter, right? They really look alike." Shentu Clan glanced again, his eyes shining brighter. "Especially your daughter. She looks just like you. A beauty in the making. TSK. I haven't tasted someone like you in a long time." "Damn it." A furious shout interrupted Shentu Clan's lewd words. A figure burst out fiercely from the crowd, leaping several zhang directly onto the arena with an impressive and fierce momentum, startling both Shentu Clan and Jiang Jingxing into instinctively stepping back a few paces. But when they saw who had suddenly charged up, they both laughed. It was just a half-grown boy who was furious because he saw his mother and sister being insulted. That's Jiang Hanfeng's useless son. Chapter 2. Want to be a hero? I'll fulfill you. Lord Yong, this is Jiang Hanfeng's son Jiang Xuan, 15 years old this year. Jiang Jingxing quickly introduced to Shentu Clan. I know, Shentu Clan nodded. As the only son of the Jiang clan's strongest member, Jiang Xuan had been the center of attention since his birth. He was renowned outside in his early years. He was considered a genius, but this fame lasted only 3 years. When Jiang Xuan succeeded in Qi introduction at the age of 5, he was praised as the son of a tiger, not a dog. At 6, he was lauded for lifting a 300-pound bronze cauldron, praised for his innate strength. At 7, he mastered the first 3 forms of chasing wind blade, considered an unseen-a-century genius of the Jiang clan, with talent that even surpassed his father, Jiang Hanfeng. Chasing wind blade is the Jiang clan's foremost sword technique and ranks among the top 3 ultimate skills of all martial arts from the 10 tribes of Haidan Mountain. It has been passed down in the Jiang clan for over 1,000 years. This sword technique consists of 9 forms, and with each additional form learned, its power increases several times, making it fearsome. Jiang Hanfeng, the strongest in the tribe, mastered the first form at 6, the third at 8, and the 6th at 20. Before he went missing over 3 years ago, Jiang Hanfeng had mastered 8 forms, making him nearly invincible within the innate realm. In contrast, Jiang Xuan mastered the first 3 forms at 7, a year earlier than his father Jiang Hanfeng. His high talent gained him fame that even reached Feishua city. The Shentu tribe had even discussed the marriage between Jiang Xuan and Shentu, the daughter of the Shentu clan leader. The 2 clans had once contemplated a union. However, no one expected that Jiang Xuan's cultivation speed would plummet afterward, and he fell from genius to mediocrity, remaining so until today. Your father, Jiang Hanfeng, is a respected warrior. He is also the only man of the Jiang clan. Shentu, with a robust physique, looked at Jiang Xuan, who was shorter than him, and grinned. As for you, I really don't know how your father managed to give birth to a useless child like you. I heard that you injured your foundation while practicing in your childhood, which led you to mediocrity. I think it's just an excuse. Your father is a genius of the tribe. Your mother comes from a prominent family in the city, with exceptional talent as well. How could they give birth to someone like you, who is nothing? Could it be? Shentu said, his eyes darting, and he chuckled. You can't be your father's biological son, can you? You must be a bastard born from your mother having an affair, right? Ha ha ha, brothers, don't you agree? Shentu spoke as if he had solved a case. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. The dozens of warriors from the Shentu clan in the southern part of the arena all laughed in agreement. Shentu was a top 10 innate warrior of the Shentu clan, holding a significant position, and most of the warriors with him were postnatal realm, with a few innate warriors who were his sworn brothers. In the crowd, Wei Baiyun's face turned pale, then flushed red, almost losing control from anger. The humiliation was worse than killing Wei Baiyun. The key was that she couldn't prove her innocence. Her son indeed had mediocre talent. Wei Baiyun almost drew her sword, but was held back by a middle-aged woman beside her. She couldn't act impulsively. Private fights were prohibited during the tribe's life-and-death battles. If she dared to act, according to the dynasty's laws, it would be a death penalty. The city inspector was sitting on the northern high platform, indifferent to everything. Ha ha ha. Shentu continued to laugh. Damn it. Jiang Xuan glared at Shentu and then looked towards the northern high platform, respectfully clasping his fists and bowing. Inspector, I, Jiang Xuan of the Jiang clan, request to fight. Fight? Is he crazy? 15 years old, isn't he too young? He hasn't even turned 16 yet. The warriors of the Shentu clan discussed among themselves, while the women of the Jiang clan gasped, thinking Jiang Xuan was impulsively rushing to the arena after seeing his mother and sister insulted. He actually wanted to fight. Isn't he only 15? To the south of the arena, another innate warrior, Shentu, said with amusement, Jiang Hanfeng was so remarkable, suppressing us all before he went missing. No tribe in Blackpool Mountain dared to provoke him. How could his only son be so reckless? Mediocre talent and impulsive personality, what a joke. Could it be that what a young said is true, that he really is the illegitimate child of Wei Baiyun? Next to him, another innate warrior, Shentu, chuckled. Who knows? Shentu shrugged, his tone relaxed as the outcome of the tribe's life-and-death battle was already decided. Jiang Xuan, are you not going to get down? What chaos are you causing? With your barely grown body, do you even qualify to represent the Jiang clan in battle? The 5th elder, Jiang Jingsheng, scolded Jiang Xuan, feeling somewhat anxious. Although Jiang Xuan was too young, he feared the inspector might grant special permission, which would ruin his promise to the Shentu clan. The power of the city inspector was immense. For a tribe, his word was as good as law. Not worthy? Are you, a traitor, worthy? Jiang Xuan shot a cold glare at Jiang Jingsheng, surprising him again. How could a postnatal realm's gaze possess such momentum? The postnatal realms were Qi induction, body refining, meridian opening, and Dan Yuan. Jiang Xuan hadn't even completed the postnatal realm, while Jiang Jingsheng was an innate warrior. Kid, do you know what the consequences of disrupting the tribe's life and death battle are? Shentu Yong also addressed Jiang Xuan, a waste like you. If I were to act against you, people would say I'm bullying the weak. Killing you would dirty my hands, why don't you get down? Shentu Yong was clearly worried that the inspector would grant special permission. This was not just about winning or losing. If no one fought in the 10th match, the Jiang clan would be judged to have lost today by the inspector. The entire clan would lose to the Shentu clan. All their assets and population would belong to the Shentu clan. However, if the 10th match was fought today, regardless of the outcome, it would be completed. Today was the 9th of July, the last day of the 3 consecutive days of life and death battles each month. The next life and death battle would be a month later on the morning of August 7th. This meant that as long as the inspector agreed to let Jiang Xuan fight in the 10th match, even if he would die horribly, the entire Jiang clan would be granted a reprieve for a month. This month was extremely important. Not only did Wei Baiyun have plans to escape with her children, but many female warriors in the tribe did too, but all were disrupted by the 5th elder's sudden betrayal. Xian, Wei Baiyun held her daughter with one hand and covered her mouth with the other, tears streaming down her face. She remembered her son's earlier words and suddenly understood that her son intended to use his life to buy time for himself and his sister to escape. He was also buying time for all the women of the tribe. He was the son of Jiang Hanfeng, the strongest warrior of the Jiang clan, and he would rather die in the arena than be a coward. Wei Baiyun felt immense pain, but was also proud of her son. She couldn't stop his choice. He was a warrior, a true man. Brother Xian, Jiang Qinghong, who had been holding a hidden knife behind her back, stared blankly at the arena, tears silently sliding down her beautiful cheeks. For this younger brother, she had previously thought he was just a bit more stable than his peers, nothing special. Jiang Qinghong was not only extremely beautiful, but also had high cultivation talent. Even though she could only be allocated a small amount of training resources as a girl, she had already become a great expert in the postnatal Dan Yuan realm. Xian is a real man. He could have survived if he just held on. He isn't even 16 yet. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would just change his surname to Shentu, but he chose to. He is a hero. I hope he can survive. The women understood what Jiang Xuan intended to do, and many shed tears for him. Who would have thought that at the last moment of the Jiang clan's survival, it would be a half-grown child standing up to buy time for the entire clan? Is Brother Xian going to die? A 5-year-old girl, seeing her mother, aunt, and cousins crying around her, asked innocently. The girl's mother quickly covered her daughter's mouth, urging her not to say anything further. You 15 years old? The inspector, Lei Hong, finally spoke, his expression indifferent yet commanding. Yes, my lord, Jiang Xuan replied, cupping his hands. My lord. Shentu Yong quickly addressed Lei Hong. This kid is here to cause trouble. He is still underage and does not qualify to participate in the tribe's life and death battle. The Jiang clan has no one left to fight. We have completely defeated the Jiang clan. Please, my lord, make a clear judgment. Inspector, my lord, Jiang Xuan continued towards the northern high platform. As far as I know, the age of maturity stipulated by the Great Xia dynasty is actually 15. The so-called 16 years old is merely a tradition in our Blackpool Mountain area, isn't it? Lei Hong's face showed surprise. He did not expect that in such a backward and barbaric tribe, there would actually be someone who would study the laws of the Great Qian dynasty so carefully. The territory of the Great Qian dynasty spans billions of miles, and while billions of miles is a virtual figure, the actual size is not something someone at Lei Hong's level could know. Not to mention him, even those high and mighty gods and demons might not be able to traverse the entire territory of the Great Qian dynasty in their lifetime. Blackpool Mountain is located in a remote area, and saying it is billions of miles away from the Great Qian dynasty is not an exaggeration. With such a vast territory, a main city like Feishua City alone has at least over 1 million cities, and below Feishua City, there are many prefectures, counties, and a large number of tribes, clans, and noble territories with autonomy. The ruling territory is so large that some matters are hard to unify. For example, how old is considered an adult? The tribes and clans in this world are as numerous as the stars, with different dialects within just 10 miles, let alone across billions of miles. Different regions have their own customs, traditions, and beliefs. Some tribes consider 16 to be the age of adulthood, while others arrange marriages for 14-year-olds. Some tribes require a hunt of a monster at 18 to be deemed adult. In the area around Highton Mountain, the default age of adulthood is 16, and this holds true even in Feishua City. The imperial law respects local traditions and customs in this regard and does not impose strict rules. However, if one were to be particular about it, the official age of adulthood set by the Daqian dynasty is actually 15. It's better not to mention some things. But if it comes to a conflict between tribal traditions and imperial law, Lei Hong naturally must adhere to the imperial law. You're allowed to fight, Lei Hong said without further ado. Moments later, the arena was cleared, the body of the second elder was removed, and the fifth elder jumped down to stand with the warriors of the Shentu tribe. On the stage, Shentu Yong looked at Jiang Xuan with a grim expression. He didn't expect things to escalate to this point. He had never heard of a 15-year-old being considered an adult, but whatever the Inspector Lei Hong said was what it was, and he dared not question it. Kid, since you sincerely seek death, don't blame me for taking advantage of my strength over on the other side. More than 50 warriors from the Shentu tribe were all stunned. Half-step innate. This child must not be left alive. He really killed Iong. Shentu Yen looked at the stage in shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Iong was only 34 years old and was already one of the top 10 powerhouses in the tribe. He is the youngest brother of the tribe leader, who wanted to cultivate him as the next tribe leader, which is why he fought all 9 matches today, making him the key figure in winning the life and death battle for 3 years, but he was actually killed. Elder Jiang Jingsheng had been bribed half a month ago. He shouldn't have participated in the 10th match today. We need to change people. We need to change people. Shentu Yen suddenly shouted in grief and anger. At 44, Shentu Yen was the person in charge among the Shentu tribe members present, stronger than Shentu Yong, ranking among the top 3 in the Shentu tribe. Shameless brat, deliberately hiding your strength, taking advantage of our warriors being heavily injured, launching a surprise attack. What kind of ability is that? Shentu Maoshi shouted angrily. Just wait a month, and our warriors will tear you to pieces. You are merely half-step innate. Our tribe has dozens of innate warriors. Any one of them can easily kill you. I want to see what you will use to defend yourself then. That's right. We will definitely tear you to pieces then. You can just wait to die? Our tribe leader will personally kill you then. The warriors of the Shentu tribe echoed in fury. With Shentu Yong killed, his older brother, the tribe leader Shentu Lai, will likely take action personally next month. Shentu Lai is a rare gun cultivator from Highton Mountain, having achieved mastery in gunplay during his youth, challenging peers from various tribes around Highton Mountain without encountering any opponents until Jiang Hanfeng returned from his travels, where he lost half a move. After Jiang Hanfeng went missing, Shentu Lai, now in his prime, has faintly gained the title of the first warrior of Highton Mountain, known as the Gun Overlord, symbolizing supremacy in the art of the gun. Jiang Xuan turned to the Shentu tribe members, giving them a disdainful sneer that seemed to say, "Bring it on." He then raised his hand and kicked. "Here's your dog head back." Bang! Jiang Xuan kicked Shentu Yong's head out, which rolled toward the Shentu tribe members. Shentu Yen caught the head of the members of the Shentu clan in the valley suddenly stopped their work. Amin, a scar-faced man who was directing the activities in the valley, exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Shentu Min. A Yong personally took action. The Jiang Clan has been completely defeated, right? Ha ha ha. The Jiang Clan is stubborn and foolish, refusing to surrender when given the chance, and after 3 years of stubborn resistance, they will be wiped out by us before they understand the strength of our Shentu clan. 3 years, sighed a tall, thin man in a fur robe. Our clan has lost many brave warriors as well, but we finally won. Let's celebrate for 3 days and nights with great feasting. The Jiang Clan is full of beautiful women. A thin, monkey-faced man who had just set down a stone by the cave entrance grinned lewdly, excitedly licking his lips. Every young woman among them is a beauty. We definitely need to have some fun with them. Humph. The Jiang Clan has repeatedly tarnished our Shentu clan's reputation over the past 3 years, accusing us of betrayal, and they still dare to mention the marriage between Jiang Hanfeng's son and our Miss Ha! His father is missing, and the Jiang Clan still wants Jiang Xuan, that useless waste, to marry our Miss. Do they think that this can end the life and death struggle? Jiang Xuan is even worthy. Don't even mention him. He is already a slave of our Shentu clan. He only opened his meridians at 15 and can barely serve as a sparring partner for our clan's youth. The tall, thin man shouted at Shentu Min. Amin, quickly tell us. How did a Yong slaughter his way through? Chapter 4 Jiang Xuan. How is that possible? In the cave, the narrow passage was filled with busy figures. They were digging holes all around the cave and stuffing mighty fire thunder into them. Box after box of mighty fire thunder was being continuously moved into the cave, enough in quantity to blow the entire valley apart. At the deepest part of the cave, in front of a glowing and intense green stone wall, stood a man and a woman. "Daughter, do you know what this is?" Shentu Lai supported a black spear with one hand and pointed at the stone wall with the other, his tone slightly excited. The green stone wall was as translucent as jade and as clear as glass, with some red crystals the size of fingernails mixed within. Each cubic meter of green crystal contained about 20 pieces of red crystal. This is a melting crystal mine. The red ones are melting crystals, a high-grade refining material. Any small piece inside is worth more than 1,000 taels of gold. The 15-year-old Shentu, with fair skin, had read extensively since childhood and was very knowledgeable. The green crystals surrounding these are the accompanying mineral, iron jade crystal, also a refining material, worth the same as silver. "Then do you know what it means if our clan obtains these?" Shentu Lai asked again. "If our clan obtains these, it means..." Shentu paused, her beautiful and elegant face slightly reddening with excitement. Most melting crystal mines are buried deep underground. Only a small part is on the surface. The other melting crystal mine on the surface is at Jinji Ridge, more than 10 miles away. If these two melting crystal mines are actually one, it means this melting crystal mine extends underground for over 10 miles. The value of this melting crystal mine is greater than all the assets of the top 10 clans in Highton Mountain combined, including territories, merchant teams, vassal tribes, mines, etc., multiplied by 10 times. Even more. Shentu instinctively clenched her fists, her breathing quickened with excitement. "Once this mine belongs to our clan, Father, not only will you restore the glory of our Shentu ancestors from 1,000 years ago, but you can also take it a step further and buy the city building rights to establish a real city on our clan's territory. You will be the city lord. Let our Shentu clan rise from a tribe to a noble family." "Yes, build a city and rise to nobility." Shentu Lai nodded emphatically. "At that time, our Shentu clan will no longer be threatened by other clans. We will be protected by the city guard, and noble territories can form their own armies, establish noble offices, and create tax laws. There will also be at least hundreds of thousands of civilians and merchants migrating to the new city. Organizations like Sky Tower and first-class restaurant established by deities will come to set up branches in our city." Both father and daughter were very excited. The living environment of clan tribes had always been harsh, with not only tribal conflicts but also the threat of beast attacks. Powerful beasts possessed intelligence that rivaled humans. They understood how to seek benefits and avoid harm, daring not to attack imperial cities or strong noble territories. To eat humans, the territories of tribes were their targets. Each of the top 10 clans in Highton Mountain had experienced beasts invading tribal cities and causing chaos, with severe incidents resulting in more than half of the casualties. There were even more cases of being attacked by beasts in the wild. Building a city and rising to nobility was the greatest wish of the leaders of all clans in Highton Mountain throughout history. "Our Shentu clan is truly destined," Shentu Lai remarked. 3.5 years ago, your second uncle chased bandits into the territory of the Jiang Clan and accidentally discovered this melting crystal mine. The aura of the melting crystal mine grows stronger over time, and I thought the Jiang Clan would eventually discover it. But unexpectedly, Jiang Hanfeng suddenly went missing. Truly heaven helps our Shentu clan. And that Jiang Xuan, who should have been the one to revive the Jiang Clan, lost his talent due to his impatience in cultivation. This is the will of heaven." Upon hearing Jiang Xuan, Shentu's beautiful eyes flickered. The two clans had discussed her marriage to Jiang Xuan, but now that he was a waste from a defeated clan, he was clearly unworthy of her. Shentu immediately dismissed Jiang Xuan from her mind. "It's a pity that my second uncle is no longer here," she sighed. "Yes, he's gone, and so are your third uncle, your Li uncle, Qing uncle, Wanjun uncle. In these 3 years, half of our Shentu clan's warriors are gone," Shentu Lai said, his eyes reddening. But then his voice rose. "But all of this is worth it. We have won the war against the Jiang clan. Today we will win everything, including this melting crystal mine. With this mine, the fate of our Shentu clan will be completely changed, building a real city and becoming nobles. What the leaders of the Shentu clan throughout history could not achieve, I, Shentu Lai, have accomplished," Shentu Lai declared, his hand caressing the green stone wall. The iron jade crystal felt warm to the touch, unlike the coldness of rock, yet it was even harder than rock. "Father, I have a suggestion. Shentu spoke. Daughter, go ahead. Shentu glanced at his daughter. The new city should be called Lai City. How about that? Shentu proposed. Lai City? Shentu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha, great. Lai City. We'll call it Lai City. He trembled with excitement. At present, Shentu was already considered the #1 warrior in Highton Mountain by some. Innately invincible. If he could achieve the great merit of leading the clan to nobility, he would surely be recorded in history and sung by generations to come. Naming the soon-to-be-established noble city after himself was clearly a better means than having his name engraved on a stone tablet. Buzz. Suddenly, the green stone wall emitted a pulsating aura. It was already radiating a strong aura, but after this tremor, the aura became even stronger, such that even those outside the cave could feel it. The aura has strengthened again, Shentu observed. In at most half a month, the aura of this melting crystal mine will be felt by people several miles away, and it will be impossible to hide it any longer. It doesn't matter, Shentu said with a smile. We have already won, taking all the territory of the Jiang Clan. Everything in that territory belongs to our Shentu Clan, and we don't need to wait another half-month. Today, when the sun sets, we will blow this valley up. The iron jade crystal is incredibly hard and needs to be burned for several days before it can be mined. We don't need to hide it anymore. Shentu nodded. Once the first batch of melting crystals is mined and the quality is confirmed, the Sky Tower will likely send someone to negotiate cooperation immediately. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Intense footsteps. Leader, leader. Shentu had already inquired at the cave entrance, knowing that Shentu was here, and rushed over. Moments later, boom. Shentu, with pale knuckles gripping the long spear, heavily thrust it into the ground. His face turned ashen, and he shouted, "What did you say?" "Say it again." Jiang Xuan won the last match, and Uncle Yong was beheaded. The young Shentu said stubbornly. The inspector said to fight again in a month. Jiang Xuan. How could this be possible? The son of Jiang Hanfeng. He killed my last brother. I originally planned to treat him well. How dare he stand out? 15 years old. 15 years old. Shentu's face twisted in a grimace. He suddenly turned around. His black spear was instantly raised, and with a fierce and violent strike, he slammed it against the green stone wall. However, the iron jade crystal was more than 100 times harder than rock and could only be mined using special methods. Shentu's furious blow only caused a few small chips to fall off the green stone wall. Shentu was so frightened that he dared not move, lowering his head. You go notify outside. The mining plan is cancelled. Shentu said calmly to Shentu. It cannot be blown up. This territory still belongs to the Jiang Clan. If they find out that there is such a mine on their territory, and the Jiang Clan obtains this unimaginable wealth, it could bring disaster to the Shentu Clan. Shentu left as if granted a reprieve. What should we do now, father? Shentu looked at his father. I will kill him myself. Shentu gritted his teeth and said angrily. Now, as the strongest in Highton Mountain, he planned to take action personally. In the Jiang Clan's earthen city, Back Mountain, the sky was dark. In the depths of the dense forest, Jiang Xuan leaned against a large stone, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with his 5 hearts facing the sky. There were several puddles of blood on the ground in front of him. Uffed. Jiang Xuan spat blood again. No matter how strong a half-step innate is, it is still incredibly difficult to kill a true innate. I was able to kill Shentu because of the martial arts passed down by the senior of the strange stone, and because I recklessly used innate spiritual power without considering the consequences. But I am still not an innate body, and my meridians are severely damaged. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, wiped his mouth, and stood up. His complexion was much better than when he first arrived at the Back Mountain. His injuries had stabilized. After the life-and-death battle of the clan today, Jiang Xuan came to the Back Mountain to heal alone and instructed that no one should disturb him. He was the last man of the Jiang Clan and had just won the life-and-death battle, which raised his prestige within the clan from ordinary to the highest point. Even the clan leader's token black jade ring that he asked Jiang Jingsheng to return was directly put on his hand. He said not to disturb him, so no one would disturb him. Wei Baiyun had 1,000 questions to ask her son, but could only hold them back for now. Healing was important. Senior of the strange stone, are you there? Jiang Xuan turned to look at the large stone covered in moss, which was about half a meter tall, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, resembling a mountain peak shrunken countless times. Such naturally shaped strange stones were not very rare in the clan's territory. After all, there were stones everywhere in the mountains, and there were always a few uniquely shaped ones. However, this stone was different. This stone had been in the back mountain of the Jiang Clan's earthen city for countless years. Jiang Xuan's grandfather had said that this stone had been there since he was a child, and because of its unique shape, it was specifically mentioned and inquired about. 8 years ago, when 7-year-old Jiang Xuan moved many heavy objects to build strength, one day he attempted to move this mountain peak strange stone, and his palm was cut, causing blood to drip onto the strange stone. From then on, Jiang Xuan developed a peculiar connection with this stone that only he could feel. At first, he didn't know what this connection was. The stone showed no changes. Shortly after that, after practicing in front of the strange stone and muttering to himself, he suddenly heard the stone respond to him, a voice that was indistinguishable in gender, somewhat ethereal. 8 years have passed. Now Jiang Xuan had come to realize that this mountain peak strange stone was actually an ancient sound stone, capable of communicating with people from far away. Senior of the strange stone, are you there? Not back yet. Jiang Xuan kept talking to the strange stone, hoping for a response. Billions of miles away, in the core of the Qin dynasty, Qianjing City. This grand city, occupying an area of 100,000 miles, with walls towering 10,000 feet high, stood like a heavenly palace, home to approximately 100 million people. There were 8 giant puppets guarding the 4 city gates, each golden giant puppet towering over the walls. Like mountains, they wore heavy armor and wielded giant axes, able to slaughter any divine or demonic being before them at will. In the eyes of the giant puppets, towering over 10,000 feet, the figures entering and exiting the city gates appeared as small as dust, akin to a mortal looking down at ants. They were almost divine beings, yet merely the laborers guarding the gates of Qianjing City. Inside Qianjing City, in the Imperial Palace, the Xianlu Palace, built at the peak of the clouds, housed fish in its celestial pond, which were captured from the gaps of the world, and a brown lion dog napping under the window was the last world-destroying beast in this world. The palace was adorned with many decorative items. There were screens carved from time-space crystals, the scepter of the outer world demon emperor, the skull of a world-destroying beast resembling crystal, small trees bearing star-like fruits, and heavy, ancient broken blades on the shelves. In the corner stood a strange stone half a meter high, resembling a mountain peak. Senior of the strange stone, are you there? Not back yet. The voice of the young boy echoed from the strange stone, but the purple-skirted maid standing beside the grand hall door seemed to have not heard, standing there motionless, until a figure appeared out of nowhere in the hall. How long has this little guy been calling? A figure wearing a phoenix crown appeared out of thin air, her voice indistinguishable in gender, and even her face was difficult to discern. Anyone looking at her felt as if they were gazing into a chaotic time and space. The more one tried to see clearly, the harder it became. Your Majesty, he has been looking for you for an hour. The purple-skirted maid approached respectfully, but did not dare to raise her head to look at her, because she was one of the oldest living beings on this land, the supreme ruler of this territory. She had long since become a symbolic representation equivalent to a divine being, ruling the Qin dynasty for millennia. Having lived for so long, the world had long forgotten her appearance, her name, and even her gender. People referred to her as Empress Qian. It has been an hour, and he is still waiting. It seems the little guy is in big trouble, the Empress Qian said. By the way, did he mention how their clan's life and death battle went today? He didn't mention it, the purple-skirted maid said, lowering her head. Although she had been with the Empress for thousands of years, and was considered one of the closest to her recently, she still did not dare to look directly at the Empress while speaking. The Empress's authority was backed by the fortune of the entire dynasty. Probably lost all 10 battles again. His mother must have taken him and his sister to flee. The Empress Qian walked to the sound stone. Chapter 5. Empress Dongqian. This ancient sound transmission stone was inadvertently obtained by the Qian Emperor during a relic exploration 17,000 years ago. Ancient refers to the period between 100,000 to 300,000 years ago. At that time, sound transmission stones were also graded. The highest grade was the Wujian sound transmission stone, a treasure that only the top sects of the ancient times could possess. However, in the present day, it isn't considered that advanced. The most cutting-edge sound transmission treasures can be extremely small. A piece of paper or a jade tablet can achieve the same effect as the ancient Wujian sound transmission stone. This is part of the Qian Emperor's antique collection. Although the crafting techniques are outdated, rarity makes it valuable. due to the unique shape of this ancient sound transmission stone. The Qian Emperor placed it in his palace as a small ornamental rock 1,000 years ago, essentially as a purely decorative item. During the crafting of sound transmission stones, they are always made in pairs, transmitting sound to each other. The Qian Emperor obtained one, but it is nearly impossible to find the corresponding one. It is meant for ultra-long distance communication. The other must be located billions of miles away, and it is hard to say where. Moreover, being a product of ancient times, it is highly likely that it has long been destroyed. It is merely a decorative item with some historical significance, not worth the Qian Emperor's effort to seek out. He never imagined that one day it would make a sound. The third style of the wind-chasing blade is so difficult. I mastered the first style, the dragging blade style, in a month, became proficient in 3 months, and perfectly mastered it in half a year. I took a year to perfectly master the second style, the intercepting blade style. But for this third style, the collapsing blade style, I have been practicing for 7 months and still cannot grasp it. 8 years ago on that day, the Qian Emperor heard a childish voice coming from the ancient sound transmission stone. A little boy was mumbling, his voice growing fainter, as if he was about to leave. The Qian Emperor called out to him through the sound transmission stone. It was easy to get a little kid to talk. And soon the Qian Emperor learned the general situation from the boy. His name was Jiang Xuan. He was only 7 years old. A tribesman from the Blackpool Mountain area, who idolized his father and thought his sister named Jiang Qinghong was the prettiest in the tribe. He was practicing a tribal knife technique called the wind-chasing blade, and so on. From that day on, the Qian Emperor frequently used the sound transmission stone to learn about the daily life of the distant tribes under his rule and occasionally offered casual guidance to the little guy's training, just to pass the time and find someone who dared to talk to him normally. This continued until today. "Senior Qishir, are you back yet?" Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground again, but this time facing the sound transmission stone, looking listless. "I'm back," a calm voice echoed from the stone. "Senior." Jiang Xuan perked up and stood up suddenly. "Senior, I must first admit my mistakes to you. I did not uphold our agreement." "You made a move?" The Qian Emperor guessed, but was surprised. "Aren't there still Elder 2, Elder 5, and those others? Isn't that enough for 10 people? How could it be your turn to act? Elder 5 betrayed us, so we were down 1 person. And that is why you acted? To challenge a congenital? If I didn't act, no one would get away." Jiang Xuan explained the situation in detail, adding, "Thanks to you telling me a few days ago that the imperial law considers 15 as adulthood, otherwise I wouldn't have qualified to go on stage. I just wanted to see if you, little guy, had the guts to make a move." "You surprised me," the Qian Emperor replied. "Senior, you are really strange. You were the one who transmitted the techniques to me. You were the one who told me not to easily showcase them in public. And now you want to see if I dare to make a move?" Jiang Xuan said with a tone of helplessness. Senior Qishir has always been quite mysterious. For example, Jiang Xuan still doesn't know Senior Qishir's name. The other party refuses to reveal it, so Jiang Xuan can only refer to him as Qishir. As for the Heishuan Gong, which is the technique transmitted to him by Senior Qishir, if Jiang Xuan guessed correctly, the name should be a combination of He from Blackpool Mountain and Xian from his own name. This means that Senior Qishir didn't even want him to know the true name of the technique he was teaching. Jiang Xuan vaguely felt that Senior Qishir did not want him to know his true identity, which was why he acted this way. "Senior, I have not yet reached the congenital stage, but used the technique you taught me in public. It was truly unavoidable, as it concerns the survival of my tribe. I had no choice but to act. Please forgive me." Jiang Xuan sincerely admitted his mistake again. Even though he knew nothing about Senior Qishir, not knowing his height, weight, or character, only communicating through voice, Jiang Xuan believed that Senior Qishir was an incredibly powerful and extraordinary expert. This belief stemmed from Senior Qishir's initial casual guidance. After getting to know each other 8 years ago, they often chatted, while Jiang Xuan struggled to comprehend the third style of the wind-chasing blade. One day, during their casual conversation, after hearing Jiang Xuan's murmurs about the blade technique, Senior Qishir casually pointed out a few things. That day, Jiang Xuan grasped the third style. With Senior Qishir's guidance, Jiang Xuan went from entry-level to mastery of the third style in just half a month, something his father took 2 years to achieve. Since then, Jiang Xuan had no doubts about Senior Qishir's strength. He began to actively seek advice from Senior Qishir about the problems he encountered in his training. Sometimes Senior Qishir would patiently guide him, while other times he would let him figure it out on his own without saying much. When Jiang Xuan explained his own cultivation technique, the Jiang Clan technique, to Senior Qishir, he received an extremely low evaluation in return. The technique was too poor. So poor that Senior Qishir had no interest in offering any guidance. Thus, Jiang Xuan requested Senior Qishir to teach him a technique. At that time, he was merely trying his luck, as they were not related by blood. To his surprise, Senior Qishir agreed, with some conditions. These included: he must frequently come to the sound transmission stone to talk. He needed to secretly cultivate, temporarily abandon other techniques, and not use the transmitted technique publicly until he reached the congenital stage, among others. After a simple evaluation, Jiang Xuan agreed. Although he was young at the time, he was very clear that this was a great opportunity for him, and he had to seize it. So Jiang Xuan gave up the previous Jiang Clan technique and stopped practicing the wind-chasing blade, focusing all his energy on cultivating the Heishuan Gong. This technique did not disappoint him. Despite lacking resources, he reached a half-step congenital stage by the age of 12. If this got out, it would cause a sensation everywhere, and even gods and demons might appear to recruit him as a disciple. However, due to his agreement with Senior Qishir, Jiang Xuan could only pretend to be mediocre, using the aura control method taught by Senior Qishir to disguise his level. Since you acted for your clansmen, for the survival of the tribe, it is understandable. The Qian Emperor's voice was ethereal. However, have you considered what you will do in a month? With your current strength, it is already a limit to kill someone in the early congenital stage. To injure someone in the late congenital stage would be a stroke of luck, relying on the anger in your heart. In a month, any random person from the Shentu tribe in the late congenital stage could kill you. What if I can break through to the congenital stage within a month? Jiang Xuan asked. You little sly one, trying to extract information from me? The Qian Emperor said bluntly. You have no chance. The Heishuan Gong requires a large amount of resources to completely break through to the congenital stage. It's not just because I guide you that you can break through. This technique was originally an ancient foundational technique, and I made some modifications. It can quickly break through at the cost of consuming a lot of resources, or it can take more time by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You are currently in the latter situation. You just need to stay diligent, and you will surely break through by 18. 18? That's still 3 years away. Does that mean I will definitely die in a month? You can also choose to admit defeat before stepping onto the stage, the Qian Emperor coaxed. Admit defeat? Impossible. Jiang Xuan replied resolutely. My father taught me that a real man can only die standing, not kneeling to live. I am the last man of the Jiang Clan. Even if the Shentu Clan ultimately enslaves our tribe, they must first step over my corpse. Now that's some backbone, the Qian Emperor commented. Senior, please speak plainly. Senior, will you think of me after I die? After a brief silence, the ethereal voice replied, You brat, stop acting pitiful. I never said you would definitely die. Hey, I knew you couldn't bear to watch me die. Please, Senior, teach me what to do. Practice your knife skills. Practice knife skills? Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Senior, can you teach me knife techniques through the communication stone? The communication stone can't convey techniques or methods like knife skills or sword techniques. It can only transmit mantras and mental formulas. The diagrams of moves cannot be seen by the person on the other end of the communication stone. Of course, I can't transmit your knife skills, the Qian Emperor said. What I mean is that you should cultivate your clan's chasing wind knife. Although this knife technique is a bit rough, it's sufficient. Additionally, I will teach you a breathing technique. As long as you can comprehend it, your understanding of techniques will greatly improve, perhaps even several times over. The Qian Emperor's voice was distant and casual. A breathing technique? Jiang Xuan was confused. What is a breathing technique? Can it really enhance comprehension? Comprehension is a form of talent, and talent can also be improved. Inside the immortal Du Hall, the purple-skirted maid's body trembled slightly. She still did not dare to look at the Qian Emperor, her eyes wide with shock as she glanced at the ground. Has His Majesty finally decided to pass on the breathing technique? But why give it to Jiang Xuan? Jiang Xuan had never heard of a breathing technique. Because in this world, from ancient times to now, there has never been a method like the breathing technique. It was created by the Qian Emperor. Over 12,000 years ago, the Qian Emperor had the idea of creating a breathing technique, and it was only in the last 10 years that it was fully developed. There is only one set of breathing techniques in this world. The Qian Emperor had only recently perfected it. His Majesty once said that she spent 10,000 years developing a breathing technique that truly enhances cultivation comprehension. If it spreads, the overall strength of this world will at least increase several-fold. Not only will it reduce the difficulty for mortals to become gods and demons, Even gods and demons can rely on the breathing technique to enhance their understanding of divine powers. This is a great merit that surpasses the ancient saints and is the key to elevating this world to a greater realm, the maid thought, puzzled. Chapter 6. The only satisfying breathing technique in the world. The breathing technique itself is a method that allows a person to maintain their optimal cultivation state and can further stimulate a person's cultivation potential. You can think of the breathing technique as enhancing your talent, but in reality, the breathing technique merely activates the hidden talents you already possess but haven't utilized. The Qian Emperor briefly explained. Is there really such a method? Activating hidden talent? Enhancing comprehension several times? Jiang Xuan was shocked. People are different. How much can be enhanced varies from person to person. Some may only improve a little, while others could enhance several times, the Qian Emperor stated. In fact, these were her extrapolated results. In the extrapolated results, there were even cases of enhancement by dozens of times, but the likelihood of such occurrences is extremely low. She didn't expect it to happen with Jiang Xuan, so she didn't mention it. Even if it's just a slight improvement, it's still incredible. Jiang Xuan's eyes widened. Sometimes, understanding martial skills might just be a matter of that little bit. If comprehension were just a bit higher, it would be understood. A slight increase in comprehension could already be the difference between mediocrity and genius, and it might even increase by several times. How is that possible? Why have I never heard of a breathing technique? Senior, you never mentioned such a method before. In the past 8 years, the Qian Emperor had taught Jiang Xuan many cultivation principles. Therefore, although Jiang Xuan was a tribal youth, he was quite knowledgeable. Do you really need to dig to the bottom of things? The ethereal voice revealed a hint of annoyance. Not really. Will you teach me or not? I will teach you, but as usual, we need to set some rules first. Senior, please go ahead. Do not speak of the breathing technique to anyone. Do not spread it, and you must practice diligently. If you encounter any problems during the practice of the breathing technique, you must inform me within an hour. The Qian Emperor had completely transmitted the satisfying breathing technique to Jiang Xuan. The two ended their communication. Ronger, I know you're confused. Feel free to ask whatever you want. The Qian Emperor glanced at the purple-skirted maid and then gracefully walked towards the long table on the north side. She had been too high up for too long, and no one dared to chat with her, even the closest maid, unless she initiated the conversation. Your Majesty, the maid Ronger followed the Qian Emperor's footsteps. Since you value this little fellow so much, why not bring him to the imperial capital? Bring him here? What for? To have another person who dares not look me in the eye after a single glance? The Qian Emperor replied. Moreover, with his talent, he is not even qualified to be my disciple. He's far too lacking. Even a 15-year-old half-step innate being, or even a 15-year-old god or demon, would barely qualify as my named disciple. The maid Ronger certainly knew how poor Jiang Xuan's talent was. In a small tribe, Jiang Xuan might be considered talented, but in the vast territory of the Qian dynasty, he was exceedingly mediocre. Then why did your Majesty pass on the breathing technique you created to him? The maid Ronger asked. There must be a first person to cultivate the breathing technique. Why can't it be him? The Qian Emperor said as she walked to the long table and sat down. The breathing technique will eventually be passed down to the masses, and it must be done cautiously. Although in my extrapolation, the breathing technique has no drawbacks and can be passed down directly, the extrapolated results are not absolute. There must be a group of people who first cultivate it to identify any potential issues. This little fellow has a connection with me. Although I cannot guide him by his side, as long as he honestly reports his cultivation situation to me, even if there are any problems with the breathing technique, I can correct them in time. The Qian Emperor paused and then continued, Your Majesty, are you worried that he won't be able to become a god or demon after practicing the breathing technique? The Qian Emperor nodded. For mortals to become gods and demons is like crossing a chasm. It is an elevation of life levels. If he cannot become a god or demon, he won't be able to continue observing the situation of gods and demons practicing the breathing technique. Why not find a batch of mortals with sufficiently high talent? The maid Ronger interjected. The higher the talent, the smaller the effect of the breathing technique, the Qian Emperor explained. In this world, there is a talent ceiling for people's cultivation talents. I am that ceiling. No one's talent can surpass mine. Those whose talents approach mine must have negligible hidden talents. Even with hidden talents, they are still inferior to me. The poorer the talent, the more potential hidden talents may exist. Jiang Xuan's talent is quite mediocre. Because of this, he might possess more hidden talents. It could be that he has already exhibited a fraction of his talent, or even several times. Even if his talent improves several times, it would still be difficult for him to become a god or demon. In fact, the Qian emperor did not have any demanding expectations. She passed the breathing technique to Jiang Xuan more because of his current situation. It was just a casual decision. Regarding the verification of the breathing technique, she had long had a plan, and Jiang Xuan was an added individual outside of that plan. The Qian emperor did not care much about the life and death of mortals. Her current perspective was more of a god overlooking the masses. However, Jiang Xuan was still somewhat different. The two had known each other for 8 years. Jiang Xuan was her only friend. Indeed, even if his talent were to increase several times, it would still be difficult for him to become a deity or demon, the maid Ronger thought. But if his talent could increase dozens or even hundreds of times, then even without many cultivation resources, becoming a deity or demon wouldn't be difficult. If he could really improve that much, it would mean he was a once-in-a-millennium genius. It was only because the cultivation methods in this world had overall flaws that he couldn't fully utilize his talent. The Emperor of Qian shook his head as he spoke. There were billions of subjects in the Great Qian, and for him to communicate with me using an ancient soundstone was already a strange occurrence. Could he also happen to be that once-in-a-millennium genius? Could he help me perfect the breathing technique? Such a coincidence. Could it be possible? It indeed seemed unlikely. The maid Ronger agreed. It was absolutely impossible, the Emperor of Qian said. On July 12th, at noon, on the back mountain of the Jiang Clan's earthen city, Wei Baiyun placed down the food box and took away the empty one. She glanced at her son, who was meditating in a lotus position and healing his injuries, without disturbing him, and turned to leave. 2 hours later, this breathing technique not only made my mind clearer and my thinking sharper, but it even accelerated the healing of my meridian injuries. Now my injuries were mostly healed. The technique stimulated more than just comprehension. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes and let out a breath. In at most half a day, I would be able to preliminarily master the breathing technique. I'm so hungry. Jiang Xuan rubbed his stomach, stood up, walked to the newly replaced food box, sat down cross-legged again, opened the box, and looked at the exquisite dishes that were plentiful and filling. A smile appeared on Jiang Xuan's face. He knew that these dishes were all made by his mother. Jiang Xuan had been in seclusion to heal for 3 days. 2 days ago in the morning, Wei Baiyun brought food to Jiang Xuan for the first time. The mother and son had a conversation, and Jiang Xuan concocted a story about meeting a mysterious old man who taught him his skills when he was 7, thus glossing over the fact that he was hiding his realm at half-step in 8. After that, he continued to practice the Rui breathing technique under the pretense of healing. Wei Baiyun didn't pry into her son's affairs. After all, his healing was the priority. Jiang Xuan first took a piece of cake from the food box and stuffed it into his mouth, then pulled out a note. My son, I took Yaoer into the city to visit your grandfather. After reading the note carefully, Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. The Wei family in Feishua City had already expelled Wei Baiyun, and Jiang Xuan knew that this time his mother went there would probably yield no results, let alone asking the Wei family to use their connections to intervene in the tribe's life and death battle. Even requesting some cultivation resources would be very difficult. Years ago, the Wei family had already arranged a marriage for his mother with a noble clan's son, but she chose his father instead and had become pregnant with Jiang Xuan before the wedding. Jiang Xuan had heard the love story of his parents from the uncles and aunts in the clan long ago. Therefore, Jiang Xuan understood that the Wei family viewed this as an immense disgrace. In the eyes of the wealthy clans in the big cities, tribes and clans were merely groups of savages, and even the strongest of the tribes were no exception. That's fine, Jiang Xuan thought, his frown gradually relaxing. Although his mother might face rejection, at least she had taken his younger sister away first. If I don't survive the competition a month later, my mother and sister won't suffer misfortune. He understood that the reason his mother took his sister away was certainly because she had this thought in mind. By settling Jiang Yao outside, no matter what happened a month later, at least Jiang Yao would be safe. As for Jiang Xuan himself, he had already chosen not to leave. He had discussed this with his mother 2 days ago, and in fact, even if he wanted to leave now, he had no chance. He had already acted and killed the younger brother of the Shentu tribe's leader, so whether it was the inspector or the Shentu tribe, they would send people to keep an eye on him and wouldn't allow him to suddenly disappear. After eating, Jiang Xuan entered a state of cultivation again. As night fell, I did it. Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. He had preliminarily mastered the Rui breathing technique, and there were no signs or unique fluctuations of aura. The only change was a permanent alteration in Jiang Xuan's breathing rhythm, and this change was imperceptible to others. Everyone's breathing rhythm inherently differs. With the unique breathing rhythm, his innate spiritual power circulated in a wondrous manner, complementing each other. After several days and nights without sleep, Jiang Xuan felt his mind exceptionally clear, and even his perception ability had directly improved. The elder from the strange stone had said that when the breathing technique was first mastered, comprehension would experience a direct boost, and then, as time passed, more hidden talents would be stimulated until all hidden talents were revealed. I wonder how much my comprehension has increased. Jiang Xuan couldn't wait to pull out a beast skin book from his pocket. It was the top 3 martial arts secret technique of Heightened Mountain, Chasing Wind Blade. If only the power of the blade technique were considered, it would be the #1 blade technique of Heightened Mountain. However, the difficulty of cultivation was too great. With Jiang Hanfeng's talent, he had only mastered the first 8 forms, and the 9th form remained elusive. His father was invincible in the Heightened Mountain area, relying solely on the first 8 forms of Chasing Wind Blade, and he wondered how long it would take him to master one form now. Jiang Xuan opened the beast skin book and carefully studied the diagram of the 4th form. The ring blade style. Time to start practicing. At noon, outside the earthen city of the Jiang Clan, a cavalry team was galloping, stirring up yellow sand and creating an impressive momentum. Shentu Clan personally led over 100 tall and powerful warriors from the Shentu tribe, quickly approaching the gates of the earthen city. The patrolling guards of the Jiang Clan on the city wall all showed panic, with the Jiang Clan's men dead. These guards were women, each beautiful, and although clad in animal skin armor and holding sharp blades, they couldn't compare to the men of the Shentu tribe in size or aura. What does the Shentu tribe want during the life and death battle? The inspector is still in the earthen city. Do they dare to massacre the city? The massive crimson horse surged forward, and Shentu Clan suddenly released a powerful aura. Leaping up, fiercely wielding his spear, which bent under his strength, turning into a terrifying shadow. Boom! A section of the city wall collapsed with a single strike. A gap several feet wide appeared, and a tremendous roar echoed through the earthen city. Jiang Xuan, for your father's sake, I originally wanted to treat you well, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless as to kill my brother. You, who hasn't even grown a full beard, dare to show off as a hero. In the next life and death battle, I, Shentu Clan, will take action personally. Clean your neck and wait to be killed. Shentu Clan shouted angrily. Everyone in the earthen city heard his voice. Panic spread everywhere. It's over, it's over. Shentu Clan is targeting Xiao Xian. It's hard for Xiao Xian to sneak away now. What should we do? Xiao Xian can't protect the tribe. Should we run too? Shentu Clan has long been famous. He is currently the #1 innate warrior of Heightened Mountain. How shameless to challenge a 15-year-old boy like this. Unless Uncle Hanfeng suddenly returns. Otherwise, the tribe is finished. Hurry and inform Xiao Xian. Chapter 7, Talent Surges. Not long after, Jiang Xuan, who was cultivating on the back mountain, received the news that Shentu Clan had personally come to issue a challenge. This matter would undoubtedly stir the entire Heightened Mountain. Not only would the 10 major tribes know, but hundreds of large and small tribes would also be aware. Jiang Xuan merely listened to a bit of it and dismissed the clan member who came to report. He immersed himself in practicing the blade. Shentu Clan wants to kill me personally? I have less than a month left. Even if hope is slim, I cannot give up. If I can kill him, then I would be the #1 warrior of Heightened Mountain. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, becoming even more invested in his blade practice. On the afternoon of July 13th, on the official road more than 10 miles away from Feishua City, a crimson beast was galloping with a pair of mother and daughter. Mom, how much longer? Asked Jiang Yao while sitting in her mother's arms. Soon, at most half an hour, Wei Baiyun replied. She had set off with her daughter yesterday afternoon, and with Wei Baiyun's late-stage innate realm, it was easy to bypass the surveillance of the Shentu tribe. The mother and daughter first arrived at the nearest county town to the Jiang Clan, and after changing to better steeds, they galloped towards Feishua City. They traveled from dusk until dawn, without resting for the entire night. Ahead on the official road, a team of over 20 people, all riding expensive steeds, was approaching on the opposite side, moving leisurely as if they were not in a hurry. At the forefront of the team was a middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Second master, this time we made such a high demand from the Wei family, and they agreed. It seems the Wei family is truly in trouble, said a one-armed man riding a green steed. Trouble is an exaggeration, the middle-aged man in the black steed replied nonchalantly. It's just that in recent years, The Wei family has been struggling. Several of the family's protectors have died, and those who have tea are getting old and may not last another 10 years. It's hard to say if any young protectors will emerge within that time. While they still have strength, they want to maintain their position among the four great families by forming alliances. Additionally, the middle-aged man in the brocade robe suddenly darkened his expression. The incident of Wei Baiyun breaking off the engagement with me years ago was entirely the Wei family's fault. They couldn't even manage their own daughter, who ended up pregnant by some wild man from a tribe, showing complete disrespect to our Dong family. The Jinhedong family had originally been a tribal family that rose to nobility 300 years ago, establishing Jina City. Our Dong family and the Wei family have had a connection for over 100 years, and it's not an exaggeration to say we were family friends. However, the rift caused by the broken engagement has turned both families into the laughingstock of Feishua City. Although there have been interactions since, cooperation has diminished significantly. Now that the Wei family is willing to meet my alliance price, it also serves as compensation for that past incident. The middle-aged man in the brocade robe revealed a hint of pride as he spoke. My father is now a strong contender for the city lord of Jina City, holding significant power. The Wei family must curry favor with me if they want to ally with the Dong family, not to mention the 65% profit share I proposed. Even if I ask for more, the Wei family will have to agree. Yes, 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 second master, you are no longer the same as you were back then. The Wei family must act according to your wishes to form an alliance. Your restraint in not asking for more shows your kindness, the one-armed man flattered. Ha! The middle-aged man in the brocade robe laughed heartily, full of vigor. From a distance, Wei Baiyun spotted the team of over 20 people. Although they were all riding expensive steeds, they did not display any banners, so she did not know which family they belonged to. Wei Baiyun did not pay much attention to them. Instead, she lowered her hat and flicked the reins to speed up and continue on her way. The official road was over 10 zhang wide. The Dong family's team was leisurely traversing one side of the road, while the crimson steed dashed past on the other side. The rider, wearing a hat, held a girl in her arms, appearing quite heroic. As they passed each other, the middle-aged man in the brocade robe casually glanced back. The wind lifted the white veil on the hat, allowing him to see the rider's profile, which showed intense focus as she rode. Simultaneously, the wind blew up the half-covering veil on the girl's face, and at that moment, the girl curiously looked towards the team of over 20 riders. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The middle-aged man in the brocade robe recognized that profile at a glance. Although it had been 16 years since he last saw her, he would never forget the woman who had made him lose his mind for a decade. Strangely, his gaze did not linger on that profile, but was instantly drawn to the girl's face, which was not far away, leaving him utterly shocked. It was as if 26 years ago, when he first met her in the Wei family, she looked so much like her. They seemed to be cut from the same mold. The crimson steed carried the two of them swiftly towards Feishua City. The noble Dong family's team continued to move forward, and only after the shocked middle-aged man turned his head did he suddenly raise his hand to signal the team to stop. Wei Baiyun and her daughter? Wei Baiyun is heading back to Feishua City? The middle-aged man in the brocade robe pulled on the reins and turned his horse around, gazing intently at the increasingly distant silhouette of the riders. He had long heard that this woman had a son with that wild man, and then a daughter, but he never expected them to resemble each other so closely. The girl looked almost identical to Wei Baiyun when she was in her teens. Second master, what's wrong? Do you know those two? The one-armed man called out repeatedly, and the middle-aged man in the brocade robe finally came back to his senses. Go. The middle-aged man's eyes burned with intensity, waving his hand back to Feishua City. In the back mountain of the Jiang Clan's earthen city, the sound of wind whooshed continuously as Jiang Xuan practiced his swordplay in front of a strange stone. He had not taken a break. His figure was ghostly, and the sword light flickered and surrounded him. Despite having only one sword, every swing seemed to conjure dozens of swords spinning around him, forming a defensive stance. Dozens of sword shadows intertwined, and although there were still defensive gaps, with constant practice over time, the gaps were gradually decreasing. The chasing wind sword only had 9 styles, but each style contained numerous fundamental movements, at least a dozen, and at most hundreds. The number of movements determined the number of variations, and these variations had to be completed in an instant to be considered proficient in that style. The 4th style, the ring sword style, is used for defense and has 36 variations. I need to accurately execute all 36 variations in an instant, and when the sword light connects, I can be considered to have grasped this style. My father took over 2 years to master this style, while I, faster, hurry, break through. Suddenly, a buzzing sound reverberated as Jiang Xuan's sword light connected into a single piece, forming a perfect ring made up of 36 sword shadows that protected him within. I did it. Jiang Xuan abruptly stopped, his face blank as he looked up at the sky and the position of the sun. And I only took 10 hours. He murmured, excitement flickering in his eyes. Senior, are you there? I've succeeded. I mastered a move in just 10 hours. Jiang Xuan leaped to the ancient sound transmission stone. Exhilarated. It was all thanks to the breathing technique. This terrifying speed of cultivation had likely enhanced his talents several times over. He wondered how this immediate improvement ranked in the eyes of the senior by the strange stone. Chapter 8. The Wei family's old mansion. The sound transmission stone did not respond, clearly not present at the moment. Jiang Xuan looked at the sword in his hand, casually swung it a couple of times to find the feeling from just a moment ago, then focused his eyes, quickly calming his emotions, and once again swung his sword. The buzzing sound echoed again, and the perfect ring formed by the 36 sword shadows appeared once more. I did it. I really did it. Jiang Xuan was incredibly excited and swung his sword again. However, this time, although the 36 sword lights burst forth instantly, the combination was not perfect, resulting in several gaps in the defensive ring. Jiang Xuan was not surprised by this, as he had just grasped the basics of this style. He had been too excited and not focused enough. The 9 major techniques of the chasing wind blade have no difference in power at the entry and mastery levels. When executed, the power of the mastered technique is not stronger than that of the entry level. The difference lies in mastery, which refers to the ability to perform the technique effortlessly and instinctively at any moment. Even when startled awake from a deep sleep by an ambush, one can execute it perfectly, while an entry-level practitioner must concentrate fully to perform the technique perfectly, although the power remains the same. The difference in practical combat is significant. It's like heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan is well aware of this gap. During training with the blade, there are no dangers around, and one's focus is entirely on their own blade. Once the technique is learned, it's not difficult to execute it again. As long as one is focused, it can be done. However, in battle, with dangers lurking in every movement, one might be ambushed or injured, leading to immense mental tension. In such situations, executing a perfect technique at any moment requires mastery. His father took 2 years to reach entry level in the ring blade technique, but mastered it in less than a year because he had practical combat experience, hunting with a team, and fighting for his life against beasts and monsters. This made him more proficient and shortened the time to mastery. However, Jiang Xuan thought about his own situation. He certainly could not leave the tribal earthen city now, although several innate female warriors in the tribe could serve as sparring partners. It wasn't life and death combat, and the sense of danger was insufficient. In fact, it could even have a counterproductive effect. If he were to encounter a real life and death battle, he would be caught off guard. Moreover, he could not engage in life and death battles right now because he absolutely could not afford to be injured. If he were to sustain serious injuries that could not be healed quickly, it would affect the tournament a month later. Without engaging in life and death battles, even with diligent practice, the time to achieve mastery would be doubled compared to entry level. So what if it was doubled? Jiang Xuan felt a surge of confidence. He had already mastered this technique in 10 hours, and at most, he could achieve mastery in a day and a half. The difficulty of practicing the 5th technique increased, but he believed he could master it in a day or 2 and achieve mastery in 2 or 3 days. Before his father went missing, at over 40 years old, he had only mastered the first 8 techniques. He hadn't even reached entry level in the 9th technique. Besides Jiang Xuan, his father was the greatest genius of the Jiang tribe in a century, and before he went missing, he had lived up to expectations by suppressing all innate beings around the Black Ebony Mountain. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, however, that this century's greatest genius would not be enough when viewed in the context of the Jiang tribe's 1,000-year history. Over the past 1,000 years, the Jiang tribe has produced 4 extraordinary beings who transcended the innate level. All 4 of them had mastered the 9 techniques of the chasing wind blade before the age of 20. Among them, the most legendary was the ancestor Jiang Xuan, who entered the innate level at only 13 years old, mastered all 9 techniques by the age of 15, and transcended the innate level by 21, earning the title of the Blade Ancestor of the Black Pond, aiming at the realm of gods and demons. Unfortunately, Even he could not lead the tribe to build a city and ascend to nobility. The blade ancestor of the Black Pond, Jiang Xuan, was the greatest prodigy of the Jiang tribe in 1,000 years. He could also be called the greatest prodigy of the Black Pond Mountain in 1,000 years. The number one in swordsmanship for 1,000 years, and the only one in the Jiang tribe's 1,000-year history to have touched the threshold of gods and demons. Over 500 years ago, the Jiang tribe flourished because of Jiang Xuan. Some noble leaders and wealthy families of large cities all lowered their postures to befriend him. There was an ancient prophecy that Jiang Xuan possessed the aura of gods and demons. Originally, it was almost a certainty that he would lead the Jiang tribe to ascend to nobility. However, all predictions, praises, and Jiang Xuan's own efforts came to a sudden stop when he was 31 years old, 557 years ago. The 31-year-old Calamity Realm expert Jiang Xuan perished in the deepest part of the Black Pond Mountain's 10 directions abyss. He was buried in the belly of the 1,000-year-old great demon Zhang. The lifespan of demon beasts is different from that of humans. To this day, the 1,000-year-old great demon Zhang still lives in the Black Pond Mountain's 10 directions abyss. The last time it wreaked havoc on the human world was 130 years ago, being one of the 3 great nightmares of the Black Pond Mountain. And our ancestor Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan sighed. Although he has fallen for more than 500 years, even now, in the area around Black Pond Mountain, including Feishua City and the surrounding counties and cities, tribal leaders and noble leaders still tell stories of the blade ancestor Jiang Xuan. Anyone who learns swordsmanship or understands the history of sword techniques in this region cannot avoid mentioning this 1,000-year swordsmanship prodigy. It is said that even the texts of the 2 major academies in Feishua City contain extensive accounts of Jiang Xuan's life. Not only those studying swordsmanship need to know him, but those practicing other weapons must have heard of him as well. One could say he is known by all and sundry. Jiang Xuan felt proud. Although the ancestors of the 10 major tribes of Black Pond Mountain had produced several powerful figures who transcended the innate level, in comparison, Jiang Xuan was undoubtedly the most outstanding one. Even if he did not lead the Jiang tribe to ascend to nobility, it was only because he perished too early and did not accumulate enough wealth to build a city. Ancestor Jiang Xuan comprehended the 9 techniques of the chasing wind blade at the age of 15. I am also 15 this year, and I have the opportunity to achieve mastery in the 9 techniques, just like him, to become the second person in 1,000 years. Jiang Xuan understood that he had begun to chase after the footsteps of his ancestor, the strongest, but he was also very clear-headed. I have the guidance of the Elder of the Strange Stone, which is why I am progressing so rapidly. The ancestor did not have such a fortuitous encounter and relied solely on his talent and hard work to reach that level. If he had not fallen too early, he might have even had the hope of becoming a god or demon. Jiang Xuan silently thought, my current realm is still only half a step into the innate level, and compared to the ancestor, I am lagging behind significantly. Even if my swordsmanship catches up, I must work even harder. Perhaps, I might also have the chance to become a god or demon. To become a god or demon. In the land ruled by Feishua City, there is only one god or demon, the Lord of Feishua City himself. He is the supreme ruler here. For the former Jiang Xuan, becoming a god or demon was an unattainable luxury. He didn't even dare to fantasize about it, as he had no chance with his talent. However, now, having cultivated the breathing technique, Jiang Xuan finally saw a glimmer of hope. Elder of the Strange Stone, are you there? Jiang Xuan called out several times to the communication stone, wanting to share the good news with the Elder of the Strange Stone, but received no response. Jiang Xuan was very accustomed to this. He stopped calling and began to practice the blade. After practicing the 4th technique of the chasing wind blade, Jiang Xuan wanted to consolidate his skills. In Feishua City, at the Wei family's old residence, in the front hall where guests are received. 4th uncle, what did you say? Wei Baiyun suddenly stood up, her eyes reddening. My father, he is gone? The journey home was smoother than Wei Baiyun had imagined. But she did not expect that the first news she would hear upon returning home was that her father had died 2 years ago. The fall of a Calamity Realm expert was not a small matter for the entire Feishua City, yet she had not heard a single word about it. Zhang Yao, standing behind the chair, blinked her eyes. She had never met her grandfather, so this death had no impact on her. Comparatively, it was the luxurious and noble hall. Those decorations and furnishings she had never seen before, and the maid standing not far away in beautiful clothes that attracted her attention more. 3rd brother escaped back to Feishua City, and he was gravely injured. At the main seat, A 60-year-old man held a teacup, looking sternly at Wei Baiyun. He specifically instructed before his death that you should not know about this matter. There is no need for you to attend the funeral. I know. My father never forgave me. It was I who let him down back then. Wei Baiyun bit her lip, her face pale as she slowly sat down. Humph. Upon hearing Wei Baiyun mention the past, Wei Honghua let out an unhappy snort and scolded. If third brother were still alive, do you think you could enter the Wei family's door? With your father's temper, even if you died kneeling outside, you would never be allowed to step into the Wei family again. The reaction within the Wei family to Wei Baiyun eloping with a wild man and becoming pregnant was the strongest. And the one who expressed the most hatred towards Wei Baiyun was her father, Wei Hongchang, who was the one to propose removing her from the family. However, Wei Baiyun understood. The stubborn father, although unwilling to forgive himself, was also protecting himself. The harsher he was towards his daughter, the less likely others in the clan would intervene. By disowning her and allowing matters to settle, the family would not pursue the issue further. Otherwise, a small clan like the Jiang would easily be wiped out by a single team from a powerful family in Flying Snow City. Many matters and threats from back then were suppressed by the father behind the scenes. Thank you for seeing me, fourth uncle, Wei Baiyun said. Her relationship with Wei Honghua had not been good, and she understood that his willingness to see her now was probably out of a desire to watch the spectacle. Given that the Jiang Clan had been embroiled in a life-and-death struggle for 3 years, something not unknown to Wei Honghua, when under someone else's roof, one had to bow their head. Wei Baiyun was here to ask for help and could only lower her stance. However, she believed that with her son's talent, he would surely be valued by the family. The only reason I agreed to see you is that I was afraid you and your daughter would kneel outside indefinitely. Wei Honghua said, the Wei family has already lost face because of you. We can't afford to lose face again. He slammed down his teacup on the table and coldly said, speak. You didn't come home for the first time in over a decade just to say hello, did you? Fourth uncle, you should have heard that the Jiang Clan began a life-and-death battle with the Shentu Clan 3 years ago. Over these 3 years, the warriors of the Jiang Clan have either died or fled, and we are on the brink of extermination, Wei Baiyun said, forcing herself to speak. Wei Honghua replied with a cold nasal sound, then asked, so what? You've already been disowned by the family. That little Jiang Clan is not our Wei family's kin. Do you want the family to secretly help you eliminate the Shentu Clan? Chapter 9. Sudden change. No, that's not it, Wei Baiyun said repeatedly. I know that the life-and-death battle has supervisors overseeing it, and even the Wei family cannot take such risks. Then do you want us to help you escape? Wei Honghua raised an eyebrow and sneered. Back when you severed ties with the family, it was made very clear that your life and death have nothing to do with the family anymore. I heard the Jiang Clan is about to lose. And as a woman of the Jiang Clan, you will become a slave of the Shentu Clan. I advise you, when it really comes to that, you'd better commit suicide to leave with some dignity, lest the family be ashamed. The blood flowing in your veins is ultimately Wei blood. As for wanting the family to help you escape, even to remove your wanted status, I can tell you now, don't harbor such delusions. After finishing this speech, Wei Honghua felt much more relieved. He had never liked this niece, especially since she had outshone his own children. Coincidentally, Wei Baiyun had run away from her marriage to the noble Dong clan, which had caused the Wei family to have a cold relationship with the Dong family for many years, only recently improving. Wei Honghua had just finished negotiating with the Dong family that morning, and Wei Baiyun had returned suddenly in the afternoon. During the negotiation, Wei Honghua, now one of the powerful figures in the Wei family, had suffered a lot, making many concessions due to past issues and smiling at a younger member of the Dong family. Wei Baiyun had essentially walked in to be scolded, allowing him to vent his frustrations. Fourth uncle, we're not trying to escape. My son is exceptionally talented. Your son? You mean the illegitimate child you conceived? Wei Honghua said, glancing at Jiang Yao, who stood behind Wei Baiyun. Wei Baiyun's eyelids twitched violently. The term illegitimate child pierced her deeply, but she could only endure it for now. Although she had fallen out with her family, Wei Baiyun never truly felt she was wrong, including the fact that her relationship with Jiang Hanfeng during her travels had led to her pregnancy. He had saved her life several times, and she had given herself to him. It was supposed to be a beautiful story. It was only due to their differing statuses that so much turmoil had arisen back then. Fourth uncle, his name is Jiang Xuan. Just a few days ago, during the life-and-death battle, Wei Baiyun began to explain, not giving Wei Honghua a chance to interrupt. She needed the family to understand what kind of genius her son was. She had never intended to rely on emotions to persuade the family to help. This had to be based on interests. After explaining Jiang Xuan's battle with Shentu Clan, Wei Baiyun recounted the story of how Jiang Xuan met a mysterious old man who taught him martial arts when he was 7. Fourth uncle, my son stepped into semi-inborn status at the age of 12. It has already been 3 years. Now he just needs sufficient resources for cultivation, and he could very well become inborn within a month. Cultivating an inborn talent is nothing for the Wei family. I believe with my son's talent, surpassing inborn status may not be impossible. Even achieving divine or demonic status is a possibility. As long as the family is willing to provide some cultivation resources and help him, he will surely repay the Wei family. He could become the protector of the Wei family, vowing to defend the Wei family. Wei Baiyun spoke passionately at the end. My son is a genius. Genius has value. Many great families in Flying Snow City are nurturing geniuses. Whether they are orphans or children from small families, as long as they show enough talent, they will be valued by the big families, given money and resources for cultivation. If a super genius appears in a small family, the big families might even be willing to marry their legitimate children to them, thus binding them together completely. Jiang Xuan is not just a genius. He also has Wei blood flowing in him. Wei Baiyun believed she could persuade her fourth uncle. The hall fell into silence for a full 10 breaths. Then suddenly, Wei Hongqua, who had been staring wide-eyed at Wei Baiyun, couldn't help but burst out laughing, followed by loud laughter, slapping his thighs, his face turning red with mirth. Ha ha. What did you say? Semi-inborn at 12? Surpassing inborn? Even aiming for divine or demonic status? Hoping he will protect the Wei family in the future? Ha ha ha. You're really bold. Just because he is an illegitimate child, does he think he can enter the Wei family? To fight for some cultivation resources for your son? You dare to make such grand claims? Do you know what it means to be semi-inborn at 12? That becoming inborn is no obstacle. If resources are provided for cultivation, within half a year, he will surely become inborn. Such talent, if word gets out, would attract divine or demonic beings to come and take him as a disciple. Your son has such talent? Do you believe what you're saying? An illegitimate child like him, what right does he have? And what about meeting a mysterious old man at 7 to learn martial arts and hiding his realm? Such an obvious lie. You believe him just because he told you? You really are foolish. Ha ha. The 60-year-old Wei Hongqua could no longer contain himself. Not only did he laugh, but the maids in the corner and the young servant guarding outside the door all wore suppressed smiles, exchanging glances. It was just too funny. Fourth master, a middle-aged figure resembling a manager, hurried into the hall. Yuan Zhong, you're just in time. Do you remember Wei Baiyun? My third brother's daughter. I'm telling you, at this moment, Wei Hongqua has an overwhelming desire to share. He is doing it on purpose, wanting the whole family to know the crazy things Wei Baiyun said. Let us laugh at her. Back then, she was so brilliant that the entire third branch gained importance because of her, able to secure more family resources. And now she is so down and out. She must have gone mad, and we have to let the family know. Fourth master, the Dong family has come back again, and they asked if Miss Wei Baiyun has brought her daughter back. You might need to go over there. However, the steward Wei Yuanzhong did not respond, but quickly walked to Wei Hongqua's side, leaned down to whisper, while instinctively raising his eyes to look at Wei Baiyun and Zhang Yao with a strange expression. They are back? Wei Hongqua suddenly retracted his smile, his brows furrowing. He glanced at Wei Baiyun, but without saying anything, he stood up and left with the steward. The hall fell silent for a moment. Wei Baiyun seemed to come to a realization, suddenly stood up, and was about to take her daughter away, but unexpectedly, Wei Hongqua was quick to return. Ha ha. My dear niece, this is great news, truly great news. Wei Hongqua changed his previous demeanor, warmly calling her niece as he entered, his face full of smiles. This left Wei Baiyun momentarily stunned. Could there be a turn of events? Just as Wei Baiyun was about to speak, she saw Wei Hongqua heading straight for Zhang Yao, his face full of kindness as he asked, "What is your name? How old are you this year?" Earlier, when they first arrived, Wei Baiyun did not allow her daughter to greet Wei Hongqua, as that would be humiliating. Now that Wei Hongqua took the initiative to ask, she had no choice but to answer. Zhang Yao, I turned 14 today, Zhang Yao said, glancing at her mother, and replied obediently. 14. Good, good, good. In 2 more years, you can get married. Wei Hongqua stroked his beard and nodded, smiling. From today on, you will be renamed Wei Yao and entered into the Wei family genealogy, understand? Zhang Yao obviously did not understand. Fourth uncle, what are you doing? Wei Baiyun's expression changed drastically. What am I doing? Ha! I must congratulate you. Wei Hongqua laughed in a strange tone. Back then, you couldn't marry Dong Junqiu. But now your daughter can marry Dong Junqiu as a concubine. You can become Dong Junqiu's mother-in-law. Your status has risen. Ha ha ha. Wei Baiyun's eyes widened, her mind buzzing. She could guess why Dong Junqiu would be interested in her daughter. They indeed looked very similar when she was young, but she couldn't understand how Dong Junqiu found out. She had just returned to Feishua City today, and the Dong family already got the news? Go. Without thinking much further, Wei Baiyun gripped her daughter's shoulder and turned into a wisp of shadow to escape. Wei Hongqua turned around unhurriedly, and by the time he walked out of the hall, Wei Baiyun had already been stopped by a group of people who had been arranged in advance. Outnumbered, after a brief scuffle, Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao were surrounded in the courtyard. Fourth uncle, you can't do this. Wei Baiyun turned sharply to glare at Wei Hongqua. Why can't I? Wei Hongqua grinned. I can now represent the family to announce the revocation of the decision to remove you from the family. From today on, you and your daughter are both members of the Wei family. You must obey the family's arrangements. But this only applies to you too. Your illegitimate son and that wild man's Jiang Clan still have no relation to the Wei family. Jiang Clan's territory, back mountain of the Earthen City. Now I thoroughly remembered this feeling. As long as I focus enough, I can definitely perform the ring blade technique. This is both a process of consolidation and a process of mastering the technique. After practicing the sword technique for over an hour and completely consolidating the fourth style, Jiang Xuan finally stopped. Elder Qisher, have you returned? Jiang Xuan spoke to the communication stone, just testing it casually. I'm back. A distant voice suddenly responded to Jiang Xuan. Elder, I succeeded. Jiang Xuan couldn't wait to share the good news with Elder Qisher. Succeeded? The voice was very calm. Is it the breathing technique? There's nothing to be excited about. The breathing technique is not difficult to practice. No, I mastered it last night, Jiang Xuan said joyfully. I mastered the fourth style of the wind-chasing blade. I had never practiced it before. After mastering the breathing technique last night, I couldn't wait to start practicing the sword. The breathing technique you taught me can be described as turning decay into wonder. From my first practice to the first perfect execution of the ring blade technique, I only took 10 hours. 10 hours? The voice of Qisher mixed with a hint of surprise. Yes, I don't know how much my talent has improved, but it has definitely risen significantly, Jiang Xuan said excitedly. And Elder, you also said that as long as I master the breathing technique, besides the initial talent boost, it will continue to improve, which means my talent will become stronger, and this is just the beginning. Calm down, said Qian Huang. As you continue to use the breathing technique, your talent will indeed continue to grow, but how long it lasts and how much it grows are uncertain. This is not related to how much you improved initially, but rather how much hidden talent you have left, so don't celebrate too early. I understand. Jiang Xuan looked at the communication stone. Elder, do you think I am qualified to take you as my master now? To take me as your master? Qian Huang was taken aback, then said, you are still far from it. First, you need the opportunity to become a divine demon. Then we can talk about you taking me as a master. Your current talent and realm are not even enough to be my registered disciple. Jiang Xuan had asked Elder Qisher to be his master many years ago, but was harshly rejected, with Elder Qisher scornfully mocking his talent. He never expected that now. With his talent skyrocketing, he would still be rejected. Jiang Xuan didn't take it to heart. After so many years of friendship, he understood Elder Qisher's temperament. Elder, based on your judgment, if I can master all 9 styles of the wind-chasing blade within a month, can I defeat a perfected innate being with the half-step innate realm of the Black Shin technique? Jiang Xuan asked. The half-step innate realm is a very peculiar level, as it already possesses innate spiritual power, allowing one to practice sword techniques that can only be cultivated in the innate realm. Therefore, although the last 3 styles of the wind-chasing blade can only be practiced in the innate realm, Jiang Xuan can still practice them, if you really master them all. Of course, you can defeat a perfected innate being. But the voice of Qisher said, however, you cannot possibly master them all within a month. Why not? I mastered the 4th style in 10 hours. Calculate for yourself. I can calculate. I'll be able to master the 4th style tomorrow, the 5th style in a day or 2, and the 6th style in 3 days, mastering it in 6 days, the 7th style in 12 days. And for the 8th style, Jiang Xuan roughly calculated, suddenly stopping, his eyes widening in silence for a moment. It seems the time really is not enough. Each style of the wind-chasing blade has exponentially increasing difficulty in practice. Jiang Xuan was already calculating at the minimum of 2 times, And even so, time was still insufficient. The first arena battle next month is on the 7th of August. In reality, there are only 24 days left until today, and he doesn't have a month. In the best-case scenario, Jiang Xuan could at most master the 7th style, and there wouldn't be enough time to perfect it, let alone practice the 8th style. And even if his talent continues to grow, revealing more hidden talents with the constant practice of the breathing technique, he might only have time to practice the 8th style. My father, relying on the 8 styles of the wind-chasing blade and understanding the momentum of the heavenly beings, can suppress all perfected innate beings in heightened mountain. Even the strong Shentu Clan is no exception, but my father is a perfected innate being, and I am only a half-step innate being. To surpass Shentu Clan, just the 8 styles are definitely not enough. Jiang Xuan thought clearly but couldn't comprehend. Elder, you clearly said that as long as I practice the sword, I have a chance. Jiang Xuan looked at the communication stone. But if that's the case, I have no chance at all. Did I calculate it wrong? You didn't calculate wrong, and in fact, you calculated very optimistically, the distant voice said. You still said that Jiang Xuan couldn't understand. I didn't ask you to start practicing from the 4th move, Qian Huang said with irritation. After you mastered the breathing technique. You should have told me first. Who made you so impatient? Not starting from the 4th move? Jiang Xuan blinked. Senior, you mean that many years ago you roughly described chasing wind blade to me? Actually, even if you didn't say it, I could judge that the sword techniques cultivated by those in the postnatal and prenatal realms are merely laying the foundation for future cultivation. The 9 moves of chasing wind blade are not related like steps on a ladder, but more like pieces of a puzzle. They are all part of the foundation. As Qian Huang spoke, he teased a little. So what? Jiang Xuan asked eagerly. So if you want to win the life and death battle, you should practice the 9th move directly. A distant voice said. You don't need to master it, just get started. In a life and death battle on the arena, the space to maneuver is limited. If you truly use the 9th move of chasing wind blade, no matter who from the Shentu tribe it is, you can slice them down with one strike. Directly practicing the 9th move, Jiang Xuan pondered. Each move of chasing wind blade can indeed be cultivated individually. Practicing the 9th move directly does not require the first 8 moves as a foundation. However, chasing wind blade is known for its extremely high cultivation difficulty. If you don't gradually increase the difficulty from low to high, but jump straight to high difficulty moves, there is a great possibility of hitting a bottleneck unless the practitioner has extraordinary talent. Jiang Xuan's eyes lit up. His talent had just surged. Practicing the 9th move directly might not be unfeasible. Although no one had mastered the 9th move in 100 years, and since Senior Qishir said he could, it should be possible. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Jiang Xuan bowed to the communication stone. Because he had mastered the 4th move too quickly, Jiang Xuan had no doubt that he could master the 9th move. It was just a matter of time, and there was no bottleneck. It took him only 10 hours to master the ring blade technique, and with more than 20 days left, it should be enough for him to directly master the 9th move. Moreover, with the uniqueness of Heishuan Gong, having been at the half-step prenatal stage for 3 years, the innate spiritual power in his body was not less than that of an average prenatal perfected individual. He just wasn't a prenatal body yet. Compared to a perfected prenatal, he was more than 10 times weaker, making it impossible for him to engage in prolonged battles. As he walked along the forest path after leaving the back mountain, Jiang Xuan sorted out his current situation. However, as long as he mastered the 9th move, he could eliminate his opponent with one strike on the arena. The opponent wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Even if they used their strongest moves, they wouldn't be stronger than the 9th move of chasing wind blade. Even Shentu Clan wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the 9th move. If he directly mastered the 9th move in the life and death battle of the tribe, he couldn't possibly lose. However, if it were outside the arena and he encountered conflicts or assassination, since he was still only at the half-step prenatal stage, his body was too weak. Some injuries that weren't fatal to prenatal individuals could be deadly to him. If he faced an encirclement, his escapability would also be much poorer. And since he wasn't proficient in his moves, he might not be able to use them effectively. Jiang Xuan was already confident he would win next month's life and death battle of the tribe. But he also understood that it was just the beginning. Next month, he could at most win 30 consecutive matches, killing 30 people from the Shentu tribe, but that wouldn't mean he had completely won the life and death battle of the tribe. Although as long as he mastered the 9th move, he couldn't lose in the arena battle. Outside the arena during the life and death battle, both tribes would be protected, and they could only fight each other on the arena. The law was set that way, but in reality, the means outside the arena had never stopped during the life and death battle. Hiring assassins, poisoning, kidnapping, coercion, and inducement were all involved in matters of life and death between two tribes. No tribe would be foolish enough to only exert effort on the arena. As long as they weren't caught by the supervising officials with evidence, these outside means were often overlooked. With the half-step prenatal realm, if he faced assassination from prenatal individuals, the danger would be great. Jiang Xuan thought about the possibility of being assassinated later, if only he could break through to the prenatal realm. With Heishuan Gong, even if he only reached the early prenatal stage, or even if he hadn't mastered the ninth move, he should still possess the strength of a top prenatal individual and wouldn't have to worry about being assassinated. As soon as this thought emerged, Jiang Xuan threw it aside. Senior Qishir had made it clear that unless there were abundant resources, it was impossible to break through Heishuan Gong in a short time. Jiang Xuan estimated that the abundant resources mentioned by Senior Qishir would probably be insufficient even if he sold the entire Jiang Clan. So there was no need to think too much about this. He should focus on mastering the sword first. In Feishua City, in a hidden chamber of the Wei family's old residence, Dong Junqiu said that as long as that girl marries over, the cooperation matter could allow the Dong family to give up half the profits, and Dong Junqiu was also willing to facilitate cooperation between his family and ours. Wei Hongqua bowed respectfully. Sitting cross-legged on a mat was a 90-year-old man. This person was the current head of the Wei family, Wei Qingshan. Where are they now? Wei Qingshan asked. Wei Baiyun, my son has already had her placed under house arrest to prevent her from causing trouble. That girl Wei Yao has grown up in a wild land and has no demeanor of a young lady from a prominent family. My son has arranged for 2 of the most experienced old matrons to teach her, Wei Hongqua said respectfully. 2 years is enough. Once she reaches the right age, she will be married off to Jinni City. With this girl around, for these 2 years, Dong Junqiu will probably have to curry favor with our Wei family instead. Dong Junqiu also said that although it is a concubine marriage, it will definitely be more lively and grand than a formal marriage. And he will not let our Wei family lose face or bear the reputation of selling our daughter. Wei Qingshan nodded expressionlessly. Wei Hongqua lowered his head. Although he was over 60, he still felt very anxious in front of his head of the family father. What about that son of the third family? Wei Qingshan asked. A 15-year-old half-step prenatal, with some talent, but not much. Compared to the talents of our Wei family's younger generation, there is quite a gap. My son doesn't think he has much value for cultivation, Wei Hongqua said repeatedly. Now that the Jiang clan is deeply embroiled in the life and death battle of the tribe and has reached the final stage, my son has already arranged for someone to keep an eye on the situation of the life and death battle. As soon as the news comes back that the wild child has died in the arena, my son will inform Wei Baiyun. Jiang Hanfeng has been missing for several years. He should have died in the Shifeng Absolute Land long ago. Wei Baiyun's last attachment to the Jiang clan is that wild child. As long as Wei Baiyun learns of her son's death, her thoughts for the Jiang clan will end, and she will surely return to the family. At that time, if Wei Baiyun can personally send Wei Yao off to marry, the Dong family should be able to sense our Wei family's sincerity and our apology for what happened back then. Good. That's quite thoughtful. Wei Qingshan finally showed some satisfaction. It's all thanks to your teachings, Father, Wei Hongqua immediately said. Wei Qingshan had 5 sons and 2 daughters, among whom the 4th son, Wei Hongqua, was the least valued one. Due to his limited talent, he had been considered unable to surpass the prenatal stage since childhood, and this was indeed the case. 30 years ago, with the help of family resources, Wei Qingshan had reached the perfected prenatal stage but had never been able to comprehend the power of the heavenly man. Making no progress in 30 years. He was inept at cultivation, and in terms of managing family affairs and doing business, Wei Hongqua's skills were also average. If it weren't for his third brother, Wei Hongchang, being severely injured and dying 2 years ago, he wouldn't have such power in the family now. Since you already have a plan, I will leave this matter entirely to you, including that girl's marriage and all matters related to cooperation with the Dong family. I entrust everything to you. Wei Qingshan looked at his always mediocre son and said, Don't let me down. Thank you, Dad. Wei Hongqua, overjoyed, knelt down and knocked his head a few times. I promise I will never disappoint you. Just wait and see. Chapter 11. Xiaoyu, it's time for you to contribute. Walking out of the dark room, Wei Hongqua straightened his back, feeling great, his whole being filled with energy. His father was paying more and more attention to him, and he secretly vowed not only to do the job well, but also to do it beautifully. Fourth Master, Manager Wei Yuanzhong, who was waiting under the eaves not far away, quickly approached as soon as he saw Wei Hongqi come out. The two talked as they walked outside. Fourth Master, has the head of the family entrusted everything to you? Wei Yuanzhong asked. Yes, he has entrusted everything to me, Wei Hongqi said, slightly raising his chin. Congratulations, Fourth Master. Congratulations. Manager Wei Yuanzhong hurriedly said. The head of the family has finally recognized your talents. I estimate that in a few years, the position of chief steward or even deputy head of the family will be yours. Ha ha, don't flatter me. I know my limitations. I can't reach the realm of robbery. I don't dare to think about the position of deputy head. In the future, if I can be the chief steward of the family, I will be very satisfied. Wei Hongqi said with a big laugh, appearing very self-aware, but his eyes were filled with ambition. By the way, Wei Hongqi continued, you should arrange for someone to keep an eye on the Jiang Clan. As soon as that wild child named Jiang Xuan dies, report to me immediately. Understood, Wei Yuanzhong responded. As the two talked, they exited the courtyard. Wei Hongqi saw the proud figure of a young man in white approaching from a distance and couldn't help but quicken his pace to greet him, wearing a warm smile. Xiaoyan, you're out of seclusion? Wei Hongqi asked with a beaming smile. Fourth uncle, the young man in white, Wei Xiaoyan, bowed in greeting. No need to be so formal, Wei Hongqi said, placing a hand on him, showing great warmth. Wei Xiaoyan was not his biological grandson, but he was one of the three great talents of the Wei family. In recent years, the Wei family had suffered losses, and the situation had become precarious, which raised the status of the top talents in the clan rapidly, receiving the family's unreserved support for cultivation. Although Wei Hongqi was the fourth master of the Wei family, there were only a few people in the entire family whose status was higher than his. However, now he had to treat the talented younger generation with care. He couldn't afford to ignore or offend anyone. Are you going to see the head of the family? Wei Hongqi asked with a smile. Yes, Wei Xiaoyan nodded. I promised my great-grandfather that as soon as I came out of seclusion, I would go see him. He wants to guide me personally. Clan leader, clan leader. At the entrance of the back mountain of the Jiang Clan soil city, two female clan members on guard, both in their 20s and looking quite good, greeted Jiang Xuan with excitement and concern. One carried a knife, and the other had a bow on her back, exuding a heroic demeanor. After killing the Shentu, Jiang Xuan had been in seclusion in the back mountain for several days, and this was his first time coming out. Kaidai Huanzhu. Jiang Xuan greeted them and said, you don't need to call me clan leader. It feels strange. Just call me Xiao Xian like before. Jiang Kaidai and Jiang Huanzhu exchanged glances and nodded. As the last man of the Jiang clan, 15-year-old Jiang Xuan was indeed the clan leader now. But he would not put on the airs of a leader with his elder sisters, who had watched him grow up and had a close relationship with him. How's your injury, Xiao Xian? Kaidai asked, holding her knife. It's already no big deal, Jiang Xuan replied. That's great. Kaidai and Huanzhu's cheeks flushed with excitement. They were genuinely happy for Jiang Xuan, who was the last hope of the entire clan. Clang, clang. The heavy sound of armor accompanied by synchronized footsteps echoed. A group of black-armored soldiers passed by while patrolling. Black-armored guards? Jiang Xuan looked over and asked, when did the inspector arrive? The black-armored guards were personal guards of the city inspector, each one at the innate level. The inspector was responsible for managing and supervising various affairs between clans. Although each one was extremely powerful, they were still just one person and could not see everything. They generally needed the assistance of the black-armored guards. The more powerful and higher-ranking the inspector, the more personal guards they had. The personal guards of Inspector Lei Hong numbered as many as 300. The presence of black-armored guards on patrol indicated that Lei Hong was still within the Jiang Clan soil city. Inspector Lei Hong hasn't left yet, Kaidai said. I heard that he is looking for someone in Heighten Mountain and has sent several batches of black-armored guards to search. Uh-huh. Jiang Xuan nodded, not asking further. The inspector was responsible for many affairs, and clan-to-clan matters were just a part of it. Other matters had nothing to do with the Jiang clan. So there was no need to pay attention. Returning to the clan's soil city, Jiang Xuan first went to pay his respects to the few elderly women who remained in the clan, all of whom were of his grandmother's generation. They were responsible for managing the internal affairs of the clan. Jiang Xuan had ended his seclusion and was temporarily out, so he should visit them first to discuss some matters, as he was now the nominal clan leader. The clan's soil city was built in the middle, specifically designed to host the inspector. Under the shade of trees, the two sat at a stone table drinking tea. Brother Lei, if you successfully capture and kill the #1 wanted criminal this time, you will probably become the top inspector in the entire Feishua city. At that time, with your merits, the city lord might summon you and grant you a favor, an old man with a goat beard said, putting down his teacup. His eyes filled with envy. The favor of the gods and demons is something that any robbery realm expert would envy, Lei Hong replied. That criminal is hiding in Heighten Mountain and hasn't come out. Whether we can find him this time is still uncertain. Lei Hong shook his head, looking unsure. Brother Lei, you don't need to be modest. As long as that criminal doesn't dare to step into the 10 Directions absolute land. With your strength and the 300 black-armored guards under you, there should be no reason for failure. The old man with the goat beard laughed. Let's hope so, Lei Hong said. The two chatted casually while drinking tea. A black-armored guard entered the courtyard, quickly approached Lei Hong, and whispered a few words in his ear. Uh-huh, got it, Lei Hong nodded. The black-armored guard then left. I didn't expect Brother Lei to be so concerned about the life and death battle of the clan. The old man with the goat beard commented, not hiding the fact that he had overheard the black-armored guard's whispers, which mentioned that Jiang Xuan had come out of seclusion from the back mountain. The old man with the goat beard had come to find Lei Hong at noon today. With his strength, he could infiltrate the Jiang Clan soil city and appear right in front of Lei Hong without being seen if he didn't want to be. As for the current life and death battle of the clan, he had casually asked about it during their previous conversation, and Lei Hong had briefly mentioned it. Thus, he knew. Currently, the Jiang Clan had only one man left, a 15-year-old half-innate, who could be said to be waiting to be killed in the first life and death battle on the 7th of next month. The slaughter between clans was, for robbery realm experts, just a war among barbarians, really not worth paying much attention to. The old man with the goat beard did not understand why Lei Hong would specifically arrange for someone to pay attention to when Jiang Xuan ended his seclusion. That kid is a bit unique, just asking people to pay a little more attention to him, Lei Hong replied. Unique? How unique can a kid from a backward and barbaric clan be? How does he compare to Jiang Zhengwu? Jiang Zhengwu was known as the founder of the Heighten Blade. He was certainly incomparable, far from it, Lei Hong said. Then what is there to care about? The old man with the goat beard asked. Not so much care. Just asking people to pay a little more attention. I mentioned it casually before, Lei Hong said with a hint of helplessness, knowing that his old friend just didn't want him to be distracted. Although the Jiang clan once had a prodigy like Jiang Zhengwu, that was over 500 years ago, and Jiang Zhengwu did not leave behind a direct bloodline. It seems that the Jiang clan is destined for extinction and no one can save them. It is a predetermined outcome. Those who are destined to die will die. Brother Lei, why bother getting distracted? The old man with the goat beard said repeatedly, Brother Lei, you should focus more on capturing that demon. Of course, Lei Hong nodded, resting his hand on the teacup. Brother Lei, I have an unreasonable request. The old man with the goat beard saw that the timing was right and said, Liao brother, just speak your mind. Lei Hong already knew what he was going to say. If there are any clues about that demon's whereabouts, could you inform me? I can accompany you to capture him and lend you a hand. You can rest assured, all the bounty and credit will be yours. My brother only asks for the chance to kill him with my own hands. As the old man with the goat beard spoke, a look of hatred flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for Lei Hong's response, the old man hurriedly added, if Brother Lei can capture him alive, that would be even better. I only ask that you spare his life and bring him back to Feishua City so I can personally torture him to death. You can name your price. I will never haggle. As long as I can kill him with my own hands, I can accept any cost. Alas, Lei Hong sighed, waving his hand, there's no need for money. Brother Liao, you have a deep-seated grudge against that demon, and everyone in Feishua City knows it. Rest assured, if there are any clues, I will definitely inform you. The old man with the goat beard showed a grateful expression, raising his teacup in place of wine. Cheers to Brother Lei. That night, not far from the Jiang clan's earthen city, in a valley where the Shentu Clan had set up a temporary camp. As the initiators of the life and death battle, the Shentu Clan could establish a temporary camp near the Jiang clan's earthen city and impose a certain degree of blockade on it, all protected by the laws of Deqian. Clan leader, Jiang Jingsheng, who has submitted to the Shentu Clan, entered the tent with a frown. What's wrong? Shentu Lai, who was cleaning his spear, looked up. Jiang Xuan has come out of seclusion, Jiang Jingsheng said. Oh, Shentu Lai's spirit jolted as he stood up. How is his injury? How much longer until he dies? Jiang Jingsheng hesitated for a moment. Stop beating around the bush, just say it, Shentu Lai urged. From the current news, it seems he has fully recovered from his injuries. He can fight in next month's life and death battle, Jiang Jingsheng said. What? Shentu Lai's face changed dramatically. How could he possibly recover from such injuries? Does your Jiang clan still have some miraculous pills? Jiang Jingsheng could not answer that. Shentu Lai had been waiting for news of Jiang Xuan dying from his severe injuries. Logically, a half-step innate expert killing a severely injured late innate expert would be unbelievable. His own injuries would undoubtedly be severe, and his meridians might be broken. Such serious injuries, not only did he not die, but he also recovered. Shentu Lai's face darkened as he thought for a moment. Clan leader, even if he has recovered, he is still just a half-step innate. Next month, you can take action personally. You could crush him with one hand. Wouldn't it be satisfying to kill him yourself? You could also avenge Lord Yong. Jiang Jingsheng opened his mouth to say, "You know nothing." Shentu Lai raised his voice, impatiently gesturing for Jiang Jingsheng to leave. Jiang Jingsheng had just submitted and did not fully trust him, so Shentu Lai naturally could not tell him about the melting crystal mine. The aura of the melting crystal mine would continue to strengthen, and in no more than 10 days, it would expand to a range that could be sensed within several miles. By then, it would be impossible to hide it. They must take down the Jiang clan before that. After Jiang Jingsheng left, Shentu Lai ordered a guard outside. "Call Xiaoyu over." Before long, "Dad, you called for me?" 15-year-old Shentu lifted the curtain and entered the main tent. "Xiaoyu, it's time for you to make a contribution." Shentu Lai looked at his daughter, who was just coming of age, seriously. Chapter 12. Your mother told me to let you consummate the marriage. "Dad, what are you talking about?" In the main tent, Shentu had just sat down for a moment when she suddenly stood up, a look of disbelief on her face as she looked at her father, who had always doted on her. She never expected that her father would suddenly call her over to persuade Jiang Xuan to join the Shentu clan through marriage. "Xiaoyu, you know the situation with the melting crystal mine," Shentu Lai said sternly. "In no more than 10 days, the melting crystal mine will be exposed. The best way to resolve this matter is to make Jiang Xuan give up on fighting as soon as possible. He is the last man of the Jiang clan. Without him, we can directly complete the annexation of the Jiang clan." "Dad, he killed my 5th uncle. Are we just going to let that go?" Shentu said excitedly. "Compared to the grand matter of rising to noble status, what does the life and death of a clan member matter?" Shentu Lai stared at his daughter. "As the eldest brother, I feel more pain about a Yong's death than you do as his niece, but that's how it is between clans. For thousands of years, which of the clans in Heighten Mountain doesn't have blood feuds?" Shentu Lai had personally gone to issue a challenge, mostly to apply pressure. "So, Dad, you want to sacrifice me?" Shentu said angrily. "You promised me you wouldn't arrange a marriage for me. At least not until I turned 16 and had the chance to venture out and choose for myself. What do you mean by sacrificing you?" "You and Jiang Xuan aren't strangers," Shentu Lai said repeatedly. "Before Jiang Hanfeng went missing, I was both friend and foe with him. Didn't we spar and fight several times? You and Jiang Xuan are childhood sweethearts. We've only met 4 times. Shentu gritted her teeth. The two clans had discussed her marriage to Jiang Xuan before, but at that time, both of them were still young and naturally did not participate. "And what? Dad, do you think he is worthy of me?" Shentu raised her chin, showing a proud expression. "Even if he has some fortuitous encounters, he has always hidden his strength. He is only half-step innate, so what? Do you think he is worthy of marrying me?" "He is not worthy." Shentu Lai's expression darkened. "But if a melting crystal mine is offered as a bride price, then he is worthy." "Dad." Shentu panicked. She had always felt that she was different, exceptionally intelligent. Since childhood, she had read extensively and was remarkably clever. In the 3 years of life and death battles, she had played the role of strategist within the clan. She was only 15 this year, and many people in the clan even believed she was a reincarnated person. Otherwise, how could she be so smart? But even with her brilliance, she still could not escape the fate of being a sacrifice for the clan's growth. "Daughter, you are being foolish." Seeing that his daughter was genuinely anxious, Shentu Lai could only change his approach. "Let you talk to Jiang Xuan, persuade him to join our Shentu clan. You can make all sorts of promises to him. As long as he joins us and becomes your husband, won't you be able to do whatever you want? He can only let you mold him as you wish. Even if you chain him up and make him crawl like a dog, he won't be able to resist you. Why can't you understand this?" The main tent fell silent for a moment. "Dad, I understand," Shentu said, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. After visiting several elderly women in charge of the clan, Jiang Xuan decided to go home for a visit. Although he knew that his mother and sister had gone to their maternal grandfather's house, and even if his mother returned alone after settling down his sister, it would not be so soon. He still wanted to take a look around his home before going back to seclusion in the back mountain. However, he did not expect that there would be someone at home. A table full of dishes had been prepared. Sister Qinghong, did you make all this? Jiang Xuan looked at the beautiful Jiang Qinghong in the candlelight, scratching the back of his head. Hurry up and eat. The dishes will get cold soon. Jiang Qinghong handed a pair of chopsticks to Jiang Xuan. This is what your teacher instructed me to do before leaving, saying I should take care of you. Saidi told me you finished your seclusion, and I went to Grandma Jinlan's house as well. I didn't go inside. I just knew you must have finished your business with them and would come home to take a look. Your timing is just right. Jiang Hanfeng, as the strongest member of the Jiang Clan, has taught many clan members. Although there was no formal apprenticeship, some young clan members still refer to Jiang Hanfeng as master and Wei Baiyun as master's wife. Qinghan's cooking skills are truly excellent. Jiang Xuan praised while eating. If it's delicious, eat more. Jiang Qinghong tore off a piece of beast leg and placed it in Jiang Xuan's plate. The atmosphere during this meal was subtle. Jiang Xuan had secretly admired Jiang Qinghong for many years. He knew that Jiang Qinghong was aware of this matter as well. But it didn't mean much. Because Jiang Qinghong was well known, and in the Jiang clan, which produced many beauties, her beauty was unparalleled. Her fame was so great that among the clans around Heighten Mountain, many men were infatuated with Jiang Qinghong. Some were even crazily obsessed, like the young master of the Huyan clan, which was stronger than the Jiang clan, who had come to propose marriage 4 years ago, offering 5 mountain peaks and 5 tribes as a bride price to marry Jiang Qinghong, but was rejected. Jiang Qinghong was used to being admired from afar and wouldn't develop any special emotions because of it. However, Jiang Xuan felt that the familiar Qinghong was acting strangely today. Sometimes she even dared not meet his gaze, instinctively shifting her eyes away, occasionally lost in thought. A hint of shyness flickering in her eyes, leaving him wondering what she was thinking. Jiang Xuan knew that Jiang Qinghong had always regarded him as a younger brother. Could it be because he saved the clan that day, turning the tide and becoming the clan leader, that Jiang Qinghong began to see him differently? No, something was off. Jiang Xuan immediately dismissed this thought. He understood Jiang Qinghong's character and knew that if she looked at him differently or began to have feelings for him, she would never be shy about it. What's wrong with you, Qinghong? Jiang Xuan asked, glancing at her while shoveling food. It's nothing, Jiang Qinghong replied, looking at Jiang Xuan with a gentle smile and adding vegetables to his plate. You're not quite right. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes, suddenly having a flash of inspiration. Did my mother say something before she left? Jiang Qinghong's chopsticks hesitated for a moment before she put them down. She didn't deny it. So it's true. Jiang Xuan admired his own cleverness and hurriedly asked, what did my mother say? Do you really want to know? Jiang Qinghong gave Jiang Xuan a strange look, half smiling. Of course. Jiang Xuan nodded firmly. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep after hearing it? Jiang Qinghong asked again. Jiang Xuan didn't understand why she said that. He just wanted to know, so he quickly replied, not afraid. He pretended to be strong and casually took a few bites of rice. Your mother asked me to consummate the marriage with you, Jiang Qinghong said, looking at Jiang Xuan. Chapter 13. The doorstep of Shentu. You all right? All right, Qinghong, what did my mother say? Did she pressure you? Jiang Xuan took the handkerchief Jiang Qinghong handed him to wipe his mouth and looked up at her. Master's wife didn't pressure me. Jiang Qinghong replied as she sat back down. Continuing, she said you like me and asked if I could accept you. Then she said if I could accept you, would I be willing to get married this month? Definitely before the life and death battle next month. The sooner, the better, so that if you die in the arena, I might be able to conceive your child if I'm lucky. If I agree, she promised to take me away from the clan before the life and death battle next month. Jiang Xuan's mouth slightly gaped in shock. He never expected his mother would do such a thing. However, considering the clan was on the brink of extinction, Wei Baiyun, as a mother, couldn't save the clan or even her son, who wanted to die standing. She only wanted her son to leave behind a bloodline, which wasn't something to criticize. Jiang Qinghong spoke everything calmly, like a mature older sister. In contrast, Jiang Xuan found himself momentarily speechless. So, Qinghong, you. Jiang Xuan finally spoke. I'm still considering. Jiang Qinghong understood his meaning and said directly. I told Master S' wife that I would give her an answer when she returns. I see. Jiang Xuan blinked. Can you still sleep? Jiang Qinghong seemed much more relaxed than Jiang Xuan, even teasing him. I can't sleep, Jiang Xuan said after dinner. I'll go back to the back mountain and meditate. Then eat more. You need to be full to have the strength to practice. Jiang Qinghong added more vegetables to Jiang Xuan's plate, no longer actively bringing up the marriage and consummation issue. Jiang Xuan didn't dare to mention it again and could only discuss the current situation in the clan. Jiang Xuan could feel how cruel this matter was for Jiang Qinghong. Not agreeing? Jiang Qinghong knew what fate awaited her if they lost the life and death battle. Agreeing? They would be married, and then her husband would die, leaving her a widow, and she would become a fugitive, living a life of hiding and fleeing with a child. No one believed Jiang Xuan could win next month's life and death battle, and Jiang Xuan couldn't prove anything right now. So, unlike other women in the Jiang clan, Jiang Qinghong had a third option. She was known as the most beautiful woman in Heightened Mountain, with many admirers from influential backgrounds willing to redeem her early. Therefore, as long as she spread the word, even if the Jiang clan lost the life and death battle, the Shentu clan wouldn't touch her. Instead, they would sell her at a good price. However, Jiang Xuan knew how loyal Jiang Qinghong was to the clan. I'm full. After the meal, Jiang Xuan left home and headed to the back mountain again. Walking along the forest path, Jiang Xuan thought to himself, Jiang Qinghong must be finding it very difficult to choose. He didn't know how she would decide. It was hard to speculate. He had always felt a kind of reverence for Jiang Qinghong, not only because she was a few years older than him, and he secretly admired her, but also because of her talent. Who is the #1 genius of the Jiang clan in 100 years? In fact, it wasn't Jiang Xuan. It was Jiang Qinghong. It should be noted that in the clan, women hardly receive any cultivation resources because the laws of the life and death battle require the clan to cultivate men, resulting in a very low status for women. Even with outstanding talents, they receive no attention. At the peak of the Jiang clan, there were hundreds of innate warriors, but among them, there were only a few innate women, not to mention those who married in. Just the native Jiang clan women who were innate all relied solely on their talent to cultivate, breaking through to innate around the age of 30 or 40 without occupying any clan cultivation resources. In contrast, Jiang Qinghong reached the pinnacle of her innate abilities at 17 without any cultivation resources and was still at that level at 20. Wei Baiyun had lamented for Jiang Qinghong years ago, saying that if Jiang Qinghong had been born in a prominent family in the city instead of a clan, she might have become innate by 15 given her talent. Jiang Qinghong was beautiful, had a good personality, and her talent was even higher than mine before practicing breathing techniques. Such a person faced a cruel fate simply because she was born in a clan? Absolutely not. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xuan approached the sound transmission stone, pulled out the long knife stuck in the ground, and thought, for my mother, for my younger sister, for Qinghong, I must quickly master the ninth style. Whoosh. The blade gleamed. He practiced the knife. Several hours later, in the early morning, Jiang Xuan stopped to rest, soaked in sweat. He entered the forest, walking southwest. After walking a long distance, he suddenly found himself in a clearing, a small lake surrounded by trees, the water shimmering under the moonlight. Jiang Xuan jumped into the lake, quickly rinsed off, and then leaped ashore, using innate spiritual power to dry his clothes swiftly. During his previous days of seclusion, he would come here whenever he needed to wash up. In fact, this place was no longer very safe, located at the edge of the clan's territory. Jiang Jingsheng was right. You really came here. I thought I would have to wait in vain tonight. The girl's gentle voice suddenly sounded. What are you here for? Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Jiang Xuan was not surprised by the sudden voice. He sensed the hidden person when he approached the lake. The other party's realm was not as high as his. Kill me? Shentu walked out from the woods over 10 zhang away, looking at Jiang Xuan with a smile. You are the last man of the Jiang clan. During the life and death battle of your clan, you killed members of the opposing clan outside the arena? Are you afraid your clan won't lose fast enough? Jiang Xuan glanced at Shentu. Although they had met only a few times, Shentu was not unfamiliar to him. Compared to Jiang Qinghong, Shentu was also quite famous. It was said she was exceptionally intelligent and was referred to as a talented woman. At a young age, she even had a well-known nickname, the Jade Fox. Alone? Jiang Xuan casually asked, scanning the surroundings. Rest assured, I'm alone. Shentu smiled softly, taking a few steps towards Jiang Xuan, then continued, no need for small talk. I want to make a deal with you. What? Jiang Xuan asked. We get married. You join the Shentu Clan, and the two clans become one, ending all war and slaughter. Shentu looked at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan raised his eyebrows, his expression strange. In just a few hours, this was already the second woman to mention marriage to him. Could it be that practicing breathing techniques could also bring romantic fortune? It was just a teasing thought, Jiang Xuan certainly understood that what Shentu Yu was saying was not about romantic fortune. Do you want me to surrender? Submit to the Shentu clan? Jiang Xuan gazed at Shentu Yu. You could interpret it that way. Shentu Yu did not deny it, but added, however, you can join the Shentu clan as my husband, and you will have the chance to inherit the position of clan leader in the future. As long as you change your surname to Shentu, both clans have a long history of intermarriage, and in terms of bloodline, we are already intertwined. You don't need to worry about your identity not being recognized. Although you killed my uncle, my father still thinks highly of your talent. As long as you are willing to call him father, he will do his utmost to cultivate you and elevate you to the position of clan leader. Your Jiang clan is on the brink of extinction, and our Shentu clan is also severely weakened. As long as you agree, we can end this war immediately, and no one else will die. I can promise you that after the inspector announces the outcome of the life and death battle, our Shentu clan will cancel the 3 days of celebration and treat the women of your Jiang clan well. Your smile has frozen. Jiang Xuan suddenly interrupted Shentu Yu. What? Shentu Yu still didn't hear clearly. I said your fake smile has frozen. Jiang Xuan looked at her and said, if you want to seduce me, at least practice not being so fake first. Since she revealed herself, Shentu Yu, who had been pretending to be delicate, suddenly stopped smiling, and her gaze darkened. No more acting? Jiang Xuan said. In fact, you all know that the truth of what I just said doesn't matter. Shentu Yu, who was already resistant to this matter, simply laid it all out. The important thing is, as long as you agree, you can survive, and you can live well. I can't guarantee that all the women of your Jiang clan will be unharmed, but at least your mother and your sister for emotional and logical reasons. No one will touch them as long as you marry me. Take off your clothes. Jiang Xuan suddenly said. What? Shentu Yu was taken aback, thinking she heard wrong. Why should I believe you? Jiang Xuan's gaze playfully scrutinized Shentu Yu. Shouldn't you at least show some sincerity? Take off your clothes, right now. Let me see. Chapter 14. Killing and heartbreaking. Shentu Yu's face instantly flushed, her beautiful eyes staring at Jiang Xuan. Take it off. Why are you stunned? Jiang Xuan raised his eyebrows. His smile deliberately frivolous. Shentu Yu clenched her fists, glaring at Jiang Xuan, her eyelids twitching. Huh. You speak so nicely. Jiang Xuan sneered. What about thinking highly of my talent? What about marriage? Since you plan to marry me, we will meet face to face sooner or later. Now you won't even take off your clothes. How insincere. I can fight to the death for my clan, yet you have no spirit of sacrifice at all. How dare you come to negotiate with me? As Jiang Xuan spoke, he took 2 steps closer to Shentu Yu. Shentu Yu instinctively took a step back. TSK. Jiang Xuan mocked her with a sneer, shaking his head and grinning. You don't even have this bit of courage. Forget it. Jiang Xuan turned to leave. Wait. I'll take it off. Shentu Yu gritted her teeth and asked sweetly, if I take it off, will you agree to submit to the Shentu clan? Of course. Jiang Xuan turned around, staring intently at her. As long as you do as I say, our 2 clans will usher in peace. Jiang Xuan began to scrutinize Shentu Yu again, his gaze becoming heated. Shentu Yu met Jiang Xuan's gaze, raised her hand to pull at the belt around her waist, but then paused. She gave Jiang Xuan a flirtatious smile. Take it off. Jiang Xuan urged. Do you think I'm stupid? Shentu Yu suddenly changed her tone, sneering as she let go of her hand, speaking without hesitation. You don't trust me. Why should I trust you? What if you turn against me later? Wouldn't I become a joke? Huh. Jiang Xuan took a step forward, suddenly appearing very close to Shentu Yu. Shentu Yu's eyelids jumped wildly, but she did not retreat. Their faces were almost touching. Then you can't blame me for not giving your Shentu clan a chance. Jiang Xuan leaned slightly closer to Shentu Yu's ear and whispered, I will personally kill your father. I will kill every man of your Shentu clan. And all of this is because you, Miss Shentu, are so precious and refuse to put down your ridiculous pride. You will be held responsible for every single man of the Shentu clan who dies next. Killing and breaking hearts. Jiang Xuan never considered betraying his own clan. From the moment he made the request, he knew Shentu Yu would never agree. This proud girl, known for her intelligence, came with the demeanor of a victor's charity. How could she allow her dignity to be trampled in negotiations? Jiang Xuan found the Shentu clan laughable. They underestimated him too much. Kill my father? Just you? Shentu Yu tilted her head slightly. Looking into Jiang Shua, Shentu Lai personally taking action to kill Jiang Xuan caused a sensation throughout the entire Highton Mountain region. Dozens of tribes, large and small, received the news, and the Nalan, Hu, Sha, and He clans among the top 10 tribes received the news even earlier. Shentu Lai is going to take action himself in a life and death battle? Jiang Xuan is only 15 years old, even if he had hidden his strength before. He is now only half a step into the innate realm. Killing Shentu Yong is purely luck. Currently, the Shentu Clan has at least 100 innate warriors, any one of whom could kill him. Shentu Lai, the first warrior of Heightened Mountain, holds no old feelings. Back when Jiang Hanfeng was still alive, he even wanted to marry his daughter to Jiang Xuan, but now he wants to kill him himself. No matter how much Jiang Xuan hides his strength, he cannot be a match for someone with the complete innate celestial force. This battle has no suspense. The major clans discussed and lamented, as if they could already see the fate of the Jiang Clan. Heightened Mountain, Back Mountain. The ninth style of the Chasing Wind Blade, named after this technique, is called the Chasing Wind style. What is chasing the wind? Only like the wind can you chase the wind. And what does it mean to be like the wind? When the wind rises, it is everywhere, sometimes a gentle breeze, sometimes a fierce gale, sometimes brushing against you, sometimes violently swift. Chasing the wind is like the wind, with the blade's shadow disappearing. Jiang Xuan practiced his blade in front of the communication stone, the blade light dense like torrential rain slanting all around, reaching a point where not a drop of water could penetrate, accompanied by sharp explosive sounds, as if 10,000 whips were striking simultaneously, extremely intense. Boom, boom, boom. The loud wind blew past, and the deep humming sound seemed to instantly drain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around. Jiang Xuan transformed into a fleeting shadow with the wind, moving more than twice as fast as his original speed, instantly shifting over 10 zhang. Finally, it's starting to take shape. The shadow transformed into a person, and Jiang Xuan stood excitedly in place. After 3 days and nights of relentless training, he finally gained some rudimentary mastery of the ninth style. Although it was only superficial, even this superficial grasp fundamentally changed his offensive methods. Compared to the complete Chasing Wind style, the difference in power is 100-fold. That last strike barely reached the level of a full-force attack from the early innate stage. Jiang Xuan glanced at the blade in his hand. The consumed innate spiritual energy was not much. The true Chasing Wind style, its sound would vanish into silence, and the blade light would become formless, cutting through everything within several zhang, as if the wind had passed. Even someone with a higher level of swordsmanship, like my father who comprehended the celestial force, would find it hard to catch the blade's shadow, let alone determine from where the weapon attacked. And how could one defend against it? The Chasing Wind style is so complex, yet ultimately returns to the path. If I can fully master it, comprehending the celestial force would not be difficult for me. Xian. A crisp call interrupted Jiang Xuan's thoughts. Jiang Qinghong, carrying a lunchbox, stood by the thicket. For the past few days, she had been bringing meals to Jiang Xuan. Sister Qinghong, what delicious food do we have today? Jiang Xuan walked over. It's all your favorites, Jiang Qinghong replied. They spread a beast skin blanket on the grass, and Jiang Qinghong sat down with Jiang Xuan. She not only prepared and brought meals to him, but also shared meals with him every time. Jiang Xuan felt that Sister Qinghong was actively trying to build a connection with him, but he wasn't quite sure. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Xuan seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at her, asking, Sister Qinghong, hasn't my mother returned yet? No, Jiang Qinghong shook her head. A trace of worry flashed in Jiang Xuan's eyes. Regardless of how things turned out at his maternal grandfather's house, after settling his sister Jiang Yao outside, his mother should have returned to the Jiang clan first. It had already been 4 or 5 days, so why was there still no news? He needed to send someone to inquire. Half an hour later, the tribal Earth City. A black-armored guard hurriedly entered the exquisite courtyard and reported to Lei Hong, who was drinking tea. Sir, Jiang Xuan, the clan leader of the Jiang Clan, requests an audience. Lei Hong was puzzled for a moment, then thought for a while and said, let him in. The inspector and the tribal leaders generally had little interaction. The inspector was too powerful, and the tribe could not afford to bribe him, which made it unnecessary for the tribe to build connections with the inspector. The inspectors often looked down on tribal barbarians. This had been the case for thousands of years, leading to a norm where there was no private communication between tribes and inspectors during life and death battles. Therefore, Lei Hong did not expect Jiang Xuan to suddenly want to see him. Jiang Xuan stepped into the beautifully landscaped courtyard and greeted, I pay my respects to the inspector. Lei Hong looked at Jiang Xuan's frail figure and said, get up. Thank you, sir, Jiang Xuan said. Do you have something to discuss? Lei Hong asked. Sir, I would like to ask for your help, Jiang Xuan said earnestly. My mother, Wei Baiyun, took my sister to Feishua City to visit relatives 4 days ago, claiming she was going to my maternal grandfather's house. According to the agreement, she should have returned by now, but there has been no news. Our Jiang clan has no connections in Feishua City, so I would like to ask you for assistance. Whether it was a visit or an escape depended on how one phrased it, and the inspector was too lazy to care. However, Lei Hong did not expect that Jiang Xuan's mother and sister had violated the life-and-death battle rules and had run away. After losing contact, Jiang Xuan actually dared to seek help from him. "You have quite a bit of courage," Lei Hong said in a low voice. Jiang Xuan's mind shook for a moment, but he quickly recovered due to his breathing technique, which surprised Lei Hong, who thought to himself, "What strong composure. Please forgive me, sir." Jiang Xuan did not argue. This attitude instead made Lei Hong feel more at ease. "Why should I help you?" Lei Hong said indifferently. "You know my identity. If I help you find someone, it will spread, and they will say I am biased towards your Jiang clan, which would not be fair. Your life and death battle with the Shentu clan has reached a critical moment, and as an inspector, I cannot and should not help you." Jiang Xuan sensed that Lei Hong was putting on an official front. No inspector truly feared being accused of bias. In fact, no one dared to say so. They were too powerful enough to ignore many rules. "Sir, your fairness is well known. I believe that even if you help me, there will be no criticism. It's just a matter of tracking two people's whereabouts. Sir, I heard from the tribesmen that you seem to be looking for someone recently, someone hiding in Highton Mountain. Sir, I can make a deal with you. I am now the clan leader of the Jiang clan. This ancient ring in my hand can command 47 tribes under the Jiang clan in the 100 Ridge area. We have lived at the foot of Highton Mountain for generations, and no one knows it better than us. We have the best guides and the best hunters. Sir, as long as you help me find the whereabouts of my mother and sister, I can order them to assist you in finding the person hiding in Highton Mountain. Even in the outskirts of the 10 Directions Abyss, our people can enter, as long as it's not too deep." Jiang Xuan was unsure how important the person Lei Hong was looking for was, so he could only take a gamble. Lei Hong pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Jiang Xuan with a discerning gaze, and finally spoke. "All right, it's settled. Thank you, sir." Jiang Xuan was overjoyed. Lei Hong's investigation speed exceeded Jiang Xuan's expectations. Just 1 day later, Jiang Xuan came to see Lei Hong again. Lei Hong's expression was as calm as ever, and he explained the findings of the investigation in a flat tone. "What?" Jiang Xuan felt as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. "Mother and little sister have been detained by the Wei family. His 14-year-old sister, Jiang Yao, had been forcibly renamed Wei Yao by the Wei family and was engaged to the noble Dong Junchu of the Jiang clan, with plans for a late marriage in 2 years. Dong Junchu was the person who Jiang Xuan's mother had regretted marrying years ago and was already over 40 this year. Your mother has been imprisoned in the Wei family's old residence. Since her imprisonment, she has begun a hunger strike," Lei Hong said calmly. Jiang Xuan was calmer than Lei Hong had imagined, but he still lowered his head to prevent Lei Hong from seeing his expression. "Lord Xia, please help investigate," Jiang Xuan said, his voice a bit dry. "I will send someone to notify the 47 tribes shortly." Lei Hong nodded. "Lord, how can I save my mother and younger sister?" Jiang Xuan suddenly looked up with bloodshot eyes. "You should focus on how to win next month's life and death battle," Lei Hong said. "Lord, is that Wei family really strong?" Jiang Xuan asked. Seeing Jiang Xuan's determination, Lei Hong briefly explained, "One of the 4 great families of Feishua City. During its peak, the Wei family had over 10 people in the Tribulation Realm and thousands of innate guests. Although the Wei family has severely declined now, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. With 3 Tribulation Realm experts stationed, they are still a formidable force that can crush you like stepping on an ant." "I understand," Jiang Xuan nodded. Although he nodded, Lei Hong did not see any signs of Jiang Xuan wanting to give up. The gaze of this tribal youth was even more resolute than he had expected. "In fact, this may not be a bad thing for your mother and younger sister. At least they are still alive. Compared to those women from tribes that lost the life and death battle, they are fortunate. Perhaps you should be grateful that before you spill blood on the arena, you have learned that your loved ones are being protected," Lei Hong said, admiring Jiang Xuan. A 15-year-old tribal warrior who walks onto a certain death arena to protect his people is hard not to admire. It was rare for Lei Hong to offer consolation. However, Jiang Xuan did not appreciate it. "Thank you, Lord, for informing me of all this," Jiang Xuan interrupted boldly. "I already know what to do." Lei Hong said. "Then you may go." Jiang Xuan turned and strode away. Lei Hong watched Jiang Xuan's departing figure, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This youth was too confident, completely disregarding next month's life and death battle, confident to the point of never showing any feelings of helplessness. He remained steadfast. This was something Lei Hong could not understand. How could someone who knew he was about to die in the arena be like this? Liao, brother, have you not come out yet since everyone has left? Lei Hong suddenly spoke. Huh. An old man with a goatee appeared beside the stone table in the shade of the trees, frowning slightly. You wouldn't really want to intervene in the tribe's life and death battle, would you? You've never done this before. The goateed old man had already returned to the city, but rushed back to the tribal territory after receiving news from Lei Hong about the Wei family. He had just arrived and had not revealed himself while watching Lei Hong speak with Jiang Xuan. It's just a transaction. Lei Hong gestured for the goateed old man to sit. I help him search for his mother and sister. And he sends tribal members to assist the black armored guards in the mountains. With the help of locals, the chances of finding that monster will be higher. I see, the goateed old man said, relieved. He poured a cup of tea for Lei Hong and another for himself, taking a few sips before saying, Yesterday, I heard you were investigating the Wei family, and I thought something big had happened. I also had people check it out. Hey, the Wei family's actions are quite something. Wei Qingshan, at his age, really has no shame. He has long stopped managing things. It was arranged by his fourth son. Lei Hong said, adjusting his teacup. The Wei family has truly declined to the point of marrying a teenage girl to a middle-aged man to stabilize family power. They aren't even afraid of being laughed at. Even in decline, they are not something a small tribal youth can shake. The goateed old man shook his head. I just observed that kid secretly. I can only say he has some talent. His talent is a bit lacking, Lei Hong nodded, also picking up his teacup to drink tea. Damn, the Wei family deserves to die. In the dense forest behind the mountain, before the communication stone, Jiang Xuan's blade light flashed like the wind, wildly slashing around, more intense and rapid. The faces of his mother and younger sister kept flashing through his mind. He knew his mother's personality was very decisive. She was a very self-centered person, strong and steadfast. Back then, she willingly gave up her identity as a direct descendant of one of the four great families to marry into the tribe, enduring the criticism and pressure, which was unimaginable for a woman. But she still did it. If his mother were to go on a hunger strike, she would surely starve herself to death. Although someone with innate strength wouldn't easily die from hunger, her body would weaken increasingly, and within a few months, even the strongest innate individual would eventually run out of energy. And his younger sister. The two were only a year apart, growing up together. Jiang Xuan loved this younger sister, who only dared to act tough in front of him, but was actually very timid and clingy. Damn! The blade light fell like rain. What's wrong with you? A faint and puzzled voice suddenly came from the communication stone. Jiang Xuan abruptly stopped. Senior, you're here. Jiang Xuan said dejectedly. Who are you cursing? The ethereal voice asked. The Wei family. Jiang Xuan did not hide it. The Wei family? Your mother's family? Qian Huang asked repeatedly. What happened? They captured my mother and sister. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged before the communication stone and explained the situation. The senior had always been someone he could confide in. I see. Qian Huang's reaction was extremely calm. Jiang Xuan was used to this calmness. The senior had always been like this, and he did not expect the stone senior to be outraged and condemn the Wei family after hearing everything. But he did not expect that this time, the stone senior seemed particularly concerned about him. In that case, I will transmit you a secret technique. The ethereal voice said. Secret technique? Jiang Xuan stood up suddenly. What is it? He had heard of secret techniques, unlike martial arts and skills. Secret techniques were abilities that cultivators could master in addition to their regular skills, but not mastering them wouldn't affect their realm or strength. There were many types of secret techniques. For example, Jiang's tribe had a tribal secret technique called Beast Return. This was a technique used to tame wild beasts with demon bloodlines. Its rank was not high, and its effectiveness was average, but it was still somewhat useful and rare. The old hunters in the tribe all practiced this technique. What I want to transmit to you is a searching secret technique. The ethereal voice continued. Didn't you just say that the Inspector Lei Hong is looking for something in Hidden Mountain? You said it's to find people, and he didn't deny it. No matter what he is looking for, this secret technique will be useful. The Inspector is a top existence under the gods and demons, not only possessing powerful strength, but also holding significant authority. If you can build a good relationship with Lei Hong, it should greatly help you in rescuing your mother and sister in the future. Senior, you want me to master this secret technique to help the Inspector find people and build a relationship with him? Jiang Xuan understood. Not entirely, the ethereal voice replied. The power of this secret technique will exceed your imagination. It can search not only for living things but can even penetrate the barriers of the earth to sense treasures buried deep underground. Minerals. It's a divine skill for searching, tracking, exploring, and sensing dangers in advance, especially in terms of searching. In this world, every piece of land has had strong beings stand upon it in history. This world is ancient, and there are relics everywhere, treasures yet to be discovered. For example, your tribe's location, Heighten Mountain, must have undiscovered treasures. Jiang Xuan knew this without the senior having to say it. After all, deep within Heighten Mountain lies a place known as the 10 Directions Dead Zone, renowned for its dangers and opportunities. What does cultivation rely on? Besides talent and martial arts, it relies on resources, and your tribe is too poor. Now, as long as you learn this searching secret technique, although it cannot guarantee that you will find any great treasures, if you are willing to go out more, you will definitely gain something. It will greatly benefit your cultivation journey. It will be useful for a lifetime. Is it really that powerful? Jiang Xuan said. Trust me, it's definitely stronger and more useful than you think. The ethereal voice connected the two, and in fact, I had long thought about passing this secret technique to you, which would help you greatly. It just happened that there was no reason until now, and this time was just a perfect opportunity. So I decided to pass it on to you. The Qian Emperor was very candid and did not hide his thoughts. I could sense that although the senior's voice did not reveal any emotions, he was in a very good mood today. Jiang Xiandao. Clever. The Qian Emperor remained calm and generously admitted it. That's right. I am in a good mood, so I decided to pass on a heaven-defying secret technique to you. This is the mentality of a true strong person, a strong person with clear thoughts. Jiang Xuan envied the strength of the senior who could do as he pleased. Strong enough to brag about his incredible secret technique. And just because he was in a good mood, he passed it on freely, doing as he wished. Of course, Jiang Xuan was also very grateful. Thank you, senior. Jiang Xuan bowed to the transmission stone. Don't rush to thank me. Let's set 3 rules first, the ethereal voice said. Besides those conditions we are all familiar with, I must remind you that you must never let anyone know about this secret technique. At least not before you become a god or demon, otherwise it will bring you a fatal disaster. Be cautious when using it. I understand. Jiang Xuan firmly remembered the words of the senior and did not dare to be careless. Good. Listen carefully. This secret technique is called Thousand Threads Secret Technique. The next morning, at the temporary camp of the Shentu Clan, inside a tent. This cannot go on. Jiang Jingsheng paced back and forth in front of the long table, muttering to himself, feeling extremely anxious. He had heard 2 days ago that Shentu had gone to find Jiang Xuan to discuss the matter of marrying into their clan. And although it did not come to fruition, it had made him break into a cold sweat. What if it succeeded? Others might not know. But Jiang Jingsheng already knew his fate. Jiang Xuan would definitely make the Shentu clan kill him. He had no doubts about that. Even killing him, the traitor, might be one of the conditions for Jiang Xuan marrying into their clan. Although the matter did not succeed, it made Jiang Jingsheng feel a strong sense of crisis. Although he was in the late innate stage and had strong power, and had not been persecuted after joining the Shentu clan, Jiang Jingsheng understood very well that people like him were looked down upon from the bottom of their hearts. The Shentu clan would neither trust him nor dare to. And treating him well was mostly for show, to attract others to join. If they could exchange his life for benefits for the Shentu clan, even if it was just some insignificant benefits, the Shentu clan would definitely abandon him without hesitation. This feeling of being on edge kept Jiang Jingsheng awake all night. It's all Jiang Xuan's fault. If Jiang Xuan hadn't stepped in that day, the life and death battle would have already ended. The entire Jiang clan would have merged into the Shentu clan, and he, Jiang Jingsheng, would not have seemed so conspicuous. He would no longer be the only traitor. For the stability after the merger, the Shentu clan would definitely reuse him. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Damn bastard. Jiang Jingsheng cursed to himself. Jiang Xuan not only ruined his plans, but now he was also a huge threat to him because the Shentu clan was determined to swallow the Jiang clan ahead of time and not wait for next month's life and death battle. Anything could happen. If Jiang Xuan suddenly became cowardly and changed his mind, coming to agree to marry into their clan, Jiang Jingsheng felt like his head would be moved that day. My lord. Suddenly, a voice from the guards came from outside. What is it? Jiang Jingsheng asked from outside. Although his situation was very dangerous, he still held a relatively high nominal status. and the Shentu clan's post-heaven realm members would all refer to him as my lord. My lord, someone is looking for you. You need to come out to the back door of the camp, the guards outside said. Moments later, outside the back gate of the temporary camp, there was a forest. A figure dressed in a gray robe, wrapped in a ragged face towel, and wearing a bamboo hat, stood under a tree, looking at the gate where the tribal guards were stationed. You are looking for me? Jiang Jingxing walked out accompanied by 2 guards. At a glance, he felt the figure looked familiar, but couldn't immediately recall who it was. Who are you? What do you want from me? Elder Wu. It's me. I have come to seek refuge with you. The other party removed the ragged face towel, revealing a rugged man with a faint scar at the corner of his eye. Around 30 years old. A Bao. Jiang Jingxing was surprised and suspiciously sized up Jiang Bao. The life and death battle of the tribe is itself a gamble. The property and members of both tribes are at stake. During the life and death battle, it is common for members of the weaker tribe to escape in advance. It is difficult for those in the post-heaven realm to survive, but those in the innate realm still have a chance. Jiang Bao was originally an innate warrior of the Jiang Clan. A year and a half ago, the day before the life and death battle, Jiang Bao went missing. Elder Wu, I heard that you are wise and follow the will of heaven, and have pledged allegiance to the Shentu Clan in advance. Jiang Bao said somewhat nervously. I have come to seek refuge with you, and I also want to. Jiang Jingxing immediately understood. At this critical moment, coming to seek refuge, and also pledging allegiance to the Shentu Clan clearly meant he did not want to become a fugitive. After all, once next month's life and death battle began and Jiang Xuan was killed, those who fled from the Jiang Clan would become fugitives, while those who did not flee would become slaves. Only by pledging allegiance in advance could one possibly obtain a normal identity, although he would still be looked down upon and not trusted. Come, follow me. Jiang Jingxing looked at the anxious Jiang Bao, suddenly thinking of something. His eyes brightened, and he looked excited. This is great. I will take you to see clan leader Shentu Lai right now. A malicious plan had already formed in Jiang Jingxing's mind. On the way to see Shentu Lai, after asking Jiang Bao about his recent situation, Jiang Jingxing shared his plan with him. Once they entered the big tent and saw that both Shentu Lai and Shentu Yu were present, Jiang Jingxing hurriedly introduced, A Bao. You have not yet met clan leader Shentu Lai. This is Miss Shentu Yu. I have met clan leader Lai, and I have met Miss Yu. Jiang Bao quickly knelt down and bowed. He could be said to be very perceptive, seeing that he came to seek refuge. Shentu Lai also put on a demeanor of valuing talented individuals, helping Jiang Bao up. Please rise. Welcome. Another warrior from the Jiang Clan has come to strengthen our tribe's momentum. Shentu Yu looked at her father and said, Father, I will send someone right now to spread the news about this. No. Jiang Jingxing quickly interjected, also looking at Shentu Lai, clan leader. This matter is not yet suitable for publicizing. I have a plan that can take over the Jiang Clan in advance. Speak. Shentu Lai said straightforwardly. Jiang Jingxing then explained his plan, which was not complicated. In simple terms, it was, Jiang Bao would pretend to return to the Jiang Clan and wait for an opportunity to assassinate Jiang Xuan. After Jiang Xuan was dead, Jiang Bao would become the last man. He could lead the Jiang Clan to surrender and pledge allegiance. Clan leader, Jiang Xuan is only half a step into the innate realm. A Bao has been in the early innate stage for many years. And although he is not broken through now, he is still among the stronger ones in the early innate realm and is uninjured, even in a direct confrontation. It would be easy for him to kill Jiang Xuan, not to mention poison and sneak attacks. Half a step into the innate realm is not truly innate after all. There is absolutely no possibility of failure at this time. Chapter 16. Prepare to celebrate. Shentu Lai and Shentu Yu exchanged glances, both feeling overjoyed. The matter of the melting crystal mine could not be hidden for long. Last time, when Shentu Yu failed to negotiate with Jiang Xuan, Shentu Lai and the senior leaders of the Shentu Clan had held several secret meetings to find a solution. Currently, there were 2 lines of thought. Either find a way to delay the discovery of the melting crystal mine until next month to kill Jiang Xuan on the arena, or to eliminate Jiang Xuan in advance. However, regarding the assassination of Jiang Xuan, Shentu Lai and others were being extremely cautious. Because the Inspector Lei Hong has been staying at the Jiang Clan's Earthen City for some reason, it is not difficult to send someone or hire someone to assassinate a half-step innate warrior. However, killing Jiang Xuan right under the inspector's nose would be a blatant disregard for him and could very well provoke the inspector, leading to the extermination of the clan. Therefore, After several discussions, no one dared to make a decision. As for the matter of extending the discovery time of the melting crystal mine, part of it has already been arranged and is in progress. Unexpectedly, help arrived just when they were dozing off. If Jiang Bao kills Jiang Xuan, it would be considered infighting within the Jiang Clan. It wouldn't even violate the laws of the dynasty. Good, 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 excellent. In his delight, Shentu Clan repeatedly praised, gripping Jiang Bao's shoulder. Good, you are a true warrior. Go do it. Once you return after killing Jiang Xuan, I will accept you on behalf of the clan and announce you as our clan's Zanda warrior. No, you are not just a Zanda warrior. You can change your surname to Shentu, and I will give you a position as an elder. Jiang Bao was stunned, then filled with ecstatic joy. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. Rest assured, I will definitely bring back Jiang Xuan's head for you. Jiang Bao was very excited, previously bowing and scraping to Shentu Clan. But now he displayed an arrogant demeanor as if victory was in his grasp. He thought, killing that half-step innate warrior would be as easy as slaughtering a sheep or a cow. I will wait for the news of our Zanda warrior's victory, huh? Shentu Clan laughed heartily and patted Jiang Bao's shoulder again. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingsheng was also bewildered. He did not understand why Shentu Clan wanted to end everything early and had not expected that besides promising the honor of being a Zanda warrior, Shentu Clan would also give a real position as an elder. Killing Jiang Xuan was such a great merit. Jiang Jingsheng became anxious. He wanted to achieve merit. But it seemed that Shentu Clan cared more about Jiang Bao, who could directly get things done, while he himself had gained nothing. His position within the Shentu clan might be precarious, possibly even inferior to Jiang Bao, who had just joined. This cannot happen. Clan leader, I have something that can ensure this matter goes smoothly. Jiang Jingsheng suddenly said loudly, pulling out a small jade bottle from his bosom. This blood fury pill, I have treasured it for 10 years. It is my life-saving item. Blood fury pill. Shentu Clan, Shentu Yu, and Jiang Bao were all startled. They had clearly heard of the great name of this pill. It is a forbidden drug. It is said that after taking the blood fury pill, one's strength can increase several times within half an hour, but the cost is a reduction in lifespan by several years, Shentu Yu explained. A reduction in lifespan by several years is due to overuse, Jiang Jingsheng clarified, then looked at Jiang Bao, handing the bottle to him. A Bao, take this to save your life. Killing Jiang Xuan will be easy for you, but if things don't go smoothly, you can use this at a critical moment. Thank you. Elder Wu. Knowing the value of the blood fury pill, Jiang Bao did not refuse and quickly accepted it. Good, good. We will work together with one heart. A great achievement can be made. Shentu Clan looked at Jiang Jingsheng. Jingsheng brother, rest assured, once Jiang Xuan is dead, your merit will not be lacking. Shentu Clan's calling of Jingsheng brother struck Jiang Jingsheng's heart, making him feel that everything was worth it, yet he still pretended to wave his hand, saying that it didn't matter about merit. Since I have already submitted to the Shentu Clan, I naturally need to work for the clan. Ha ha, well said. Shentu Clan laughed heartily. Then Jiang Bao promised to kill Jiang Xuan within a day, and he left with Shentu Clan. Father, it seems that heaven is helping our clan to prosper. That ignorant kid's time has come. Shentu Yu said. Earlier, I actively sought to marry him, but he refused and mocked me. What a pity he won't see the regret on his face before he dies. Ha ha ha, my good daughter is still angry? Shentu Clan chuckled. Proud people can sometimes be very contradictory. She does not want to be a tool for trading benefits. Yet she is forced to exchange and is upset that the other party does not find her appealing. From a certain perspective, this is also a form of humiliation. There is nothing to be angry about. I just find his conditions ridiculous. Shentu Yu shook her head. Prepare to celebrate. Shentu Clan looked at his daughter. I will leave this matter to you. Okay, father, I will arrange the celebration right away. Shentu Yu nodded. At noon, in the back mountain of the Jiang Clan's earthen city. Is this the thousand threads secret technique? Just mastering it has expanded my perception range by 10 times. Because I practiced the Rui breathing method, my perception is already keen, and now with the thousand thread secret technique. Even an ordinary innate consummate warrior might not possess my superior perception ability, not to mention that the thousand thread secret technique has terrifying penetrating power, able to extend underground. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged in front of the communication stone, his eyes closed and his heart directed towards the sky. He was perceiving everything around him. And unlike the normal perception method, his consciousness was like threads. Ordinary practitioners perceive their surroundings as if their consciousness is a continuously expanding mass of cotton, dense and seamless. However, After practicing the 1,000-thread secret technique, one can transform their thoughts into threads, as if spinning a mass of cotton into yarn, using this thread to connect to the perceived objects. The limit distance that can be perceived will be thousands or tens of thousands of times greater than before. I have just mastered it, and I cannot reach that far yet. The transformation of thought into threads is only a preliminary grasp, but it already represents a qualitative change. If there were a divine or demonic being here at this moment, they would be astonished to discover that Jiang Xuan's consciousness had transformed into hundreds of pure white threads, extending from his body like tentacles, some even burrowing into the ground. Although they encountered resistance from the earth and did not penetrate deeply, they were still far deeper than what other practitioners of the same realm could perceive. Additionally, there were some threads forming a net around Jiang Xuan. This was clearly a self-defense mechanism of his consciousness. Any sudden movement or attack would first have to encounter the web of consciousness, which would alert Jiang Xuan. Leaving aside other aspects, just in terms of the ability to foresee danger, the 1,000-thread secret technique is terrifying. Why has Sister Qinghong come so early? Jiang Xuan sensed someone approaching and opened his eyes. He had been in seclusion, now only eating 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. And it was now noon. Generally, Jiang Qinghong would come to bring him food after 1.5 hours, but today she inexplicably came at midday. Jiang Qinghong was running over. Little Xian, the hunter team's leopard, Uncle Leopard, he's back. Jiang Qinghong exclaimed. Uncle Leopard? Jiang Xuan stood up suddenly. He certainly knew who Jiang Qinghong was referring to, the hunter team's Uncle Leopard, whose real name is Jiang Bao, a clan-innate warrior who had fled the Jiang clan over a year ago due to fear of battle and had been missing. Where is he? Jiang Xuan asked. He's at Grandma Jinhua's place. The others have already gone over, and Grandma Jinhua asked me to inform you to go over, Jiang Qinghong said. Moments later, in a courtyard of the Jiang clan's earthen city, the few remaining innate female warriors of the clan had all come, along with the current patrol team, hunting team, medicinal garden, planting garden, and various caravan managers from the mines, all of whom were women, mostly in their 30s or 40s. Uncle Bao is back. It's good that he's back. Uncle Bao, you've lost weight. It's good just to be back. No longer is it just little Xian alone. The women who were familiar with Jiang Bao were chatting with him. For this clan member who had once fled, most of the women remained silent, while a few casually greeted him without any blame. In fact, it's hard to really blame anyone in this situation, because the life and death battle had long formed a situation where one side was doomed to die. Jiang Bao was not the only man to escape from the Jiang clan. Many fleeing innate warriors took their families with them, escaping with their wives and daughters. They themselves were not afraid of death. Some even settled their daughters outside before returning to the clan to fight in the arena. Therefore, although Jiang Bao had been gone for more than a year, he still managed to return before the life and death battle ended. Once he showed up, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave again. He would have to enter the arena next month, which made him admirable and even tragic. In the crowd, an old woman dressed in animal skin armor and carrying a knife was surrounded by several innate female warriors by her side. She had a serious expression and was in good spirits. Although she was over 60, she stood tall and had an extraordinary demeanor. She was the actual leader of the entire Jiang clan, Grandma Jinhua. Her husband was the third elder of the Jiang clan, who had already died in the arena. Upon Jiang Bao's return, there was no joy on Grandma Jinhua's face. Jiang Xuan and Jiang Qinghong entered the courtyard together, their footsteps attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Xian. Jiang Bao approached Jiang Xuan and, before Jiang Xuan could speak, gave him a bear hug, patting his back vigorously. After stepping back to size him up, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it's been more than a year, and you've grown taller, looking like a man. You're more and more like your father. Jiang Bao's enthusiasm made Jiang Xuan feel somewhat uncomfortable. They weren't that familiar. Before the life and death battle, there were nearly 2,000 direct descendants in the Jiang clan, and before dispersing the servants, there were also over 1,000 people arranged in the clan city, which was a trade hub in this land. The permanent population was actually around 4,000 to 5,000. So even among clan members, the differences in closeness and distance were significant. Jiang Bao, you cannot be disrespectful to the clan leader. You haven't paid your respects to the clan leader yet, have you? Grandma Jinhua suddenly spoke, her tone very serious. This made Jiang Bao, who was warmly hugging Jiang Xuan, feel embarrassed. Although he was angry in his heart, he didn't dare to show it and quickly let go, stepping back 2 paces to kneel on one knee, saying, Jiang Bao pays respects to the clan leader. Uncle Bao, please rise. Jiang Xuan stepped forward to help Jiang Bao up. Alas, Jiang Bao sighed as he stood up, his face showing a look of shame. I am a coward. At that time, I was timid. I didn't dare to go up to the arena, only wanting to survive, so I fled. I am not a man. I do not deserve the title of a warrior of the clan. It's good that you are back, Jiang Xuan said. He just talking official terms. Because they weren't close, Jiang Bao's return wouldn't move him, nor would he look down on him. After all, Jiang Xuan himself had once thought of running away with his mother. Jiang Bao. Grandma Jinhua suddenly shouted, why did you come back? I, Jiang Bao, turned around to look at Grandma Jinhua. During the more than a year of fleeing, I couldn't sleep peacefully day and night. Every time I heard that warriors from the clan died in battle, I felt guilty. A few days ago, I heard about Xiao Xian's deeds. I couldn't bear it any longer. A 15-year-old child can stand on the arena and fight to the death for the clan. How can I, a grown man, only seek to survive? So I'm back. I want to make up for my past mistakes. Even if I die, I want to die in the arena. The men of the Jiang Clan can only stand and die, not kneel and live. These words were sincere and passionate, and he shouted the last part with great fervor. Ah Bao is admirable. He is a true warrior. Why bother? Why bother? It's all coming to an end. Some soft-hearted women from the clan were already on the verge of tears. Well then, Grandma Jinhua still had a blank expression. For the first battle next month. You will fight. I'll come. I'll come. Jiang Bao readily agreed. After some small talk and idle chatter, Jiang Bao decided to go back to his old house to take a look. Grandma Jinhua dismissed everyone, telling them to go about their business. Jiang Xuan also wanted to leave to practice in the back mountain, but Grandma Jinhua called him back, a loving look on her face. Xiao Xian, don't leave yet. Grandma made glutinous rice cakes. Here, take them to eat while you practice. Moments later, in the room, there were only the two of them. Xiao Xian, be careful of Jiang Bao, Grandma Jinhua said seriously. Be careful of him? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Grandma's meaning was clear. A man who had fled for more than a year suddenly returned to seek death. This was rare, but not incomprehensible. Grandma Jinhua continued. But he can command respect from you. I don't understand. He is older than you and at a higher level. Originally, you were the last man in the clan. But now that he has returned, you are no longer that. When I asked him why he came back, his answer was too good, too perfect. Perhaps he was genuinely moved, but in my impression, he is not someone who can speak so well. In short, something is off. Jiang Xuan understood that Grandma Jinhua was merely suspicious. Since she was suspicious of him, why not be straightforward? He made a gesture. We can detain him and lock him up. Cannot do. Grandma Jinhua shook her head. Your prestige is not enough. And he is also a man who is stronger than you. You just saw how the women of the clan treat him. They were all supportive. You saved the clan before. So now you are the clan leader, and no one dares to oppose you. But if Jiang Bao just returned and you had him arrested, he is an innate warrior. And this could directly cause a split in the clan. Your mother is not here, and those innate female warriors may not all support you. Jiang Xuan listened, deep in thought. Come to think of it, he had no experience in managing the clan. However, he understood the significance of men to the clan. The life and death battle only allowed men to participate. It determined that men would always be the first in the survival of the clan. This had been the case for thousands of years. Some concepts had already seeped into their bones. Although Jiang Bao had left, he hadn't done anything harmful to the clan. His previous departure was acceptable, so his return would quickly grant him a high status. Especially since the clan genuinely lacked men. Grandma Jinhua was highly respected. However, compared to Jiang Bao, if it weren't for Jiang Bao's stain of having fled, he would soon be able to command the entire clan, and Grandma Jinhua would have to step back. Be careful. As long as you don't spend time alone with Jiang Bao, it should be fine. Grandma Jinhua said to Jiang Xuan. I will arrange for someone to keep an eye on Jiang Bao. I understand, Jiang Xuan nodded. Back at the communication stone in the back mountain, Jiang Xuan began practicing with his knife. An hour later, Jiang Qinghong came to bring him food. While having dinner with Jiang Xuan, Jiang Qinghong mentioned that Jiang Bao had asked her, Xiao Xian, Uncle Bao asked me to tell you that he wants to have dinner and drink with you tonight. He also wants to invite a few more people for a good gathering. It seems he has also invited Grandma Jinhua. All invited? Jiang Xuan looked at Jiang Qinghong, pausing before saying, we'll talk about it tonight. If I don't go, I'll tell Sister Huanju. Okay, Jiang Qinghong nodded, suddenly reaching out to touch the corner of Jiang Xuan's mouth, where a grain of rice had stuck. She even showed it to Jiang Xuan, making him realize what she had done. Just as he wanted to brush it off, Jiang Xuan lowered his head and ate the grain of rice from Jiang Qinghong's fingertip. Don't waste it, Jiang Xuan said, taking a bite of the beast leg. Yeah, don't waste it, Jiang Qinghong echoed, acting as if nothing had happened. After finishing the meal, Jiang Qinghong tidied up the lunchbox and left. Jiang Xuan continued to practice with his knife. Not long after, the communication stone suddenly emitted a mysterious voice. Little guy, have you mastered the 1,000-thread secret technique? Yes. Jiang Xuan stopped and said, thank you, senior, for the teachings. This 1,000-thread secret technique is indeed power. There is a tribe member named Jiang Bao. More than a year ago, Jiang Xuan mentioned it. I remember that day you told me he escaped from the tribe, right? The ethereal voice interrupted. Yes, senior, your memory is really good. Jiang Xuan continued. And then he returned today, saying. Jiang Xuan began to recount the situation in full, including Granny Jean Hua's suspicions about Jiang Bao and the dinner invitation from Jiang Bao at night. So I'm not very sure about Jiang Bao's intentions, Jiang Xuan concluded. He wants to kill you, the ethereal voice said directly. Huh. Jiang Xuan was taken aback. He must have been bribed by the Shentu tribe. Jiang Xuan looked a bit confused. You don't believe it? The ethereal voice asked. It's not that I don't believe it, it's just senior. How do you know? So certain. Did you deduce it? Jiang Xuan asked. If you see this kind of thing often, you will easily spot his flaws. From the first moment he saw you, he was trying to gain your trust and wanted to get rid of his own suspicion. For him, coming back is like seeking death. There are people who go to their deaths calmly, but he is obviously not one of them. He is acting very anxious, hastily inviting you, yet he doesn't dare to meet you alone, fearing you might get suspicious. I estimate he will meet you alone by tomorrow morning at the latest. To ambush you, do you understand? The ethereal voice explained. Understand? How could I possibly understand? Jiang Xuan felt that what the senior said was too ambiguous. How could he draw such a conclusion? Senior, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? You're so strong. Do you have some secret method for deducing heavenly secrets? Did you directly deduce that he wants to harm me? Although this kind of method is quite absurd and shouldn't exist, but senior, you yourself are also unfathomable, Jiang Xuan inquired. How could such a method exist? The ethereal voice denied. But whether it was just a feeling or not, Jiang Xuan vaguely sensed that the other party's words were not entirely true. He couldn't determine how the senior knew that Jiang Bao wanted to kill him, but he believed that since the senior dared to say it, it should be correct. Senior, what do you think I should do? Jiang Xuan humbly asked for advice, as he knew that being able to learn how to deal with various situations from the senior was his luck. What realm is Jiang Bao in? The ethereal voice asked. Early innate stage. He probably hasn't reached the mid-innate stage yet, Jiang Xuan replied. Then he can't beat you. The ethereal voice continued. Before you practiced the breathing method, although you were half a step into the innate stage, the black mysterious art is strong. And you already had the strength to fight against someone in the early innate stage. And you have recently practiced the Rui breathing method and started training in the 9th form of chasing windblade. Even with secret techniques like 1,000-thread secret art, you could still fight against someone in the mid-innate stage, a mere Jiang Bao. Killing him is like lifting a finger. So Jiang Xuan hesitated and said, should I go kill him now? Directly kill him? No. The ethereal voice said, didn't he invite you and everyone to dinner? And Granny Jean Hua from your tribe said your prestige is not enough. So you should kill him at night. Kill him in public. The more people see it, the better. Expose him. Kill him grandly. Establish your authority. Do you understand? I understand. Jiang Xuan nodded in comprehension. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Chapter 18. The dinner's killing intent. A bow. Come on, sister-in-law raises a glass to you. Come, drink. I didn't expect Xiao Xian's alcohol tolerance to be so good. Xiao Xian is also happy today. After all, he is no longer alone, although next month. But anyway, it's a joyous occasion that warriors have returned to our Jiang tribe. Once the news spreads, maybe even more warriors will come back. Let us all drink. The dinner organized by Jiang Bao was set in the small square in front of the Jiang tribe's ancestral hall, with 5 tables set up. Almost all the various levels of management from the Jiang tribe were present, including Granny Jean Hua. Although the men of the Jiang tribe had nearly all died out in the past 3 years, and their financial strength was not what it used to be, they still had some resources. At least there was no problem with food and drink, besides the Jiang tribe's own mines and merchant caravans. The 47 tribes that had been loyal to the Jiang tribe for generations also contributed to the tribe every 6 months. Halfway through the dinner, under the bright moon and sparse stars, Xiao Xian, "Uncle, let me raise a glass to you again." Jiang Bao came over, putting his arm around Jiang Xian's shoulder, shaking his wine glass. "Come on, drink." Jiang Xian didn't refuse, clinking glasses and downing it in one go. Granny Jinhua, sitting at the same table, couldn't help but frown, her gaze wandering between Jiang Xian and Jiang Bao. She felt Jiang Bao was suspicious but didn't have absolute certainty. Just had to be cautious. Now that Jiang Xian had drunk too much and was sitting so close to Jiang Bao, if Jiang Bao suddenly attacked Jiang Xian, no one would be able to stop it. "Xiao Xian, you're drunk," Granny Jinhua reminded, giving a knowing glance to Jiang Qinghong, who was sitting next to Jiang Xian. "Xiao Xian, stop drinking." Jiang Qinghong pulled Jiang Xian's arm. "You haven't eaten much tonight. No matter how happy you are, you can't do this. Don't delay your training for tomorrow." Jiang Xian was ungrateful and shook off Jiang Qinghong's hand. "You should mind your own business." Jiang Xian seemed to be really drunk. Jiang Qinghong's expression changed instantly, her brows furrowing in anger. Where did that little brother of Xian go? He had only been the tribe leader for a few days, and he was already like this after drinking. What will happen in the future? He's just a drunkard. Jiang Bao watched everything with disdain, feeling a sense of superiority over Jiang Xian. A man with poor drinking etiquette is hard to respect. Jiang Qinghong ignored Jiang Xian. Sulking a bit, Jiang Bao walked away, going to toast Granny Jinhua and a few innate female warriors. Jiang Xian turned back to look at Jiang Qinghong, who was still pulling on Jiang Qinghong's hand under the table, drunkenly asking, "Sister Qinghong, what's wrong? Who made you angry?" "Dog." Jiang Qinghong replied irritably. "Who?" Jiang Xian pretended not to understand, gazing at Jiang Qinghong's stunning side profile. Suddenly, he pulled her hand and kissed it with a TSK. Many people saw it, and they were all women. Oh, how did Xiao Xian kiss Qinghong's hand? Is Qinghong going to be the tribe leader's wife? He really kissed her. Xiao Xian has really grown up. The sisters, aunts, and cousins at the same table cheered, causing Jiang Qinghong's face to flush a bit more, her anger growing. She wasn't mad about Jiang Xian suddenly kissing her hand, but rather that he was drunk and did it in public. They say that a person's true nature is revealed when drunk, and she didn't want Jiang Xian to be the type who couldn't control himself when drinking. Jiang Qinghong began to ignore Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian seemed to really be drunk, joking with other sisters at the table, which only made Jiang Qinghong angrier. Unknowingly, the meal came to an end. "Bao, Uncle Bao, let us talk alone. I have something to tell you." Jiang Xian stood up, waving to Jiang Bao. "Come, let us go over there." Jiang Bao was momentarily taken aback, but internally he was overjoyed. He originally wanted to quickly build trust and meet Jiang Xian alone in the back mountain tomorrow to find an opportunity to ambush him. But he didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. Jiang Xian actually wanted to talk to him alone, especially a drunk Jiang Xian. "Isn't that as easy as killing a chicken? Heaven is helping me." Jiang Bao felt extremely lucky. "Since I returned, Aunt Jinhua has been wary of me. And even Jiang Qinghong knows how important Jiang Xian is, fearing something might go wrong. I didn't expect Jiang Xian to be so foolish. You deserve to die." Laughing drunkenly, Jiang Bao again put his arm around Jiang Xian's shoulder. "Uncle Bao, let us go?" "Okay, let us go. You all, sit down, don't follow me." "I said so." Two innate female warriors, under Granny Jinhua's instruction, had already stood up, but were ordered by Jiang Xian to sit back down. Looking at each other, uncertain. "Sister Qinghong." Jiang Xian turned around again, teasingly poking Jiang Qinghong's palm, drunkenly laughing. "Are you leaving?" It seemed he was just teasing Jiang Qinghong before leaving. Jiang Qinghong's expression slightly changed, as if Jiang Xian's actions made her uncomfortable. "Leaving? Go." The two men of the Jiang Clan, both drunk, were arm in arm as they walked out of the square, quickly disappearing from sight. Jiang Qinghong watched them, suddenly recoiling her hand, turning back, and cautiously glancing at the note in her palm, which Jiang Xian had pretended to give her as a tease before leaving. After opening the note and glancing at it a few times, Jiang Qinghong's face changed dramatically, and she suddenly stood up. "Grandma Jinhua, look." She hurriedly ran to Grandma Jinhua's side, handing her the note. Grandma Jinhua looked at the note and stood up, her emotions suddenly agitated. "This kid, how can he be so reckless? If there's a mishap, we're all done for." Several tables of people who were eating and drinking noisily suddenly fell silent and looked at Grandma Jinhua. Xiao Xian suspects that Jiang Bao has been bought off by the Shentu Clan and has returned to assassinate him. Grandma Jinhua waved the note in her hand. This. No way. A middle-aged female warrior from the hunting team spoke up. Jiang Bao has a deep blood feud with the Shentu Clan. His two older brothers and his nephew all died at their hands. Although he lost his courage back then, I don't believe he would betray us like Wu Jiang Jingsheng. Many people around nodded in agreement. It's true. He's suddenly returning is indeed suspicious. The patrol team leader, a mid-stage innate female warrior named Jiang Xuan, said, I'm 10 years older than a Bao. I watched him grow up. I've never seen him show extraordinary courage. He said he was preparing to fight to the death in the arena upon returning, which is no different from seeking death. I don't believe he has that kind of guts. People can change. A Bao has been gone for more than a year. Who knows what he's been through? Another innate female warrior held a contrary opinion. We can't just say he's a traitor without evidence. Someone pointed out at a critical moment. Enough. Grandma Jinhua interrupted the debate. Xiao Xian knows you won't be sure, so he decided to take the risk himself. He is already left alone with Jiang Bao. Jiang Bao has been an innate warrior for many years. He is not someone Xiao Xian can compare to. If Jiang Bao is an assassin, he will definitely not let this opportunity slip to kill Xiao Xian. What? How could Xiao Xian? The crowd suddenly stood up. Whether they suspected Jiang Bao or opposed the idea, everyone was anxious. Jiang Xian was risking his life to test this. Even if he had prepared in advance, one misstep could be fatal. For the entire Jiang clan, it would be catastrophic. Grab your weapons and follow me. Grandma Jinhua commanded. Bao, Uncle Bao, let me tell you. Jiang Xian and Jiang Bao rambled on, discussing clan matters, their pressures, and their hatred for the Shentu clan, swaying as they walked, occasionally hiccuping from the alcohol. Jiang Bao and Jiang Xian were in a similar state, keeping their arms around each other, walking aimlessly. Wherever they ended up was where they ended up. Unconsciously, they passed through the forest on one side of the square, climbed up the hillside near the back mountain, and wound their way along a narrow path, eventually reaching a cliff. This was a famous scenic spot within the Jiang clan's earthen city, known as Eagle Beak Cliff, because from a distance, the cliff protruded outward, and the bottom was curved. Standing at the edge of this precipice, one could overlook most of the clan's earthen city, making it indeed a suitable place for a private conversation. What a place to come to Eagle Beak Cliff. You're just asking for death. Jiang Bao was nearly laughing himself crazy. He released Jiang Xian, no longer keeping his arm around him, and pushed him to the side while resting his hand on the hilt of his knife. Jiang Xian was still gazing down at the vast earthen city, mumbling drunkenly. Wait, how can it be this easy? It's as if this was prepared specifically for me. Just as Jiang Bao quietly pulled his knife out an inch, he suddenly stopped. Filled with suspicion. It was indeed too smooth. It made him a bit hesitant to believe it. But soon, he overturned all his doubts. He couldn't think of a reason why Jiang Xian would survive. A mere half-step innate warrior, if he were truly testing me this way. Wouldn't that be akin to seeking death? Grandma Jinhua and the others would never agree to this plan. It was too dangerous for Jiang Xian. I must be overthinking this. This kid is just foolish. He's foolish to the point of being ridiculous. Jiang Bao thought Jiang Xian was being foolish because Jiang Xian suddenly became impassioned. This is my clan. I am the clan king. Jiang Xian clenched his fists and waved his arms, shouting drunkenly. In that moment, Jiang Bao's gaze became sharp. Long knife out. Jiang Bao turned into a shadow, lunging at Jiang Xian, the distance between them less than a yard. For an innate warrior, closing that distance was instantaneous. And the blade sliced through Jiang Xian's body. Got it. So easy, huh? I am now an elder of the Shentu clan. Jiang Bao rejoiced. Chapter 19. The clan leader's order. Jiang Bao's joy was fleeting because he realized that what he struck was merely an afterimage. Jiang Bao, being an innate warrior, reacted quickly. The momentum of his knife changed, chasing after the direction of the afterimage with even greater speed. With a clang, weapons clashed. Jiang Xian and Jiang Bao clashed in a knife fight, using the force to retreat explosively. This jump was several yards. Jiang Bao was at the edge of the cliff, while Jiang Xian was closer to the narrow path. I thought you could hold back. I overestimated you. Jiang Xian landed and looked at Jiang Bao, no longer appearing drunk. You were pretending to be drunk. Jiang Bao's face turned fierce. Good kid. I underestimated you. But you overlooked one thing. You shouldn't have come to such a remote place to bait me. He was eager to kill Jiang Xian. Jiang Bao, don't you dare resist. A sharp shout came from behind Jiang Xian, and a group of people rushed out from the forest on both sides of the narrow path behind him. It was the clan members who had eaten together earlier, more than 20 of them leaping to Jiang Xuan's side, with Grandma Jinhua, over 60, brandishing a knife and glaring at Jiang Bao. The clan members behind also lit several torches. Jiang Bao, you heartless traitor. You actually defected. You deserve to die. I'll chop down this beast right now. The crowd was incensed, and patrol team leader Jiang Xuan wanted to step forward and directly slay Jiang Bao. Jiang Bao was stunned and anxious. He took a step back, but there was no further retreat. He was already at the edge of the cliff, a height of over 20 yards. Even if he was an innate warrior, jumping down would likely mean a direct fatal fall. Eagle Beak Cliff had a unique structure, making it impossible to gain leverage from the cliff wall. The only way to escape the cliff was blocked by more than 20 people, a dead end. Moreover, there was absolutely no possibility of killing his way out. The Blood Fury pill would be useless, even if his strength increased several times in a short period. He would still struggle against a true mid-stage innate warrior. Not to mention that there were the tribal women in the Back Sky realm directly shouted to kill Jiang Bao. They didn't have the strength to kill him, and even if they teamed up, it would be difficult. However, the few innate female warriors present could easily kill Jiang Bao. There was no trust in Jiang Bao. At this moment, Jiang Xuan's heart stirred, as he had originally wanted to kill Jiang Bao himself. He stepped forward and said, "You don't accept? Then you can challenge me." "Why sneak attack? Challenge." Jiang Bao was stunned. Granny Jinhua, Jiang Qinghong, and others were also taken aback, looking at Jiang Xuan in confusion. If Jiang Bao had said this, it would have been a delusional survival tactic, and Jiang Xuan could have simply refused. But Jiang Xuan actually took the initiative to say that Jiang Bao could challenge him? Well said. I was confused earlier. Jiang Xuan, I now challenge you. Let's fight one-on-one to determine the winner, and the winner will be the tribe leader. Do you dare to accept? Jiang Bao pointed his knife at Jiang Xuan, feeling extremely excited inside. If Jiang Xuan agreed, he would have the chance to take Jiang Xuan hostage and escape. I know, you might have some hidden tricks, but a half-step innate is still just a half-step innate. You don't have an innate body. Your body is weak. Do you really think you can defeat a true innate? If you had that ability, even the gods and demons would come to take you as a disciple. You just got lucky and killed the severely injured Shentu Clan, and you really think you're invincible? Haha. This is why I want to take action against you directly, because I know that if I challenge you, you wouldn't dare to accept. You're just a coward who gets hot-headed. Afraid that Jiang Xuan wouldn't dare to agree, Jiang Bao started to provoke him verbally. Noisy, dreaming. Granny Jinhua shook her head and sighed. She was very decisive and didn't want to listen to Jiang Bao's nonsense anymore. She raised her hand and ordered, "Soon, you all go up and kill him." Yes, a few innate female warriors were about to move. Stop. Jiang Xuan raised his right hand, which was wearing a black jade ring, and then looked at Jiang Bao and said, "As you wish. I will fight you one-on-one, to determine the winner, to decide life and death." Xiao Xian. Everyone suddenly turned to look at Jiang Xuan, with disbelief on their faces. "I now command you all in my capacity as the current tribe leader of the Jiang Clan to observe the battle from the sidelines. Those who disobey will face the tribe's regulations." Jiang Xuan raised his hand, his attitude very serious. Establishing authority. Demonstrating powerful strength can establish authority. But to truly build credibility and make the tribesmen obey one's orders, it is not enough to rely solely on strength. One must also tame them. Granny Jinhua was not the strongest in the tribe now, but she was the actual highest manager. Before Jiang Hanfeng went missing, he was recognized as the strongest in the Jiang Clan, even the strongest innate in Heightened Mountain. Yet he was only the deputy leader, not the tribe leader. Prestige and winning people's hearts are very important. Previously, Granny Jinhua mentioned that Jiang Xuan's prestige in the tribe was insufficient, which served as a reminder for him. If an innate early-stage Jiang Bao returned, Granny Jinhua would have doubts and wouldn't dare to directly capture him. What if even stronger male tribesmen returned? Jiang Xuan knew he had acted as a hero once, accumulating considerable prestige, but he was still too young and had too shallow experience. The tribesmen praising him did not mean they would obey his orders. For this reason, Jiang Xuan needed to take action, starting with a firm command to them. More than 20 people suddenly froze. Retreat? Let Jiang Xuan gamble with his life? Not retreating? Defying the tribe's rules and not recognizing this tribe leader? They were in a dilemma, not daring to make a decision, all glancing at Granny Jinhua. Granny Jinhua frowned slightly. Everyone present were various levels of management personnel in the Jiang Clan. Granny Jinhua knew that if she opposed Jiang Xuan this time, then Jiang Xuan would truly have the title without the power, and it would make the rules of the Jiang clan a joke, potentially leading to some extreme consequences. She thought that Jiang Bao should not dare to kill Jiang Xuan, otherwise, he would definitely die. Listen to the tribe leader's orders, retreat. Granny Jinhua said loudly. Although everyone hesitated, they still retreated a distance, leaving enough space for Jiang Xuan and Jiang Bao to fight. After everyone stopped, Granny Jinhua quietly instructed the people beside her. Suiyun, stay alert. Once something goes wrong, act immediately. Third aunt, why don't you understand Jiang Xuan? She was already tense, afraid that Jiang Xuan might have an accident. Xiao Xian was only half-step innate. Although Jiang Bao's previous taunts were unpleasant, they were not without reason. A half-step innate could not possibly defeat a true innate. And as far as I know, Jiang Bao had closed himself off and successfully mastered the 6th style of the chasing wind knife over a year ago. He mastered the 6th style? The 6th style, shadow transformation, was a very strong killing move. Soon, you only mastered the 6th style as well. You are one level higher than Jiang Bao. Yes, right now, in our Jiang clan, those who practice our clan's knife technique have only mastered the 6th style at most. Even those who reach the late innate stage, or even perfection, rarely mastered the 7th style, let alone the 8th style, which only Han Feng has mastered. And now they are either missing or dead. Jiang Ziyun's expression fell for a moment. Once the shadow transformation is unleashed, there is no return. How could Xiao Xian possibly withstand it? Jiang Qinghong, who was behind, was very anxious. Everyone did not understand why Granny Jinhua ordered everyone to follow the command. Jiang Bao doesn't dare to kill Xiao Xian. He won't use the complete 6th style, so don't worry. Granny Jinhua simply said. If Xiao Xian shows any signs of being unable to hold on, act immediately. Jiang Bao looked at Jiang Xian walking towards him and even thought he was dreaming. Could there really be such a foolish and impulsive person? Before he could mock Jiang Xian for being foolish, Jiang Bao grinned maliciously. Good boy. Since you really dare to accept, then I won't bully you. I'll just stand here. You make the first move. Come on. Chapter 20. Shocking kill. Granny Jinhua and the others found it hard to understand why Jiang Xian would do this. Such a challenge was foolish, knowing it was wrong. They still couldn't stop him. Everyone speculated that Jiang Xian wanted to test how far he was from a true innate. This kind of gap could only be measured in a life-and-death battle. As long as Jiang Xian paid attention to the distance in the fight and didn't stray too far from everyone, he should be safe. Xiao Xian, be careful of tricks. Don't rush in. Granny Jinhua reminded loudly. After drinking so much, be careful. Don't get too close to the cliff. Xiao Xian, as long as you can last through 30 moves, that would be remarkable. Also, be careful of Jiang Bao using the shadow transformation. You can't withstand it. Jiang Ziyun reminded loudly. The innate early stage is definitely stronger than a half-step innate. The latter cannot win. However, the strength gap between the two is not so large that a few moves would make a difference, which gives the innate female warriors present a chance to save him at a critical moment. Before the life-and-death battle next month, being able to have such a life-and-death struggle, although he might lose, would be greatly beneficial for growth, and it might not be a bad thing. Stop being so wishy-washy. Just take action. Jiang Bao provoked Jiang Xian. So eager to be reborn? Jiang Xian stared at Jiang Bao, starting to move, his wrist flipping and instinctively twirling the knife. The knives used by both Jiang Xian and Jiang Bao were of the same size and weight, passed down through generations of the Jiang clan. And since they both practiced the chasing wind knife, the knife was 4 feet long, 2 fingers wide, and slightly curved. Because Jiang Xian was not charging directly, but was stepping around to find angles and opportunities, Jiang Bao had to move as well and began to pace while keeping his eyes on Jiang Xian, even retorting, sharp-tongued. You mastered the 6th style, shadow transformation? Jiang Xian asked casually, paying attention to Jiang Bao's posture and steps. I mastered it early last year. It boosted my overall strength by several times, Jiang Bao said, his face showing pride. The 6th style is very difficult to master. Once, when the Jiang clan was strong and the innate warriors were still alive, most of the early innate warriors could not master the 6th style. Only a few gifted individuals could achieve it in their early innate stage, while most who could master it had to reach the mid-innate stage, and some would never succeed in their lifetime. Jiang Bao had exceptional talent. It could even be said that he was outstanding among his peers. After all, he was only 30 this year, and if nothing unexpected happened, by the time he reached 50 or 60, it was possible for him to cultivate to the late innate stage or even perfection. If he could live to see that day, the shadow transformation technique was indeed powerful. In the Jiang Clan, only my father had mastered the 8th style in a century. Others, no matter how talented, had only managed to reach the 7th style. You have mastered the 6th style in the early innate stage. You completely have the chance to reach the 7th style in the future, which counts as a genius. Jiang Xuan generously praised him. All the words he said before the fight were merely to mess with the opponent's mindset and make them underestimate him. Huh, are you scared? Jiang Bao sneered. Don't worry. I won't even need to use the shadow transformation technique to kill someone like you. Within 10 moves, I will definitely take you down. Bring it on. Jiang Xuan's expression was calm, showing no signs of tension for a life-and-death battle. Click. Jiang Bao stepped on a small stone while moving, and the crisp sound seemed to signal the start of their attack. At that moment, both moved simultaneously. Jiang Bao, like a leopard, pounced fiercely, while Jiang Xuan did not back down, charging forward with his knife raised as if delivering a fatal blow, shocking Grandma Jean and the others. Jiang Xuan was being too reckless. Starting off with such intensity would make it hard to retreat. The gap in their realms might cause Jiang Xuan to be unable to withstand even a few moves from Jiang Bao. Xiao Xian, it's too late for you to be reminded. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed together, with Jiang Bao displaying a cruel expression, aiming to sever Jiang Xuan's arm with a single slash and then capture him. This way, by incapacitating Jiang Xuan, he could use his life to escape. Even if the assassination failed, the rewards from the Shentu tribe would still be guaranteed. Clang. A violent shockwave. Clang. 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 Jiang Xuan blocked Jiang Bao's 10 or more strikes in succession. Each strike was precise. How could this be? Jiang Bao was greatly shocked. Clearly, he had a higher realm, and his speed was also superior. Yet, in close combat, Jiang Xuan, without the enhancement of innate body, was able to match him in power solely relying on his innate spiritual energy. Jiang Bao tried to use his body to attack Jiang Xuan from more cunning angles. Jiang Xuan's body was not as agile as his, and some movements were not as powerful, but his reaction speed completely surpassed Jiang Bao's, allowing him to block every single strike. Could it be that he was using some reckless technique? Like killing a Shentu warrior, madly drawing upon his innate spiritual energy? Jiang Bao speculated, then mocked, huh? How many more moves can you pull off playing like this? Saying this, Jiang Bao changed his knife technique, becoming even more ferocious. Pressing Jiang Xuan, Jiang Qinghong, Grandma Jean, Jiang Xiun, and the others all watched nervously, fearing that Jiang Xuan might accidentally spit out blood from overexertion. Several innate female warriors were also ready to intervene at any moment. But after 30 moves, then 50, then 100, 200, and 500 moves passed, Jiang Xuan not only did not spit blood, nor did his meridians explode. Instead, he became more vigorous. In fact, he even began to mimic Jiang Bao's knife techniques. Jiang Bao primarily used the 5th and 6th styles of the wind chase knife, and Jiang Xuan learned from him. Below the cliff, in the tribal Earth City. Hurry, go to Eagle Beak Cliff. Several patrol teams were rushing up the hillside path. In the night, many tribespeople climbed onto rooftops, gazing up at Eagle Beak Cliff. While the patrolling black armored guards noticed the situation but merely observed without intervening. The Jiang Clan's internal strife would not concern the black armored guards even if everyone died. In a refined courtyard near the center of the Earth City, an old man with a goat beard and Inspector Lei Hong stood side by side on the rooftop, watching Eagle Beak Cliff. Due to the angle, when Jiang Xuan and Jiang Bao fought and moved away from the cliff's edge, the people below could not see them. However, this was not frequent. Most of the time, as long as one stood on the rooftop, they could see the two exchange blows. But for Lei Hong and the old man with the goat beard, it didn't matter whether they could see or not. Both were powerful beings beyond the innate realm, and Lei Hong, being at the pinnacle of the calamity realm, could perceive the situation clearly. The battle between Jiang Xuan and Jiang Bao on the cliff stirred everyone. No wonder you paid attention to him. He indeed has some skill. The old man with the goat beard stroked his beard, but neither side has the upper hand now. The older one hasn't used his full strength. Once he unleashes his killing move, that kid won't be able to withstand it. Half-step innate is ultimately no match for a true innate opponent. Being able to fight for so long is already remarkable, Lei Hong said lightly. So what if it's long? The old man with the goat beard replied. No matter how strong a half-step innate is, It all relies on innate spiritual energy for support. Their stamina is far inferior to that of a true innate. After fighting for so long, that kid Jiang Xuan must be close to exhaustion. I never said he could win, Lei Hong replied, not wanting to argue with the old man about this. You actually used me to practice your knife skills. Jiang Bao suddenly shouted, realizing that Jiang Xuan's speed of improvement was astonishing. At first, Jiang Xuan's imitation of his moves was not quite right. He was just fast and fierce. But after exchanging thousands of strikes, Jiang Bao felt that Jiang Xuan had started to execute some of the fragmented moves of the 5th and 6th styles quite convincingly. He didn't take him seriously. Moreover, Jiang Xuan was becoming more and more ferocious, pushing Jiang Bao to his limits. He no longer wanted to kill Jiang Xuan. If Jiang Xuan died, he wouldn't escape either. Capturing him was the right path. But now, if he didn't unleash a killing move, he might be the first to collapse. Die! Jiang Bao erupted. His knife light transforming into hundreds of knife shadows, real and fake, changing in the blink of an eye. Grandma Jin's startled shout rang out at that moment, and Jiang Xuan and several innate female warriors rushed toward the cliff's edge, not expecting that Jiang Bao would mercilessly unleash the 6th style, shadow transformation, against Jiang Xuan. There was no time. I'll drag you down with me. The emotions of being toyed with, humiliated, and trapped in a desperate situation intertwined. And at that moment, Jiang Bao was driven mad. Just as the knife light was about to strike down but had not yet descended, Jiang Xuan vanished from Jiang Bao's line of sight. A strong wind swept over the cliff, and Jiang Xuan, like a ghost, moved from Jiang Bao's left side to his right. Jiang Bao's body first stiffened. The wind continued to blow, taking his head with it, the cut on his neck extremely neat and smooth, blood gushing like a fountain. Just like that, Jiang Xuan displayed the demeanor of a master. Killing him so easily, Jiang Xuan had long been able to take him down in an instant. Jiang Bao had never put any pressure on Jiang Xuan from the beginning, allowing Jiang Xuan to smoothly execute even the 9th style he had only grasped superficially. Even amidst the fierce battle, they couldn't tell what kind of technique Jiang Xuan was using. No one from the Jiang Clan had successfully mastered the 9th style in nearly 100 years. And what Jiang Xuan displayed was just a superficial understanding compared to the real 9th style. It was too different from what was described in the clan's secret manual. So no one could determine what Jiang Xuan was using. But they all understood what it meant for Jiang Xuan to have killed Jiang Bao. He killed Jiang Bao, a half-step innate, defeating a true innate. And it was Jiang Bao who had mastered the 6th style. Jiang Bao had been in the innate realm for many years. And after mastering the 6th style, he was already at the top among early innate practitioners. With such strength, it was difficult for an ordinary early innate to battle him for over 100 moves. Yet little Xian actually killed him. Moreover, that final move was executed so effortlessly. Do you remember? Before Jiang Bao died, he said that little Xian used his knife. He didn't even regard him highly. With such talent, such terrifying killing ability. If little Xian were to become a true innate, how powerful would he be? He is only 15 years old. He is only 15 years old. Everyone was very excited. The impact of Jiang Xuan suddenly killing Jiang Bao even made them temporarily forget that Jiang Xuan was going to the arena to face death next month. Completely immersed in the surprise brought by Jiang Xuan's extraordinary strength and terrifying talent. This included the clansmen standing on the rooftops in the Earth City, who could hardly believe what they were seeing. It was too crazy. Was there someone hidden from view who made a move? How could he suddenly flash? And then Jiang Bao's head just fell? The clan leader. He can kill the innate. Jiang Xuan, the #1 genius of the Jiang Clan in 100 years. He is truly deserving of it. A fervent emotion quickly spread throughout the Jiang Clan's Earth City. Jiang Xuan followed the advice of the elder from the strange stone. And every step he took, including deliberately killing 1,000 moves first to attract the attention of everyone in the Earth City, was all to establish his authority. He did it. He shocked everyone. He saw the fervor in their eyes. Not good. Jiang Bao is dead. What to do? In a courtyard in the southwest of Earth City, 2 plain-looking women, one fat and one thin, stood on the roof. Compared to the frenzy of other clansmen, they were extremely calm, with no trace of joy on their faces, because they had long betrayed the clan and were spies for the former elder Jiang Jingsheng. We need to find a way to notify Elder 5 as soon as possible, said the fat woman. On the other side, in a courtyard in the south of Earth City, the Wei family gave me a large sum of money, enough for me and my daughter to live incognito in the county in the future. They only asked me to pay attention to Jiang Xuan's situation in the clan. And once there was important news, or if Jiang Xuan died, I would immediately notify the Wei family's people arranged in the nearby village. Although Jiang Xuan is not dead, he actually killed Jiang Bao. This counts as important news, right? Thought the middle-aged woman with a scar on her face. Chapter 21. A talent of 1,000 years in the temporary camp of the Shentu Clan. Did Jiang Bao make a move tonight? For this tremendous achievement, he really is putting in the effort. Jiang Jingsheng was alone in the tent, holding a wine jar and drinking, feeling mixed emotions. Not long ago, the person responsible for monitoring outside the Jiang Clan's Earth City reported that there was a sudden commotion within the clan, and many of the guards stationed at the Earth City's gate left in a hurry. It was unclear what had happened. Jiang Jingsheng understood that it was most likely Jiang Bao who had made a move. He received the task in the morning, returned to the Jiang Clan in the afternoon, and made a move at night. Instead of feeling joy, Jiang Jingsheng felt anxious and a bit sour. My blood fury pill is just icing on the cake. Whether it's used or not is another matter. If Jiang Xuan dies, the credit will definitely go to Jiang Bao. Jiang Jingsheng took a large gulp of wine, then comforted himself by thinking, that's fine. If Jiang Xuan dies, it will ultimately be a blessing in disguise, and I won't have to live in fear within the Shentu Clan. The noise and commotion within the Jiang Clan gradually calmed down, and as night deepened, the entire Earth City also quieted down, except for the training ground, which still retained some noise. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Xuan stepped back several times, each step leaving a deep pit on the ground, and his hand holding the knife was faintly trembling, clearly exhausted. Aunt Tsuyun, I lost, Jiang Xuan said to Jiang Tsuyun. Where did you lose? Jiang Tsuyun replied, you didn't even use that killing move. You just kept entangled with me until you were exhausted. I relied on my stronger physique. Yet I couldn't subdue you. If you had used that killing move, the outcome between us would still be hard to say. Suiyun entered the mid-stage innate 6 years ago. With a stable realm, and little Xian, merely a half-step innate, could battle Tsuyun for a long time, which could be considered an extraordinary talent. He might soon be comparable to the ancestor Jiang Zhengwu from over 500 years ago. Grandma Jinhua praised. Little Xian is truly impressive. Only 15 years old. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely marry him. The same group of people who were eating, after Jiang Xuan killed Jiang Bao, went about their business. And then the patrol leader Jiang Tsuyun took the initiative to mention wanting to have a match with Jiang Xuan, clearly wanting to test Jiang Xuan's strength. The others were also looking forward to it, so Jiang Xuan agreed. They all went to the training ground, where Jiang Xuan and Jiang Tsuyun had a public match. After a long battle, it ended with Jiang Xuan admitting defeat. Although Jiang Xuan admitted defeat, everyone could see clearly that Jiang Xuan would rather fight Jiang Tsuyun until exhaustion than use that killing move, clearly fearing that he wouldn't be able to stop and accidentally injure Jiang Tsuyun. If he had used it, it would have been hard to say whether Jiang Tsuyun could withstand it. This result could be said to show that Jiang Xuan already possessed strength equivalent to the mid-stage innate. However, his realm was only half-step innate. It was incredibly incredible. Even Ancestor Jiang Zhengwu might not be able to achieve this. But Ancestor Zhengwu entered the innate realm at 13 years old. Little Xian may not be as good as Ancestor Zhengwu in realm talent, but in understanding of knife techniques, he might not be inferior. This is a talent of 1,000 years. Little Xian has truly grown up. He is a real man. Everyone was very excited, especially the few relatively young clan's women in their 20s who looked at Jiang Xuan with sparkling eyes. The clan revered violence and admired warriors, and marrying a man with high talent and a fierce character was almost every clan woman's dream, and those few clan's women were now all widows. At this moment, a 5-person team entered the training ground from the west, all of them female clansmen at the postnatal realm. They were responsible for handling Jiang Bao's corpse. Captain, here is what we found on Jiang Bao, said the lead middle-aged woman as she handed some items to Jiang Tsuyun. Jiang Tsuyun took a quick look. It was nothing more than valuable clan accessories, belts, common healing medicines, scattered gold and silver, etc. The clan didn't mind things from the dead. They were spoils of war. This is... Jiang Tsuyun opened a small bottle, sniffed it, but didn't know what was inside. Blood fury pill? Or Grandma Jinhua, who had seen much in her life, caught the scent of blood wafting from the bottle. She walked over, took a look, and exclaimed, "It really is a blood fury pill. This is Jiang Jingsheng's item. Jiang Jingsheng. Shentu Clan. It really is them. Jiang Jingsheng. Damn him. He should be cut into 1,000 pieces." Everyone expressed their hatred, and no one questioned Grandma Jinhua's words. If she said it was Jiang Jingsheng's, then it definitely was. It seemed that Grandma Jinhua knew that Jiang Jingsheng had this item. The Blood Fury pill is notorious, but very rare. Jiang Jingsheng has one. And Jiang Bao also has one. That's too coincidental. Jiang Bao had this item on him, but didn't have a chance to use it. Fortunately, he didn't use it. Grandma Jinhua said with relief. He underestimated little Xian. He deserves it. Jiang Xuan said. Little Xian. Grandma Jinhua looked at Jiang Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then handed the bottle to Jiang Xian. Keep this item, but remember, unless it's a matter of life and death, you absolutely must not use this item. You do not have an innate body and may not be able to withstand the drug's effects. I understand. Jiang Xian took the bottle and put it away. He had heard of the Blood Fury pill and estimated that he wouldn't use such a drug with severe side effects. But having it on him would still make him feel more secure, and it could be used for trading in the future. It's getting late, Xiao Xian. Why don't you just stay here tonight and not go back to the back mountain? You're tired. Go home and rest well for the night. And continue your closed-door training tomorrow, Grandma Jinhua said, while looking at Jiang Xian. Okay, Jiang Xian nodded. Not long after Jiang Xian left, the crowd still did not disperse. Instead, they excitedly discussed Jiang Xian's strength. They were thrilled that Jiang Xian had already displayed a talent far exceeding that of his father, Jiang Hanfeng. Although he might not dare to dream of the future in the realm of gods and demons, there might still be a chance in the tribulation realm. It could be said that someone like Jiang Xian is desired by any tribe. Such a genius could elevate a clan to a tribe, enable a small tribe to become a large tribe, and restore the former glory of a large tribe, thriving for 100 years. He is the kind of person who can change the fate of a tribe. Xiao Xian is currently half a step into the innate realm. He is estimated to enter the innate realm by the age of 17 and achieve complete innate perfection before 30, with prospects for the tribulation realm. He possesses the strength to crush opponents of the same level, and it is said that even in big cities, this situation would be regarded as that of a genius. All right, have you really forgotten? Or do you not want to mention it? Grandma Jinhua finally interrupted the excited crowd. The martial arts field suddenly fell silent. The crowd looked at each other. In fact, they all understood that Jiang Xian had no future. It was just too cruel. The higher Jiang Xian's talent, the more cruel it was. The death of a genius is always harder to accept than that of an ordinary person, so they were subconsciously avoiding it in their hearts. Since it is destined to be painful, why not talk about something happy? This is an escape mentality. Xiao Xian is great, very great. Grandma Jinhua said seriously. He is the first genius of Heightened Mountain in 100 years. But he is too young. He has no time to grow. On the 7th of next month, the life and death battle continues. Shentu Clan will likely take action personally, and he is at least 10 times stronger than Jiang Bao. Xiao Xian has no chance at all. A bucket of cold water was poured down. Shentu Clan, due to his status, may not take action personally. Although Xiao Xian killed Shentu Yong, this was not the first brother of Shentu Clan to die in battle. What about Shentu Clan? What about other innate perfectionists? Which one can Xiao Xian defeat? Grandma Jinhua continued. Even if the Shentu tribe sends out someone in the mid-innate stage first, and Xiao Xian fights to the death and wins the life and death battle, he would still have to fight 10 matches in one day, for 3 consecutive days. As soon as Xiao Xian reveals his strength, Shentu Clan will definitely take action personally in the second match. Xiao Xian has been hiding his strength all along, whether in realm or swordsmanship. It is impossible to achieve in a short time. His mysterious killing move must have been practiced for many years, and now he only has 20 days left. How much progress can we expect from him? The crowd fell silent. In fact, they all understood this. They were just avoiding it in their hearts, not wanting to think about it. Perhaps they should let Xiao Xian leave before stepping onto the arena. With such talent, it would be a pity for him to die like this. As long as he is alive, he might be able to rebuild the tribe in the future. Jiang Xuan said. Let him escape? Grandma Jinhua shook her head. His mother couldn't persuade him. How can we? You've all seen how determined he is. Third aunt. Why do you have to say these things? Jiang Xuan said. I want you to see reality clearly, give up on fantasies, and prepare for a death battle. Grandma Jinhua raised her voice. The men of the Jiang tribe can fight to the death for the tribe, one after another. The women of the Jiang tribe will also never be weak and live in hiding. Don't be timid. Don't shrink back. Compared to decades of suffering in life, death is not frightening. When the last man of the Jiang tribe dies in the arena, I hope you all pick up weapons and charge at our enemies. Kill as many as you can. Kill until the last one. Kill until the very last moment. The Jiang tribe will never be enslaved. Never. The Jiang tribe will never be enslaved. Never. The crowd echoed Grandma Jinhua with force. Additionally, Grandma Jinhua scanned the crowd and said, I hope that from now on, you treat Jiang Xuan as the true clan leader. You can call him Xiao Xian, but remember, he is the clan leader. He is the last man of the Jiang tribe. He once stood on that arena and beheaded enemies. He is also ready to stand up there again, to bleed his last drop of blood. He deserves everyone's respect and love. Yes, understood. At the temporary camp of the Shentu tribe in the central tent. Come, drink. Ha ha ha, drink. A long table filled with food was set in the middle of the big tent. Shentu Lai, Shentu Yu, several elders of the Shentu tribe, top-ranking warriors, captains, and others were having a feast. Drinking and making noise until late into the night was common. Tribe leader, after Jiang Bao succeeds, will he really give him a position as an elder? Shentu Maosher suddenly asked Shentu Lai. Since it has been promised, he must be given one. Shentu Lai nodded. But Shentu Maosher glanced at the person beside him and then said to Shentu Lai, he is an outsider, and moreover, young with a low realm. To let him directly become an elder, even if he ranks last, it would be hard to convince the crowd. What outsider or not? As long as we annex the Jiang tribe and change our surname to Shentu, he becomes one of us. How many tribes have risen and fallen in our heightened mountain over the years? Isn't it all like this? Half drunk, Shentu Lai had a fierce look. He did not like his authority being questioned. That is true, but Shentu Maosher is also taking advantage of the alcohol. Maosher, sit beside him, Shentu Yin quickly interrupted. He knew this brother was speaking out for him. He, Shentu Yin, is one of the top 3 powerhouses of the Shentu tribe, and he should have inherited the elder position after annexing the Jiang tribe. But unexpectedly, it was suddenly taken by an outsider. Maosher, don't you understand the tribe leader's painstaking efforts? Shentu Yin continued, pretending to reprimand him. Do you know how great a merit it would be if Jiang Bao were to kill Jiang Xuan? Shentu Maosher fell silent. The aura of the melting crystal mine can't be hidden anymore. If we don't solve Jiang Xuan in advance, there is only one way left, to seal the entire valley where the melting crystal mine is located. Do you know how much money is needed to purchase the sealing materials? Shentu Yin asked. I tell you, it is more than all the cash of our Shentu tribe combined. Unless we start selling territory, but that is impossible. We want to gather this money. We not only have to use all our cash, but also sell some of the Jiang tribe's territory, mines, and population in advance. Other tribes believe we can win, but if we sell to them in advance, we will definitely lose a lot of money. The news of selling the spoils in advance has already been released. Buyers will come the day after tomorrow. If it weren't for Jiang Bao suddenly appearing and helping us a lot, we would have definitely spent this money. Isn't this contribution significant enough? Shentu Maosher still remained silent, taking a swig from the wine jar. Shentu Yin shook his head. Besides, so what if Jiang Bao becomes an elder? If he performs well, that is the tribe leader's insight. If he doesn't perform well, the tribe leader will naturally replace him. Report. A voice suddenly rang from outside. The big tent fell silent for a moment. What is the matter? Shentu Lai asked. We caught a short and plump woman from the Jiang tribe, sneaking around. She claims to be sending a message to Jiang Jingsheng. But we don't know if it's true, the person outside said. Sending a message? Jiang, you really acted? Everyone in the big tent was suddenly alert. Quick, bring her in. I will personally question her. Shentu Lai said, excitedly rubbing his hands. Chapter 22. Will he still come for revenge in the future? The short and plump woman was brought into the big tent. Seeing that all the core figures of the Shentu tribe were present, she couldn't help but shrink her neck. Don't be afraid. You will soon be one of us. Shentu Lai was in a good mood and even waved kindly at the short and plump woman, inviting her to come closer. The short and plump woman dared not defy and knelt beside Shentu Lai's feet. Are you here to report to Jiang Jingsheng? Yes, yes. Lift your head. Yes. Then let me ask you, what news do you have to report? What has happened in your tribe's earthen city? Yes, someone has assassinated the clan leader. Is your current clan leader Jiang Xuan? Yes. Then, is Jiang Xuan dead? No. Shentu Lai's voice suddenly rose, and the friendly expression on his face disappeared. His eyes widening. The others in the tent paused and turned to look at the short and plump woman speaking beside Shentu Lai. A moment of silence. Then Jiang Xuan is seriously injured? Shentu Lai asked optimistically again. No, the clan leader is not injured. Then what happened? Shentu Lai shouted. The clan leader killed Jiang Bao. He killed Jiang Bao. Like someone who had their tail stepped on, Shentu Clan suddenly stood up, his tone extremely high, as if he had heard some ghostly matter. He had considered that Jiang Bao might have made a mistake. After all, the Jiang tribe still had innate female warriors like Jiang Xuan. If Jiang Bao exposed himself and was surrounded and killed, it would be normal. But Jiang Xuan killed Jiang Bao. Did he kill him alone or in collaboration? Shentu Clan suddenly stood up and asked. Alone, the frightened short and plump woman stammered. He killed an innate? Half-step innate killing an innate. Everyone in the room could no longer sit still, standing up in a flurry, exchanging glances, and glaring at the short and plump woman. Shentu Clan shouted even louder, "Speak in detail." The short and plump woman then recounted what she had witnessed in detail. The more Shentu Clan listened, the darker his expression became, and he finally couldn't hold back. He slammed his palm onto the top of the short and plump woman's head, killing her instantly. He really is a genius. Shentu Clan exclaimed angrily. His talent has probably completely surpassed Jiang Hanfeng. Fortunately, our tribe has launched a life and death battle. If we give him another 10 years to grow, the title of the first warrior of Heightened Mountain would probably belong to him. This person cannot be left alive. Next month, I will personally kill him. The next afternoon, in the guest hall of the Wei family's old residence in Feishua City. Fourth Master, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. The old man in a brocade robe bowed slightly, placing a box at the corner of the table, his face full of flattering smiles. Manager Su. What is this? You are one of the few external managers of our Wei family, who has worked hard for our family's business all your life. What gifts are necessary? We are all family, aren't we? Wei Hongqua pretended to decline. Fourth Master, how can you say that? You are the master, and I am just a servant working below you. Saying that is too much praise, Manager Su replied with a smile. You. Ha. Wei Hongqua pointed at Manager Su with a shaking finger and then laughed heartily. Manager Su humbly laughed along. As the most capable manager of the Wei family, Manager Su did not need to look at Wei Hongqua's face. At his peak, he managed businesses that accounted for 20% of the Wei family's total annual profit. Although he wasn't as good now, he was still the #1 manager in the Wei family. Such a business talent. Even the old master of the Wei family treated him with respect. Wei Hongqua was not worth considering. But now it was different. Wei Hongqua had beautifully handled the alliance between the Wei family and the Jinhedong family, receiving praise from the family head, and had begun to take full responsibility for future collaborations with the Jinhedong family, his status rising rapidly, directly becoming one of the most important power figures at the top of the Wei family. The old chief manager had fallen ill and retired, and now it was a critical period for Manager Su to compete for the chief manager position, so he had to humble himself to seek Wei Hongqua's favor. Previously, he had looked down on Wei Hongqua. Now he was humble. Fourth Master, let's leave it at that for now. Manager Su said repeatedly. By the way, Fourth Master, don't forget, tonight at Tianzi #1 room in Jinbao restaurant, we have invited the most famous courtesan in Feishua City. You must come and show your face. Sure, I will definitely come. Wei Hongqua readily agreed. Manager Su cupped his hands and took his leave. In the past, Wei Hongqua would have stood up to see him off. But today he sat there like a mountain, watching Manager Su hurry out the door. He shook his head and hummed a little tune, cheerfully muttering a few words. Manager Su, there will come a day when you need something from me. He glanced at the box in the corner and, not knowing what treasure Manager Su had sent, opened it. As soon as Wei Hongqua looked, his eyelids jumped, and he exclaimed. Inside the box was a bead the size of a baby's fist, light green, with something flowing inside, very beautiful. This was not a decorative item, but a spirit-gathering bead of considerable quality. Its effect of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not as good as an array, but it was convenient to carry, hence its high price. Quite generous. Wei Hongqua smiled widely as he took out the bead and played with it in his hand. He smiled, not because he particularly valued this treasure. He already had several better spirit-gathering beads than this. A gift from a manager could not possibly be better than what he, as the fourth master of the Wei family, could have. Wei Hongqua was in a very good mood, mainly because of the feeling of being valued and cherished. The taste of power. Fourth master, his trusted steward, Wei Yuanzhong, hurried in, seemingly with urgent news. Yuanzhong, be steady. You are about to be promoted to a steward. How can you still be so rash? Wei Hongqua said, shaking his head and continuing to hum a little tune. Wei Yuanzhong waited for him to finish humming. Speak, what is it? Wei Hongqua asked, neither hurried nor slow. News from Heightened Mountain. Jiang Xuan was assassinated by his clansman Jiang Bao last night. Jiang Bao escaped from the Jiang tribe a year and a half ago and suddenly returned yesterday afternoon. He is at the early innate stage, while Jiang Xuan is at the half-step innate stage, Wei Yuanzhong said repeatedly after the banquet. Jiang Bao took action while Jiang Xuan was alone, but fell into Jiang Xuan's trap, being blocked by several innate warriors of the Jiang tribe at the cliff. The two then openly battled, exchanging thousands of moves, and Jiang Xuan beheaded Jiang Bao without sustaining any injuries. Crack. The bead developed a crack. Bang. The bead exploded into powder. Wei Hongqi crushed it with his bare hands. Wei Yuanzhong lowered his head, knowing the fourth master's character. He would never admit that the Wei family was in a state of transition. It was precisely when they needed geniuses the most. Outsiders were acceptable, even marriage alliances, let alone a tribal genius youth with the bloodline of the Wei family. However, the matters involving Wei Baiyun and Zhang Yao made things difficult for Wei Hongqi. In reality, Wei Yuanzhong also understood that a mere tribal genius youth was not enough to influence the cooperation between the Wei family and the Jin Hedong family. He was still far from being a monster. However, once the news spread, Fourth Master would certainly lose face. He had not even fought for it initially. What a genius! Wei Hongqi squinted and sneered. Such people have appeared countless times in the history of our Wei family, only to fade away quickly. The innate warriors of the tribe are barbaric and foolish, and compared to the innate warriors of the big cities, their strength at the same level is inferior by several points. That Jiang Bao is probably a fool who was careless. Haitan Mountain is indeed the most backward area around Feishua City. Wei Yuanzhong added. The innate warriors there are indeed weaker. What about the auction by the Shentu tribe? Wei Hongqi suddenly asked. I plan to go personally. Wei Yuanzhong replied. I will set off before dark today. Good. I feel reassured knowing you are going personally. Wei Hongqi nodded and particularly instructed, apart from redeeming Wei Baiyun and Wei Yao, tell the Shentu tribe that our Wei family only cares about these two. Let the Shentu tribe have reservations about that wild seed. If it needs to be killed, just kill it. Understood. Wei Yuanzhong said. Go. Yes. Wei Yuanzhong left. Wei Hongqi sat there, his face dark and silent, lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly stood up and said, So what if he's a genius? Isn't he still going to die next month? Wei Yuanzhong belonged to the middle tier of the Wei family. By the time the news reached him, it had already passed through too many hands. Originally, news about the Jiang Clan didn't need to be kept secret. It would spread sooner or later. Therefore, shortly after Wei Hongqi learned of the news, many people in the Wei family also heard about it, and it eventually reached the ears of the family head, Wei Qingshan. Aside from a few people who mocked Wei Hongqi for failing to recognize talent and missing the opportunity to recruit a genius for the family, most others were indifferent to the matter and didn't even feel inclined to discuss it with others. He was a genius, but not to that extent. Although the Wei family had detained his mother, captured his sister, and forced her to marry an old man as a tool for alliance, what could he do? Could he seek revenge in the future? He had no future. He wouldn't even survive until next month. At Haitan Mountain, behind the Jiang Clan's earthen city, during mealtime. Xian, since you were pretending to be drunk last night, did you intentionally hold my hand in front of so many people? Jiang Qinghong looked at Jiang Xian with an expression of mock anger. That was to confuse Jiang Bao. Jiang Xian replied with a smile, pretending to be drunk. You have to do some inappropriate things. Just for that? To confuse him? Jiang Qinghong leaned in to ask. What else could it be? Jiang Xian countered. I can't be trying to take advantage of you on purpose, can I? Humph, I doubt you would dare. Jiang Qinghong raised her chin slightly, but a hint of unusual disappointment flickered in her eyes. Women can be quite strange sometimes. They want to be respected and also want the other party to take the initiative. Jiang Xian took Jiang Qinghong's hand and, under her puzzled gaze, kissed the back of her hand just like last night, smiling. This time it was on purpose. You rascal, Jiang Qinghong waved her hand, pretending to be annoyed, rubbing the back of her hand against Jiang Xian's clothes. It's dirty. When one party already likes the other, and the other is also trying to take the initiative, the relationship will heat up quickly. A day later, at the border between the Jiang Clan and the Shentu Clan, in a valley, an auction to divide the Jiang Clan was held as scheduled. Although the Shentu Clan had not yet truly annexed the Jiang Clan, all the tribes in Haitan Mountain believed that the Shentu Clan would end everything on the 7th day of next month, selling the spoils in advance. This had precedent in Haitan Mountain, so all 8 major tribes of Haitan Mountain attended the auction. The 47 tribes loyal to the Jiang Clan had 20 sold by the Shentu Clan, and they could relocate after the results were out. 3 large tribes bordering the Jiang Clan's territory bought some of the adjoining land. These were the most valuable. Others, like mining rights, merchant caravans, etc., were also fairly valuable. The auction was proceeding smoothly. What surprised everyone was that the Wei family, one of the 4 major families in Feishua City, somehow received the news and sent people to participate in the auction, purchasing the redemption contracts for Wei Baiyun and Zhang Yao at a very high price. The contracts could not take effect immediately, but as long as the Shentu clan won the life and death battle, Wei Baiyun and Zhang Yao would legally become spoils of the Shentu clan, but due to the redemption contracts, they would belong to the Wei family. They had been bought in advance. There was no need to consider the Wei family. Just kill that wild seed. This was what the Wei family's manager publicly stated before leaving, sparking a wave of discussion. However, the Wei family was not the most eye-catching at this auction. The most attention-grabbing person was Huyan Shi, the Jiang Clan leader of the Huyan Clan, who was willing to offer 5 mountain peaks plus 5 tribes in exchange for a woman from the Jiang Clan who had reached the innate perfection realm, Jiang Xuan. This shocked everyone attending the auction. Although Huyan Shi had proposed marriage to the Jiang Clan 4 years ago, offering the same bride price of 5 mountain peaks and 5 tribes, that was a tribal alliance, and at that time, the Jiang Clan was stronger than the Shentu Clan due to Jiang Hanfeng's presence, so the bride price was not simply a bride price. The main reason for offering so much was the strength of the Jiang Clan. But now the Jiang Clan was about to be annihilated. Even if Jiang Qinghong was indeed the most beautiful woman in Heighten Mountain, she was just a woman. Had he gone mad? Huyan Shi's offer not only shocked others, but even his own companions were astonished, with an elder named Huyan Dagong who accompanied him trying to dissuade Huyan Shi, but to no avail. Everyone could only agree that Huyan Shi's obsession with Jiang Qinghong had reached a pathological level. For days later, at the entrance of the Huyan clan's earthen city, the young master went out alone again, not allowing anyone to follow. Huyan Dagong gazed at Huyan Shi's departing figure on horseback, lost in thought. Many years ago, one day, Huyan Shi developed a habit of going out alone, ordering anyone not to follow every 10 days or so. This was very strange, but since Huyan Shi commanded it, no one dared to disobey. Unlike other clans, the chieftain position of the Huyan clan had always been inherited by a core bloodline within the clan, and Huyan Shi was the only male descendant of this bloodline in this generation, which made him the subject of great expectations since childhood. The Huyan clan leader often fulfilled some of his outrageous requests. As the sun began to set, still within the territory of the Huyan clan, deep in the mountains and forests, Huyan Shi dismounted and continued on foot, traversing mountains and crossing ravines, walking through valleys until he reached the deepest part of this mountainous area, pushing aside the giant stone blocking the entrance to the cave. He lit a torch. Huyan Shi arrived deep within the cave, passed through a mechanism stone door, crossed a long corridor, and finally entered a massive underground palace. The palace was enormous. The bas-reliefs, murals, and carved patterns on the stone walls all indicated that this underground palace had at least 1,000 years of history. In the center of the palace stood a jade statue, several meters tall, depicting an incredibly beautiful woman with an imposing presence. Although it was an inanimate object, her eyes contained an inexplicable authority, and making eye contact with her could even affect one's thoughts. Huyan Shi raised the torch and approached the statue, looking up at its face, gradually revealing a mad smile. The reincarnation of a deity or demon. I will definitely get you. Ha ha, Huyan Shi shouted, letting out an eerie laugh. If Jiang Xuan were here, he would be shocked to find that the face of the statue was exactly the same as that of his Jiang Qinghong. Chapter 23. The Legend of the Reincarnation of Deities and Demons. 8 years ago, 15-year-old Huyan Shi got separated from his clan during a hunt and accidentally triggered a mechanism, discovering the eyes of the statue in this underground palace. This experience caused him to lose his mind, filling him with both fear and awe. He thought he had merely discovered an empty cave of deities and demons and did not make a big deal out of it. However, 5 years ago, during the martial arts tournament at Heighten Mountain, Huyan Shi saw Jiang Qinghong among the Jiang Clan's team and immediately recognized that her appearance was almost identical to that of the statue, only a bit more youthful. Huyan Shi was greatly shocked. After that, he spent a whole year traveling back and forth between the clan and Feishua City, researching a large number of ancient texts and combining them with folk tales. He finally reached a reliable conclusion: the reincarnation of deities and demons. It is said that some deities and demons will voluntarily reincarnate for various reasons, and the reincarnation can span across the river of time, for example, choosing to reincarnate 1,000 years later in order to evade the pursuit of enemies. It is said that when gods and demons are reincarnated, they lose their cultivation, but their memories still exist, requiring awakening. Deep within their souls, in addition to the hidden memories of gods and demons, there will also be remnants of their powers, which also need to be awakened. The conditions for awakening are either breaking through a certain realm, suffering severe physical stimuli or injuries, or, legend has it, if a female god or demon is reincarnated, she will definitely awaken on her wedding night after reincarnation and will share the remaining powers with her husband, helping him to enhance his cultivation. It's mine. It must be mine. Ha ha ha. Every time Hu Yinchi sees the jade statue, he gets extremely excited, and his thoughts sometimes clear up, sometimes become chaotic. When he is clear-headed, he understands that it is because the statue contains the pressure of gods and demons, affecting his mind, but he doesn't care. The jade statue stands quietly there. At the very bottom of the statue is a square platform, surrounded by some carved retro patterns, with a character in the middle, Pei. This is clearly a surname. This god or demon should originally have the surname Pei, Jiang Qinghong, or Pei Qinghong. Ha ha ha. What it's called doesn't matter. If it's mine, it must be mine. No one can take it away. For these years, I've pretended to be deeply in love. Who in Heightened Mountain doesn't know my deep feelings for you? You will soon be mine. Ha ha ha. Hu Yinchi is convinced that Jiang Qinghong is the reincarnation of this Pei surnamed god or demon, not only because of her appearance. He has also found out that Jiang Qinghong is the first genius of the Jiang Clan in 100 years. It's just that because she is a girl, she hasn't been able to obtain any cultivation resources since she was young, which is why she has been unable to break through to the innate level for so long. No one can take you away, not even my father. I haven't even told him about this, because I know that if I do, he might even compete with me for it. Everyone is greedy for the reincarnation of gods and demons. Do you know? You are already mine. I bought you. Just wait until next month, when the Shentu Clan wins the life and death battle, and you will be sent to me. It's a pity I can't reach the level of gods and demons. I really want to know who you originally were. What kind of existence did you belong to among the gods and demons? How do you compare to the Lord of Feishua City? Hu Yinchi muttered to the statue. After a long time, he finally got tired and dragged his exhausted body out of the main hall. The farther he walked, the clearer his mind became. But one thought remained firm and unwavering. He must not mention the statue to anyone else. In just a few days, the news of Jiang Xuan killing Jiang Bao spread throughout Heightened Mountain. Anyone paying attention to the life and death battle between the Jiang Clan and the Shentu Clan heard about this news. In a small county town about half a day's journey from the Jiang Clan, in a remote and dilapidated courtyard. Guang, have you thought it through? Are you really going to defect to the Shentu Clan? The emaciated young man stared wide-eyed, excited. The word traitor stung the gray-clothed young man in front of him. Xing, I understand better than you. Jiang Guang sneered. Why did we escape? Isn't it to live? The Shentu Clan has released news that any man from the Jiang Clan who defects to the Shentu Clan before the 7th day of next month will be granted the status of a member of the Shentu Clan. This news spread along with the news of Jiang Xuan killing Jiang Bao. Along with it came rumors that Shentu Lai would personally take action next month to kill Jiang Xuan. This would be Shentu Lai's only action in the 3-year life and death battle between the two clans. But Jiang Xing hesitated. Do you really think Jiang Xuan is that capable? He is only 15. The killing of Jiang Bao is already questionable. Maybe it was Jiang Ziyun and the others who did it, forcing Jiang Xuan to take the blame. How could a half-step innate really kill someone at the innate level? Besides, even if it's true, isn't it as easy for Shentu Lai to kill him as crushing an ant? Jiang Guang spoke clearly. That said, why defect? Jiang Xing still found it hard to accept. It's been 3 months since we escaped. We are already the cowards of the clan. If we defect again, the two were both in their 20s, at the postnatal realm, having escaped the Jiang Clan 3 months ago together. 3 months. So what do you say we have been living these past 3 months? Jiang Guang shouted. We are clansmen. Coming to the city, we are bullied. They say we are barbarians. No one is even willing to hire us for work. Look at where we live, an abandoned house. Only beggars live in places like this in the city. Jiang Guang became increasingly agitated. In the city, clansmen would be discriminated against, especially those of the postnatal realm, who would be seen as fierce and not to be provoked, making people afraid. The postnatal clansmen were looked down upon in the city, and due to the different living habits of clansmen and city dwellers, some even had tattoos, making them easily identifiable. This is still good. Wait until the life-and-death battle is over. We'll be fugitives, and there will be no place for us in the city. Go to the wilderness or mountains. With our strength, how long can we survive? But defecting will get you backstabbed. What is backstabbing compared to living? We have to live. My mother. If I betray the clan, my mother will never forgive me, even if she dies. Then you really are quite filial, Jiang Xuan mocked. Jiang Xing's mother was still alive and was currently in the Jiang Clan, part of the patrol team. 3 months ago, when Jiang Xing wanted to leave, he had tried to persuade his mother to escape with him, but she had already discussed with his aunts that they would stand with the clan until the end. Seeing his mother unwilling to leave, Jiang Xing hesitated about whether to escape. In the end, it was his mother who persuaded him that he escaped with Jiang Xuan. I'm at the postnatal realm. Going up to the arena won't change anything. It will only lead to my death. That's why my mother wanted me to escape. But if I change my surname to Shentu and betray the clan, betray my ancestors, my mother will kill me with her own hands. If she has the chance, she definitely will, Jiang Xing said. In fact, he just couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. Clansmen are often loyal to their clans. The larger and older the clan, the more so. And the vast majority have extremely high loyalty, even willing to give their lives for it. Jiang Xing's mother was that kind of person. While he himself admitted that he was a coward, but not defecting was his bottom line. Then you can take your foolish loyalty and prepare to be a fugitive. Jiang Xuan mocked as he turned away. I must go and live a good life. Jiang Xing looked at Jiang Xuan's retreating back with a complex and struggling expression. Just as Jiang Xuan was about to reach the wall, Jiang Xing suddenly shouted, Guang, maybe Jiang Xuan, don't dream. Jiang Xuan coldly interrupted, jumped over the wall, and disappeared. Half a day later, Jiang Xuan rode a stolen horse and reached the temporary camp of the Shentu Clan. After confirming his identity with Jiang Jingsheng, he officially defected to the Shentu Clan. On the first day of August, there were only 6 days left until the life-and-death battle. In the evening, behind the earthen city of the Jiang Clan, whoosh, 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 the wind howled, and ghostly shadows flickered constantly. The wind became increasingly strange, blowing south, then suddenly west, then east in the next moment. This was not a real wind, but rather an incomplete ninth move being executed over and over again. Chasing the wind like the wind. Chasing the wind like the wind. Chasing the wind like the wind. Whoosh. A gentle breeze blew through the mountains and forests, and Jiang Xuan suddenly felt himself merge with the world, as if he had truly transformed into a gentle breeze, blowing over the green grass, brushing against the lush branches and leaves, the mud and sand on the ground, the floating dust in the air, the light and shadow in the sky, all moving forward with the wind, growing faster and fiercer, being condensed and compressed in the process, ultimately merging into a terrifying blade of light. As far as the eye could see, this blade of light seemed to be everywhere, wherever the wind was. The blade of light was there. Jiang Xuan appeared in the wind, his face somewhat dazed, as if he had forgotten his joy. The ninth move, has it succeeded? The sound of the rumbling transmission stone echoed, as dozens of towering trees around it crashed down, each being chopped into several dozen pieces, creating a shocking spectacle. Chapter 24. The Three Realms of Mastery. Jiang Xuan closed his eyes, experiencing the feeling he had just had, sensing the space around him, feeling the wind. Fully concentrated, Jiang Xuan once again slashed out with his knife. He vanished from his original spot. The knife light was everywhere, real and illusory. It could be said to be all fake, yet it could also be said to all be real, because it was terrifyingly fast. Dozens of trees were chopped into even smaller firewood. It required complete concentration and mental focus to perform this move. Once executed, he would enter a state of vague fusion with the heavens and earth, as if he were everywhere. Wherever his thoughts went, the knife in his hand could reach. This was the limit of thought. Jiang Xuan's figure coalesced in front of the transmission stone, looking at the knife in his hand, becoming more and more excited. It was not only because he had mastered the strongest move of the chasing wind knife, but also because it was the first time he felt as if he had fused with the heavens and earth. This made him realize that he had touched a higher realm of mastery, while also feeling his own insignificance. It was a heart-shocking realization. Senior, are you there? Senior, I have succeeded. Senior. Jiang Xuan wanted to immediately share this good news with Senior Qishir, but there was no response from the other side. Clearly, he was temporarily unavailable. Continue. Don't slack off. Although I can't master it in the short term, This feeling must be solidified. Jiang Xuan began practicing the knife again. After a short while, he had to stop again. He appeared in front of the transmission stone, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, and his face slightly pale, his breath very weak. In such a short time, his innate power had almost been exhausted, and there were signs of damage to his meridians. This chasing wind style was indeed terrifying. He was not even at the innate realm yet. Forcing it out had placed too much burden on his body. If it weren't for practicing the black mysterious technique, he might have already been injured. After practicing in the back mountain for so long, this was the first time Jiang Xuan had encountered such a situation. It wasn't surprising, as he had forcefully used the chasing wind style across several realms. If it weren't for the miraculous nature of the black mysterious technique, it would have been impossible for any other half-step innate practitioners to force it out. The chasing wind style was truly that terrifying. Jiang Xuan took out a recovery pill, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to quickly restore his innate power. The recovery pill was provided by his clan, and currently, almost all the cultivation resources of the Jiang Clan were being used by him alone. Although there wasn't much left after the 3 years of life and death battles, there was still some foundation. An hour later, Jiang Xuan had almost recovered and stood up to continue practicing the knife, exhausting himself, then recovering, then practicing. This continued until late at night. Have you succeeded? Suddenly, the transmission stone emitted an ethereal voice. Senior, Jiang Xuan appeared in front of the stone. I have succeeded. The 9th move. Then I can rest assured. Just as I anticipated, you mastered it before the life and death battle. In that battle, you will have no opponent. No matter how strong an innate practitioner from a clan is, they cannot withstand this move of yours, said the ethereal voice. Since Senior says so, it should be correct. Jiang Xuan quickly responded. By the way, Senior, I want to ask you something. When I execute the 9th move, I feel time slowing down and a sense of fusion with the heavens and earth. I've never had this feeling before. No matter how strong the moves are, they are just moves. Only when I execute the chasing wind style do I have this feeling. I don't know what this means. Mastery entering the Tao, the ethereal voice replied. Mastery entering the Tao? Jiang Xuan asked back. Do you know what is needed to transcend the innate? The ethereal voice inquired. It requires innate perfection, Jiang Xuan replied. He wasn't completely clueless, but didn't want to say anything wrong. His understanding was not very detailed. Innate perfection is one of the foundations for transcending the innate. The ethereal voice continued. To become a Calamity Realm practitioner, besides the realm of techniques, it also requires the realm of mastery, which is mastery entering the Tao. There are 3 major hurdles: unity of man and sword, the power of heaven and man, and the divine might of heaven and earth. You practice the knife, so the first hurdle can also be called the unity of man and knife. I know this, Jiang Xuan nodded. My father not only achieved innate perfection, but also comprehended the unity of man and knife and the power of heaven and man. Ordinary innate practitioners are not his opponent at all. That's why he is the first innate of Blackpool Mountain. Shentu Clan, like my father, also comprehended the first 2 hurdles. Yes, the ethereal voice continued. For those with innate perfection, comprehending the unity of man and knife is not difficult. As long as the level of the knife technique practiced is sufficient, for example, your clan's chasing wind knife, being able to practice it to the 8th move will inevitably lead to the unity of man and knife. Without that talent, it would be very difficult to master the 8th move. Your father mastered the 8th move and naturally achieved the unity of man and knife. However, for the power of heaven and man, your father must have expended 1,000 times the effort, unimaginable diligence and willpower, and perhaps some luck, to comprehend the power of heaven and man. Then, what does this have to do with my feeling when executing the 9th move? Jiang Xuan asked. Why mention this? Because your feeling is the process of comprehending the power of heaven and man, the ethereal voice explained. Huh. Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned. His own father. Such a powerful existence in Blackpool Mountain. It was only after comprehending the power of heaven and man that he became the first innate of Blackpool Mountain. And that was in the year he turned 37. Yet he was only 15, and he was already comprehending the power of heaven and man. Your father took a detour. The ethereal voice continued, but it is not his fault. He could not master the 9th move due to insufficient talent. I mentioned earlier that the knife techniques practiced in the innate realm are all foundational. Your father, without mastering the 9th move, attempted to comprehend the power of heaven and man, which is equivalent to forcibly comprehending with an incomplete foundation. This would be extremely difficult and completely cut off his possibility of comprehending the divine might of heaven and earth. Perhaps your father intended to comprehend the power of heaven and man first, and then return to practice the ninth move, but that is a detour. You are different. Although your knife technique foundation is also incomplete, you have mastered the most complex and difficult ninth move, which is closest to mastery entering the Tao. This ninth move itself helps in comprehending the power of heaven and man, just as the eighth move aids in achieving the unity of man and knife. The chasing wind knife is a very good knife technique. Jiang Xuan began to understand. Does this mean I might comprehend the power of heaven and man ahead of time? You cannot. The ethereal voice poured cold water on him. Unlike the puzzle of knife technique foundation, the realm after mastery, entering the Tao, is like building a tall building. You must take one step at a time, first achieving the unity of man and knife, then comprehending the power of heaven and man. The former is the foundation for the latter. The current role of the ninth move for you in this aspect is merely to allow you to experience the feeling in advance. Jiang Xuan pondered. Having just comprehended the ninth move, your future path is still long. Cultivation only has detours, not shortcuts. Even if I teach you the breathing technique to enhance your talent, that is not enhancement, but rather the excavation of the hidden talent that you already possess. Senior, rest assured, I will not be arrogant. Jiang Xuan understood Senior Qishi's good intentions. The ethereal voice said. However, speaking of which, with the talent you have currently displayed, if you achieve innate perfection and then go back to master the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth moves of the chasing wind knife, the unity of man and knife will be a natural occurrence. And comprehending the power of heaven and man will also be a natural occurrence. It's just a matter of time. It will never be as difficult as it was for your father. The only hurdle left is the last divine might of heaven and earth, which is the true crossing of the chasm. If you cannot cross it, you will not transcend. In fact, without Senior Qishu saying so, Jiang Xuan already knew how difficult it was to transcend the innate. In the history of the Jiang Clan spanning over 1,000 years, only 4 individuals have transcended the innate level. Apart from Jiang Zhengwu, known as the ancestor of the Black Pool Blade, the other 3, although they mastered the 9 styles of pursuing Wind Blade before the age of 20, were already in their 40s or 50s when they broke through, which can be said to be a reluctant breakthrough, with no further progress thereafter. Jiang Zhengwu, however, transcended the innate level at the age of only 21. On the morning of the 2nd day of August, when Jiang Qinghong came to bring Jiang Xuan his meal, she discovered a large open space in the forest where dozens of big trees had been cut down, and the chopped wood was piled together like a small mountain. Is the practice space not big enough? Why the effort to chop wood? Jiang Qinghong asked with a smile. It's just something convenient while practicing the knife, Jiang Xuan replied, sitting down on the animal skin blanket. Sister Qinghong, what delicious food did you make today? Everything is what you like. It smells so good. Jiang Qinghong's meal routine had been established because of Jiang Xuan, and the two began to eat and chat, joking and playing as usual. However, Jiang Xuan keenly sensed that Sister Qinghong seemed to have something on her mind today and occasionally lost focus. As they finished their meal, Jiang Xuan finally asked, Sister Qinghong, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Jiang Qinghong paused in packing the meal boxes, looked at Jiang Xuan with blinking eyes, and said nothing. What's wrong? Jiang Xuan asked again. Jiang Qinghong called Jiang Xuan's name, looking into his eyes. Let's get married. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, gazing into her beautiful eyes. And after a few breaths, he nodded. Sure, when? Tonight. Tonight? Yes. All right, then it's tonight. Chapter 25. Marriage and consummation. Such a significant matter was easily settled between the two, and neither showed any excited emotions. Until Jiang Qinghong finished packing the meal boxes and stood up to leave, the further she walked away, the more her cheeks gradually flushed, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of charm and shyness. She had talked with Grandma Jinhua about her feelings last night, and Grandma Jinhua had kindly taught her some things. Hurry, faster, even faster. After Jiang Qinghong left, Jiang Xuan quickly entered a state of practicing the knife, becoming increasingly engrossed, as if he had endless strength. Time passed, and finally, Jiang Xuan fell back onto the grass, lying flat like a big character, his chest rising and falling painfully. Gasping for air, his bright eyes looking up at the sky, he seemed to have finally calmed down, or perhaps he was just too exhausted to move. Dad, are you still alive? Mom, wait for me to rescue you. I'm getting married. Jiang Xuan stared blankly at the sky. You're getting married? A distant voice suddenly came. Senior. Jiang Xuan sat up abruptly and turned to look at the transmission stone. I agreed with Sister Qinghong this morning. We're getting married tonight. Congratulations, you've grown up. The ethereal voice was filled with emotion. She had known Jiang Xuan for 8 years. When they first met, he was just a 7-year-old child. His voice still full of childishness, but now he had become a man. Senior, cough. Jiang Xuan suddenly stood up, lightly coughing as he walked to the transmission stone. Resting his hand on the stone, he hesitated for a moment. There is something I need to ask. What is it? The ethereal voice inquired. About marriage and consummation. How can I make Sister Qinghong conceive, you understand, right? Jiang Xuan stammered out his question, as he really didn't know who else to ask. With his father gone, his mother unable to return, and even in the Jiang Clan, there was no other man besides him. He felt too embarrassed to ask those aunts and grandmothers. So it was easier to ask the elder in front of the strange stone. There was silence on the other end of the transmission stone. 1 billion miles away. In the immortal Dew Palace, a figure adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes lay sideways on the long couch. One hand supporting her head, and the other holding a fruit that resembled a miniature star. When the transmission stone posed the strange question, she froze for a moment, stopping her movements. This was undoubtedly an offensive question for her, as she and Jiang Xuan were of different genders, but she clearly could not blame anyone for it. The world had long since symbolized her. Jiang Xuan also did not know her true identity. Senior? The transmission stone sounded again. As the Emperor, Qian had been silent for a while. The Emperor Qian pondered for a moment, sitting up and looking at the purple-clad maid in the corner, Ronger sensed the Emperor Qian's gaze, raised her head, and shook her head. She had accompanied the Emperor Qian for thousands of years, and even she didn't understand this matter. I've never been married, so you shouldn't ask me about this. After some thought, the ethereal voice finally spoke, but you don't need to worry. Although you are the last man of your tribe, those experienced women might not be able to teach you, but they will certainly teach Sister Qinghong, so it's fine. You don't need to know anything in advance. Just prepare to be the groom. I understand. Jiang Xuan nodded. In the afternoon, when it was time for Jiang Qinghong to bring the afternoon meal, it was not Jiang Qinghong who came, but several middle-aged women from the clan, all of whom Jiang Xuan should call aunts. They pulled Jiang Xuan away. It's time to prepare. Jiang Xuan and Jiang Qinghong were not the first couple to marry during the life and death battle of the Jiang Clan. During the 3 years of life and death battles, there were always a few couples who married before their loved ones went to the arena to face death. And Jiang Qinghong was not the first woman to make such a choice. With precedents in place, the marriage process was carried out according to those examples. There was no grand ceremony, nor would they invite outsiders to witness it. During the life and death battle, people died every month, many of them, and in such an environment. The simplest arrangements were actually the most suitable. Even though Jiang Xuan was now the clan leader, it was still appropriate. Only about 20 people would attend this tribal wedding, held in Jiang Xuan's yard. At night, a bonfire was lit in the yard. Jiang Xuan, dressed in the traditional wedding attire of the Jiang Clan, and Jiang Qinghong, also in traditional attire and adorned with ornaments, pledged to be husband and wife under the witness of the moonlight and fire. Due to Jiang Qinghong's mother passing away early and her father dying in battle, and Jiang Xuan's father missing, his mother unable to return, Grandma Jinhua took on this role, blessing the newlyweds. Following tradition, the two then paid homage to the warriors who died for the tribe. They surrounded the bonfire, singing and dancing. A group of people holding hands and singing tribal songs. There were still many steps in the wedding ceremony, just fewer people invited. The tribal wedding had only 2 types of food and drink, roasted meat and wine, which also adhered to tradition. The newlyweds needed to personally cut the most delicious part of the roasted meat and present it to the elders, after which others could begin. In the deep night, the bonfire in the yard finally reached the point where it needed to be extinguished. Amidst the cheers of Jiang Ziyun and other boisterous female warriors, Jiang Xuan picked up Jiang Qinghong and walked towards the candlelit wooden building. It was time for consummation. Jiang Xuan carried Jiang Qinghong, kicked the door open, and walked steadily into the room, coming to the bed and gently placing Jiang Qinghong on it. Jiang Qinghong's hands wrapped around Jiang Xuan's neck, her cheeks flushed, and it was unclear if she was drunk or what, her beautiful eyes gazing affectionately into Jiang Xuan's eyes. Jiang Xuan set her down, but she did not release her grip around his neck until Jiang Xuan said, "I need to close the door." Only then did Jiang Qinghong let go. Jiang Xuan went over to close the door. Jiang Qinghong sat up from the bed, glanced at the candlelight on the table, and listened to the still somewhat noisy sounds outside. Her heart felt even more shy. Although she had already received some teachings, this matter couldn't just happen easily. Sister Qinghong, Jiang Xuan walked over. Are you still calling me Sister Qinghong? Jiang Qinghong shot a teasing glance at Jiang Xuan. Madam? Wife? Jiang Xuan slowly sat down next to Jiang Qinghong. You're quite the talker, Jiang Qinghong smiled. It's not like I'm from the city. Why call me madam? You're right, Jiang Xuan said, playfully bantering. He just wanted to lighten the mood and help Jiang Qinghong relax. He needed to relax too. They were both quite tense. Jiang Xuan moved his hand from the windowsill to Jiang Qinghong's hand. Jiang Qinghong instinctively twitched her hand slightly, but quickly allowed Jiang Xuan to hold it. How about we chat for a bit first? Jiang Xuan suggested. Xiao Xuan, what do you want me to call you? Still calling you Xiao Xuan? You're imitating me, aren't you? Jiang Qinghong glared at Jiang Xuan, then pretended to speak softly. Husband. My dear husband. Let's keep it normal. Jiang Xuan felt goosebumps all over. Your outfit is quite funny. What's funny about it? Is it ill-fitting? No. What I mean is, I've never seen you wear it before, now that it's on you. It feels. What about my wedding dress? Is it pretty? It's okay, I guess. What do you mean by okay? Are you saying I don't look good? No. Weren't you asking me about the dress? It's beautiful. You look good, and the dress looks good. Xiao Xuan, you're taller than me now. I remember you used to be much shorter than me. I'm a few years younger than you. Of course, I was shorter. You grew up first. Are you saying I'm old? You think I'm old? Sister Qinghong, let's not do this. Sister Qinghong, are you leaving later? No, I'm not leaving, if you lose. I'll come down to accompany you. That table doesn't seem very stable. Is it? Yeah, it looks a bit off. From having something to say to running out of conversation. As they chatted, night deepened. The noise outside finally faded away, and even the most drunken guests left. The whole world seemed much quieter as a result. How about I fix this? Jiang Xuan pointed at the table and stood up. Jiang Qinghong abruptly pulled Jiang Xuan's hand back. Jiang Xuan turned to look, and Jiang Qinghong shook her head. Jiang Xuan slowly sat back down, leaning closer, looking into Jiang Qinghong's eyes. Sister Qinghong, huh? Jiang Qinghong suddenly swung her hand. A burst of energy extinguished the candles in the room, plunging it into darkness, and she pushed Jiang Xuan down. The two consummated their marriage. Chapter 26. Breakthrough. Innate realm boom. Lightning streaked across the sky. The rain began to pour. After a long drought, the Jiang Clan territory finally welcomed a downpour that night, with the might of heaven rumbling, fierce winds howling, and torrential rain falling. The storm came with great ferocity, like a river spilling over, lasting for a good half-hour before quickly retreating. But moments later, the sky drizzled again, followed by another downpour, even more intense than the last. Another half-hour passed. The rain stopped, but the wind did not, until the third torrential rain came. It wasn't until less than an hour before dawn that the sky finally cleared, the dark clouds dispersed, and countless stars filled the sky, dazzling and brilliant. An ancient consciousness was revived. Jiang Qinghong suddenly opened her eyes, her expression unfamiliar yet authoritative, with a hint of confusion, but it quickly settled. The memories of this life rapidly occupied her thoughts, and she immediately recalled what had just happened and how she awakened the memories of the divine and demon. How could I be born in a tribe? I should have been born in Snowfall City. Jiang Qinghong's eyes flashed with astonishment and anger. Where did things go wrong? A tribe. A barbaric and foolish tribe. A tribe that gives no cultivation resources to women. So I couldn't break through the innate realm by the age of 20. I should have broken through before 14. I should have awakened when I broke through, not on the night of my wedding. He took away my... He should die? Jiang Qinghong suddenly turned to look at Jiang Xuan. The extreme sense of danger jolted Jiang Xuan awake, and he sprang up from the bed. He thought he was fast enough, but he didn't expect the hand that came at him to be even quicker. Realizing he couldn't dodge, Jiang Xuan could only swing his hand to counter, but he was afraid of hurting her, so he held back. Boom! Jiang Xuan flew out, knocking over furniture and sliding a long distance, which was still due to him adjusting his force. He looked in disbelief at the bed. Sister Qinghong, you. Shut up. Jiang Qinghong shouted as she wrapped herself in a blanket, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xuan as she stepped off the bed, walking towards him slowly. Step by step. What did you do? What did you do? We got married, and then... Jiang Xuan instinctively replied, sensing something was off with Jiang Qinghong. Her eyes were unfamiliar. More alarmingly, Jiang Qinghong's aura was rising continuously. She had broken through to the innate realm without any hindrance. Her aura revealed the changes of the innate body, rapid and direct, but that wasn't all. With every step she took, her aura grew stronger, and soon, she reached the mid-innate realm, then the late innate realm, and finally the perfect innate realm. Her aura finally stabilized. It seemed that this time she could only break through to this level. Yet, it still shocked Jiang Xuan. This was unbelievable. How could she break through so quickly? And who was she? She wasn't Sister Qing Hong. Sister Qing Hong wouldn't show him such an expression, nor would she harbor killing intent towards him. Jiang Xuan couldn't figure it out, and he had no time to think. He realized Jiang Qing Hong wanted to kill him. Even worse, he had previously exchanged blows with Jiang Qing Hong, and he had been sent flying not because he was weaker, but because he had held back to avoid hurting her. But now, whether he held back or not made no difference. He had no weapon, and his speed couldn't surpass a true perfect innate being. Jiang Qing Hong already possessed the strength to kill him. Whoosh! Jiang Qing Hong suddenly transformed into an afterimage and charged at him. Sister Qing Hong, Jiang Xuan shouted. Not dodging. Jiang Qing Hong appeared right in front of him. So close their faces were almost touching, just half an inch apart, and at the same time. Her hand was already gripping Jiang Xuan's neck. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. What's wrong with you? Jiang Xuan asked. Jiang Qing Hong's eyes showed an inexplicable struggle. Recent memories from the past decade affected her, but soon, her expression returned to icy cold. He cannot die by my hands. A life and death battle cannot end because of me. I must not be noticed before I regain my strength. Jiang Qing Hong thought to herself, convincing herself, slowly loosening her grip, and suddenly transforming into an afterimage, retreating 2 yards. Finally, she glanced back at Jiang Xuan, her eyes flashing with complexity. Don't let me see you again. Jiang Qing Hong said coldly, transforming into an afterimage once more, shattering the window as she left. Her aura also vanished in the process, making it impossible to trace. Jiang Xuan was dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? The wife he just got was gone. Xiao Xian, are you alright? Is someone trying to assassinate you? We came in. Several auras quickly approached, shouting as they leaped into the courtyard, and then the door was smashed open. Jiang Xuan and several innate female warriors rushed into the room, all holding long knives, scanning the area warily. They lived nearby, and sensed the unfamiliar innate aura coming from Jiang Xuan's home, which compelled them to rush over. Jiang Xuan was still there and seemed unharmed. The furniture was overturned, the window was broken, but there were no other signs of a struggle. Moreover, Jiang Qing Hong was missing. Was Qing Hong captured? Jiang Xuan suddenly exclaimed. This was the worst outcome she could think of aside from Jiang Xuan's death. Damn it. Is it the Shentu tribe? Jiang Xuan slowly shook his head. After a moment, Jiang Xuan, wearing a nightgown, sat on the edge of the bed. Aside from him and Jiang Xuan, Grandma Jinhua had also come over, and only she was notified. Jiang Xuan briefly recounted the outrageous situation that had occurred earlier. Directly advancing from acquired perfection to innate perfection? And they want to kill you? Have they been possessed? Even gods and demons cultivate step by step. How can there be such a breakthrough overnight? This matter is unusual, and if it spreads, it may cause quite a stir, even bringing unpredictable disasters to the tribe. In the case of Qing Hong, we cannot harm her at least. After Grandma Jinhua finished speaking, she paused and looked at Jiang Xuan, saying, Xiao Xian, there are only 5 days left until the life and death battle. If Qing Hong leaves like this, it may not be a bad thing for her, and we don't need to look for her. I understand, Jiang Xuan nodded. He understood that no one believed he could win, so for them, Qing Hong's safe departure was really not a bad thing. No matter how bad her situation was, it wouldn't be worse than what the women of his tribe would experience if they lost the life and death battle. But Jiang Xuan still wanted to figure out what exactly had happened. We won't make this public. If someone asks later, we just say that Qing Hong left. No need to elaborate, Grandma Jinhua advised. It is quite normal to leave suddenly during the life and death battle. As for whether she was sent away or escaped on her own, there is no need to explain to outsiders. Who? Jiang Xuan's expression suddenly changed, and a breath of innate power surged from his body. At that moment, he suddenly felt an inexplicable force within him, which seemed to have been hiding in his body before and suddenly emerged now. He instinctively used the Heiyuan Gong to barely suppress this unfamiliar power. Xiao Xian, what happened to you? Jiang Xuan hurriedly asked. I may need to use my energy to heal. Jiang Xuan thought for a moment and didn't tell the truth. There was no point in mentioning this to them. and he had to conceal matters related to cultivation. Is it serious? Not serious, just need some recovery. Then you should change to another room. This one might need some repairs. No, I'll go to the back mountain. It's quiet there, and no one will disturb me. Back mountain. The sky gradually brightened. Senior, are you there? Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged in front of the communication stone. He tried to communicate every so often, but there was no response. Besides that, he had been suppressing the strange energy within him. It was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. If I say that the innate power I cultivated through Heiyuan Gong is as abundant as a river, then this inexplicable energy is just a fish in the river. But this fish is swimming wildly. It has the power to break the river. If I cannot suppress it, it will tear apart my meridians. Jiang Xuan exerted all his strength to operate the innate power in his body. Fortunately, this fish only goes berserk occasionally, most of the time. It moves along with the current. An hour after dawn. You are looking for me? On your wedding night. Why are you practicing? An ethereal voice echoed. Senior. Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. There is a powerful force in my body right now that doesn't belong to me, and I can't control it. It's too powerful. Where did it come from? The ethereal voice asked, confused. It might be related to Qing Hong. Jiang Xuan could only speculate. What happened to her? She ran away. Ran away? How did she run away? Last night. Jiang Xuan skipped the process of consummation and explained what happened afterward, emphasizing the situation of Jiang Qinghong's insane rise in realm and that she seemed to have become a different person who wanted to kill him. After listening, Qian Huang was silent for a few moments before forcing out a sentence. You kid is really damn lucky. This was the first time Jiang Xuan had heard her curse in their 8 years of acquaintance. Luck? Jiang Xuan didn't he understand. Senior, Qinghong almost killed me. How can you? I'll explain to you later, the ethereal voice interrupted. First, you should absorb that strange energy inside you. Don't suppress it. Treat it as a part of yourself, flow with it, and refine it. Jiang Xuan had thought about absorbing and refining it, but did not dare to do so easily. This is like how one shouldn't eat random things. It's not about whether it can be swallowed, but that some things can be deadly if eaten. So, one shouldn't be reckless. Since the senior says so, then I'll give it a try. Jiang Xuan said. This refining process took much longer than Jiang Xuan had imagined. It took a full 2 days and nights. On the afternoon of the 5th day of the 8th month, my innate power has doubled again. Not only that, but my body has also been tempered to the extreme of acquired perfection. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Break for me. Boom. At this moment, Jiang Xuan felt that everything in his body, his organs, meridians, bones, muscles, skin, blood vessels, and even the meridians at the tips of his fingers, was being opened by the innate power. Following that was a sense of clarity. It was as if he could directly breathe the air with his body, and his body began to constantly absorb and expel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. An unprecedented, terrifying physical strength was also generated. Innate realm achieved. I succeeded. The senior said I needed a lot of resources to break through. But I actually succeeded because of the consummation with Qinghong. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes. Huyan tribe territory, mysterious underground palace. Ha 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 ha, you are mine. You will soon be mine. In 2 days, the Shentu tribe will win the life and death battle. You will be mine. Let me tell you, I will personally go to see. Not just me. Other tribes will go too. They have all bought spoils from the Shentu tribe in advance, and they will witness the destruction of the Jiang Clan. Ha ha ha. Are you ready, beauty? Huyan Qi spoke frantically in front of the statue, laughing madly. He came here periodically, and on the eve of his departure to the Jiang Clan territory, he came again. The inexplicable feeling in the statue's eyes made him keep this place a secret and come here repeatedly. Are you the only one who has been here? A woman's cold voice suddenly appeared from behind, echoing in the underground palace. Yes, only I have. Can you talk? Are you talking to me? A hallucination. No, it's not a hallucination. Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. You haven't mentioned this place to anyone, right? The cold woman's voice came again. No, absolutely not. Ha ha ha. I'm not crazy. You really can talk. Huyan Qi shouted madly at the statue. Swoo. A flash of sword light passed. Huyan Qi's face still wore a mad smile. But his eyes instantly lost their luster, and then his head fell, a smooth cut at his neck, and his body collapsed to the ground. A woman in a black dress walked to the statue, removed her hat, revealing the stunning beauty known as the first of Heightened Mountain. She looked up at the statue. Jiang Qinghong looked at the statue and saw that the eyes of the statue were still effective. She breathed a sigh of relief. This was the last line of defense she set here. If the effect of the eyes also became ineffective due to the passage of time, then the things she hid here might be discovered. Jiang Qinghong walked behind the statue, pressed her hand on a seemingly unremarkable spot, and pressed hard inward. Kaboom! The underground palace shook violently, and some debris fell from above. Jiang Qinghong then walked to a corner of the grand hall of the underground palace, pressed down on a spot on the stone wall, and after a total of 7 places, pressed down 7 times. Ancient mechanism techniques. Although not as advanced as formations and restrictions, the realm required to activate it is also low. Innate realm is enough, but the key is knowing the position and order. Rumble. After another tremor, the jade statue began to slowly shift, revealing an entrance to a hidden passage beneath its pedestal. Jiang Qinghong descended the stairs, traversed the passage, and finally entered a stone chamber. The chamber was small, with a long sword placed on a stone table and a small box positioned in front of the table. In one corner of the chamber, there was a stone bed, beside which sat a tall, bald middle-aged man with his eyes closed, completely still. That was all. Jiang Qinghong walked to the stone table, opened the small box on it, and immediately revealed a smile. 1,300 years. Fortunately, everything is still here. This is enough for me to cultivate back into a god and demon. It's just a matter of time, Jiang Qinghong thought, picking up a small pouch from the box for a look. After a moment, she bundled the items and slung them over her shoulder. Holding the sword, she walked to the man beside the stone bed, cut her palm to let her blood drip onto the man's bald head. Her blood was actually absorbed by him. This was a re-recognition of the master. This man was not human, but her greatest trump card left for her reincarnation, a super-grade secret law puppet. No one could destroy a super-grade secret law puppet except for gods and demons. He possessed the top-tier combat power beneath gods and demons. The man opened his eyes. War slave, we leave, Jiang Qinghong said. Yes, master. The tall figure followed her steps. After the two left the underground palace, Jiang Qinghong commanded, destroy this place. Yes, master. The war slave vanished behind Jiang Qinghong, and soon, a rumble echoed from within the underground palace as it began to collapse. There are many methods of reincarnation for gods and demons, with varying effects. For example, one method involves using divine stargrass, allowing the reincarnator to traverse the river of time and be reborn many years later, or using the primordial chi soul crystal method, which grants the reincarnated being innate life upon rebirth. However, the primordial chi soul crystal is generally unattainable for gods and demons. Even a fortune 10 times greater cannot buy one. According to what you said, Jiang Qinghong should be a reincarnated god or demon. In the back mountain of the Earth City, a misty voice explained to Jiang Xuan. Chapter 27. That reincarnated god and demon woman, her reincarnated soul carries remnants of god and demon power, far less than what she possessed before her reincarnation. But for someone at the postnatal stage, it is an unimaginable vast energy. Because of your union, she awakened her memories of being a god and demon and that latent energy. Half of that energy helped her directly break through from postnatal perfection to innate perfection, while the other half was absorbed into your body during your union. It seems she will be reborn in a tribe. There must have been some accident during her reincarnation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have delayed until her 20s to enter the innate stage. According to her original plan, after awakening from reincarnation, she would enjoy that residual god and demon power alone, which could at least enable her physical body to enter the calamity stage. Unexpectedly, half of it was taken by you. So, of course, she would want to kill you. It was your luck that she didn't kill you. The misty voice explained to Jiang Xuan. Sister Qinghong still has feelings for me, Jiang Xuan said. Don't be delusional. The misty voice wanted to awaken Jiang Xuan. Generally, gods and demons cannot reincarnate. Only those who have been gods and demons for 1,000 years have enough resources to reincarnate themselves. The gods and demons who choose to reincarnate either know they cannot withstand the next calamity or choose to reincarnate to avoid disaster due to powerful enemies. In either case, she must be a very ancient being, older than the history of your tribe, although she has memories of you for over a decade. Compared to her thousands of years of memories, you are nothing. You are merely a fleeting passerby in her long journey. Her not killing you may be because the matter is settled, and she does not want to attract attention, especially since you are currently under so many gazes. So, you're saying my newlywed wife is just gone? Jiang Xuan said. You can think of it that way, the misty voice continued. But I must remind you, A reincarnated god or demon is bound to cultivate back into a god or demon again, and for you, gods and demons are an untouchable peak, an insurmountable chasm. The gap between you and Jiang Qinghong will only grow larger. You are people from two different worlds. She will not see you as anything but a barbaric and backward tribesman. Hey, Jiang Xuan called out. Although he understood the elder's concerns, those words were too harsh. What do you mean by barbaric and backward tribesman? It's not how I see you. It's how she definitely sees you. You think what I said is harsh now, but it's better than losing your life at her hands in the future. The Emperor Qian did not want his only friend to act foolishly because of a woman. Although she had never intervened in what Jiang Xuan could or could not do, she did not mind him risking his life for something. If he died, that was simply because Jiang Xuan was outmatched. But the matter of a reincarnated god or demon was an exception. For the current Jiang Xuan, it was too dangerous, even potentially leading to a mysterious death. The Emperor Qian did not expect Jiang Xuan to conquer a reincarnated god and demon woman with some masculinity. Those who become gods and demons have all walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They are all too familiar with the various hardships and dangers of the human world. The only way to conquer a female god and demon is to become a god and demon more powerful than her. There is no other way. And Jiang Xuan was not even in the calamity stage yet. Take my advice. Forget about the fact that you have a wife. There are many women in the world. And on your future life path, there will be beautiful companions who will be infatuated with you. As for Jiang Qinghong, just forget about her. Without becoming a god or demon, you will only have a fleeting lifespan of 100 years. You two are not suited for each other. The misty voice concluded. By the way, if you see Jiang Qinghong again, just turn and run as fast as you can. She really will kill you. Do you still think I can't become a god or demon? Jiang Xuan asked. You have a chance. The misty voice replied. But throughout history, there have been many young people more stunning than you are now. They are hailed as geniuses and admired by the masses. Yet very few can ultimately become gods and demons. To become a god or demon requires all aspects, and even luck. Aside from reincarnators with experience in becoming gods and demons, others, even if they show 10 times your talent, can only say that they have a higher probability of becoming gods and demons, not a certainty. Do you understand? Jiang Xuan thought and slowly nodded. He vaguely understood. Jiang Xuan was not discouraged. Instead, he ignited a stronger fighting spirit, because he had already changed from impossible to having a chance. Having a chance is enough, even if it's just a glimmer. In the nearest county town to the Jiang Clan's territory, Fenggu County, a young man in a brocade robe walked down the street with a middle-aged man wielding a golden knife. The golden knife guard held a horse in one hand, his eyes vigilantly scanning the pedestrians on the street, his aura instilling fear. This man was extraordinary, named Chao Tai, even in the stronghold of Feishua City. He was a well-known figure. Although he had not yet surpassed the innate level to become a calamity-level figure, he was just one step away, ranking 87th on the innate list of Feishua City. With his strength, if he went to nearby prefectures, he would surely rank among the top innate beings. In the lower-level county town, there could not be anyone stronger than him. Such a person was a guard today. Last year, he had joined the Wei family, one of the 4 great families of Feishua City, and became a guest of the Wei family. Naturally, those who could accompany and protect him were not ordinary family youths, but one of the 3 greatest talents of the Wei family, Wei Yuanlang. Uncle Chao, there's no need to be so cautious. We haven't reached the tribe's territory yet. It's just a county town. What danger could there be? Wei Yuanlang said politely to Chao Tai, who had the status to be addressed as Uncle Chao. After all, it's better to be careful. Chao Tai said indifferently and glared at a passerby. Wei Yuanlang knew Chao Tai's temperament and stopped talking. The two arrived at the best restaurant in Fenggu County, booked the best private room, and ordered a table full of dishes. While waiting for the food, they sipped tea and chatted. At 15, killing a person in the early stage of innate ability, what kind of genius is that? My 4th uncle has been laughed at a lot because of him lately. Wei Yuanlang said with a faint smile while holding his teacup. Not to mention, whether he was the one who killed him is still debatable. In Feishua City, that indeed doesn't count for anything, but it's rare for a tribe to have someone like that. Chao Tai responded. Humph. Wei Yuanlang snorted lightly. You can't say the tribe is barbaric and backward. What kind of ability do they have to blow it up like that? It's said that his father is the #1 warrior of Heightened Mountain, but I see that his father can't even defeat Uncle Chao. How can he be called the #1 warrior? Chao Tai silently drank his tea, He hadn't fought with Jiang Hanfeng either, so he wouldn't easily assert that he was stronger. After we finish our meal, we will continue our journey to the Jiang Clan's territory, Wei Yuanlang said. Tomorrow we will also go to the Earth City to see how a tribe perished. Although the Jiang Clan was just a group of barbaric natives around Highton Mountain, in terms of strength and resources, they couldn't even compare to a small finger of the Wei family. However, Jiang Xuan's reputation had reached the Wei family and attracted some gossipers' attention. My fourth uncle says he doesn't mind, but in his heart, he must be feeling bad. Wei Yuanlang said, taking a sip of tea. Only when this matter with the Jiang clan is settled can my fourth uncle feel at ease. The tribe's territory is dangerous, and there may be demon beasts lurking. Young Master Lang, your family has high hopes for you, so there's no need to make the trip personally, Chow Tai said. Considering safety. Uncle Chow, you don't understand this. Wei Yuanlang shook his head and smiled. If I come personally and see Jiang Xuan die in battle, when I go back, won't it be whatever I say goes? Anyway, Jiang Xuan is dead. If I say he had no power to resist and begged for mercy while crying, who could refute that? This made Chow Tai frown slightly. The main thing is to let my fourth uncle save face, Wei Yuanlang said with a knowing look. After my fourth uncle was promoted, he has been under a lot of criticism. And this Jiang Xuan incident has been said to be an opportunity he missed to recruit a genius for the family. That he can't recognize people and only knows how to flatter the Jiang clan. This group of short-sighted pests, what do they know? Wei Yuanlang said angrily. So I have to help my fourth uncle. Young Master Yuanlang and fourth uncle are like father and son, Chow Tai said with a remark. Of course. Wei Yuanlang smiled. Pleased to hear that. Chow Tai fell silent and continued to drink tea. He couldn't agree with Wei Yuanlang's approach, but he wouldn't refute it either. Among the three great geniuses of the Wei family, Wei Yuanlang was the one with the highest seniority but the lowest status. He was of similar age to the other two geniuses, only a few years apart. But he was considered their uncle because he came from the side branch of the Wei family in Huaiqing County, after being brought to Feishua City for training. Although the family valued him and he received no less training resources than the other two great geniuses, his status as a side branch member was still considerably lower. This led to many issues, such as when the direct Wei family had unique training benefits. It was almost always the other two geniuses competing for them, leaving no share for him as a side branch member. During his years in the direct family, Wei Yuanlang had witnessed many ups and downs, prompting him to seek support. Wei Hongqua was originally just one of the people he flattered, but recently, as Wei Hongqua began to be reused and held real power, Wei Yuanlang started to curry favor with him wholeheartedly. The other two great geniuses didn't pay much attention to fourth uncle. Only he cared for fourth uncle, checking in on him and being attentive. Fourth uncle's power in the family is growing. Chow Tai suddenly sighed. Yes, Wei Yuanlang nodded. Fourth uncle is truly talented. He just hadn't been discovered before. Previously, when Wei Yuanlang mentioned that Wei Hongqua had been under a lot of criticism, that was actually incorrect. The criticism had been a month ago and had passed. There were hardly any gossipers. In fact, the Wei family didn't pay much attention to the Jiang clan and didn't think highly of them. They would just say a few words when they heard about it, then forget it and never mention it again. What kind of waves could a small tribe make? Moreover, with the full initiation of cooperation between the Wei family and the Jiang clan at the beginning of this month, it allowed the Wei family, which had been under pressure for years, to breathe a sigh of relief. Wei Hongqua, who led this, further expanded his power, getting closer to the authority of the family manager. The Wei family manager was getting old, having been injured in his foundation in his early years, and didn't have many years left to live. Recently, there were even rumors that the next family manager would be fourth uncle Wei Hongqua, detaining Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao, forcing Jiang Yao to change her surname, and arranging a marriage with the Jiang clan. Wei Hongqua handled all this decisively and beautifully, thanks to his quick decision that day. Otherwise, the person would have run away. Compared to the major event of stabilizing the family's position, the news of a small Jiang clan's young man was probably not even a small flaw. At most, it would just make a few people envious and jealous. Now, there was no more criticism. Everyone was busy flattering Wei Hongqua. Wei Yuanlang was afraid that his flattery wouldn't hit the mark, so he wanted to make a trip to the Jiang clan personally. After the meal, Wei Yuanlang and Chow Tai took a short rest and set off again. On the morning of August 7th, the gates of the Jiang clan's Earth City were wide open. According to the laws of the dynasty, death battles between tribes allowed other tribes to observe on the 7th, 8th, and 9th of each month. The order in the tribe's Earth City was managed by the black armored guards under the inspector, and no one dared to cause trouble. At the city gate, teams of carriages were entering, and some people were getting out to chat. Chief Shentu, congratulations in advance on your clan becoming the #1 tribe in Highton Mountain. A tall, one-eyed old man was chatting with Shentu Lai. You're too kind, Nalan brother. Shentu Lai waved his hand. Even if my clan devours the Jiang Clan, we still can't compare to your Nalan clan. The most fertile and safest land in Highton Mountain is all within your clan's territory. Shentu Lai's words were loaded. Chief Shentu, you're being too modest, the one-eyed old man said with a smile. After Jiang Hanfeng went missing, you are the #1 warrior of Highton Mountain. I suppose Jiang Hanfeng won't come back. He must have died in the 10 Directions Abyss. After you devour the Jiang Clan today, you will naturally be the #1 tribe, which we cannot compare to. What #1 warrior? Nalan brother, you flatter me, Shentu Lai said, brimming with confidence. While Shentu, standing beside him, also wore a proud smile for her father. Chapter 28, August 7th, a gathering of all sides after exchanging pleasantries. The one-eyed old man joined his team and entered the Earth City. Shentu Lai watched the one-eyed old man's back, and his smile gradually faded until he let out a heavy humph. Dad, he's mocking you. Saying that your title of #1 warrior isn't earned through battle, but because Jiang Hanfeng went missing, Shentu said. That old man is jealous. He has never accomplished such a great thing as devouring a millennium-old tribe, yet I am doing it. Shentu Lai sneered. If he's this jealous now, just wait until the mining matter is revealed. Who knows what kind of twisted face he might show then. By then, he wouldn't dare to mock us and would definitely have to flatter us. Shentu said, turning to her father. By the way, Dad, I want to go out and travel. When? Shentu Lai looked at his daughter. After we devour the Jiang Clan, I'll leave, Shentu said. All right, when the time comes, I'll hire a group of innate dead soldiers to follow you to ensure your safety, Shentu Lai said generously. Thank you, Dad, Shentu smiled. What for? There are only the 2 of us left in the family, so it's only right to treat you well. Shentu Lai said that his wife died early, and he originally had several biological brothers, but they all died. The last biological brother died last month, killed by Jiang Xuan. He originally had 2 sons, but one died due to a monster attack and the other died in battle. There are many clan members, but when it comes to relatives or family, only he and his daughter are left. The clan leader, Shentu, congratulated him in advance. Suddenly, a voice of congratulations came from behind. Shentu Lai turned around with a smile and greeted, Tribe Leader Shah, why did you come in person? Ha ha ha, please, please. In the past 3 years, the life and death battles between the Jiang tribe and the Shentu tribe had hardly been watched by other tribes because it was not significant. Killing in Highton Mountain was the most common thing. Today is different. The Jiang tribe has only 1 man left, and a tribe with thousands of years of history is about to be extinct. Many tribes had already purchased spoils from the Shentu tribe in advance, so they all came. Important figures from the top 10 tribes, such as the Nalan, Hu, Sha, and He tribes, all brought people over. Strangely, the He tribe, which had a good relationship with the Huyan tribe and made a big splash on auction day by buying Jiang Qinghong at a high price, has not been seen today. The He tribe brought some unverified news, saying that the young master of the Huyan tribe has gone missing, and the entire clan is searching for him. These barbarians really have a strong smell. 2 people dressed in long robes and hats were entering the city, leading their horses and keeping a considerable distance from other tribal groups. Wei Yuanlang frowned as he looked at the tribal people dressed in animal skins and wearing various tribal ornaments. Young master, be careful not to be overheard. Chow Tai reminded with a frown. So what if they hear? Who in the world is your Uncle Chow's opponent? Wei Yuanlang said. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Chow Tai said. It's better not to cause trouble. Look over there. That person is currently the #1 warrior of Highton Mountain, Shentu Lai, the leader of the Shentu tribe. With a spear that is unbeatable in Highton Mountain, he is known as the Spear Overlord. Wei Yuanlang looked in the direction Chow Tai indicated. The fierce aura from Shentu Lai made his eyelids twitch. It seems he indeed has some real skills. As Wei Yuanlang spoke, he suddenly shifted his gaze and saw the fair-skinned girl who had blossomed into a little beauty. Tribal women often sunbathe, mostly having wheat-colored skin. And very few are fair-skinned, and even fewer are both fair and beautiful. Uncle Chow, who is that girl next to Shentu Lai? Is she his little wife? Wei Yuanlang hurriedly asked. That's his daughter, Shentu, who has been known for her intelligence since childhood and is hailed as the #1 talented woman of Highton Mountain. Chow Tai replied. Many years ago, I saw her when I attended the Heightened Mountain Warrior Conference as a traveler. She was just a child back then. His daughter? Biological? Wei Yuanling exclaimed. TSK. As he walked, his gaze remained on Shentu. He never expected there would be such a beautiful and graceful girl among the tribal people. Chao Tai glanced at Wei Yuanlang, but did not respond. On one side of the training ground, inside the tower, Shentu Lai was welcoming various tribes at the city gate. As if this place already belonged to the Shentu tribe, Jiang Xuan, dressed in leather armor, said angrily. He won't be arrogant for long. Granny Jinhua said with hatred, today, even if the Jiang tribe is exterminated, we must bite off a piece of meat from them. Yes, bite off a piece of meat. When Xiao Xian died in battle, that was our moment to fight for our lives. Kill, kill. Inside the hall on the first floor of the tower, there were people everywhere, women dressed in animal skin armor, carrying bows and knives, exuding murderous intent, their shouts shaking the heavens. But after the fervor, the tower quickly fell into an eerie silence. Sadness appeared on everyone's faces. Gradually, the sound of sobbing could be heard. It's easy to say one will fight to the death, but not everyone has such strong convictions. They are all motivated by the collective. If there's a chance to live, who would want to die? If it weren't for the possibility of suffering a fate worse than death afterward, who would choose to die? Don't cry. Granny Jinhua suddenly raised her head. The tower fell silent again. Creak. The tower door was suddenly pushed open, and a fully armed woman rushed in, saying, Xiao Xian is back from the back mountain. It's time, let's go. Granny Jinhua said. By the time the sun fully rose, the training ground of the Jiang tribe was already crowded. Inspector Lei Hong sat on a high platform, looking at the spectators gathered on one side of the arena, then at the Shentu tribe members on the other side, followed by the fully armed women of the Jiang tribe across the arena. His expression remained indifferent, as if nothing could touch his emotions. Although he could tell that the women of the Jiang tribe were preparing for a final desperate struggle, to him, it didn't even count as a small threat. Anyone who dares to violate the laws of the dynasty in front of him must die. Dad, it seems they're about to make a move, Shentu whispered to her father, glancing away. The inspector is here. Once they make a move, the inspector will go up and casually kill a few, and the others will be too scared to move. In front of true strongmen, their spirits will collapse in an instant. Shentu Lai sneered. Truly ignorant of the times, stubborn. Shentu looked at him. And this remark was not about the women of the Jiang tribe, but about the man surrounded by those women, Jiang Xuan. It is said that he got married a few days ago to Jiang Qinghong from the clan, the one that the Huyin tribe bought at a high price. The next day, Jiang Qinghong went missing, and the informant's news was that she ran away, not knowing how she broke through the blockade. Shentu Lai, as if thinking of something amusing, grinned and said, to taste a woman's flavor before dying, this kid is quite clever. Disgusting. Shentu scolded inexplicably and added, but if Jiang Qinghong ran away, if the Huyin tribe asks us for people after winning the life and death battle, then the mine will be ours. Why bother about this little loss? Shentu Lai said indifferently. That's true. Shentu nodded. Suddenly, someone kissed Jiang Xuan on the left cheek. Jiang Xuan was startled and turned his head, his eyes wide in confusion, raising his hand to wipe his cheek, saying, Sister Panchua, what are you doing? I watched you grow up. Is it not okay to kiss you? Jiang Panchua, who was carrying a long knife, rolled her eyes. I wanted to. From the other side, someone attacked. It was the fiery-tempered Jiang Qianhe, who was over 10 years older than Jiang Xuan. Her first husband died outside, and her second died in the life and death battle. I want to. Since we're all going to die anyway, Xiao Xian, give me a kiss. Jiang Xuan is the clan leader, but also the younger brother of these women. They watched Jiang Xuan grow up. Some helped take care of him when he was young. In their last moments of life, they may just want to ease everyone's mental pressure and diminish the sorrow. At this moment, Jiang Xuan could not run around and almost begged for mercy. All right, stop messing around. It's about to begin, Granny Jinhua said. Shentu looked in Jiang Xuan's direction with a face full of displeasure. She increasingly felt that it was foolish to seek a marriage alliance with Jiang Xuan back then. Jiang Xuan, do you regret rejecting me and refusing to marry into our family back then? Shentu suddenly shouted, gazing in Jiang Xuan's direction. Being rejected back then, she was almost humiliated by Jiang Xuan. She wanted to give Jiang Xuan, who was about to die at her father's hands, one last embarrassment. Chapter 29, saying to kill your father means to kill your father. The training ground suddenly fell silent. The Shentu tribe actually tried to arrange a marriage with Jiang Xuan? Isn't this just a means of drawing him in? Jiang Xuan actually gave up this opportunity? Is he really going to fight to the death with the Shentu tribe? People from the Nalan, Hu, Sha, and other tribes all looked at Jiang Xuan, not knowing whether to praise his loyalty to the tribe or to call him foolish. Shentu Lai is willing to sacrifice even his only daughter, which shows his sincerity. Xiao Xian and Jin Huanainai looked at Jiang Xuan in disbelief. They had no idea this had happened. Jiang Xuan had never mentioned it to them. Among the crowd from the Shentu tribe, several young people standing with Jiang Jingsheng all changed their expressions. In the past month and a half, including Jiang Guang, 4 Jiang Clan escapees have defected to the Shentu tribe. Since turning traitor, they have become the most eager people for Jiang Xian's death. Because only with Jiang Xuan dead can the Jiang Clan be destroyed, their labels as traitors fade, and they can truly integrate into the Shentu tribe. To think such a thing happened, he must really be foolish. Jiang Guang coldly laughed and said to the person beside him, Jiang Xian's choice is an insult to those of them who have defected to the Shentu tribe. His brain really isn't functioning well. A young man named Jiang Xing echoed. Shentu Lai frowned slightly. He did not expect his daughter to suddenly bring this matter up. However, thinking it over, at this juncture, it makes no difference whether it is said or not, since the matter is about to conclude anyway. Jiang Xian, you made a good choice. You are not worthy of my precious daughter. At least you have self-awareness. Shentu Lai stepped forward, thrusting his spear into the ground, grinning. This is my first public move in 3 years. To die at my hands is also your fortune. Jiang Xuan did not want to respond to Shentu Yu. Settling life and death on the arena was enough. But since Shentu Lai also came down to say such things, didn't you tell your father? My conditions? Jiang Xuan looked at Shentu Yu with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze toward Jiang Xuan changed again. He even discussed conditions with the Shentu clan. It turns out he did not decisively refuse, but rather the conditions did not reach an agreement. Shentu Yu's expression slightly changed. Her lips pressed together, anger flaring in her eyes. Shentu Lai turned to glance at his daughter, a questioning look in his eyes. Shentu Yu slightly shook her head, meaning there was no need to say more. Clan leader Jiang, what conditions did you not agree on with Shentu Yu? An elder with one eye from the Nalan clan shouted loudly. If you marry into the Shentu clan, not only will your life be worry-free. With your talent, you might even be cultivated as a key figure, changing your surname to Shentu. You could even become the Shentu clan leader in the future. What conditions could possibly not be agreed upon? Yes, what conditions? Clan leader Jiang, do tell. There were indeed people eager to stir up trouble, and not just one. Hearing someone ask, Shentu Yu suddenly panicked. Such a request was a great insult to her. However, she quickly calmed down, coldly gazing at Jiang Xuan. If he dared to say it publicly, her humiliation would be temporary, and he would die in battle next, becoming a foolish person blinded by lust. It would only make him a bigger joke. It's nothing much. I just asked her to marry into the Jiang clan and be my little wife. Plus the Shentu tribe merging into the Jiang clan, and I would leave her father with a whole corpse and spare the other Shentu people, but she did not agree. Jiang Xuan casually said, with an air of seriousness as if he were genuinely negotiating. The martial arts arena fell silent again. Many people looked at Jiang Xuan with incredulity. The one-eyed elder from the Nalan clan was rendered speechless. Was this what you called negotiating? This was just pure disgust. It seemed the negotiation process was not going smoothly. Jiang Xuan intended to disgust Shentu Yu, which was why he said so. He had no intention of negotiating at all. However, Shentu Yu gave Jiang Xuan a cold smile. Huh, why aren't you brave enough to speak the truth? Afraid of being called a fool after death? Then Jiang Xuan continued to gaze at Shentu Yu, saying, She told me that as long as I agreed, she would be mine. I said, kill your father, and you will also be mine. Ha ha. Clan leader Jiang is truly a hero. The one-eyed elder laughed heartily. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Such integrity makes us admire you. He might not genuinely praise Jiang Xuan, but he certainly intended to disgust the Shentu tribe. The 10 tribes of Highton Mountain, the Nalan clan is the strongest tribe in recent centuries. And now the Shentu clan is about to swallow the Jiang clan. It seems that the title of the #1 tribe in Highton Mountain will be taken away. Clan leader Jiang is truly a man. We admire him. Only true warriors can face death calmly. If clan leader Jiang's talent is not inferior to his father's, and if he were given another 20 years, he might truly be able to accomplish what he said. Such courage at 15. Some people echoed the one-eyed elder, praising Jiang Xuan. Wei Yuanlang, standing in a remote position, snorted coldly, saying, So it turns out that tribal people are not only barbaric, but also very hypocritical. A half-grown boy who doesn't understand flexibility keeps calling himself clan leader Jiang and a hero. Tribal people are also human. Their essence is no different from ours. Chow Tai said beside him. They also have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. They can scheme and calculate, feel envy and jealousy. It's hard to say how much of their praise for Jiang Xuan is genuine or mostly to make the Shentu tribe lose face. The territories of these tribes in Heightened Mountain have only so many benefits. Fighting over them is like wild dogs fighting for food. Boring. Wei Yuanlang made a big yawn, saying, "Once this is over, let us go back. There's nothing worth seeing." Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out, and the ground beneath Shentu Lai's feet cracked inch by inch. He deliberately stomped to crack the ground, glaring fiercely at the other tribal warriors who were talking. The martial arts arena fell silent again. Even the one-eyed elder from the Jiang Clan had nothing more to say. Although envious and resentful, he had no intention of truly falling out with the Shentu tribe. As Shentu Lai was the #1 warrior of Heightened Mountain today and was known for his explosive temper, it was about time. Finally, Lei Hong, sitting on the observation platform, spoke up in a calm tone. "You may begin." "Yes, my lord." Jiang Xuan and Shentu Lai both bowed and cupped their hands toward Lei Hong. "Who?" Shentu Lai leaped onto the arena first, swinging his thick spear horizontally, casually creating a flourish. He stood like an iron tower and shouted loudly, "Why aren't you coming up to meet your death?" As he spoke, he shook his wrist again, and the spear vibrated, producing a buzzing sound. Buzz. Some people in the audience, even those in the acquired realm, felt their hearts racing. Breathing difficulties, dizziness, and other discomforts. Only those who had comprehended the force of nature could achieve this step. The Shentu clan leader's force of nature has deepened even more. In recent years, the Shentu clan leader has not publicly acted, but he has never relaxed in his cultivation. Did I just speak too loudly? On the Jiang Clan side, many people were also feeling dizzy. Jinhua Nai tried to endure the discomfort and finally squeezed Jiang Xuan's hand, giving him a firm look. "I'm going." Jiang Xuan took a few steps toward the arena and leaped up. Wow! A crystal-clear light suddenly radiated from Jiang Xuan, a powerful aura soaring into the sky. His body was in complete fusion with this aura. Compared to the unstable and violent aura when he revealed his aura at half a step into the innate realm, Jiang Xuan's aura at this moment was both stable and continuous, causing everyone to freeze for a moment upon seeing this scene. Innate. A true innate realm. He actually entered the innate realm. A genuine innate. Possessing innate body and innate power at just 15 years old. The only one in 100 years in Heightened Mountain. A wave of exclamations erupted. The tribal warriors, in shock, actually felt relieved in their hearts, glad that Jiang Xuan was about to die and would no longer grow stronger, thus posing no further threat to them. At 15, an innate realm, what a pity. Chow Tai muttered to himself. What a pity. Even with this kind of talent, he can only be considered second-rate in Feishua City. Wei Yuanlang said lightly that it wasn't that he considered himself superior, but he indeed had the qualifications to say so. Take himself for example. He entered the innate realm at the age of 14. He was one of the 3 great talents of the Wei family. Yet among all his contemporaries in the entire Flying Snow City, he could hardly rank in the top 10. Innate? Ha! A true innate. Zhang Hanfeng has a good son. Shentu Lai was initially surprised and then praised, his eyes cold and eerie as he stared at Jiang Xuan. Grinning as he said, "It's a pity you don't want to be my son, then I can only kill you. You butcher with blood-soaked hands from innocent people truly deserves to die." Jiang Xuan looked at Shentu Lai, a strong killing intent rising in his eyes. In the 3 years of life and death battles, Jiang Xuan's relatives had died too many. His uncle, third uncle, 4 cousins, and 2 close cousins, all dead in the arena. All at the hands of the Shentu tribe. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. It's time. I am a butcher? Ha ha ha, you are truly naive. Shentu Lai mocked, lifting the 830-pound spear with one hand, pointing it at Jiang Xuan. Die. Shentu Lai stepped forward, charging. This strike I must not miss. At that moment, Jiang Xuan closed his eyes, hand resting on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Shentu Lai paused for a moment, then roared, feigning mystique. Shentu Lai transformed into an afterimage. Only those in the innate realm could barely catch his movement. He held nothing back, the spear as heavy as a mountain, crashing down toward Jiang Xuan. Even an innate body would be smashed into a mist of blood by this strike. At the peak of his crisis awareness, Jiang Xuan disappeared. The cold light unsheathed. A wind swept through the entire training ground. The terrifying killing intent brought by the blade not only enveloped Shentu Clan, but even all those in the training ground. The vast range and rapid change leaving people with no time to react. Several beams of cold light intertwined, slicing through Shentu Clan's body. Shentu Clan felt death approaching. The unity of man and spear allowing him to respond in time. The heavenly and human momentum enabling him to grasp the space to a certain extreme. He wanted to block with the spear, but several beams of cold light seemed to leap through space, directly appearing behind the spear, penetrating through his body. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan appeared several feet behind Shentu Clan, the two back to back, still holding the hilt of the knife at his waist, as if the knife had never been unsheathed. Turning to look at Shentu Clan, clang! The long spear, along with two arms, heavily smashed onto the arena. His body began to shatter. The intersecting cuts from several angles broke his body into dozens of pieces. His head rolled away, blood quickly staining the ground. On the 7th day of August in the Blackpool Mountain of the Great Qian Dynasty, Jiang Xuan killed Shentu Clan. The training ground was so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. Almost everyone stared with wide eyes at the arena. Shentu Clan's head rolled to the edge of the arena, sideways, eyes wide open. No one dared to believe what had just happened. The #1 warrior of Blackpool Mountain, the strongest existence of Blackpool Mountain, the ambitious and capable Shentu Clan, who dared to act, was killed just like that by a strange and terrifying technique. What kind of technique is this? What has Jiang Xuan practiced? How strong is he? This strike I have never seen in my 20 years of travels. Chow Tai was greatly shocked. Such a supreme skill should not belong to an unknown person. Such a supreme skill, yet mastered by someone in the early innate stage. The arena was so small that as long as it was used, Shentu Clan could not possibly evade. Impossible. This is impossible, impossible. Wei Yuanlang could not accept it. He recalled whether he could unleash such a powerful killing move when he was in the early innate stage. The answer was no. Then he thought about his strength at 15. There must be a problem. There must be a problem. Xiao Xian, did he win? He won. He won. After the shock came the joyous screams. The women of the Jiang Clan embraced each other, crying and laughing, even feeling a dreamlike vagueness. As if all of this were not real. One move killed Shentu Clan. Xiao Xian is the #1 warrior of Blackpool Mountain now? What kind of technique did Xiao Xian practice? This sword technique feels familiar, but it is not our clan's chasing wind blade. What is it? Who says it's not the chasing wind blade? Grandma Jinhua's eyes brightened as if she had returned to her youth, her excited body slightly trembling. The indifference on Inspector Lei Hong's face disappeared as he looked at Jiang Xuan, quickly recalling all the details of that knife just now in his mind. That knife technique combined with the momentum of the wind, the Jiang Clan's inherited knife technique, chasing wind blade, even if placed in Flying Snow City. Its power could rank in the top 10. However, its cultivation difficulty was too great, which is why its overall evaluation was not that high. This move should be the last style of chasing wind blade, the 9th style that even Zhang Hanfeng had not mastered. Last month he had been using brute force to kill Shentu Yong, yet today he could use such a powerful technique. Two possibilities. Either he had practiced the 9th style for many years, but due to insufficient realm, he could not use it until he became a true innate realm, allowing him to master it successfully. Or he had practiced the 9th style diligently for a month and finally succeeded. The 9th style greatly aided in understanding the art, enhancing his comprehension ability significantly. One technique leads to the mastery of all techniques, which also helped him truly break through the innate realm. Hence he broke through. He became the clan leader and obtained the cultivation resources of the entire clan, which was also an important reason for his rapid progress. But regardless of the true situation, the fact that he could step into the innate realm at 15 and comprehend such a degree of technique indicated that he already possessed first-class innate talent. And in terms of swordsmanship, he was a monstrous genius. Even in Flying Snow City, probably only the group of monsters in the Starry Pavilion could be stronger than him. And in the Wei family, only the first genius Wei Shaoqing could compare with him. Lei Hong still had many things he couldn't understand. All were guesses, including whether Jiang Xuan was using the chasing wind blade. It was merely a reasonable deduction. After thinking it over, he found it troublesome and directly spoke. Jiang Xuan, I ask you, was the move just now the 9th style of the chasing wind blade? Chapter 30. A person's desperate counterattack. The inspector asked, and he had to answer. Sir, the move I mastered is indeed the 9th style of the chasing wind blade, and this style is called chasing wind. Jiang Xuan respectfully said towards Lei Hong. How many styles have you mastered in total? Lei Hong asked again. The first 4 styles and the 9th style, Jiang Xuan replied. I see. Lei Hong nodded. He understood that Jiang Xuan had temporarily skipped the training of the other styles of the chasing wind blade, forcibly cultivating the 9th style, and he had indeed mastered it. This also indicated Jiang Xuan's talent in swordsmanship was of an extraordinary level. Lei Hong did not ask further. Originally, only a very few people had seen through or guessed what Jiang Xuan was using. After Lei Hong's question, everyone present knew, and suddenly the arena was in an uproar. The 9th style. He had mastered the 9th style. Zhang Hanfeng had only mastered 8 styles of the chasing wind blade, according to our Blackpool Mountain Warrior ranking records. If I'm not mistaken, the last person from the Jiang Clan to master the 9th style of the chasing wind blade was named Jiang Hun 160 years ago, who was also the most outstanding existence in Blackpool Mountain. Warriors from various tribes were all moved, even showing fear in their eyes. Blackpool Mountain was going to change. 15 years old. No, absolutely impossible. He must have used some forbidden drugs or other unscrupulous means. No one understood better than Jiang Jingsheng what mastering the 9th style meant. He was the clan member with the highest realm present, having reached the perfection of the innate realm, man and knife united, and he had mastered the 7th style of the chasing wind blade. Jiang Jingsheng was genuinely suspicious. He knew the difficulty of mastering the 9th style, let alone the 9th style. He had never even entered the door of the 8th style in his entire life. How could Jiang Xuan possibly master it? But he did. Rather than saying Jiang Jingsheng did not believe it, it was more about fear. In the 3-year life and death battle, just as the Shentu tribe was about to win, he chose to side with the Shentu tribe. But unexpectedly, just a month later, the Jiang Clan was about to launch a desperate counterattack. A one-man desperate counterattack. According to the rules of the life and death battle, it could be overwhelming. Haha. Jiang Xuanji's swordsmanship is unparalleled. A true hero. The one-eyed elder of the Nalan clan suddenly burst into laughter, sparking a wave of praise. Let us go. Wei Yuanlang turned sharply with a sullen face. No need to look. Although today's life and death battle has not yet ended, Jiang Xuan has already killed Shentu Lai with one move. How could the Shentu tribe possibly win against him? A single match is no different from 100 matches. The outcome would be the same. The two walked out of the martial arts arena, heading towards the city gate. Actually, Chow Tai thought, although Jiang Xuan's killing moves are incredibly powerful, it is only in the arena. The rules of the life and death battle give him an advantage. The arena is just so big, allowing him to cover all his moves, leaving no room to evade, as if he has a cannon in hand. The power of the cannon is indeed great, and it does not allow the enemy to leave its attack range. But if it were a skirmish, for instance, in a forest encounter, the space to maneuver would be large enough to evade his sharpness, entangle him, and rely on stronger physical strength and faster movement to surely defeat him. Shentu Lai suffered losses in the arena, and he underestimated his opponent. If it were in the forest, Shentu Lai would not have thought of retreating first. He would also perish. And if Shentu Lai had known in advance that Jiang Xuan had such killing moves, and they fought in the forest or an open area, then the outcome would be uncertain. I believe the possibility of Shentu Lai winning would be greater. Jiang Xuan's realm is too low. This is ultimately a problem. Chow Tai analyzed Jiang Xuan's situation comprehensively, but his words did not improve Wei Yuanlang's mood. If Uncle Chow went up to the arena, what are the chances of him winning against Jiang Xuan? Wei Yuanlang asked. 10 out of 10. Chow Tai replied calmly and confidently. What if he cultivates for another 5 years? Wei Yuanlang asked again. That is hard to say. Chow Tai realized that Jiang Xuan is only 15 this year. In 5 years, he would only be 20. And as the top innate practitioner of Feishua City, Chow Tai could not be sure he would win. This is the problem. From my understanding of the tribesman's cultivation, a young man like Jiang Xuan, born of a 1,000-year tribe, with such talent, will have no problem achieving the unity of man and sword in the future. However, mastering the power of heaven and man might come at 18 or 19. Or he might master it by 30, or he may never master it in his lifetime. Chow Tai shook his head as he spoke. The cultivation methods of the tribes are fundamentally flawed. They lack sufficient guidance, and the system is not clear enough, which is also why, despite having enough historical inheritance, the overall strength of the tribesmen is far inferior to that of the city dwellers. As the two talked, they arrived at the city gate, took their horses, and rode out of the city. Uncle Chow, let us not return to Feishua City just yet. It's rare for us to come out. So how about we visit other counties? Wei Yuanlang proposed actively. Good. I'll follow young master Yuanlang's suggestion. Chao Tai did not oppose. He understood that Wei Yuanlang wanted to avoid the matter. Originally, he came to witness Jiang Xuan's death as an eyewitness and then bring the good news to Wei Hongqua at the first opportunity. He personally ran a trip to help Wei Hongqua keep an eye on this matter, and Wei Hongqua would understand his intentions. But now, he would only bring good news. Not bad. Whoever wants to go back can go. He took the first chance to hide. In any case, it wouldn't take a day for others to report this matter to Wei Hongqua. The life and death battle day consists of 10 matches each day. Generally, after each match, both sides rest for half an hour. After that, the winning side can swap out participants or choose not to swap. Of course, they can also choose not to rest. After the arena was cleaned up, Jiang Xuan jumped back up, coldly staring at the members of the Shentu tribe, saying nothing. Since the death of Shentu Lai, some members of the Shentu tribe had directly collapsed mentally. It was beyond description to express their feelings at that moment. Especially Shentu Yu. It felt like the sky had truly fallen. At this moment, dozens of members of the Shentu tribe were silent, and the pale-faced Shentu Yu, holding a box containing his father's head, stood there with vacant eyes. Shentu Clan, get up. Are you all cowards? Doesn't the Shentu tribe have any men? Get up. The voice came from among the Jiang Clan members. The women of the Jiang Clan were very excited, and their excitement grew, with some even shouting and crying out, as they were the ones provoking and mocking. I'll go. A member of the Shentu tribe stepped forward, a robust man nearing 50. With an eagle-hooked nose and sharp eyes, a scarred face, and missing 2 fingers from his left hand, looked like a battle-hardened character. Shentu Donghu, a mid-stage innate practitioner. In terms of seniority, he should be Shentu Lai's uncle. Shentu Donghu took down 2 sections of a spear from his back, brought them to the front, twisted them together, locking them into a long spear. Many of the older generation loved using this detachable long spear, as it was convenient to carry when venturing into the mountains. The Shentu tribe has no cowards. Shentu Donghu jumped onto the arena, staring at Jiang Xuan with an expressionless face, then ran forward in big strides. Like a hungry tiger charging at Jiang Xuan, his spear thrusting out. Come to battle. Jiang Xuan did not waste words with him and also charged at Shentu Donghu, drawing his long knife fiercely. The blade gleamed like a thin line that could tear through space, buzzing as it sliced through the air, colliding fiercely with the tip of Shentu Donghu's spear. The spear was heavier, and its power far exceeded that of the knife. The knife won in flexibility and variability. Even if they were at the same realm, a knife would certainly lose to a spear in a hard clash. Not to mention Jiang Xuan was only at the early innate stage. However, due to the special nature of his technique, Jiang Xuan, without using all his strength, was on par with Shentu Donghu's power. When I was at half-step innate, I could fight to exhaustion with my Aunt Siyun, who was at mid-stage innate. Now that I am at the innate level, I could probably use only 20% of my strength to compare with Shentu's mid-stage innate. But the spear's application of power is much stronger than the knife's. Shentu's weapon was a thick, heavy spear. In battle, Jiang Xuan's thoughts were extremely quick. The sound of the clash between knife and spear was very piercing. Jiang Xuan retreated 3 steps, while Shentu Donghu retreated 2 steps. Neither hesitated nor paused, moving forward to fight again. Jiang Xuan used a very fast, but not very fluid knife technique, while Shentu Donghu's spear danced like a dragon, adept at thrusting and cleaving, with a might that was startling. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. What is going on? Why doesn't Jiang Xuan use that move? Could it be that his innate power isn't enough? That is impossible. He clearly could have rested for half an hour, but hardly rested at all. So it must not be an issue of innate power. Not using that move, Jiang Xuan at the early innate stage could still fight with someone at mid-stage innate. A prodigy indeed. Back then, his father Jiang Hanfeng, at the early innate stage, fought against a mid-stage innate without defeat. Jiang Xuan, surpassing his predecessor, possesses the combat power of mid-stage innate. There's nothing surprising about it. It's just that Shentu Donghu, being battle-hardened, already had a reputation for bravery, while being at mid-stage innate also meant he had greater stamina and more innate power. The longer the struggle continues, the more unfavorable it becomes for Jiang Xuan. What is Jiang Xuan doing? Why doesn't he just kill Shentu Donghu? Is he practicing his knife techniques? The one-eyed elder of the Jiang Clan widened his remaining eye. He had seen quite a bit of life and death battles in his lifetime, and there were too many instances of various tribes fighting to the death. Some ended in reconciliation, some with the strong preying on the weak, And there were even cases where beasts suddenly attacked halfway through, killing most of the people present. At over 70 years old, he was the oldest person present. He had seen everything, but he had never seen anyone daring enough to practice their knife techniques in a life-and-death battle arena. Such a reckless act. Once it fails, everything would be over. Interesting. Lei Hong tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, watching the situation on the arena and muttering that it had been a long time since the tribal life-and-death battle had been this interesting. The fifth style of the wind-chasing blade. He's practicing the fifth style of the wind-chasing blade. Jiang Jingsheng shouted, quickly attack his lower body. Make sure he doesn't turn around. Hurry. Force him to keep fighting you. Jiang Jingsheng was also going crazy, shouting to Shentu Clan on how to counter Jiang Xuan's moves. He had practiced the fifth style of the wind-chasing blade for decades, and no one in the arena understood it better than him. Old dog, shut your mouth. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Grandma Jinhua shouted angrily at Jiang Jingsheng. Traitor. Damn traitor. Once Xiao Xian wins the life-and-death battle, you all will die. You all deserve to die? The women of the Jiang tribe were filled with righteous anger. Jiang Jingsheng completely ignored them. He had no time to argue with them. If Jiang Xuan didn't die, he would, and he wanted to live. No matter how much he was despised, he didn't care. Yes, yes, good, just like that. Corner him. Ha. He can't adjust anymore. He just recently mastered the ninth style. He's not proficient yet. It will take at least a few years to master it. If you corner him, he won't be able to use it. Kill him. Kill him. Jiang Jingsheng was more excited than anyone else. Inspector. Jiang Xuan shouted towards the observation platform in the north, kneeling on the ground and looking up. This was clearly unfair, but the imperial law did not have any clauses stating that the life-and-death battle must be quiet. Everything was controlled by the inspector, and whatever he said was what it was. Lei Hong glanced at Jiang Xuan and then looked towards Jiang Jingsheng. Just a faint glance. Jiang Jingsheng felt as if he was being stared at by a wild beast, and his body was covered in goosebumps. His back went cold. He immediately shut up, lowered his head, and looked at the ants crawling on the ground, not even daring to look up at Lei Hong again. The scene suddenly quieted down a lot. However, because Jiang Jingsheng had already given some pointers on how to break the moves, Jiang Xuan on the stage began to look precarious. Shentu Clan, who was very experienced, immediately understood what was happening as soon as Jiang Jingsheng spoke a few words and quickly adjusted. Indeed, he soon forced Jiang Xuan into some problems with his footwork, and his blade technique was not as fast as before. The balance of power shifted, and Shentu Clan raised his offensive technique to 60% and defense to 40%. Jiang Xuan, on the other hand, spent 60% of his time on defense and 40% on attack. Defensive positions must eventually falter is not just a principle in war. It applies equally to practitioners in battle. Shentu Clan's advantage became increasingly apparent, almost suppressing Jiang Xuan. Jiang Jingsheng looked up at the stage. Does he still have the seventh style's dismantling technique? The seventh style is both offensive and defensive. It can defend and also be used for attack. Jiang Jingsheng was getting anxious the more he watched. Jiang Xuan was still practicing his blade. Moreover, judging from the moves Jiang Xuan could use, it wasn't that he was less fluid because he was at a disadvantage. Rather, he was unfamiliar with the moves and was trying to grasp them. Can't anyone see this? What's wrong with Shentu Yen and the others? You've all battled with Jiang Hanfeng. You've seen these moves. Jiang Jingsheng was anxious in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak up. The inspector had already warned him with a glance. Shentu Clan thought he could corner Jiang Xuan and expand his advantage. But in reality, he had no advantage at all. It was all an illusion. He could only win by suddenly risking his life against Jiang Xuan, adopting a life-for-a-life mentality, and using his trump card to kill him. Otherwise, Jiang Xuan only needed to create some distance to calmly unleash the ninth style and kill Shentu Clan. Lei Hong could also see that Jiang Xuan was still practicing his blade, handling it with ease. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the observation platform. It wasn't a spatial shift, but rather a speed that was too fast. Why are they still fighting? The first match? Shentu Clan hasn't come on yet? The old man with a goat beard frowned as he looked on. He had come from the main city, thinking that by the time he arrived, the life-and-death battle would have ended, allowing him to discuss matters with Lei Hong. But unexpectedly, they were still fighting. This is the second match. In the first match, Jiang Xuan killed Shentu Clan, Lei Hong said indifferently. What? The old man with the goat beard showed surprise. Lei Hong briefly explained the situation. And the old man with the goat beard sighed. What a talent in blade technique. A genius. It's just that his realm and talent are a bit lacking. Realm and talent are also considered second-rate, Lei Hong said. Brother Lei, I have something I want to discuss with you privately, the old man with the goat beard said. Looking at Lei Hong glanced at him, thought for a moment, and nodded. Then, surprisingly, he stood up, something he hadn't done in 3 years. He then said, "Let's end this match early. I have something to handle." "Yes, my lord." Jiang Xuan was convinced that Lei Hong was talking to him. Shentu Clan was also sure that Lei Hong couldn't possibly be speaking to him. "Are you playing with me?" Shentu Clan shouted angrily. "You should die," Jiang Xuan said coldly. "Ha ha ha. If I die, I die. Come on. Use your wind-chasing style to kill me. 16 years later, I'm still a warrior. Come on." Shentu Clan's moves suddenly became wild and fierce, truly fearless of death. Jiang Xuan struck fiercely with a blade. He used 80% of his strength. That was 4 times what he had used before. Clang. Shentu Clan's spear was actually knocked away. Jiang Xuan followed up with a backhanded slash, then twirled his blade, sheathing it smoothly. "Wind-chasing style? You think you deserve it," Jiang Xuan said. Shentu Clan's neck began to bleed. Chapter 31. The second talent of 1,000 years. Shentu Clan's head rolled onto the arena, and Jiang Xuan had not even used the ninth style. He was still able to kill him, which caused an uproar in the training ground. Everyone understood that even outside the arena, even in the mountains and forests, Jiang Xuan's regular combat strength surpassed that of a normal mid-stage innate warrior, nearly reaching the late innate stage. This kind of ability to kill across realms is often a symbol of a super genius. When Jiang Hanfeng was at the early innate stage, he couldn't achieve this. He should be the greatest talent of the entire Blackpool Mountain in 100 years. He might already be catching up to the first person in 1,000 years. Blade ancestor Jiang Zhengwu. Compared to Jiang Zhengwu, he might still be lacking quite a bit. Jiang Zhengwu was in existence with divine and demonic stature, entering the innate stage at 13 and surpassing the innate stage at 21. Unfortunately, he met the 1,000-year great demon in the 10 directions absolute land and perished. Counting the talents of the past 1,000 years from Blackpool Mountain, Jiang Zhengwu was far ahead. Not only first, but even the second place was still quite distant from him, the one-eyed old man said. Warriors from various tribes also began to discuss among themselves. In the past 1,000 years, our 10 major tribes of Blackpool Mountain have given birth to geniuses who entered the innate stage at 14 years old. Some eventually surpassed the innate stage, while others did not. Jiang Xuan, the patriarch, entered the innate stage at 15. But he comprehended the ninth style of the wind-chasing blade, which is where he surpasses others. Overall, although he cannot compete for the title of the first in 1,000 years, he can still contend for the title of the second talent in 1,000 years. Yes, saying he is the second in 1,000 years is not an exaggeration. Although he is still far from Jiang Zhengwu, he can still bear the title of the second talent in 1,000 years. To be born in the same era as such a hero is an honor for us. The people of the Shentu tribe had extremely ugly expressions as they listened to those discussions. This group of people had already begun to compare Jiang Xuan to Jiang Zhengwu. No matter how they looked at it, he was far inferior, but since they had already started to compare, it meant they recognized his talent and strength. Even if some were deliberately speaking loudly, there was a tone of flattery. Inspector Lei Hong and the old man with the goat beard appeared in the exquisite courtyard, and the two walked to the stone table and sat down. "What is so urgent?" Lei Hong asked. "The 3 brothers of the Gu family appeared in Feishua City last night and assassinated the genius Chun Yanyang of the Qin family. By the time several members of the Qin family arrived, they had already escaped the city." The old man with the goat beard said, "Qin family. Feishua City has 4 major families, with the Wei family currently ranking last, while the Qin family ranks first. They are the most powerful family in Feishua City. On the surface, there are 7 members in the crossing realm, not including 2 crossing realm guests. Chun Yanyang was only 24, right?" Lei Hong furrowed his brows. How could such a genius die from an assassination? "Yes, 24. Last year, he defeated Gu Haoqing, who was ranked 76th on the innate talent list of Feishua City, and entered the top 100. He is the top innate talent in Feishua City, even in the powerful Qin family. His strength at this age ranks among the top few prodigies." The old man with the goat beard continued. "This incident has caused a huge uproar in Feishua City. The other 3 major families are distancing themselves, while the Qin family has mobilized all their forces and offered a sky-high bounty to find the Gu family brothers and interrogate them about their employer. It's hard to find them." Lei Hong shook his head. "The Gu family brothers are disciples of that demon. Their ability to escape and hide is truly extraordinary. LV Kong's ability to escape and hide is indeed strong. He ranks among the top 3 in all the Crossing Realm in Feishua City. Even if the Gu family brothers have only half of his escaping skills, they can vanish without a trace. However, this time, they didn't do it cleanly. Although they successfully killed Chun Yinyang, they were also injured and left a lot of blood at the scene, the old man with the goat beard said. Putting a hand into his pocket. Blood left at the scene? Lei Hong immediately understood. That makes tracking them 100 times easier. Many tracking techniques can sense blood within hundreds of feet. They wouldn't dare to hide in any city or crowded places. And it's unlikely they could leave Beihongzhou in the short term. So, they can only head to Heighten Mountain to hide. Their master, LV Kong, is also in Heighten Mountain. Will they contact him? Exactly. The old man with the goat beard said as he pulled out a blood-stained cloth from his pocket and handed it to Lei Hong. I shamelessly asked the Chun family's ancestor for this. The Chun family has almost collected every drop of blood. This is just a small part. The demon, LV Kong, is the #1 wanted criminal in Feishua City. He has a bloodthirsty nature due to his training and once committed the atrocity of slaughtering an entire county overnight. The reason I have stayed in the tribal territory without going back is to capture him. Now that his 3 disciples are hiding in Heighten Mountain, it's equivalent to having an additional clue to find LV Kong. In the martial arts arena, after Lei Hong returned, Jiang Xuan once again jumped onto the stage, ready to start the 3rd match of the day. This time, the Shentu tribe actually sent a warrior from the acquired realm to the ring. The rules of the life and death battle of the tribes stipulate that the contestants must be men from the tribe, not necessarily innate. Sending an acquired realm fighter onto the stage is essentially sending them to their death to buy time. The Jiang Clan was able to last 3 years because they had enough acquired realm warriors willing to die. Now it was the Shentu tribe's turn. Jiang Xuan found such an opponent too weak to practice his sword skills. He didn't even draw his sword, but instead gestured for a bow and arrow from his clan members. He drew the bow and aimed. The middle-aged man named Shentu Peng did not give up resisting. Perhaps wanting to die heroically, he charged at Jiang Xuan while using complex footwork to dodge Jiang Xuan's aim. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow shot through Shentu Peng's left eye, causing him to fall backward onto the ground, dead beyond recovery. This was the real difference between innate and acquired realms. Jiang Xuan was not skilled with the bow, but as an innate warrior. The arrow he shot infused with innate power was too fast for an acquired realm warrior to evade. The 4th match, 5th match, 6th match, every half an hour. The Shentu tribe sent an acquired realm warrior onto the stage. Jiang Xuan wanted to fight continuously, but they refused, perhaps needing time to persuade their tribesmen to die. As everything had happened too suddenly today, and no one was mentally prepared, Jiang Xuan never held back against the Shentu tribesmen who were much weaker than him. An enemy is an enemy. Once, he had watched his clansmen, his uncles and aunts, being shot down like this. In the afternoon, at dusk, after another half hour, the 10th match of the day finally arrived. Jiang Xuan stepped onto the stage once more. This time, the Shentu tribe sent a late-stage, innate warrior named Shentu Huai to the arena. Although his realm was high, Shentu Huai had a significant weakness. He was missing his right arm. This wasn't Shentu Huai's first time on stage. 2 years ago, he had fought against a late-stage, innate warrior from the Jiang Clan, resulting in a tragic victory that cost him an arm. He hadn't appeared in the arena since. Shentu Huai. How did he come to the stage? At this moment, why would they send someone of his caliber to die? He had arrived late and was not in the Shentu tribe's lineup earlier. Having lost his right arm 2 years ago, which was also his dominant hand, he was nearly 50. A spear is a two-handed weapon. It was hard to say how much of his former strength he had left. He likely wasn't a match for Jiang Xuan. He must have come to die. The old, weak, sick, and disabled belonged to the category of those who should perish. During a life and death crisis, there was indeed a tradition of letting the old, weak, sick, and disabled die first. Jiang Xuan, do you dare to use me to practice your sword skills? How about we have a straightforward fight? Shentu Huai seemed to have let go of everything, casually holding his spear in one hand and grinning at Jiang Xuan. That depends on your abilities, Jiang Xuan replied. The two turned into shadows and charged at each other. As they neared, Jiang Xuan drew his knife, while a look of madness flashed in Shentu Huai's eyes. He actually used his spear as a javelin, throwing it forcefully at Jiang Xuan. This was the power of a late-stage, innate warrior. And such a reckless weapon throw was extremely terrifying. Jiang Xuan sidestepped to avoid it. At that moment, Shentu Huai slapped his chest. He was wearing a full-body leather armor that was oversized, so much so that if something was tied behind it, it would be impossible to see. Shentu Huai's slap caused his body to explode into flames, and the terrifying fire rapidly expanded. Fierce fire thunder. It's over. The warriors from all tribes were alarmed, especially those standing at the front, who were all at the peak of the innate realm. The moment the firelight appeared, they realized what Shentu Huai was doing. The fierce fire thunder was not a rare item. All major tribes had it for mining and mountain opening. This thing wasn't very useful in battle. If thrown too far, it was easy to dodge, and if too close, it would cause indiscriminate area damage, harming both friend and foe, resulting in mutual destruction. Shentu Huai intended to perish alongside Jiang Xuan. At this close distance, as long as the amount was sufficient, even an innate body could be killed in the explosion. It's over. Grandma Jinhua looked at the expanding firelight, her eyes filled with despair. Die, die. Shentu Yan, Shentu Maoshi, and others all stared fixedly at the arena. This was the Shentu tribe's desperate counterattack. Although this violated the laws of the dynasty, as the executor, Shentu Huai would die on the spot. After all, they couldn't let a dead man die again, could they? A life for a life. The biggest problem for the Jiang clan was that only Jiang Xuan remained as a man. Kill him. As long as we kill him, no matter the cost. It would be worth it. Swish. The inspector Lei Hong, sitting on the observation platform to the north, furrowed his brows, twisted his wrist, and flicked his fingers, releasing a burst of energy that struck the exploding firelight. The flames that were about to consume Jiang Xuan began to implode, as if some force was rapidly devouring them. It sounded complicated, but it appeared as if the flames had exploded and then quickly retracted, as if time were reversing. Everyone from the Shentu tribe stared wide-eyed, turning their heads in disbelief towards Lei Hong. Is this the method of the inspector? Lei Hong appeared out of thin air on the arena. The flames rapidly collapsed into a mass, and Shentu Huai's body was also squeezed as the flames gathered. What was originally about to explode outward into several large pieces was compressed inward into a lump. Finally, the flames extinguished, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. What a bold move, daring to use such tricks in front of me. Lei Hong took a few steps towards the people of the Shentu tribe and casually flicked his sleeve. Bang, 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 standing together like fireworks. More than 70 members of the Shentu tribe on the right side were all blown into blood mist with Lei Hong's casual flick. Although most of these men were in the postnatal realm, there were still 8 in the innate realm, including 2 who had reached perfection in the innate realm. With a simple motion, over 30 people were turned into blood mist, as if they had been crushed by the power of heaven and earth. Shentu Yan stood there, unable to react in time, only feeling a terrifying sense of crisis brush past his body. Shentu Maoshi, who stood to his right, suddenly exploded into blood mist, splattering blood that stained half of Shentu Yan's body. Shentu Yu, who was slightly ahead on Shentu Yan's left, also had his pale cheeks stained with blood. Jiang Sheng, standing behind, was positioned slightly to the right of Shentu Yan, and his right arm exploded without him making any reaction. The pain didn't make him scream, as fear drowned out his consciousness. My lord, please calm your anger. The more than 30 surviving members of the Shentu tribe all knelt down in terror, begging Inspector Lei Hong for mercy. The people of the Jiang tribe, along with warriors from other tribes, also knelt down in large groups. They weren't pleading for the Shentu tribe, but were afraid of being caught in the crossfire, hoping Lei Hong could remain calm. It had been a long time since anyone dared to anger the inspector. People seemed to have forgotten that compared to the brutal battles for survival among tribes, the inspector was the more terrifying existence. The terror of the inspector lay not only in his ability to casually annihilate a tribe, but also in his indiscriminate slaughter. If he thinks you're wrong, you're wrong. If he thinks you should die, you must die. Shentu Clan, I warn you this time. I do not wish for the battle for survival of the tribes I supervise to end in despicable means. Lei Hong said, bending down again, looking at the others from the tribes and saying, and you all, don't think about using an assassination of Jiang Xuan to frame the Shentu Clan. A genius should not die from a despicable assassination. If any of you dare to do that, don't blame me for exterminating your entire tribe. Thank you, my lord, for your forgiveness. My lord, rest assured, we would never dare. We will heed the Lord's teachings. The responses were still filled with fear. Just the aura emitted by a top-tier robbery realm expert when angry could suffocate people. Today's battle for survival ended with Jiang Xuan winning all 10 battles. and tomorrow he would fight again. Lei Hong briefly announced this before his body flickered and disappeared completely. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and stood up one by one. Jiang Xuan got up on the arena, looked at the spot where Lei Hong had vanished, and then glanced at the pool of blood on the ground. A deep shock rising in his eyes. He had heard various stories about the robbery realm since he was very young. But today was the first time he had witnessed a robbery realm expert making a move. The methods of the robbery realm seemed to be beyond that of mortals. He wondered if all robbery realm experts could be like this, or if it was only the inspector, as a top-tier robbery realm expert, who could do so. If the robbery realm was this terrifying, what kind of existence were the divine demons? And what about the elder Qi Shi, who looked down on even the divine demons? Jiang Xuan's thoughts drifted. Xiao Xian, are you okay? Jiang Ziyun and others rushed onto the arena, gathering around Jiang Xuan. I'm fine. Jiang Xuan came back to his senses, shook his head. In the face of the explosion, not even his clothes were torn. Not because he completely dodged, but because Lei Hong had flicked a burst of energy towards him. That stream of energy seemed to manipulate the power of heaven and earth from a distance. Jiang Xuan wasn't sure if his feeling was accurate, but he indeed felt it clearly. On the 8th day of the 8th month, Jiang Xuan once again achieved 10 victories. On the 9th day of the 8th month, Jiang Xuan still achieved 10 victories. This month's battle for survival had ended. On the afternoon of the 9th day of the 8th month, at the Wei family's old residence in Feishua City, Wei Yuanlang and Qiao Tai returned in a hurry, handing over their horses to the guards at the door, and the two hurried inside, quickly heading deeper into the courtyard. I shouldn't have gone in the first place, Wei Yuanlang said as he walked. Uncle Qiao, why didn't you stop me back then? The tribe's territory is so dangerous. I did try to stop you, Qiao Tai replied. You didn't try hard enough. Wei Yuanlang shook his head. Qiao Tai was too lazy to say more. Wei Yuanlang wasn't truly blaming Qiao Tai. He just didn't expect to be called back for questioning. It was a direct order from the family head, who had someone contact him to return home immediately to report on the situation he observed in the Jiang tribe's territory. He really didn't want to come back and speak in person, as praising Jiang Xuan too highly would offend his fourth uncle. But since the family head had given the order, he had no choice. After passing through several courtyards and squares, turning several corners, Wei Yuanlang stopped in front of a door. The guards on either side recognized Wei Yuanlang and Qiao Tai and didn't ask further, directly pushing the door open. Wei Yuanlang lowered his head and stepped in with small, cautious steps. The moment he slightly raised his head to observe, he was shocked. More than 10 core members of the Wei family, including 3 robbery realm experts, were all present. Chapter 32, Results of the Wei family meeting. Such a scene was something Wei Yuanlang had not anticipated. Participating in the family heads meeting, Wei Yuanlang knelt on both knees, bowing his head to Wei Chengshan, who sat in the main seat. Qiao Tai, standing slightly behind, also bowed, but as an innate guest, he did not need to kneel to the Wei family head. Get up. Thank you, family head. Do you know why you were called back? Wei Chengshan asked sternly. I know. Wei Yuanlang replied immediately. It was to inquire about the battle for survival between the Jiang Clan and the Shentu Clan. Wei Chengshan nodded. The family began receiving news the night before last, and in the past few days, they received more and more. That 15-year-old Jiang Xuan not only killed the first warrior of Heightened Mountain, Shentu Lai, with one strike, but could also entangle and kill an innate mid-stage opponent without using that ultimate move, despite only being in the early innate stage. Since you were present that day, what do you think of Jiang Xuan's strength? Wei Yuanlang felt very nervous. Although he was one of the 3 most valued talents in the family, he could not relax in front of the robbery realm family head. The other 2 top talents called him great-grandfather, while he only called him family head. As a talent from a collateral branch was always inferior in status unless he could enter the robbery realm in the future. Therefore, Wei Yuanlang always wanted to hold on to the powerful. His strength, family head. That day, I went with Qiao Tai, after seeing Jiang Xuan kill Shentu Lai. We left early, so I didn't see the subsequent battles for survival. While Wei Yuanlang spoke, he slightly raised his eyes, paying attention to the expressions on everyone's faces in the room. Wei Chengshan's expression was serious. The 2 robbery realm experts sitting beside him, one in a purple robe and the other in a blue robe, were also present. One listened with closed eyes, while the other looked expressionless. Most of the others in the room also had serious expressions, and the 4th master, Wei Hongqua, who sat very close to Wei Chengshan, looked particularly uncomfortable, clearly under a lot of pressure. I must not offend my 4th uncle, Wei Yuanlang thought to himself. It was fine to have not seen the later battles. Having seen the first battle was enough, and that was the most important. Wei Chengshan looked at Wei Yuanlang and said, in recent days, the deeds of Jiang Xuan have spread to Feishua City, causing quite a stir, leading the tribe to fight back against adversity. Everyone loves a hero's story. However, the news has become increasingly convoluted, with many exaggerations and absurdities. Wei Hongqua originally sent someone to monitor the life and death battle, but due to the layers of command, the final informant who witnessed the battle was merely at the postnatal stage and could not discern much. You are the genius that our Wei family is cultivating with all our efforts, having already reached the perfection of the innate stage. Your insight and experience are not comparable to those from smaller families. Since you witnessed it with your own eyes, please tell us, how is Jiang Xuan really like? Wei Yuanlang suddenly realized that his evaluation of Jiang Xuan would directly affect the family's regard for him, even influencing the final decision. He casually glanced at Wei Hongqua. Speaking faster, first, about strength, Jiang Xuan's move was indeed astonishing. The ninth style of the chasing wind blade lives up to its name. However, I feel that Jiang Xuan used it very forcefully, lacking a sense of fluidity. Moreover, he only had that one move that could threaten Shentu Clan. If it weren't for being on the stage, he would have had no chance against Shentu Clan. The arena limited Shentu Clan's maneuverability, and he was overly relaxed, which led to his unjust death. In fact, Shentu Clan's strength, the so-called number 1 innate of heightened mountain, merely understood the momentum of the celestial beings. That was only the second tier of skill level, and he hadn't even grasped the third tier. In Feishua City, there are at least a few hundred innates stronger than Shentu Clan. He is not considered a top innate. And Jiang Xuan merely took advantage of the rules of the life and death battle to kill him. The gap in their actual strengths is huge. Chao Tai was listening to Wei Yuanlang. When Wei Yuanlang mentioned that a few hundred innates were stronger than Shentu Clan, Chao Tai slightly furrowed his brow. He did not deny that Jiang Xuan was strong. Without using his ultimate move, he could also kill those in the mid-innate stage. Wei Yuanlang continued, growing more confident and eloquent. But the mid-innate of Heightened Mountain is probably much weaker than those in the mid-innate stage of Feishua City. Jiang Xuan once had a half-step innate level. He must not be practicing the techniques of Heightened Mountain. Perhaps he had some fortuitous encounter that made his technique stronger. Killing a weaker mid-innate is something any genius can achieve. To be frank, I could do it. I entered the innate stage at 14. Let alone the weaker mid-innates in the tribal territory, even in Feishua City, some mid-innates were not my opponents at that time. Wei Yuanlang said this with great pride. But including Chao Tai, no one felt there was anything wrong with this statement. The counties and cities under the jurisdiction of Feishua City exceeded 100, not including towns, villages, tribal territories, and noble territories. As the core of this region, Feishua City can be said to be a gathering place for geniuses and strong individuals. And the Wei family is one of the top families in Feishua City, being regarded as one of the 3 great geniuses by such a family. Wei Yuanlang undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talent. Therefore, I believe that without using his ultimate move, Jiang Xuan at 15 is not as good as I was at 14. His ultimate move, his speed, body technique, and physical strength do not match that ultimate move. Outside of the arena, it could be easily countered. As for his talent, at 15, being in the early innate stage is still not as good as I was. However, his swordsmanship talent is indeed monstrous. The chasing wind blade can rank among the top 10 sword techniques in Feishua City, and he actually managed to directly master the final move. Wei Yuanlang could not deny Jiang Xuan's talent in swordsmanship, but he tried to downplay it as much as possible. However, I think he might not have practiced that move through regular cultivation. Perhaps he used some brutal and bloody tribal forbidden techniques. If he mastered the 9th style in just a few years, given its difficulty, he could have spent the same time mastering the first 8 styles. My inference may not be correct, but I feel he is hastily cultivating the 9th style, which cannot be quickly mastered through normal training. It must be achieved through forbidden means. Perhaps it involves overextending his talent or even his life. Tribes always have strange methods. Who knows? Overall, his swordsmanship talent is higher than mine, but his most important talent in terms of realm is lower than mine. Considering all aspects, his talent is not as good as mine, and my chances of entering the tribulation realm in the future are far greater than his. In the entire history of Feishua City, there are not many who entered the innate stage at 15 and ultimately reached the tribulation realm. Most are those who entered at 14, like me. Of course, he is still a genius, a rare existence in the tribal territory. even within our Wei family. He could rank among the top 10 of the younger generation. Chao Tai, who was positioned to the side, glanced at Wei Yuanlang. The two of them had been discussing Jiang Xuan for the past few days and had come to a consensus that Jiang Xuan's talent could already be compared to the first genius of the Wei family. Even if he was slightly inferior, he wouldn't be too far off, but he was definitely stronger than Wei Yuanlang. Wei Yuanlang himself agreed. However, now reporting to the family head, he actually said that Jiang Xuan was not as good as himself, and even ranked Jiang Xuan in the top 10 of the Wei family, essentially placing him in the 10th position. Much like saying Wei Yuanlang was one of the 3 great geniuses, while in reality, he was third. Chao Tai understood Wei Yuanlang's thoughts and did not intend to speak up. He was merely a guest. Moreover, he knew that although he was stronger than Wei Yuanlang and had more experience, the Wei family, as a top noble family, did not regard those with ordinary backgrounds and teachings as innates. It wasn't that they looked down on strength, but rather the insights of those who came from impoverished backgrounds. The knowledge accumulated over half a lifetime of travel and practice could not compare to the few classic texts collected by a family like the Wei family. Wei Yuanlang, being one of the 3 great geniuses of the family, had personal guidance from those in the tribulation realm, and in every other aspect, he received instruction from renowned masters. The family's classics were also readily available for him to read. His knowledge and cultivation was indeed extremely rich. This was also the reason why he had to be called back to report in person. The Wei family did not trust the innates from Heightened Mountain. The informants lacked the strength and insight. Wei Yuanlang personally witnessed the life and death battle, which for the Wei family could even be considered a pleasant surprise. No one could be more reliable than him. Half-step innate is a unique realm. Common techniques do not include this realm, and there hasn't been any mention of such techniques in Heightened Mountain. It must be that Jiang Xuan had some fortuitous encounter, or perhaps his father Jiang Hanfeng obtained the techniques during his travels. Indeed, the talent of the realm is the most important. It is the foundation of everything. If it is only equivalent to the top 10, then its value is not high. It is indeed not high. While Wei Yuanlang was reporting, there were some voices in the room discussing among themselves, their voices not loud enough to interrupt him. They largely agreed with Wei Yuanlang's step-by-step analysis, finding it reasonable and substantiated. Wei Honghua finally calmed down and cast an appreciative glance at Wei Yuanlang. Although he still placed Jiang Xuan at a level comparable to the top 10 talents of the Wei family, this was enough for Wei Honghua. Before Wei Yuanlang and Chao Tai entered, Wei Honghua had been experiencing a roller coaster of emotions. In recent days, there were too many rumors, leading to a division within the house. One faction believed Jiang Xuan's talent was just average, while the other believed that Jiang Xuan's talent might surpass all the geniuses of the Wei family. Every time the latter's voice emerged, Wei Honghua felt as if his heart was being heavily struck. The foolish label was repeatedly stuck on his face, making it hard for him to breathe. Now it's better. With Wei Yuanlang's words, the Wei family could no longer have any illusions about Jiang Xuan. Originally, I was considering whether to give up on cooperating with the Jin Hedong family for Jiang Xuan. A prodigy who could lead the family towards revival is far more important than an ally. Clearly, I overestimated him and even gathered everyone to discuss. Family head Wei Chengshan said, "The Jin Hedong family is currently our strongest ally, and Honghua is doing well." The septuagenarian sitting in the 3rd seat on the right of Wei Chengshan said, "That wild child has some talent, but it's only a little. In my opinion, even if he had a bit more talent, our Wei family cannot lose credibility with the Jin Hedong family because of him. That would not only ruin our alliance, but also turn us into enemies." Wei Honghua finally dared to speak loudly, sounding as if he had thought it through long ago. Those who entered the innate stage at 14 and eventually surpassed the innate stage to reach the tribulation realm are rare. Those who entered the innate stage at 15 and managed to reach the tribulation realm are even fewer. Just based on that, no matter how strong his combat power appears, we cannot accept him. Ultimately, it still comes down to a matter of worth. We have some geniuses in the Wei family, and we don't need this one. The old man in the blue robe to the right of Wei Chengshan said, "Then his value is far from enough and not as important as the Jin Hedong family. He is at the tribulation realm," clearly showing support for Wei Honghua. Perhaps he wouldn't necessarily oppose his sister marrying into the Dong family. The old woman with the golden hairpin said, "If he doesn't cause a ruckus about this and is taken into the Wei family, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? How could he not oppose?" Wei Honghua said repeatedly, "He must listen to his mother. And my niece is still on a hunger strike. She absolutely refuses to agree." So he won't come seeking revenge in the future, right? The golden hairpin old woman hesitated to ask again. After all, he has some talent. The room fell slightly quiet. A group of old men exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. What was said was akin to an emperor worrying about being overthrown by a beggar. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Besides, the Wei family isn't starving at all. I think we might as well send someone to eliminate him, and it once and for all, and save our energy on him. Wei Yuanlang actively joined the conversation. This cannot be. The reaction of everyone was beyond Wei Yuanlang's expectations. They seemed very concerned. Why? Wei Yuanlang hesitated to speak. Yuanlang, you just don't know? A beaming Wei Hongqua said warmly, offering an explanation. On the 7th day, during the 10th match, the Shentu Clan played tricks and sent someone whose clothes were filled with explosive thunder, intending to kill Jiang Xuan in exchange for a life to end the death match. Wei Hongqua shook his head as he spoke. These barbarians really don't know how to die, daring to play tricks in front of the inspector. The inspector destroyed the explosive thunder and casually killed over 30 experts from the Shentu Clan, warning them that if they pulled any more tricks, they would be exterminated. He also warned the other tribes present that anyone who dared to assassinate Jiang Xuan and frame it on the Shentu Clan would also be exterminated. Wei Hongqua continued. This warning, although directed at the various tribes, has made it clear that no one can secretly harm Jiang Xuan now. Otherwise, if the inspector finds out, even our Wei family won't be spared. Lei Hong is one of the most powerful inspectors in Feishua City and is highly valued by the city lord. The old man in the purple robe opened his eyes and said, even the Chen family wouldn't dare to easily offend Lei Hong. Another short-haired old man added, Jiang Xuan isn't much, but we must give face to Lei Hong. Is it worth offending Lei Hong for the life of a mixed blood? He isn't that important. Let him go. He won't cause any waves. The crowd exchanged words, and it seemed there was nothing more to discuss on this matter. What about the third family? They are still on a hunger strike? The family head Wei Changshan suddenly spoke, looking at Wei Hongqua. Yes, father, she has been on a hunger strike. Not eating a single bite since that day, Wei Hongqua replied. Wei Changshan said coldly, then let her starve. Don't let her know about the wild child. If she really starves to death, then so be it. Also, starting today, she is not allowed to see Wei Yao again. Teach that little girl more so she knows who provided her with a life of luxury. She should study the etiquette of a big family diligently to avoid embarrassment after marrying over. Yes, father, you can rest assured. I understand. Wei Hongqua nodded repeatedly. Dismissed. Wei Changshan stood up and said, Chapter 33. The talents of Feishua City. The news of Jiang Xuan's deathmatch against Shentu Lai first reached the Wei family, and the other top families in Feishua City received the news shortly after. Various forces in Feishua City had informants in the tribal territories, not specifically to monitor a certain tribe, but to keep an eye on news from Blackpool Mountain while also observing the various tribes. Generally, small matters, including daily conflicts between tribes, do not need to be reported immediately. Only truly significant events need to be communicated back to Feishua City as soon as possible. For example, 2 of the top 10 tribes of Blackpool Mountain were about to merge into one large tribe, which is a significant matter that would affect the businesses of various powers in the tribal territories, including basic fur and medicinal material trades, as well as mineral trading. Therefore, the major powers in Feishua City were already paying attention to the Shentu tribe's plan to absorb the Jiang family tribe, but instead, they received the shocking news of Shentu Lai's death. This caused a certain degree of uproar. The number 1 innate expert of Blackpool Mountain was killed by a 15-year-old boy. Just this sentence alone is enough to intimidate. As time passed, more news arrived in Feishua City, and some people began to have a clearer understanding of Jiang Xuan. Under the shade of the training ground of the Chen family, a group of young people discussed the matter. I've already found out clearly. Back then, Wei Baiyun and Jiang Hanfeng were secretly engaged, marrying due to an unexpected pregnancy, and gave birth to Jiang Xuan. Wei Baiyun was already extremely talented, and Jiang Hanfeng was truly the number 1 innate expert of Blackpool Mountain. So it's reasonable for Jiang Xuan to have talent. A young man in a black robe said. Then the Wei family will probably have to invite Jiang Xuan to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the family, right? They looked down on his father back then. But now the Wei family is in turmoil. They have to grab hold of such a genius. A short and plump young man said. Impossible. A young man with a face like jade shook his head. As soon as he spoke, everyone perked up to listen, clearly taking him as the focal point. Because he was Chun Yuanzhou, the first genius of the Qin family. As the top genius of the first family, he entered the Xingqian Academy at the age of 7, entered the innate stage just after turning 14, reached innate completion at 18, achieved unity of man and sword at 19, and attained the state of heaven and man at 20. Now, at 22, Chen Yuanzhou had already crossed the threshold of divine power, and it was expected he would enter the tribulation realm before the age of 25. He was a true prodigy. For him, the tribulation realm was merely a hurdle, never his final goal. The realm of gods and demons was, because Chen Yuanzhou's talent was already so high that it was almost certain he would enter the tribulation realm. He held a very high status in the Qin family. Young Master Yuanzhou, how could it be impossible? The short and plump young man asked. The Wei family is in a precarious position, and everyone knows that the other major families are eyeing the Wei family's position. The Wei family has only just managed to reconnect with the Jinhedong family, sending a woman, and it's a 14-year-old little girl. Chen Yuanzhou waved his folding fan and sneered disdainfully, then continued, while the methods are despicable, the cooperation has been established, which is more important to the Wei family than anything else. From the news that has come back, Jiang Xuan's talent is at best comparable to those so-called geniuses of the Wei family. This is far from enough, not even enough to enter the Xingqian Academy. What does the Wei family want him for? Right. Young Master Yuanzhou sees clearly. However, Chen Yuanzhou dragged out his tone and said, although Jiang Xuan's realm talent is much lower and has become a burden, his knife technique talent is probably already comparable to several knife users in the Xingqian Academy. That chasing wind blade became famous back in the day due to the black pool blade ancestor Jiang Zhengwu, fierce and unmatched. I do want to meet this Jiang Xuan sometime to test his move. His realm is too low, dodging that move would be enough. Defeating him is no challenge for young Master Yuanzhou. What does dodging count as a skill? If you can confront him head-on and defeat him with a direct attack, who wouldn't admire you? If young Master Yuanzhou could defeat the newly promoted first innate of Heightened Mountain, he would definitely overshadow Shen Taiping in terms of reputation. Yes. Although this first innate of Heightened Mountain has some inflated reputation, he is well known. Now is the crucial period for young Master Yuanzhou and Shen Taiping to compete. And every bit of fame counts. A group of young people chattered excitedly, and even Chen Yuanzhou, who initially just wanted to challenge himself, was tempted by their words. That's right. Chen Yuanzhou snapped his folding fan in his palm. If I could go to Heightened Mountain and defeat him head-on, Shen Taiping would probably be so angry he'd twist his mouth. You're going to Heightened Mountain? A cold woman's voice suddenly interrupted. The temperature under the shade seemed to drop a few degrees, and the others were so frightened they fell silent, with Chen Yuanzhou also looking guilty. You're going to Heightened Mountain? The ice-cold beauty, about 25 years old, stepped in front of Chen Yuanzhou, holding a long sword forged by the gods and demons, squinting at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Sister, Chen Yuanzhou called out softly, always challenging this and that, relying on his high talent. Practicing for 3 days and fishing for 2. I tell you, if it weren't for your sister injuring her foundation back then to protect you, the title of the first innate of the Qin family might belong to either of us. Can you work a little harder for my sake? You're already 22. Still waving around that broken fan. If you really want to be a scholar, you might as well give up your martial arts and go teach in a school. Uncle Yin Yang just died a few days ago, and you're acting like it's nothing? You still want to go out? I know Uncle Yin Yang came from the collateral line and had some unpleasantness with you, but he is still a member of the Qin family. Even if you're pretending, at least act like you're determined to avenge Uncle Yin Yang. Do you understand? Chen Yuanzhou, Chen Yuanzhou's older sister by 3 years. The first innate of the Qin family, a disciple of the Starry Sky Pavilion. Chen Yuanzhou has been afraid of his sister since he was young. While Chen Yuanzhou was lecturing him, the other young people had already dispersed, not daring to stay longer, lest they also become targets of scolding. In Feishua City, there are 3 major powers that cannot be offended: the beauty of the Qin family, the Starry Sky Pavilion's old man, and the brothel. The beauty of the Qin family refers to Chen Yuanzhou, who was once praised for her godlike appearance. Yes, sister, you're right. I won't go to Heightened Mountain for now. You can rest assured. I promise not to deceive you this time. I definitely won't sneak away. Last time, I was forced to go with so many people watching. If I didn't go, it would seem like I was cowardly. This time it won't happen. Chen Yuanzhou swore to his sister. In the south of Feishua City, the Starry Sky Pavilion. In every main city in this world, there is a Starry Sky Pavilion. It's not a folk organization but an academy under the Qin dynasty, yet it rarely accepts disciples, only taking the best of the best. Every being chosen by the Starry Sky Pavilion, even in the main city, is considered a true prodigy. This is extremely rare. Even top families like the Wei family have no one from the younger generation selected for the Starry Sky Pavilion. Among the 4 great families, only the Wei family's younger generation has no one admitted, which is seen as a sign of decline. In the depths of the Starry Sky Pavilion, in a courtyard, several young people were talking. Taiping, are you really planning to go to Highton Mountain? Asked a girl in a green dress with a decent appearance. I have to go? The tall and thin Shun Taiping nodded seriously. Although Jiang Xuan's overall strength is vastly different from mine, I really want to see the 9th style of the wind-chasing blade that he has comprehended. They say the wind-chasing blade can rival the top 10 blade techniques in Feishua City, known for its ferocity. While our Shun family's 100 cuts blade manual has always been controversial, if I can take on the wind-chasing style with the 100 cuts blade, it will add more evidence to the claim that the 100 cuts blade is the #1 technique. Shen Taiping continued, if I don't go, and Chen Yuanzhou gets there first and defeats Jiang Xuan, he'll definitely come back to show off, and his group will hype him up, claiming he is the top genius of Feishua City. As fellow prodigies, the competition between Chen Yuanzhou and Shen Taiping has lasted over a decade, becoming known as the famous Chen-Shen rivalry, simply because they are of the same age, both coming from the 4 great families, and are both prodigies. Who is the top genius of the younger generation in Feishua City? It's hard to conclude. A family can have a clear conclusion, but a main city has too many geniuses, and among this batch of prodigies, their strengths are very similar, making it impossible to distinguish who is significantly stronger. Moreover, the term younger generation is broad, representing an age group that includes teenagers and those in their 20s. Teenage geniuses can't be compared to those in their 20s in terms of strength. The latter will definitely win, but that does not mean the latter has higher talent. They have just trained a few more years. Therefore, Feishua City has never had a clear claim to the top genius. There is a top 108 ranking. There are 36 prodigies. The fewest are the top 10 geniuses. The top 10 geniuses of Feishua City are all in their early 20s. All in the process of comprehending the might of heaven and earth, their strengths being extremely close. Even if they compete against each other after a few matches, there will be cases of mutual victories. Based on strength, they cannot distinguish who has higher talent. So it all comes down to fame. Whoever has more and better records of challenges has the reason to boast about being the top genius. Chen Yuanzhou and Shen Taiping have reached this point in their competition. In the past 2 years, whenever a talented individual suddenly rises in various counties, they would eliminate them one by one. They compete to take them down first, as the shock caused by defeating the opponent first is greater and better for publicity. Coming in second has no meaning. Now, Jiang Xuan has become their target. Both know the other will definitely do the same and want to get ahead. Why don't we all go together? Once I take down that tribal kid, we can enjoy the scenery. We've worked hard enough in our training over the years. It's appropriate to relax a bit. Shen Taiping invited the few present. Indeed, we can take a break. I haven't been to the tribal territory yet. But a young man in a brocade robe hesitated. Chen family's Chen Yinyang was just assassinated, and it's said the culprits are the Gu family brothers, who are disciples of the demon Lu Kong. Many situations are still unclear, and we don't know if Lu Kong is seeking revenge on Feishua City for his pursuit, or if someone is targeting the 4 great families. Rumor has it the Gu family brothers fled to Highton Mountain. Won't it be too dangerous for us to go now? There are not just a few of us. Shen Taiping said, don't worry, I will explain to the family and have them send a team to follow us. Honestly, with our strength, even if the Gu family brothers work together, they are not our match. As long as we don't go deep into Highton Mountain, we won't run into Lu Kong. In a tavern in the north of Feishua City, on the 2nd floor, a private room. A bald man like an iron tower stood motionless by the window. Dressed in a black robe, Jiang Qinghong casually placed her hat on the table and began to enjoy the food and drink that the waiter had just brought. This private room was chosen cleverly. It neither attracted attention like the main hall, nor was it as ostentatious as the top-tier private rooms, making it easy to be forgotten by the staff. The only downside was that one could hear the noise from the hall downstairs. Jiang Qinghong didn't mind. She was just having a low-key meal. After spending a few days in Feishua City, Jiang Qinghong had bought what she needed and inquired about various matters, mainly to understand the current state of affairs in this era. After today's meal, she would return to Highton Mountain, not to the tribe's territory, but to the mountains. She was about to begin her training and cultivation. The first innate of Heightened Mountain was now just a 15-year-old kid. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Just a brat from a barbaric tribe, what heroism. But don't underestimate the tribe, especially the Jiang Clan. Have you heard of Jiang Xuan? He came from the Jiang Clan. I also heard that this Jiang Xuan is the son of the young lady from the Wei family who married into the tribe. The chatter in the hall continued, and a look of irritation gradually appeared on Jiang Qinghong's stunning face. Damn Jiang Xuan, if you hadn't stolen half of my divine and demonic power, could you have achieved innate status? What genius! Nonsense. Jiang Qinghong slammed her chopsticks on the table. Although she didn't understand how Jiang Xuan comprehended the wind chase technique, she knew that his sudden leap into the innate realm had a direct relationship with her. She wondered how much of her divine and demonic power had been wasted during his cultivation, and he had only reached early innate. Stealing my body. Stealing my body. How dare you steal my body? Don't let me see you again. I will definitely kill you. What do you need a wife for at such a young age? Even though he might be the reincarnation of a divine being with thousands of years of mental age, every time Jiang Qinghong thought of Jiang Xuan, she still felt a deep hatred. Forget it. He's someone who will never catch up to me. Why think about him? Jiang Qinghong adjusted her emotions, took a deep breath, and picked up her chopsticks again. On August 10th, in the morning, at the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. Sir, I would like to ask for your help again. Jiang Xuan looked at the inspector Lei Hong by the stone table. Lei Hong replied straightforwardly. Can you tell me why I should help you? Jiang Xuan sincerely said. I won the life and death battle, 30 consecutive victories. Let my mother know I'm not dead, and that her son is getting stronger. I believe she will eat well. Wei Baiyun had been on a hunger strike, and Jiang Xuan had known this for a long time, but had no way to resolve it. Now he had a way. Lei Hong pondered for a moment, and then said, This is simple. I can send someone to do it. But why should I help you? Lei Hong did not like helping others without reason, perhaps out of a sense of fairness. Sir, as long as you are willing to help me, I can take people into the mountains and help you search for the demon. I will go personally and can also urge the tribe to work harder. Jiang Xuan said, You want to enter the mountains to train, right? Under the pretext of searching for El Kong, I will also have to send the black armored guards with you. Your training will be safer that way. You are quite clever. Lei Hong sipped his tea and pointed it out directly. Training is indeed one aspect. Jiang Xuan did not deny it. In fact, Lei Hong only guessed half right. Jiang Xuan not only wanted to train, but also to search for treasures. After entering the innate realm, his sensing range of the thousand-thread secret technique had greatly increased, and because he was cultivating the Black Xian technique, he needed resources dozens of times more than other early innate practitioners, making the search for treasures urgent. All right, I agree. Lei Hong did not make things difficult for Jiang Xuan. After all, helping to pass a message was truly just a small effort. As long as it wasn't for no reason at all, Lei Hong didn't expect that just Jiang Xuan alone could find El Kong. Thank you, sir. I will go back to prepare and set off this afternoon. Jiang Xuan said. Chapter 34. The Days of Treasure Hunting in Heightened Mountain on August 24th. In the area of Huiguang Ridge in Heightened Mountain, the mountains were high and the woods dense. Towering trees blocked out the sunlight, and the thick layers of fallen leaves felt somewhat soft underfoot. Even in the evening of midsummer, the weather remained humid and oppressive. Dressed as a hunter, Jiang Xuan leaped from branch to branch with 2 black armored guards, trying to make as little noise as possible. Occasionally, they would stop and gaze into the distance. Lu de Gu, Zhang de Gu, it's getting late. Let's take a break, Jiang Xuan said. All right. The tall and thin black armored guard nodded. Jiang Laodi. The compass indicates that there should be a water source over there, just 2 miles away, the sturdy black armored guard said, holding a military compass and indicating the direction. Shall we go over? Sure. Jiang Xuan nodded. Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu were elite members of the 300 black armored guards under Lei Hong, all of whom were innate practitioners, mostly in the early to mid-innate stages, with very few in the late stage, and even fewer at full innate. Although the black armored guards had a high status and were the best paid innate military force of the Dacian dynasty, those who became black armored guards had to give up most of their cultivation time, thus sacrificing the possibility of surpassing innate. Generally, those with high talent would not become black armored guards. Therefore, although the black armored guards were formidable and could engage in coordinated battles to kill even those in the tribulation realm, their overall talent was quite average, and very few could achieve full innate. However, both Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu were full innate and were Lei Hong's personal guards. This time, Jiang Xuan entered the mountains to help search for the demon, and Lei Hong sent them along. They had been in the mountains for half a month, and Jiang Xuan had become familiar with the two of them. The black armored guards seemed cold, but were actually just well-trained humans. The three arrived at a small lake surrounded by trees. There should be fish in the lake. The tall and thin Lu Feihu waded into the water, running to the center of the lake, drawing his sword and striking down, creating huge waves. His intention was to scare the fish, but unexpectedly, a large maw suddenly shot up from the lake, aiming to swallow Lu Feihu whole. Jiang Xuan and Jiang Xiu on the shore remained calm. It was just a second-tier demon beast, a murky water giant lizard. This beast was huge and intimidating, but relied solely on brute force in battle and had a shallow understanding of the use of spiritual energy, equivalent to the combat power of a postnatal practitioner. A moment later, as the sky darkened, a bonfire was lit by the lake, with the legs of the demon beast, more than enough to feed a cow, roasting over it. Jiang Laodi, when are we going to go deeper? It's been half a month, and we've been circling the outskirts, Lu Feihu said while sharpening his knife. Those tribespeople from your tribe have gone deeper than we have. Lu Feihu leaned closer to the fire and lowered his voice. We know you entered the mountains to train, but on the surface, we are still searching for someone. We have to put on a show. Otherwise, it won't be good for my brother and me to explain to the adults when we go back. There's no rush. Jiang Xuan shook his head. Lu Feihu and Jiang Xiu exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. For half a month, Jiang Xuan had been leading them around the outermost areas of Heightened Mountain. The deeper they went into the mountain, the more dangerous it became. If they didn't venture further in, they wouldn't encounter any powerful demon beasts. Second tier was the highest they had seen. But equally, they couldn't find El Kong or his three disciples in the outer areas. The two couldn't figure out what Jiang Xuan was really trying to do. In the deep mountains, the most important thing for training was to encounter demon beasts of similar strength and engage in life and death battles to hone oneself. Yet Jiang Xuan seemed unwilling to proceed deeper. At night, after dinner, Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake, using his innate power to repel the water, keeping himself afloat, with his long knife resting on his legs. This Jiang Laodi may be a bit timid, but he truly works hard in his cultivation. He starts his journey at dawn and practices until late at night, only sleeping for 2 hours at most, Lu Feihu said. Chewing on a grass stick while sitting on the grass, looking at Jiang Xuan on the lake. With innate adjustment ability, sleeping for 2 hours a day is enough. Jiang Xiu added. Moreover, I think Jiang Laodi not going deeper might not be due to fear of encountering 2 strong demon beasts. Then why? Lu Feihu glanced at Jiang Xiu. It was impossible to find a wanted criminal in the outskirts, and there were no suitable demon beasts to practice on. If it were just for cultivating his realm and techniques, why bother coming to the mountains? I always feel like he is looking for something. Jiang Xiu frowned slightly and countered Lu Feihu. Don't you think his luck is too good? Lu Feihu thought for a moment and muttered. On the 5th day in the mountains, he broke a big tree while practicing his sword at night, only to discover that the tree was hollow and contained a bag of mid-grade essence crystals. On the 7th day, he said he sensed a unique aura and, following it, broke a mountain wall 10 zhang away from where he was resting, discovering an ancient tomb inside with items worth no less than a bag of mid-grade essence crystals. On the 13th day, while on his way, he found a small-scale thunder crystal mine. Indeed, that's quite lucky. You call that lucky? Jiang Xiu rolled his eyes at him. I feel that every time Brother Jiang says to stop and rest, the places he chooses are unusual. They either have something or are rich in spiritual energy, like a natural spiritual spring. I think Jiang Xiu paused. What do you think? Lu Feihu pressed. I think Brother Jiang, or the Jiang Clan, might have some unspoken secrets. Perhaps a type of perception secret technique, or simply a searching technique, Jiang Xiu speculated. Lu Feihu thought about it, and realized it could very well be true. We can't say that. We can't ask, Jiang Xiu said. Right, we can't say that. We can't ask, Lu Feihu nodded. Both of them directly began to avoid the topic of unspoken secrets due to the clear protection the imperial law had over clan inheritance. Forcibly seizing a clan's unspoken secrets was a death sentence, whether for the clan's secret arts or sword techniques. Causing the extinction of a clan would lead to the punishment of 9 generations. Everyone knew that the Jiang Clan's Chasing Wind sword was among the top 10 sword techniques even in Feishua City, and in some county cities, it ranked first. Even much stronger clans in those counties wouldn't dare to attempt to seize the Chasing Wind sword manual, no matter how many guts they had. They wouldn't even dare to learn it if forced. If they did learn it and used it, they would die for not being a part of the clan. It was that strict. And this strictness was even more pronounced for the black armored guards, with even more relevant laws. Because the black armored guards interacted most frequently with the clans, with a large number of personnel, if stricter laws weren't in place to restrict them, major problems would arise. As black armored guards, when Lu Feihu and Jiang Xiu guessed that Jiang Xuan might possess some kind of perception or searching secret technique, they actively stopped the topic due to the legal restrictions. Who knew if that was an unspoken secret of the Jiang Clan? That was not something they could inquire about. On the surface of the lake, Jiang Xuan had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He had eavesdropped on Lu Feihu and Jiang Xiu's conversation using a thousand-thread secret technique. The black armored guards indeed did not disappoint him. They were a group that followed orders strictly, so Jiang Xuan felt reassured to do business with them. Hey, do you think Brother Jiang will happen to discover something tonight? Lu Feihu suddenly tilted his head to ask Jiang Xiu. He said he was going to rest 2 li away, and I mentioned there was a water source here. He didn't object, but this isn't the place he initially chose, Jiang Xiu said repeatedly, so he probably won't happen to discover anything. That's reasonable, Lu Feihu nodded. The timing was almost right. Jiang Xuan, who had been circulating his energy on the lake's surface, suddenly opened his eyes, looking puzzled. He stood up and looked down at his feet. The depths of the water were dark. He didn't rashly try to probe underwater, but walked on the water back to the shore. Brother Lu, Brother Jiang, I suddenly feel something is off, Jiang Xuan said as if he just realized something. What? What's wrong? Lu Feihu and Jiang Xiu jumped up, alertly paying attention to their surroundings with their peripheral vision. Jiang Xiu even placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, moving his steps to form a protective formation around Jiang Xuan. Lei Hong had told them that although Jiang Xuan mastered that ultimate move, his realm was too low, and the two should pay attention to protecting him. No, it's not that there's danger, Jiang Xuan hurriedly said. I just suddenly thought that although second-tier demon beasts are nothing to worry about, to nurture larger demon beasts, there must be enough food containing rich spiritual energy, and the fish in this small lake probably aren't enough. The muddy water giant lizard can also hunt in the mountains and forests. It just rests in the water, Jiang Xiu said. That may be true, but I just practiced my techniques on the lake's surface, Jiang Xuan said uncertainly. I feel that the spiritual energy on the lake's surface is much denser than on the shore. Could it be that there's something at the bottom of the lake? As soon as Jiang Xuan finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the shore. Lu and Zhang's expressions first froze. Then they exchanged glances, as if saying, no way? Again? Another coincidence? Perhaps Jiang Xuan's performance was too obvious this time. Both of them clearly felt that Jiang Xuan was just putting on an act for them. They couldn't expose him, though. Ahem. Lu Feihu coughed and said, the bottom of the lake is dangerous. We don't know how deep the water is. There might be some demon beasts. Brother Jiang, you stay here, and I'll go down to investigate. Thank you, Brother Lu, Jiang Xuan said, cupping his hands. Lu Feihu jumped into the lake. A moment later, splash. The lake's surface erupted with splashes of water as Lu Feihu shot out of the surface, walking on the water back to the shore. As he activated his innate power, he dried his soaked clothes and stared at Jiang Xuan with a face full of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Old Lu, how was it? Was there something underwater? Jiang Xiu asked. Yes. Lu Feihu nodded, paused for a moment, then continued. The water is nearly 19 zhang deep, and it's completely dark below. But the closer I got to the bottom of the lake, the more I could feel a unique aura, with the spiritual energy becoming denser. I couldn't see clearly what was down there, but based on my perception, I know it should be a spiritual mine. A spiritual mine? What kind of mine? Jiang Xiu inquired. A spiritual mine is a general term for ores that contain a large amount of spiritual energy, such as essence crystals, thunder crystals, etc. Ores without spiritual energy are ordinary mines, including gold, silver, copper, and iron. The value of spiritual mines varies. Some types of spiritual mines are worth even less than ordinary mines. Just having spiritual energy doesn't mean it's valuable. Factors like whether the spiritual energy can be absorbed, whether it can be used for forging weapons or arranging formations, how much impurities it contains, and the cost of removing those impurities, all affect the value of spiritual mines. I'm not entirely sure what kind of spiritual mine it is, but based on the aura, I think it's water sediment crystal, Lu Feihu said, raising his right hand, looking as if he was about to reveal the answer. I just sensed it and broke off a piece. He then opened his hand. In the palm was a light gray crystal embedded in some rocks. Water sediment crystal. It really is water sediment crystal, Jiang Xiu exclaimed. I heard it's a rare crystal that can be used for formations and weapon forging. It's very expensive, right? How did I get so lucky? Jiang Xuan looked excited yet confused. Jiang Xiu had already begun to look at Jiang Xuan with a strange expression. Keep pretending. Just keep pretending. He couldn't expose Jiang Xuan's act. He explained, it is indeed very expensive. Water sediment crystals are born in water and are commonly found at the bottom of lakes and rivers. This characteristic makes them easier to find. Thousands of years ago, the easily found water sediment crystals were mined clean, and afterwards, they became a rare commodity. How many are there below? Zhang Xiu asked Lu Feihu. Should be the entire bottom of the lake, Lu Feihu said. Hiss. Zhang Xiu took a deep breath. For the major families of Feishua City, this amount was nothing significant. But for a tribe or an innate practitioner, the value of a lakebed water-sinking crystal was extremely terrifying. This was a wealth that was almost impossible for someone at the innate realm to possess. Jiang Xuan had fortuitously stumbled upon treasures a few times in the past half-month, already making a fortune. The value of this water-sinking crystal mine was dozens of times greater than all his previous gains combined. Jiang, my brother, Lu Feihu glanced at Jiang Xuan, nearly asking outright, but ultimately refrained. The law forbade him from probing into any cultivation techniques among the tribespeople, as per the usual practice, just like with the previous small Wulei crystal mine. You help me contact Lord Lei Hong and sell the mine to him. Just convert it to yuan crystals at 80% of the market price for me. Jiang Xuan said to the two of them. The rules for going out to train and cultivate stated that the treasure discovered first belonged to whoever found it. In fact, discovering a mine in Heighten Mountain was originally a difficult matter to handle. Heighten Mountain was a no-man's land, and mining required time, making it too easy for disputes and killings to occur. Therefore, Jiang Xuan decided to convert the discovered spiritual mine into yuan crystals. Jiang Xuan knew that Lei Hong would not arrange for his people to mine it. He would also sell it to the Tongtian Pavilion in Feishua City, and ultimately, the ones who would mine it would definitely be from the Tongtian Pavilion. Lei Hong could effortlessly profit from the price difference, while Jiang Xuan used his identity to conceal himself and avoid being targeted. No one dared to investigate Lei Hong, and the Tongtian Pavilion had a presence in every city of the entire De Qian dynasty, conducting business. This top-tier power that spanned millions of miles was the most trustworthy. Once I have devoured all the yuan crystals converted from the water-sinking crystal mine, my realm should be able to directly break through to the mid-innate stage. The characteristic of Heishuan Gong is that as long as the resources are sufficient in the innate realm, one can directly break through. It's just that the required resources are a bit excessive, Jiang Xuan thought to himself. 13 days later, on the 7th day of the 9th month, Jiang Xuan returned to the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. He began a new round of life and death battles. 3 days, 30 consecutive victories. After killing, Jiang Xuan returned to Heighten Mountain to continue his training and cultivation. Half a year later, on the 19th day of the 2nd month of the following year, a grand procession arrived outside the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. Chapter 35. The Unparalleled Woman with Divine and Demonic Grace. Outside the city gate was an open area, and the grand procession came from a distance. There were over 50 people in the procession, all riding expensive mounts. Most were dressed as guards, likely from a major family in a big city. A man and a woman rode at the front. The man had a face like jade, while the woman was veiled in light silk. This is the tribe's Earthen City? It looks even smaller than our family's branch house, Qin Yuanzhou observed from afar. He was dressed like a scholar, with a long sword hanging at his waist as if it were an accessory. However, the walls were higher than the courtyard, at least 3 zhang high, sufficient to fend off low-level beasts. Just a reminder, once we enter the city, be careful with your words. Don't say anything unnecessary. Qin Yuanzhou's sister, Qin Yuanzhou, said, dressed in a black fitted dress, her slim waist tied with a red belt, exuding an air of vigor. What? Are you still afraid of encountering danger in the tribe's Earthen City? Do they dare? Qin Yuanzhou said arrogantly. The tribe has autonomy, and there are many taboos. You never know when you might say the wrong thing and violate their rules, Qin Yuanzhou replied coldly. We don't need to fear the tribespeople. If it came to a real fight, the dozens of innate practitioners we brought can wipe out the Jiang Clan, but we won't do that. Once on their territory, we must abide by their rules. That's basic etiquette. Yes, what you say makes sense, Qin Yuanzhou nodded repeatedly. His sister liked to lecture him. Moreover, Qin Yuanzhou shot a glance at her brother and continued, Lord Lei Hong, the inspector, has reportedly been living here for over half a year. We are already acting rashly. If we conflict with the tribespeople, Lord Lei Hong probably won't let us off easily, and it could even implicate our family. Don't worry, sister, I understand. I won't cause trouble, Qin Yuanzhou quickly assured. Generally, inspectors might be wary of the Qin family, but Lei Hong would not. As a capable aide to the Lord of Feishua City, Lei Hong's status before the city Lord of the Divine and Demonic was not lower than that of the Qin family's head. According to the imperial regulations for inspectors, they could not serve in their own family's territory and had to be reassigned far away. Lei Hong was no exception. He was not from Feishua City, nor was he from Beihongzhou. It was rumored that Lei Hong's master was also a divine and demonic figure. Inspectors typically served in one location for about 10 years before being reassigned. Therefore, with Lei Hong's personal capability and background, there was no one in the entire Feishua City who could make him show favoritism. Lei Hong was not only known for his strictness, but also had a notoriously bad temper, often flaring up when someone offended him to his face. Sister, I actually need to remind you, Qin Yuanzhou boldly said again. You have caused more trouble than I have since we were young. It's several times more. My temper is considered good. You should be the one who needs to be careful and restrain yourself. After saying this, Qin Yuanzhou quickly pulled on the reins, steering his horse to the right and creating a distance of a zhang between him and Qin Yuanzhou, fearing that his sister might turn around and punch him, causing him to spit blood. Surprisingly, Qin Yuanzhou did not react strongly this time. Qin Yuanzhou responded with a faint nasal sound. Qin Yuanzhou pulled on the reins again, leaning closer to observe Qin Yuanzhou's expression. Just by looking into her eyes, he could tell that Qin Yuanzhou was preoccupied and not in a good mood. Sister, you came with me. Didn't you say you wanted to relax? Do you have something on your mind? Qin Yuanzhou asked tentatively. Nothing. Qin Yuanzhou replied coldly with 2 words. Every time I went out before, you never came with me. You even scolded me for not cultivating properly. This time, you took the initiative to join me. Isn't it more than just a simple outing? Qin Yuanzhou continued to ask. Why are you so talkative? Qin Yuanzhou shot him a glance. Aren't you allowed to speak? Who else can I talk to if not you? Qin Yuanzhou said repeatedly. All my friends. Once they heard you were coming with me, they all backed out. A bunch of cowards, just the 2 of us left. Are you blaming me? Qin Yuanzhou squinted slightly. I'm not blaming you, how could I? Sister, you're overthinking it. Qin Yuanzhou spoke faster. What I mean is I care about you. We are siblings. Mother passed away early, and father is always in closed-door training or busy with family affairs. I was practically raised by you. You took care of me before, and now I care about you. Isn't that how it should be? Stop being so slick with your words. You were raised by a servant. Qin Yuanzhou looked ahead. Being taken care of by a servant is not the same as being taken care of by a sister, right? Getting off topic, sister, do you have something on your mind? What are you thinking about? Qin Yuanzhou brought the topic back to the point. Shut up, Qin Yuanzhou said coldly. Hey, look at you. What can't you say to your own brother? The bigger the family, the less warmth there is. We are practically all we have left. If you have something on your mind and don't tell me, who else can you tell? Qin Yuanzhou's words made the guards riding behind them raise their eyebrows in shock. All we have left. You 2 are the top talents of your family. You might even be the top talent in Feishua City. One is the former top talent of Feishua City who has suffered injuries that damaged his foundation and diminished his talent significantly. Yet even so, he is still the second top talent of the family. The family has practically been nurturing you both in their mouths. The resources consumed by your training for a year cost more than the income of a medium-sized family for an entire year, and you call that all you have left? Sister, just say it. Sister, there are no outsiders here. Sister, you're so annoying. Qin Yuanzhou said with a sideways glance at her brother. You just said that you were raised by me, and that we rely on each other. So doesn't that make me your mother? The elder sister is like a mother. You can't deny it. Qin Yuanzhou immediately replied. Yes, I am your mother. Qin Yuanzhou looked ahead and continued. Now, the family is preparing to find you a father. Cough, cough. The group of guards behind them all held back their laughter, with 2 of them unable to suppress it in time and quickly pretending to cough. Some even turned their heads away, rubbing their faces as they blushed. Qin Yuanzhou liked to act like a cultured scholar, but in reality, he hadn't read much. On the other hand, Qin Yuanzhou was well-educated and had a knack for cleverly teasing others, often saying surprising things. Qin Yuanzhou's expression froze for a moment. Then he pretended to be nonchalant and muttered to himself, so the rumors are true. Chen Yuanshu suddenly turned her head to look at her brother, scrutinizing him, and asked, "What rumors?" "That the family wants to find you a husband. They say you're already 26 this year, and it's impossible for you to marry out. With your talent, no one is worthy of marrying you, so it has to be you who brings your husband home as a son-in-law. I heard they are already looking for candidates, supposedly aged between 25 and 40, with talent at least good enough to be on the list for the Starry Pavilion. They can be from outside Feishua City, even from the county town, and it seems there are no specific requirements for looks, but they must not have tribal blood." Chen Yuanzhou seemed to know everything, counting on his fingers as he spoke. "You attended that meeting, didn't you?" Chen Yuanshu suddenly said coldly. Chen Yuanzhou shrank his neck in fright, realizing his sister was genuinely angry, but he could only steel himself and say, "Yes." "Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" I didn't dare," Chen Yuanzhou said. Not only did he attend the meeting discussing Chen Yuanshu's marriage, but when the family learned that she would be traveling with him, they also tasked Chen Yuanzhou to persuade her and do some ideological work. Chen Yuanzhou didn't want to do it, but he couldn't refuse the orders from the family elders. However, he also knew what kind of personality his elder sister had. The more he pushed her, the stronger her resistance would be. She was soft to coaxing, but hard to pressure. After a brief silence, seeing Chen Yuanshu turn her head back, Chen Yuanzhou spoke again. "Sister, don't you really want to get married?" He instinctively lowered his voice. Chen Yuanshu didn't want to respond to him. "There's nothing wrong with getting married. Look at me. I got engaged at 15 and married at 19. Although I haven't had children yet, I plan to have a few with Xiaowei after I step into the tribulation realm," Chen Yuanzhou rambled, a smile appearing on his face as he mentioned his wife. "You and she grew up together. Although her talent isn't as good as yours, it's still enough to be on the Starry Pavilion's list. The Qian family, while not one of the four great families, is still a large family just below them. And now they even have a chance to compete with the Wei family. You are 23 this year, and she is 22. You two are just 1 year apart. From the first day I saw her playing with you, she has been calling you brother Yuanzhou. If you two get married, you'll be happy, she'll be happy. Both families will be happy, and even the storyteller at the tea house in the North Street of Feishua City will be happy, claiming you two are a match made in heaven." Chen Yuanshu turned her head and quickly said, "Of course you think there's nothing wrong with getting married. It's not like you're being asked to share a bed and have children with a stranger." Chen Yuanzhou was already scared a good distance away. The reins pulled so hard that the horse was about to be startled. Once Chen Yuanshu finished speaking and turned her head back, Chen Yuanzhou dared to approach again. "Sister, don't you have a childhood sweetheart?" As soon as he asked, he regretted it and quickly added, "Sister, don't be angry. Just pretend I didn't ask." He regretted it not because Chen Yuanshu had a childhood sweetheart who was then separated or died. It was simply that there was none. When Chen Yuanshu was 6 years old, she was hailed as having the appearance of a god or demon, and since then, she had galloped ahead of everyone else. Her talent was already an existence that towered above her peers. She was so far ahead that her contemporaries felt inferior before her. Thus, she had no childhood sweetheart. It was only when she was 12 that Chen Yuanshu entered the innate realm. That very year, the 12-year-old Chen Yuanshu and her 9-year-old brother Chen Yuanzhou were attacked. Chen Yuanshu was injured while protecting Chen Yuanzhou, severely damaging her important meridians and greatly reducing her talent. But even after her talent was significantly reduced, she remained the second most talented disciple of the Chen family and a student of the Starry Pavilion. This was also why the Chen family would never allow her to marry out. Chen Yuanshu represented a hope for the Chen family to ascend to a god and demon family, as long as the family could produce a god or demon. Even though the meridians that Chen Yuanshu damaged were extremely difficult to repair, having even sought help from the Lord of Feishua City without success, there was still a possibility. What if, after surpassing the innate realm, she managed to recover on her own? The remaining high talent and the ethereal expectation of becoming a god or demon made the Chen family determined to keep Chen Yuanshu tightly in their grasp and extremely indulgent toward her. The Chen family could even smooth over matters if she killed a core descendant of another large family, but they also couldn't let her decide everything. For example, important matters involving the inheritance of family talent. With her talent so high, she should get married and have children to pass on her talent. "Sister, if you hadn't been injured for my sake back then, with your talent, you should have surpassed the innate realm years ago, possibly becoming the youngest in the history of Feishua City to enter the tribulation realm. Then the family definitely wouldn't dare to force you to marry," Chen Yuanzhou said, feeling guilty. If that day, I hadn't suggested shaking off the guards, we wouldn't have. Chen Yuanshu glared at Chen Yuanzhou and then looked ahead, signaling that they had arrived. The group stopped in front of the tribal earthen city gate. The scene was too grand, with dozens of people exuding innate aura. The guards at the gate had already reported back before they arrived, and when they got there, Jiang Xuan was waiting at the gate. Jiang Clan territory. No entry for idle people. Who goes there? Jiang Xuan frowned as she looked at them. She wasn't flustered. There were black armored guards inside the city. And the inspector Lord Lei Hong was also present, so she truly wasn't afraid of anyone. Chen Yuanzhou from the Chun family of Feishua City. Here to pay respects to clan leader Jiang Xian. Greetings. Chen Yuanzhou cupped his hands and bowed, still smiling. Chen Yuanshu was nominally accompanying Chen Yuanzhou, also to relax a bit. And this time, Chen Yuanzhou was here to challenge Jiang Xian's ninth style of the chasing windblade. Chapter 36. Breakthrough. Late innate stage in the humid and hot dense forest around the rock ridge of Handan Mountain. Another day was drawing to a close. The crackling sound of burning wood echoed. Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu sat by the campfire, happily feasting on the hind leg of a fourth-tier monster. The aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. The strength of a third-tier monster was already comparable to that of the innate realm, with the strongest even being on par with the mid-innate stage. Meanwhile, a fourth-tier monster was at least at the late innate stage. And the Iron Barbarian Thunder Rhinoceros they killed today was equivalent to the peak innate stage. This horn alone was worth at least 30,000 taels of gold. If it could be exchanged directly for essence crystals, it should be worth 300 medium-grade essence crystals, or at the very least around 260 or 70. Zhang Xiu used a knife to cut meat from the hind leg, which was taller than a person, while his left hand played with a rhinoceros horn as thick as a human leg. This was the most valuable item on the Iron Barbarian Thunder Rhinoceros. The currency of the Great Qian Empire is varied, with more than a dozen types of official currency alone. Ordinary civilians use copper coins, iron coins, and silver, while gold is used more in commercial transactions. Cultivators who have reached the innate realm start to use essence crystals for transactions, and those who surpass the innate realm have even more advanced currencies. The exchange rate between currencies isn't absolute. It depends on the market conditions. Normally, to cultivate an innate practitioner from the beginning to the peak of the innate stage takes several decades, and it would cost at least 1,000 medium-grade essence crystals. Lu Feihu said repeatedly, in the past 6 months, just from hunting demon beasts, we've earned no less than 3,000 mid-grade yuan crystals each. And selling the materials from the demon beasts has brought in over 10,000 mid-grade yuan crystals in total. Yeah, Zhang Xiu sighed. Who would have thought that we could get rich from this? Brother Jiang is truly amazing. As they spoke, both turned to look at the figure sitting under a distant tree, eyes closed in meditation. In the past 6 months, Jiang Xian had found mines and ancient ruins in the mountains. Whatever he could handle was his own, and whatever he couldn't, he split with Lei Hong 8-2. As for hunting demon beasts, they had agreed on a 50-50 split from the very first day they entered the mountains. Not every demon beast has valuable materials. During his exploration of the heightened mountain, Jiang Xian always managed to find valuable demon beasts. Lu Feihu, Zhang Xiu, and even Lei Hong all tacitly understood that Jiang Xian possessed some kind of powerful sensing secret technique. The Heishuan Gong, according to the elder Qi Shi, was an improved version of an ancient foundation-building technique that allowed one to naturally build their foundation by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It would take about 9 years to go from early innate stage to perfect innate stage through natural cultivation. However, if one used vast resources for training, although limited by the body's ability to refine energy, the growth speed could still be several times faster. Jiang Xian sat cross-legged under a towering tree, each hand holding a piece of premium yuan crystal, frantically absorbing them. The premium yuan crystals were not suitable for Jiang Xian's current realm. They were too advanced, making them hard to refine and absorb, causing waste. But for him, the Heishuan Gong could even directly absorb materials higher than premium yuan crystals without wasting any. The two by the fire gazed at Jiang Xian for a while. What a waste. Truly a waste. Lu Feihu shook his head and sighed. He's only in the mid-innate stage, and using premium yuan crystals for training is indeed fast. But even the top 4 families in Feishua City wouldn't do such a thing. The resources Jiang has used in the past 6 months could train 100 late innate stage practitioners. The safety of the Jiang clan depends on him alone. What else can he do? Zhang Xiu interjected. Moreover, Brother Jiang hasn't squandered the clan's resources. Everything he uses for his training comes from the earnings of treasure hunting and beast hunting in these 6 months. Just the resources he has already consumed for training probably exceed 50,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. Hiss. Although Lu Feihu had an idea, he still gasped. 50,000 mid-grade yuan crystals could roughly be converted into 50 million taels of gold or 5 billion taels of silver. The entire Jiang clan probably isn't worth 50,000 mid-grade yuan crystals right now, Lu Feihu lamented. Considering the dozens of innate practitioners who have returned to the clan in the past 6 months, the Jiang clan only has a little over 10 innate practitioners now. The value of the territory is hard to estimate, Jiang Xuan thought. 50,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. How much of that has actually been absorbed and refined into innate power? Could it be 500? Lu Feihu genuinely doubted that Jiang Xuan had wasted 99% of the training resources. Of course, from another perspective, it couldn't be said to be wasteful, as the growth speed was indeed fast. Whether such an approach would damage his talent, he didn't know. Even though Jiang Xuan was focused solely on his cultivation, his sensing ability was so strong that he clearly heard Lu Feihu and Jiang Xuan's conversation. What waste of 99%? Clearly, not a bit was wasted. This is the terrifying aspect of the Heishuan Gong. It only requires vast resources for training. Otherwise, growth would actually slow down. It has one flaw and all other advantages. I have been in the mid-innate stage for 4.5 months, and my total innate power is 100 times that of others at the same level. Even compared to those in the late innate stage, I am still 20 to 30 times stronger than them. Now, once I break through to the late innate stage, my innate power will surge several times again. Still 100 times that of others at the same level, and even more than 30 times that of those at the perfect innate stage. You say, what level of strength does Brother Jiang have now? Lu Feihu asked while slicing the roasted meat. When he was in the early innate stage, he could kill those in the mid-innate stage without using the 9th style of the Wind Pursuit Blade. Now that he's in the mid-innate stage, his conventional strength should be close to the late innate stage. If we consider the 9th style of the Wind Pursuit Blade, Jiang Xuan dragged out his words. I must remind you that in these 6 months, he has mastered the entire Wind Pursuit Blade, and even the 9th style has been perfected. His swordsmanship talent is absolutely on par with his ancestor Jiang Zhengwu. Once he masters the swordsmanship, he can use it at any time. Besides the 3 of us. No one else knows this. Yes, I know, but you have to consider that using the 9th style of the Wind Pursuit Blade consumes a terrifying amount of innate power. Jiang Xuan continued. Moreover, he has not yet perfected his realm, and cannot comprehend the unity of man and blade, let alone the power of heaven and man. In fact, he cannot fully unleash the power of the 8th and 9th styles of the Wind Pursuit Blade. Isn't it true that he still killed Shentu? Lu Feihu countered. It's been half a year, and the Shentu Clan has had no way to deal with it except sending 30 people to die every month. I've heard that some have already fled from the Shentu Clan. They must be terrified. Shentuli's death was limited by the arena and was also due to carelessness, Jiang Xuan said, pausing for a moment. If it had been a wild encounter, an ordinary perfect innate stage practitioner probably wouldn't be a match for Brother Jiang. And if it were someone with our level of strength, a rumbling sound like thunder erupted from Jiang Xuan's body. Lu Feihu and Jiang Xuan suddenly stood up. He broke through. Late innate stage. Chapter 37. Did you not consider whether you could handle it? The two exchanged glances. Jiang Xuan shrugged and said, neither of us should be able to defeat him alone, but it wouldn't be hard to win together, since his innate power is still limited. Both Jiang Xuan and Lu Feihu were at the perfect innate stage and had comprehended the unity of man and blade in their techniques. Jiang Xuan had also barely touched the threshold of the power of heaven and man, making him slightly stronger than Lu Feihu. When the two teamed up, they would become extremely terrifying. The cooperation methods of the black armored guards could make their combined strength equal to 5. Congratulations, Brother Jiang. Congratulations. The two approached Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan slowly exhaled a breath of green air and stood up. It's just the late innate stage. There's nothing to congratulate about, Jiang Xuan said with a smile. Feeling very familiar with them after more than half a year of living and dying together in Heighten Mountain. Speaking casually, he added, wait until the day my realm surpasses yours. Then it won't be too late for you to congratulate me. Surpass us? Lu Feihu raised an eyebrow and laughed. That won't be easy. After entering the mountain, you broke through from the early innate stage to the mid-innate stage in just over a month, and then broke through to the late innate stage in less than 5 months. Such a terrifying speed of improvement comes from training resources that others cannot even imagine. Based on this pattern, you probably still need 200,000 mid-grade yuan crystals and 2 years to reach the perfect innate stage. And you've already found most of the mines in the periphery of Heightened Mountain. To find treasures and mines in the territories of 5th and 6th tier demon beasts beneath their noses won't be easy. Don't say such discouraging things, old Lu. Jiang Xiu shot Lu Feihu a glance. Brother Jiang is only 16 years old and already at the late innate stage. If he really reaches the perfect innate stage by 18, he will already be comparable to those prodigies in the Xingqian Pavilion of Feishua City. Although his cultivation method is a bit unique, being able to find mines is also Brother Jiang's skill. 6th tier demon beasts are equivalent to the Tribulation Realm. Lu Feihu added. Wouldn't they hide and run away? Jiang Xiu asked. How could they hide? Brother Jiang's sensing ability is even stronger than that of the Tribulation Realm. Who finds whom first? And I didn't mean it that way. I was thinking about Brother Jiang's safety. What I wanted to say is that we can consider other ways to earn cultivation resources. The deeper we go into Heightened Mountain, the more dangerous it becomes. We might even encounter a group of demon beasts. Besides, even if we really find a mine right under the noses of a 5th tier demon beast, it would be difficult to extract it. It's too dangerous. What exactly do you want to say? It's nothing. I just wanted to give Brother Jiang some suggestions for making money, like applying to become a bounty hunter to capture wanted criminals for bounties. With Brother Jiang's search abilities, it would be a pity not to be a bounty hunter. The bounty on wanted criminals can be claimed by anyone, and it has nothing to do with whether one is a bounty hunter or not. However, bounty hunters have the opportunity to gain contributions to the court, which can be used for promotions. But you have to consider that Brother Jiang's tribe is still engaged in a life-and-death battle. Becoming a formal bounty hunter means having to complete fixed tasks every year, which represents a life-threatening situation. After spending time together, you'll find that Lu Feihu and Jiang Xiu are quite interesting. This isn't the first time they've argued because of Jiang Xian. If we can capture the Ge brothers, the bounty would be. Jiang Xian interjected. The Chun family in Feishua City has offered a bounty of 100,000 mid-grade essence crystals for the Ge brothers. And it doesn't matter whether they live or die. Jiang Xiu looked at Jiang Xian. The Ge brothers have been committing crimes for nearly 20 years, causing countless misdeeds. Many families harmed by the Ge brothers have also issued bounties, adding up to approximately 170,000 mid-grade essence crystals when combined with the Chun family's 100,000. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. In fact, the money he earned in the past 6 months is more than what Lu Feihu and Jiang Xiu guessed. Aside from the over 50,000 mid-grade essence crystals he spent, Jiang Xian still has about 40,000 left. And the more than 100 top-grade essence crystals he carries with him are worth over 10,000 mid-grade essence crystals. The Ge brothers are actually worth that much. If he could get their bounty, the money he has would be enough to reach complete innate perfection. Brother Jiang, what are you thinking? Jiang Xiu, seeing Jiang Xian's excited expression, quickly reminded him, don't think we can't find the Ge brothers. Even if we do, the 3 of us are far from their match. We'll still need to gather more black armored guards. If time permits, we can also notify Lord Lei Hong to take action personally to reduce unnecessary casualties. It's impossible to capture the Ge brothers with fewer than 20 black armored guards. Lu Feihu's tone became serious. Just how strong are they? Jiang Xian asked curiously. Let me give you an example. How strong do you think your father Jiang Hanfeng is? Jiang Xiu looked at Jiang Xian. Before Jiang Hanfeng went missing, he was always the #1 innate expert in Heightened Mountain, and he even attracted Wei Baiyun to marry him. He has quite a reputation in Feishua City. My father has dominated Heightened Mountain for many years. Without comprehending the power of heaven and earth, no one in Heightened Mountain stands a chance against him. Although Shentu Clan shares the same realm as my father, he is never a match for him. Jiang Xian held a high opinion of his father. The Ge brothers are no weaker than your father, Jiang Hanfeng. They have all long comprehended the power of heaven and man. Jiang Xiu added, among them, the eldest Ge brother, Ge Wui, has already touched the threshold of the power of heaven and earth, and is definitely stronger than your father. Moreover, the 3 of them grew up together, training under the demon master El Kong, and have long achieved a seamless connection in their coordination. Additionally, they are disciples of the demon master El Kong, with all kinds of sinister techniques. It's hard to guard against them. To put it this way, even 10 innate experts who have comprehended the power of heaven and man may not be their match when they work together. If it comes to a life and death struggle, anyone in the top 100 of the innate ranking in Feishua City no matter who they are, would find it extremely troublesome to face the three of them. No one can compare to their ruthlessness, even if they exchange injuries or lives. It might be that even the top 10 innate experts who have comprehended the power of heaven and earth wouldn't dare to say they could survive a life-and-death struggle with the Go brothers. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. These Go brothers are indeed extremely dangerous characters. No wonder they dared to assassinate the core genius of the Chun family in Feishua City. They not only have a terrifying master, but are also strong themselves. As for the three of us, both Liu and I have comprehended the unity of man and sword. And you just reached the late innate stage. Even if your real strength is higher than your realm, or even stronger than either of us individually, the combined strength of the three of us is still several times weaker than that of the Go brothers. Zhang Xiu just wanted to make it clear, so Brother Jiang, your task is only to help with the search. You are the leader of the Jiang tribe and the chief of the 47 tribes. When the time comes, whether you personally lead a team to find them or someone from your tribe finds them, the bounty will definitely be shared with you, though not too much. The specifics will be decided by Lord Lei Hong. I understand. Jiang Xuan nodded, knowing that if they found any traces, the bounty would naturally not belong to him. In the earthen city of the Jiang tribe, after the Chun family team learned that Jiang Xuan was not around, they still entered the city and chose to stay there, waiting for Jiang Xuan to return on the 7th of next month. On the night of their entry into the city, siblings Chun Yuanshu and Chun Yuanzhou went to visit the inspector, Lei Hong. In the courtyard, after greeting Lord Lei Hong respectfully, the two siblings paid their respects. No need for formalities. Lei Hong remained as indifferent as ever, not treating the siblings any differently because they were the core geniuses of the Qin family. And even Chun Yuanzhou might be the future head of the Qin family. What talent is not a genius? At their age, Lei Hong was already at the level of a tribulation realm. In terms of status, Lei Hong can stand on equal footing with the heads of the 4 great families in Feishua City. In terms of strength, he is the top tribulation realm expert. In terms of age, he is also an elder, so in front of Lei Hong, the Qin siblings are just 2 juniors that can be met. What brings you to the Jiang tribe? Lei Hong sat by the stone table, one hand supporting the teacup. Reporting to you, my lord. I am here to challenge tribe leader Jiang Xuan. Chun Yuanzhou respectfully said, then added, rest assured, my lord, it's just a friendly spar. I will definitely not harm tribe leader Jiang or affect the life and death battle. Jiang Xuan is already in the mid-innate stage. You, however, are one of the most talented innate experts of the younger generation in Feishua City. You want to challenge him? Lei Hong frowned slightly. He is in the mid-innate stage? Chun Yuanzhou was taken aback, but after a moment, he thought it was nothing. It had been half a year since Jiang Xuan broke through to the innate stage, and it was normal for him to grow to the mid-innate stage. After all, the improvement in realm becomes slower and slower. If he and T reached the mid-innate stage in 6 months, it would have been strange. What kind of genius would that be? My lord, I don't intend to compare all my strength with him. If it's just a casual fight, he is certainly not my opponent. I have already been comprehending the power of heaven and earth. He is 2 realms behind me in both techniques and martial arts. A difference of 4 realms, and I am also 7 years older than him. So challenging him would be bullying. So, Lei Hong asked, taking a sip of tea. I heard that the 9th style of the chasing wind blade can cut down the number 1 innate expert in Hidden Mountain. I want to see if I can take his 9th style head on, Chun Yuanzhou said. Lei Hong nodded to indicate he understood. After putting down his teacup, he continued. I have long heard that you and Shun Taiping from the Shun family have been competing for the title of the number 1 genius in Feishua City, challenging others over the years to build your reputation. Are you planning to use Jiang Xuan as a stepping stone? Both Chun Yuanshu and Chun Yuanzhou's expressions changed simultaneously. Lei Hong seemed to know everything and pointed it out directly, leaving them unsure of his intentions. My lord, the path of cultivation should involve mutual comparison and competition to grow faster. Chun Yuanzhou pondered and said, it's not that I intend to use tribe leader Jiang as a stepping stone. However, my competition with Shin Taiping, while it seems to involve just the 2 of us, actually concerns the reputations of our Chun and Shin families. Our Qin family is the first family, while the Shin family is the second, so the number 1 genius can only be me. We must not lose to the Shin family. Otherwise, the impact would be significant. So you don't need to explain too much to me. This matter has nothing to do with me. Lei Hong said indifferently, but I do want to ask you, have you not considered the possibility of not being able to handle it? Chun Yuanzhou was stunned by the question. Not able to handle it. How could that be possible? Although Jiang Xuan is the first innate of Heightened Mountain, the overall strength of Heightened Mountain is relatively weak, and the tribe's cultivation methods are very backward. Moreover, he is only at the mid-stage of the innate realm right now. Even if we are 4 realms apart in his 9th style, I have mastered our Chun family's complete Star Melody sword, which is the best sword technique in Feishua City. Stronger than the chasing wind blade, Chen Yuanzhou's voice grew quieter. He initially wanted to discuss the gap in strength between himself and Jiang Xuan with Lei Hong. But as he spoke, he felt he was saying too much. "My lord, you must be joking," Chen Yuanzhou finally replied. "Just a reminder, if you can't handle it, then all the reputation and fame you have accumulated over the years will be given to Jiang Xuan," Lei Hong said. Chen Yuanzhou suddenly felt that Lei Hong might have good intentions, so he said, "My lord, please rest assured, since I have chosen to challenge, I will naturally do my best and take it seriously. I will never be careless and lose the challenge." Lei Hong did not say anything more and picked up his teacup to drink tea. "My lord, I have recently been comprehending the disassembly technique of the first style of Cloud Sky Sword. May I ask you for some guidance?" Chen Yuanzhou respectfully and cautiously spoke. Cloud Sky Sword is a secret technique that can only be cultivated by the Chun family in Feishua City at the tribulation stage. Normally, one would need to be at the tribulation stage to comprehend it. However, Chen Yuanzhou's realm and talent have greatly declined due to an injury to her important meridians. But her swordsmanship talent was unaffected. Relying on her extraordinary swordsmanship talent, she has begun to forcibly comprehend the Cloud Sky Sword. "Let's see it." Lei Hong indeed had time and gestured. "Sister, I'll accompany you in practice," Chen Yuanzhou said. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, deep in Heightened Mountain, the enormous tree canopy blocked out the sun. 3 figures moved swiftly. "Jiang Xiaodi, your speed is getting faster and faster, even quicker than me and old Lu," Jiang Xiu said from the right. "I'm relying solely on brute force. Once I can cultivate a real escape technique in the future, I can be even faster." Jiang Xuan replied. In fact, he wasn't being completely honest. What Jiang Xuan was using now was indeed a form of escape technique. Half a year ago, when Jiang Xuan first returned to the Jiang Clan from the mountains, he shamelessly asked Senior Qishir for an escape technique, claiming that his low realm made his speed much slower than Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu, severely affecting his treasure hunting efficiency in Heightened Mountain. Senior Qishir didn't say much and passed him the formless escape technique. According to Senior Qishir, the formless escape technique is not a profound escape technique. A profound escape technique includes body techniques, and the secret manual contains body technique diagrams that cannot be conveyed through sound. Normal escape techniques are like this. Senior Qishir couldn't provide Jiang Xuan with a normal escape technique, only this unique one. The formless escape technique may not be profound, but that doesn't mean it's not powerful. It is a special method of cultivating energy, allowing innate energy to infuse into the legs, accelerating oneself in the simplest and most brutal way, the more innate power used, the faster the speed. It is perfectly suited for Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan was traveling with Lu Feihu and Zhang Xiu, but he was not using his full strength at all. He didn't even know how fast he could run at full speed, because his innate power was too abundant. It was dozens of times that of an innate perfect being. Buzz! Suddenly a shockwave. "Wait!" Zhang Xiu shouted to stop, then took out a compass from his pocket. The compass was glowing. "They are nearby? The Gu brothers!" Zhang Xiu exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Chapter 38. Just give it to her yourself. What direction? Lu Feihu became extremely alert. Zhang Xiu looked at the compass, his brows gradually furrowing. The palm-sized compass is a specially made military item of the Dacian dynasty, capable of tracking, guiding direction, finding water sources, and locating spiritual energy convergence areas, etc. The tracking requires a complementary sensing secret technique to achieve the best results, and this sensing secret technique is cultivated by the Black Armored Army. To maximize the tracking effect, a tracking medium is required. Hair, blood, or items that have been carried for a long time can serve as a tracking medium. The compass's needle was spinning continuously, and the vibrations were intermittent, seemingly very unstable. The needle showed no signs of stopping. This situation indicated that the target was indeed within a few miles. But for some reason, the compass could not determine the exact position. They might be carrying items that block sensing, making the sensing very unstable. Zhang Xiu said as he looked up, exchanging glances with Lu Feihu, both appearing very hesitant. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xuan asked, noticing their difficulty. According to our Black Armored Army's past tracking rules, Zhang Xiu explained to Jiang Xuan, during a search, if the compass senses wanted criminals like the Go brothers. We cannot approach directly. As long as we determine their location, we must immediately notify more people to come. Jiang Xuan understood. The problem now is knowing that the Go brothers are nearby, but being unable to determine their exact location. If we directly attempt to search within a few miles, it would be extremely dangerous given the strength of the three. But if we ignore it and directly notify others to come, it would take at least a few hours. If the Go brothers choose to leave during those few hours, without determining their exact location beforehand, we wouldn't even be able to pursue them. They would directly escape the sensing range, and randomly choosing a direction wouldn't guarantee a correct pursuit path. In the past 6 months, we had 4 groups discover the Go brothers. 2 groups lost them without notifying the others in time. And the other 2 groups were killed by the Go brothers due to getting too close, Lu Feihu said, anger flashing across his face. He and Jiang Xuan had been in the military for over 10 years and had deep feelings for the others in the black armored army. I'll give it a try. Jiang Xuan didn't waste words. He sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a meditative sensing state. Open all threads of the secret technique. If a deity or demon were present at that moment, they would sense that Jiang Xuan's consciousness had spread out like fine strands, wildly extending in all directions. The 1,000-thread secret technique is not suitable for sensing small objects, but as long as the target's volume isn't too small, even from a great distance, it can still be felt. Lu Feihu and Jiang Xuan were both stunned. Although both knew Jiang Xuan possessed powerful searching techniques, the strength of the military compass lies in its ability to sense even if the opponent carries items that block sensing. It can still pick up some signals, albeit unstable. Searching based solely on the secret technique without using sensing items, achieving better results than the military compass is very difficult. Found it, southwest, 4.5 miles away. Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and said. Both of them showed astonishment. However, this was not the time for idle talk. I'll go make contact. You two stay here. Jiang Xuan, please keep an eye on them. Once they start to move, old Jiang, don't forget to leave a mark, Jiang Xuan instructed. Rest assured, brother Jiang. Hurry up. The target direction is southwest. Jiang Xuan headed northeast, transforming into an afterimage, racing away. After covering at least 5 or 6 miles, he finally stopped. He was about 10 miles away from the Go brothers, and it was impossible to disturb them. Jiang Xuan arrived at a relatively open area in the forest, sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and then placed the palm-sized compass into his palm, slightly twisting it while fully infusing innate energy. Buzzing. A unique aura surged from the compass through Jiang Xuan's hands, as if it were about to pierce the sky. This aura could be sensed by other innate practitioners within a few miles. The emission of this aura was passive. The Black Armored Army did not wish for outsiders to know about their communications, but their cultivation level was insufficient and to conduct long-distance communication. They had to resort to this method. To the east of Jiang Xuan, in a valley within Highton Mountain, 480 miles away, there was a temporary camp of over 100 people, including more than 20 black armored guards and over 90 tribesmen from the Jiang Clan. Several large pots were set up over campfires, boiling bone soup, and the aroma filled the entire valley, nearing lunchtime. In front of a large stone covered with a beast skin map, several people gathered together. Sir, we have searched this area. The old cliff mountain over there is not suitable for hiding people. I think we should move deeper, towards the 3 Ditches area, which is the territory of the 6th-tier demon beast, wind-chasing leopard. We cannot go to the Black Moon tribe leader, Mingda, of the 47 tribe. One of them pointed at the map. Yes, Wu Jie, one of the deputy leaders of the Black Armored Guards, nodded repeatedly. There were a total of 5 such camps in Highton Mountain, with each camp no more than 1,000 miles apart, ensuring that any group that discovered the wanted criminal could receive support within a day. I think we should. Mingda spoke cautiously, glancing at Wu Jie's expression from time to time. He knew Wu Jie was not an ordinary Black Armored Guard. He was one of the strongest among them, said to be on par with Jiang Hanfeng, who had been missing for years, having comprehended the heavenly human force. Buzzing, the compass hanging at Wu Jie's waist suddenly vibrated, emitting a strong aura and bright light. He quickly picked up the compass and saw that the outermost circle was rotating, with the needle pointing to the number 2. The next circle also rotated, with the needle pointing to 17, and several inner circles indicated directions and distances. Wu Jie was overjoyed. Gather. Quickly. Put down what you're doing. Danger level 2. It's the Gu family brothers. Group 17 has discovered them. Jiang Xuan and the Jiang Clan leader are with them. Wu Jie shouted to those around him, suddenly realizing it was the group with Jiang Xuan. Haha, you Jiang Clan, impressive. You really found them. Wu Jie happily patted Meng Da's shoulder. The over 50-year-old Meng Da quickly waved his hand, appearing very nervous. We cannot take credit. We are a tribe. We are servants. The Jiang Clan leader is the chief. It's different. Meng Da felt that these city folks had some prejudices, thinking that tribes and clans were the same, habitually grouping them together. In reality, it was different. If a tribesman dared to call himself a clan member, he could be executed. Wu Jie gathered 24 people. Take all the black armored guards, leave none behind. Directly head towards Jiangxiu. The terrain of Haitan Mountain was extremely complex, with high mountains and dense forests. Jiang Xuan sent a position update to Wu Jie from time to time to prevent the black armored guards from going off course. They should be roasting and eating lunch now, Jiang Xuan said while meditating and opening his eyes again. It's been over an hour, Lu Feihu said, chewing on tough jerky. I estimate that the nearest camp's people should have set out for some time now. It's hard to say how far they are. But even if it's 700 or 800 miles, they could have arrived in a few hours. These Ge family brothers. Jiang Xuan took a bite of the jerky in his hand, just starting to speak, but not continuing. What's wrong? Jiang shouted. Just say it, Lu Feihu said. Nothing much. Just thinking about their strength, Jiang Xuan pondered. 3 with heavenly human force, and they are proficient in cooperation. He still did not finish his sentence. Yes, they are strong. Which is why we are so cautious. Lu Feihu echoed. He didn't know that Jiang Xuan had not finished his thought. Jiang Xuan was unsure whether he was a match for the Ge family brothers. His growth rate in the past 6 months had been rapid, and he had not encountered any powerful opponents, so he had not felt a sense of crisis for a long time, especially after breaking through to the later stage of innate. He found it hard to judge how strong he truly was. This situation had never occurred in the history of the Jiang Clan, so he had no reference to gauge his strength. But Jiang Xuan felt it was inappropriate to compare himself with the Ge family brothers. He wasn't even sure of this himself. If he spoke it out loud, he would either be laughed at or deemed too arrogant, so he chose to keep it to himself, waiting for the black armored guards to arrive. He felt that in a sufficiently safe situation, he could try things out. In a mountain gully, beside a stream at the slope, there was a small clearing, sheltered from the wind, which at first glance seemed like a good place for a picnic. The third brother, a man dressed in animal skins like a savage, was eating grilled fish. Damn it, what is this? We killed the genius of the Chen family, thinking the master could support us, but unexpectedly, the master went crazy. How long do we have to hide in the mountains? The third brother of the Ge family threw the grilled fish down, cursing, then picked it up again. If it weren't for you getting stabbed and leaving blood at the scene, would we have to hide in Haitan Mountain? The seemingly sturdier second brother of the Ge family said. That Lei Hong is something else. Why is he crazily looking for us? There are their people all over the mountains. It's been so long. The third brother of the Ge family was very angry. Lei Hong isn't looking for us. He's looking for our master. We are just collateral damage. Damn it, the master has gone mad and doesn't even recognize us anymore. He even wants to kill us. We not only have to hide from the authorities, but also from our own people. What is this? The second brother of the Ge family also got angry. Enough already. You two. Stop talking nonsense. The oldest brother, Ge Wui, glared at them. What can talking accomplish? If you're feeling dissatisfied, go find a few black armored guards to kill and vent your anger. Don't mumble in front of me. Can killing vent anger? If I see them, I'll tear them apart, peel their skin and stuff them with grass for satisfaction. The two continued to mumble for a bit, but dared not say more, fearing their older brother. Don't be anxious, you two. This time we entered Haitan Mountain. They think we are just hiding from the hunt, but in reality, we are here for this, Ge Wui said, slapping the black beast skin in his hand. Once we find the Haitan Palace, what do we have to fear? The second and third brothers exchanged glances, not responding. It had been half a year since they killed the Chun family's genius to snatch this beast skin and come to Haitan Mountain, with no leads at all. They even doubted whether it was truly connected to the Haitan Palace. If it really were connected, how could the Chen family not recognize it? It was merely an ancient object under research. Ge Wui tucked the black beast skin into his clothes, took a couple of bites of the grilled fish, and suddenly seemed to remember something. Third brother, did you release the mist snake? I just released it. The third brother of the Ge family shivered and quickly opened the cage beside him, only to see 4 small snakes crawling out and disappearing in a flash. The green mist snake was a type of poison, but it could also be used as a warning. What else can you do? Ge Wui glared fiercely. If the black armored guards come, We won't even know how we died. The third brother of the Gu family dared not retort and remained silent. Worthless thing. Gu Wui cursed. All right, big brother. The third brother knows he was wrong, the second brother of the Gu family said. After a moment of tea time, whoosh. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A green mist snake darted back, directly coiling around the third brother's arm, constantly flicking its tongue and shaking its head. Someone is nearby? The third brother of the Gu family suddenly stood up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Two of them. Hiss, the black armored guards. Damn it. The black armored guards are nearby. Ji's third brother, Gu Wuqi, is itching for a fight with just the two of them. I'm going to kill them right now. Wait. Big brother Gu Wui stood up, wanting to go together. Don't go alone. Under the shade of a towering tree, Jiang Xuan and Lu Feihu could only eat the cold, hard jerky that was roasted at dawn, which wasn't too bad. After eating, Jiang Xuan said, "Let me take another look," then sat cross-legged to meditate. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them wide and jumped up. "Brother Lu, they're coming this way," Jiang Xuan said. "Huh?" Lu Feihu, who was just finishing his meal and using a grass stick to pick his teeth, looked shocked and jumped up, spitting out the grass stick. "How far?" "They're already within 3 miles, coming straight towards us." "They must have discovered us," Jiang Xuan said. "It's over." Lu Feihu immediately understood that there was no escaping this. The Gu brothers were professional assassins, and when it came to tracking skills, the black armored guards might not be better than them. Moreover, they were at a higher realm and faster. There was no way to run. "We can't let them find old Jiang." Lu Feihu gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. "Jiang, you go first. I'll lead them in another direction." Saying this, he stepped forward to face the Gu brothers. After taking 2 steps, as if remembering something, he pulled a pendant from around his neck. "Jiang, have someone give this to my wife. The mortality rate of the black armored guards is very high." And Lu Feihu was clearly prepared. "Just give it to her yourself. We'll split up." Jiang Xuan didn't take the pendant, turned, and disappeared into the forest like a wisp of smoke. Boom! A terrifying aura rose from Jiang Xuan, vast and heavy. It was like a signal source, attracting any possible monsters and people within several miles. Chapter 39. Just a late innate stage. Lu Feihu stood frozen in place, looking at the pendant in his hand. Then glancing in the direction Jiang Xuan had vanished, his expression conflicted. He thought of his wife, his 7-year-old son, and his little daughter who had just been born a little over a year ago. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feihu pocketed the pendant and ran wildly in the opposite direction of Jiang Xuan. His figure gradually disappeared into the dense forest. Boom! An even more powerful aura came from the direction Lu Feihu was fleeing. As a black armored guard, Lu Feihu could survive, but he could not live a cowardly life. The two ran in separate directions, both releasing their auras to see who the Gu brothers would chase. Normally, the stronger one would attract more attention, killing enemies. The strong would definitely not go after the weak. "Quick! We can't let them escape." The Gu brothers moved rapidly through the mountains and forests, but they also restrained their auras to avoid alarming the prey. The third brother, Gu Wuqi, was clearly holding back his anger, his strength being the weakest, yet running in front. Buzz! A heavy aura fluctuation came. "This aura, we have to run," Gu Wuqi said anxiously. "Though the aura is heavy, it feels like it's only a late innate stage," Gu Wui said. "What does it mean to actively release an aura? To attract us over? To cover for another to escape?" The third brother of the Gu family laughed in anger. "Too arrogant. Too arrogant. A mere late innate stage still dares to act as bait, clearly looking down on us 3 brothers." Buzz! Another innate aura rose, moving in the opposite direction of the first. "Still coming?" Gu Wuqi grinned fiercely. "These 2 black armored guards are really interesting. They both want to save each other's lives. Ha! Now this is fun. They all have to die?" The second aura was complete innate. Gu Wuzhen said, looking at his big brother Gu Wui. "Who are we chasing?" "I'll chase that complete innate." The third brother, Gu Wuqi, interrupted directly. "Big brother, second brother, you 2 chase that late innate stage. Let's capture them alive, and then—" "Impossible." Gu Wui frowned and interrupted. "Be careful of a trap. If we 3 brothers split up, our strength will be greatly reduced. Together, we are invincible. Below the realm of robbers, there are no opponents. Let's first capture that weak one. He is at the late innate stage, and his speed at most reaches only 3/10 of ours. With only 2 miles between us, we will definitely catch him within 100 breaths, and then turn back to catch that complete innate." Big brother is right. "Okay, we'll listen to big brother. Ha! No one can escape. Once we catch them alive, I will definitely crush their bones inch by inch." Come catch me. Come catch me. Come on. Lu Feihu continued to run wildly, all being complete innate stages. Even if I run slower than you, it won't be by much. As long as you come to catch me, I can delay for a bit, and Jiang will be safe. I can also move away from old Jiang. And old Jiang will be safe too. Lu Feihu crossed the mountains and forests, leaped over rivers, and kept jumping on thick tree branches. Unknowingly, he had run for several miles. Lu Feihu stopped, his face looking very bad. The Gu brothers didn't chase after him. Why aren't they coming after me? Clearly, my realm is higher. Lu Feihu couldn't fathom that the Gu brothers weren't trying to catch the stronger one, but wanted to catch both. The Gu brothers also miscalculated. They originally thought that with the difference in realms, they could easily catch the late innate stage black armored guard alive. However, they were only partially correct. They could easily catch up, but when they were only dozens of yards away from their target, the boy with only a late innate stage suddenly increased his speed. Damn it, how did he suddenly get so fast? He's actually on par with us. We were only 30 yards away, but we can't catch up? Go Wuqi said angrily. It seems he did it on purpose. Go Wuzhen said. He deliberately slowed down earlier to let us catch up, and then dragged us along. He still wants to protect that complete innate black armored guard. Playing with us? Go Wuqi's anger intensified. Being toyed with by a late innate stage like this would make them a laughing stock if it got out. The Gu brothers knew their reputation was not good, but their infamous reputation was not bad. They could be called the little children who stopped crying at night. This kid is not a black armored guard. Go Wui suddenly spoke, his expression peculiar. His aura, although I don't know what kind of cultivation technique it is different from all the black armored guards I've encountered. He isn't wearing black armor. Although the black armored guards might not always wear heavy armor, especially in these mountains, he looks too young, not short. But looking at his face, he has probably only 15 or 16. Go Wui squinted. 15 or 16. 15 or 16. Go Wuzhen and Gu Wuqi exclaimed in surprise, exchanging glances with excitement. The third brother Go Wuqi sneered even more. A genius. Ha. He is a genius. At such a young age and such a realm. He is probably a prodigious disciple from the starry pavilion of Feishua City. Maybe from some big family. Looking at his attire, he doesn't seem like a city person. Go Wuzhen said, entering the local customs. The city's genius comes to Heighten Mountain for training. Coincidentally, the black armored guards are searching in Heighten Mountain. It's normal for the family to use connections to help watch over him. Besides, where else besides Feishua City would there be such a talented existence? Go Wuqi became more and more excited. Even the most steady big brother, Go Wui, had a flushed face from excitement. If we kill Chen Yinyang, the Chun family has a reward of 100,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. That's 100,000. Go Wui said repeatedly. I see this kid as even more of a genius than Chen Yinyang. No matter whose family he belongs to, if we catch him, we can make a hefty profit. It must be more than 100,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. Even if he comes from a big family, we can have his family negotiate with the Chun family. Give enough benefits to the Chun family to make them give up on pursuing us. If we have over 100,000 mid-grade yuan crystals, that money will even be enough for us to leave Beihongzhou. Then we can change our identities and all charges can be cleared. Wouldn't that be delightful? Go Wuqi said. Yes. Delightful. Ha ha. The three brothers from the Gu family burst into laughter. A genius like this from the Xingchen pavilion. And at only 15 or 16 years old, still not fully grown. To think they could encounter him in the Heighten Mountain. And he is alone. For the three brothers of the Gu family, who are professionals at doing dirty work, this is simply a pie falling from the sky. Chase him. We must not let him escape. Ha ha ha. He is just in the late innate stage. If it comes to endurance, how could he possibly compare to us? Jiang Xuan sprinted at full speed. The Gu brothers truly lived up to their reputation. Even the one with the weakest aura was stronger than my father's aura back then. According to Lu and Jiang, the three of them together could increase their strength several times. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, he still wasn't sure if he could take them on. He wouldn't easily risk his life unless absolutely necessary. With the survival of the entire tribe at stake, he couldn't afford to have any accidents. The more innate power the invisibility escape technique consumed, the faster it became. Although it wasn't difficult to learn, others wouldn't achieve the same results as him. His cultivation of the Heishuan technique made his innate power 100 times that of others at the same level. With his current understanding of the invisibility escape technique, if he exerted himself fully, his speed would be more than double that of the Gu brothers. But he feared they might have some explosive trump cards. Once he found a group of demon beasts, he would test their abilities. If he could win, that would be great. If not, he could easily shake them off using the invisibility escape technique. No matter how hard they tried to kill him, the demon beasts would hold them back. Jiang Xuan had already devised a perfect plan. He still wanted to compare skills with the Go brothers. Lu Feihu returned to his original position, deliberately making noise and releasing his aura to confirm that the Go brothers hadn't turned back to ambush him. Only then did he rush towards Jiang Xuan's direction. The two had cooperated for over a decade, so he knew Jiang Xuan's habits very well. After running 5 or 6 miles, Lu Feihu saw Jiang Xuan sitting cross-legged in an open area from a distance. Communicating over hundreds of miles using a military compass was very taxing on innate power, and Jiang Xuan was currently sitting to recuperate. "Old Jiang," Lu Feihu called out, his figure appearing in front of Jiang Xuan. "What brings you here?" Jiang Xuan opened his eyes and stood up in surprise. "Something happened," Lu Feihu quickly said. "The Gu brothers discovered me and Jiang Laodi, and they're coming our way. I split from Jiang Laodi. He released his aura, and I did too. I thought the Gu brothers would pursue me, the stronger one, but for some reason, they went after Jiang Laodi instead. Now he has completely vanished. I didn't protect Jiang Laodi well." Jiang Xuan's face changed dramatically. Lu Feihu suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, feeling guilty. "I should have confronted the Go brothers back then, to block them for a moment." "Block what?" "With the strength of the Go brothers, just one encounter with you would mean death," Jiang Xuan said, still wide-eyed, unable to calm down. "The strategy you both chose was correct. At least one of you could survive. I survived, but Jiang Laodi, he might not. Don't think too much. It's still uncertain." Jiang Xuan quickly replied. The Gu brothers have no grudges against Jiang Laodi. Knowing he is not a black armored guard, they might not kill him. Jiang Xuan's repeated might not sounded very unconvincing. The disciples of the demon master are also demons. The Gu brothers have been killing innocents for a long time. Why wouldn't they kill Jiang Xuan for helping a black armored guard escape? A 16-year-old in the late innate stage. Yes, Jiang Laodi is a genius. He is also the tribal leader. Very valuable. The Gu brothers are after this. Perhaps they want to kidnap him for ransom. Jiang Xuan was also very anxious. But he had to think positively. He didn't want Lu Feihu to make any rash decisions out of guilt. "Can we contact the Lord?" Lu Feihu asked anxiously. "No. This location is too far from the Jiang tribe's earthen city. Unless we use a higher-grade compass, it would require 8 people to set up a formation." Jiang Xuan said, Don't rush. Reinforcements are on their way. If it's the deputy commander, we'll have a higher-grade compass." Meanwhile, in the Jiang tribe's earthen city, in the afternoon, I am Xia Hanjia, paying my respects to Lord Lei. A man in a purple robe, looking around 30, bowed to Lei Hong, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion. Please do not blame me, my lord." No need for formalities. The usually indifferent Lei Hong rarely showed a faint smile, looking at the purple-robed man with appreciation. "Hanjia, I heard you completed the 3rd-level trial a few months ago. I was back in the city for a few days last month, and your master mentioned you often. Truly the youngest inspector in the history of Feishua City. Impressive. Lord Lei, you flatter me. To become an inspector, one must pass 5 levels of trials. I've only just completed the 3rd. Xia Hanjia humbly replied. "I'm still far from you, Lord Lei. Not by much. You're not from a prominent family. To reach this point is not easy." Lei Hong smiled lightly. "You entered the tribulation realm at 27, and you're only 31 this year. I estimate you'll definitely be promoted to inspector by the latest at 35. Then I'll borrow your good words, my lord." Xia Hanjia smiled. "Come sit." Lei Hong gestured. Xia Hanjia took a seat on the other side of the stone table. Although he was well known in Feishua City, he didn't dare to act arrogant in front of Lei Hong, only sitting halfway and maintaining a humble demeanor. "Did your master send you to find me? Or did you?" Lei Hong picked up the teapot and was about to pour tea when Xia Hanjia suddenly stood up, saying, "I'll do it." He carefully took the teapot and poured tea for Lei Hong first. "My master is busy trying to wrap up major cases before his 10-year term in Feishua City ends." After pouring 2 cups, Xia Hanjia put down the teapot and continued. "I actually came to the Jiang tribe this time for Miss Chun Yuanju." Lei Hong was taken aback for a moment, then realized. But he looked at Xia Hanjia with a hint of disbelief. He, a disciple from the Xingchen Pavilion, the youngest inspector in Feishua City. And he had the honor of being a disciple of the first inspector of Feishua City, Zhou Kong, serving as a capture officer and then a special capture officer. Due to his outstanding performance, he was directly promoted to inspector, wielding great power in supervising various counties and cities. Lei Hong had a very high regard for this junior. But he actually chose. Have you thought this through? Lei Hong asked. I've thought it through. I am deeply in love with Miss Yuanzhu, with no regrets. Xia Hanjia said firmly. Lei Hong raised the teacup and took a silent sip. This matter had nothing to do with him, and upon further thought, it might not be a bad thing for Xia Hanjia. As long as he didn't care about his reputation, it could only bring him benefits. Have you met Qin Yuanzhu? Lei Hong asked. Not yet. I just entered the city. I came to pay my respects to you first. Xia Hanjia smiled. After drinking this cup of tea, I'll go over. No need. They've arrived. Lei Hong waved his hand, explaining, recently. Those two siblings come to me every afternoon to ask about sword techniques. As he spoke, footsteps were heard. Qin Yuanzhu and Qin Yuanzhou entered the courtyard. Surprised to see Xia Hanjia and stepped forward to greet. Greetings, Lord Lei, Lord Xia. Lei Hong nodded as usual. Yuanzhu, why are you being so polite? Yuanzhou, you too. It's as if you're not familiar with me. Xia Hanjia stood up and took a few steps forward. Qin Yuanzhou hesitated, glancing at his sister. He was quite familiar with Xia Hanjia, who had been flattering Qin Yuanzhu for quite some time. Although Qin Yuanzhu had no childhood sweetheart and came from an extremely prominent family, there were still a few exceptional individuals qualified to pursue her. However, Qin Yuanzhu had always kept all suitors at arm's length. Xia Hanjia was also quite adept at understanding Qin Yuanzhu's temperament. To avoid bothering her, he often interacted with Qin Yuanzhou. Lord Xia, just call me Qin Yuanzhu, Qin Yuanzhu said bluntly and calmly. Ha ha ha. All right, Qin Yuanzhu. Xia Hanjia was not annoyed and stepped forward 2 more paces. I came to find you. What happened to me? Qin Yuanzhu was taken aback, wondering if she had violated some royal law. No, you haven't done anything wrong, Xia Hanjia smiled. Recently, hasn't your family released news that they are looking for a husband for you? I, Xia Hanjia, have decided to marry into the Qin family. I've already been to your home and met several elders and your father. They were quite satisfied with me, ha. Originally, your family wanted to send someone to inform you and call you back to discuss this matter, but I said I would come personally. A look of disbelief flashed across Qin Yuanzhu's eyes. Xia Hanjia was actually willing to marry into her family? To become a son-in-law? Qin Yuanzhou's eyes widened in shock, staring at Xia Hanjia as if he had seen a ghost. He was a calamity realm expert. Moreover, he was one who could become an inspector in the future. What did he mean by quite satisfied? Qin Yuanzhou could even imagine the expressions of the elders. Quite satisfied? They must be grinning from ear to ear. The Qin family hadn't produced an inspector for far too long. The last one was over 200 years ago. The requirements to become an inspector were extremely strict. Besides being a genius, one had to complete numerous tasks and the final 5 trials within more than 10 years. During this process, one's cultivation level could not lag behind and must continuously advance. It could be said that wanting to become an inspector required not only exceptional talent and an unwavering spirit of hard work, but also a great deal of luck. For the top families in the main city, an inspector might not be a necessity, but having a family member become an inspector would definitely further strengthen the family. The reason the Chun family could become the top family in Feishua City was largely related to the fact that they had produced an inspector over 200 years ago. Yuanzhu, Xia Hanjia was very pleased with Qin Yuanzhu's current expression. She must be very touched, right? He couldn't help but step forward 2 more paces, raising his hand to take Qin Yuanzhu's hand. Lord Xia, please behave yourself, Qin Yuanzhu said coldly. Xia Hanjia's hand abruptly stopped. He didn't dare to pull her hand, and also knew Qin Yuanzhu's temper. If he were to be brushed off, it would be even more embarrassing, especially in front of Lei Hong. Miss Yuanzhu, your family is quite satisfied with me, Xia Hanjia said directly. Moreover, before I left Feishua City, I had someone release the news that I, Xia Hanjia, will marry into your Qin family and become your husband. By now, the entire Feishua City must be in an uproar, and there won't be any other suitors appearing. The candidates your family previously considered are far inferior to me. You and I are a match made in heaven. I know we lack a foundation of feelings, but feelings can be cultivated. Lord Xia, Qin Yuanzhu interrupted him, her attitude calming down. 10 years ago, you expressed your feelings for me, and I rejected you then. Over the years, I've seen your actions. If I had any feelings for you, I wouldn't have waited until today. You are a good person, but I have no feelings for you. We are not fated. You should give up on this idea. Her rejection was straightforward and decisive. Xia Hanjia's face suddenly turned extremely ugly, perhaps because Lei Hong was present. A flash of rage and humiliation crossed his eyes. He had demeaned himself to this extent, even willing to marry into her family. Yet all he received in return was a "we are not fated." "Lord Lei Hong, since you have a guest, I will not disturb you today. I will take my leave," Qin Yuanshu said to Lei Hong, and then turned to leave. Qin Yuanzhou hurriedly followed in Qin Yuanshu's footsteps, suppressing his voice as he called out twice, "Sister, wait for me." Xia Hanjia felt very awkward. "Miss Yuanshu," he suddenly shouted, "the matter has been settled. Even if you do not return to Feishua City today, you will have to go back eventually. Your family has already agreed to our marriage. This feeling must be cultivated sooner or later." Qin Yuanshu did not look back. Suddenly, buzz! A strong tremor came from Lei Hong's bosom. Lei Hong frowned and pulled out a military compass from his pocket, casually placing it on the stone table and twisting it. Buzz! Boom! The compass burst into light, forming a 3-foot-high light curtain. Inside the curtain was a scene of mountains and fields, with a group of black armored guards forming a formation, fiercely channeling their innate power. In the middle of the formation stood a man holding a compass, one of the vice-captains of the black armored guards, Wu Jie, with Zhang Xiao and Lu Feihu standing on either side of him. "What happened?" Lei Hong asked, his heart sinking. "Reporting to the Lord. We have discovered the whereabouts of the Go brothers." Lu Feihu knelt on one knee. He had just finished speaking the first part when Qin Yuanshu and Qin Yuanzhou, who had just reached the door, simultaneously stopped in their tracks, then turned back like shadows, instantly arriving at the stone table, ignoring etiquette and staring intently at the image on the compass. The core genius of the family had been assassinated. This was an unprecedented event for the Qin family in 100 years. The death of Qin Yinyang was a great disgrace for the Qin family. Although Qin Yuanshu and Qin Yuanzhou were not close to their uncle Yinyang from the collateral line, even if it was just for the honor of the family, they would definitely seek revenge against their enemies given the opportunity. "Zhang Xiao, temporarily leave the contact camp. I will guard the place with Chief Jiang." "I didn't expect." Lu Feihu explained the situation with great self-reproach but also great calmness, finally saying, "The Go brothers are pursuing Chief Jiang and have headed southeast. They have already disappeared without a trace. Before the reinforcements arrive, my subordinates attempted to search southeast but found no signs of battle. My subordinates are incompetent." Lei Hong frowned slightly and stood up slowly. "What is your current location?" "Near Wufeng Ridge, some brothers have already searched the old Yanggo, Mopanshan, and Hualankou areas to the southeast," Lu Feihu said. Lei Hong said, "I will head over now." After saying this, Lei Hong placed his hand on the compass, twisted it, and then put the compass back into his bosom. "I have something to take care of," Lei Hong began to speak. "Lord, we will also enter the mountains." Qin Yuanshu said. "Yes, we will go too." Qin Yuanzhou said, "Our Qin family has a blood feud with the Go brothers. Since we know their whereabouts, we must not let them go. You can go, I won't stop you. Blood feuds must be avenged." Lei Hong glanced at the brother and sister duo and said, "But I must remind you that I am entering the mountains for 2 reasons, to save people and for official business. You are entering for personal revenge. If you can't keep up with me, I won't be able to ensure your safety. Lord, rest assured, we have brought enough manpower with us to Heighten Mountain. We can surround and kill not only the Go brothers, but even the 5 or 8 brothers," Qin Yuanzhou said. Lei Hong nodded and then looked at Xia Hanjia. "Hanjie, Qin Yuanshu and Qin Yuanzhou transformed into shadows and left. Xia Hanjia glanced at the direction in which the brother and sister disappeared and then said to Lei Hong, "The Go brothers are serious criminals of the dynasty. As a patrol officer, it is my duty to capture them. Since we are pursuing them, I will naturally go with you." "All right, then we will set off now," Lei Hong said, transforming into a shadow and appearing outside the Earth City in a breath. "Lord, I have an unreasonable request." Xia Hanjia followed closely, also appearing outside the Earth City in a flash of shadow. "Speak." Lei Hong transformed into a shadow again. "When we find the Go brothers, can I take action myself and capture all 3 of them?" Xia Hanjia asked, following closely. "I don't seek to claim credit or gain profits. The merit of capturing 3 innate realm-wanted criminals is not something the Lord would care about. Given Miss Yuanshu's attitude, as you have seen, if I can avenge the Qin family and personally hand over the 3 to Miss Yuanshu, my marriage with her will proceed much more smoothly. Of course, before that, I must first extract the whereabouts of the demon Lu Kong from the 3. Meanwhile, in the Earth City, the Qin siblings gathered the dozens of innate realm experts they had brought along and prepared to set off. Several hours later, in the depths of Heighten Mountain late at night, it finally appeared. To the north, 3 miles away, there was a group of at least 100 demon beasts. Jiang Xuan sensed it. Since he began being chased, he had already run for 6 or 7 hours, traversing thousands of miles in heightened mountain. Not in a straight line, but in circles, searching deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he had sensed many groups of demon beasts, but their aura wasn't strong enough. Now, it was finally sufficient. If he really couldn't defeat them, this group of demon beasts should be able to delay the Gu brothers. Jiang Xuan thought. A few dozen feet behind Jiang Xuan, the Gu brothers were bewildered. How could he run so fast? He must have practiced some incredibly advanced escape technique. Not only fast, but also conserving his innate energy. Once they caught him, they would definitely force him to reveal this technique. The three Gu brothers stared at Jiang Xuan's back, looking as though they wanted to devour him. Fortunately, they had comprehended the power of the heavens and could borrow the momentum of the world to run, saving a lot of energy. Otherwise, after such a long time, their innate energy would have been exhausted. Jiang Xuan suddenly leaped upwards, jumping continuously on several tree branches, soaring to a branch over 30 feet high, and turned to look at the Gu brothers. He drew his sword. His gaze sharpened. The three brothers abruptly stopped and drew their weapons. They also used swords. Ha ha. Why aren't you running anymore? Are you going to fight to the death? Out of energy, are you? Can't run anymore? Damn it, you can really run. No wonder you're the genius of Feishua City, huh? Seeing Jiang Xuan in a posture ready to fight desperately, the three brothers relaxed instead and even laughed heartily. Not running anymore is good. Just a late-stage innate. Chapter 40. Is that all? Young and hot-blooded, you really think you can fight us to the death? Gu Wui casually flipped his wrist, twirling his knife. You're just late-stage innate. Think carefully. Any one of us three brothers is not someone you can handle. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. With your delicate skin, if blood splatters here and your head rolls away, only to be taken by beasts, that would be quite a sight, ha. The Gu brothers seemed relaxed and casual, but in reality, they were shifting their feet, forming a position convenient for capture. Indeed, they coordinated perfectly, Jiang Xuan thought to himself. The night was dark and windy, the moonlight hazy. However, Jiang Xuan could clearly see the formation of the three. It seemed ordinary but was actually flawless. The auras of the three seemed to merge into one. Actually, you don't need to be afraid. Gu Wui, seeing Jiang Xuan's cautious demeanor, smiled even more. You don't even know which family you belong to, do you? Quiet. Only the rustling of leaves can be heard. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. You will have to say it sooner or later. Gu Wui continued. We three brothers don't need an introduction. Whether it's our infamous reputation or our renown, it doesn't matter. We've slaughtered villages and wiped out clans, at least over 1,000 lives on our hands. We don't mind adding yours. We might not kill you if you have no grudges against us. You're a young genius. You can't possibly be nameless in Feishua City. Just tell us which family you're from, and we won't kill you. Surrender willingly. The third Gu brother also shouted. As long as your family pays the ransom, we will definitely let you go. We three brothers have roamed for 20 years. Our reputation is intact. You might have heard that we once kidnapped a member of the Mu family from Feishua City, and that time we returned him completely unharmed. Who am I? You're not worthy to know, Jiang Xuan replied. In fact, Jiang Xuan also wanted to show off after revealing his identity. He would decisively kill the three of them, and that would be quite imposing. In Heightened Mountain, the law of the jungle made reputation very important. But the problem was that he really didn't know what level his current strength had reached. It was hard to say whether he would win or lose. If he lost, he could escape, but the tribe could not. Youth, why be stubborn? A genius like you. It's not hard to ascend to the Calamity realm in the future. Are you willing to die at our hands? No matter what family you come from. Even if it's a small family, if we capture you, there will definitely be enough money to ransom you. You don't need to worry about that. That's the value of your kind of genius. Don't fight to the death. If you really lose your life, it would be a loss. The three of them genuinely wanted to persuade Jiang Xuan. They were afraid of accidentally injuring him. If they weren't careful and killed him, the cooked duck would fly away. I don't like to procrastinate. Let me remind you a few things. Gu Wui gazed at Jiang Xuan and said, all three of us have our skills, cunning and vicious. If it comes to a fight, even if we want to spare your life, you might not survive. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you're willing to put down your sword, we won't touch a hair on your head. 3, 2, 1. Attack. The three of them transformed into shadows, pouncing towards Jiang Xuan. Gu Wui truly didn't delay. He had said everything that needed to be said. If the other party didn't agree, then it was time to capture him. If they couldn't take him alive, then they would kill him. Really looking for death. Go Wuji said with annoyance, the blade light mercilessly slashing towards Jiang Xuan's position high above. It's time to test it. Jiang Xuan thought to himself. Whoosh. He vanished. A sinister wind blew through the forest, originating from the branch where Jiang Xuan stood. As he disappeared, the wind blew diagonally downward, towards the Go brothers. The wind rose, and the blade light followed. It seemed to condense the wind into lines of blade light, densely packed, indiscriminately beginning to destroy everything in its path. A terrifying sense of crisis instantly enveloped the Go brothers. This move, dodge, raising their hands to unleash their ultimate techniques, scared me. The three Go brothers reacted extremely quickly. They were clearly stronger than Shentu Clan, and without the restrictions of a ring, the moment they sensed the threat of the chasing wind, they chose not to resist but to retreat and evade, while maintaining their formation, advancing and retreating together. After a few breaths, Jiang Xuan appeared on the ground in the forest. The Go brothers had retreated 20 feet away. Rumble. The mountain forest began to collapse, and the towering trees around shattered simultaneously. What a waste, really a waste. Go Wui clicked his tongue, evaluating. This move of yours must be a trump card, right? The power is good, but it often consumes a lot. Not using the might of the move on us three brothers, but rather on the trees. How much innate energy do you have to waste? Even if you used it on a perfected innate, you wouldn't be able to use it many times. Go Wuji said. The three brothers also had such ultimate techniques, but they wouldn't use them lightly unless it was a matter of life and death. Whoosh. Jiang Xuan vanished again, the wind rising once more. Coming again? Ha ha ha. It's the first time I've seen someone continuously using ultimate moves to kill. If an ultimate move doesn't win in one strike, it's no longer an ultimate move. It will only quickly drain your innate energy. Don't you understand such a simple principle? You. Damn it. Go Wui was taken aback. Not only because Jiang Xuan's ultimate move this time was even more powerful than before, but also because the range was larger, to the extent that at their speed, they couldn't escape the attack range in one go, leaving them with no choice but to endure it. Deadly 3 moves. Deadly 3 moves. Deadly 7 moves. The three brothers simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques, 2 defending and 1 attacking, blocking the blade light from all directions. However, the encircling blade light only temporarily dispersed. And moments later, it surrounded them again, the wind ceaseless, the encircling blade light relentless. The 9th style of the wind-chasing blade should have ended within a few breaths, consuming a large amount of innate power with each use, making it impossible to use frequently. But I am different, cultivating the black mysterious art. I have an abundance of innate power and excellent meridian resilience, allowing me to continuously use the wind-chasing style without interruption in the most violent manner. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, they seem to be receiving my move, but in reality, this is not just one move. It could be 10 moves, 30 moves, 50 moves, 100 moves. I am willing to call this move the infinite wind-chasing style. The blade technique has its strengths in cunning, speed, and ferocity. While the wind-chasing blade is known for its destructive power, the blade technique is complex, but the final effect is simple and brutal. Unless they possess the strength or trump card to completely counter the wind-chasing style, they can only clash head-on, whether in defense or attacking each other. To continuously launch moves that can resist the wind-chasing style's attacks is a burden that their meridians may not be able to withstand, and their innate power will be consumed at a terrifying speed. Shentu Clan, unable to escape the attack range, could barely hold on for a few breaths. This kind of move should not be endured head-on. The Gu family brothers can't escape the range now. How much longer can they hold on? Or will they exhaust me first? The wind blows, and the blade light is dense like rain. Boom, 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 boom. In just 10 breaths, the Gu family brothers realized something was wrong. They continuously used their trump cards. Having roamed for 20 years, they had never encountered such a situation. This move was simply unheard of, a carpet-bombing indiscriminate attack, with an overwhelming range that they couldn't escape from, like the firepower of a cannon barrage, completely unreasonable. The technique itself was not bizarre. Some moves could create 9 phantoms during execution. It was just a technique, not a real separation. But the technique could continuously be executed without interruption, and the 9 phantoms persisted. What difference was that from splitting oneself? He was still within the technique. This is impossible. Speed. Such speed. Not the speed of body movement. It's the speed brought by the technique. He could change his position freely within the technique. I can't even use my body technique changes. It's useless. I can only use my ultimate move to counter. I feel the wind technique of the world. How much innate power does he have? I can't hold on anymore. Damn it. At the 52nd breath, Go Wuqi chose to flee alone at the moment of life and death. This instinct for survival caused him to widen the distance from his two brothers, abruptly breaking the formation maintained by the three of them. At 55 breaths, the wind stopped. Jiang Xuan appeared behind the three brothers, turning his back to them, and the tip of his blade slowly slid down with a drop of blood. The three stood there motionless. Perhaps it was because the blade was too fast. Or maybe because even if beheaded, a person wouldn't die instantly. The three brothers' eyes twitched, feeling the coolness at their necks, and then their gazes dimmed. Slap, slap, slap. Thud, thud, thud. Three heads fell first, followed by the three headless corpses, kneeling and collapsing forward, blood pooling. The Gu family brothers, who had terrorized the region for 20 years, perished just like that, dying at the hands of a 16-year-old boy. Jiang Xuan turned to look at the three brothers' death state, raising an eyebrow. Is this all the Gu family brothers are capable of? It turns out I, Jiang Xuan, finally have a relatively clear judgment of my strength. The Gu family brothers are very strong, yet they only lasted over 50 breaths under my infinite wind-chasing style. Although this was a huge consumption for Jiang Xuan, even more exhausting than running for several hours, it was still far from Jiang Xuan's limit. This is not even the full power of the wind-chasing style. As my realm improves, the wind-chasing style will become stronger. If I can further comprehend the unity of man and blade, the power of heaven and man, Jiang Xuan thought as he walked over to the corpses. Time to loot the spoils. Jiang Xuan rummaged through the three corpses, recognizing gold, silver, and crystals, but also encountering unknown bottles, tokens, animal skins, and some rings and bracelets of uncertain value. He didn't have time to identify each item, so he took everything and stuffed it into his bag. Jiang Xuan didn't spare the weapons of the three. Go Wui's blade was dark red all over, with the words Dark Rain engraved at the end of the blade near the hilt. Go Wuzhen's blade was dark gold all over, with the words Sunken Star engraved at the end of the blade near the hilt. Go Wuqi's blade was entirely black, with the words Black Cloud engraved at the end of the blade near the hilt. The three blades had a uniform style, but their colors, weights, and materials were all different. Good blades, good blades, good blades. No wonder they are disciples of a demon. The blades they used are even better than those of a tribal leader. It seems these three blades were forged by the same blacksmith. What is most valuable on them is probably these three blades. No, it is their heads. Jiang Xuan tied the three blades together and hung them horizontally at his waist. Finally, he used the three brothers' clothes to wrap up their heads. This is the most important thing, worth 170,000 mid-grade elemental crystals. Rumbling, the ground began to shake, growing stronger, with a rumbling sound coming from the north. As expected, they noticed. Jiang Xuan jumped onto a tree branch and looked to the north. According to his original plan, if he couldn't win, he would run north, using the beast horde a few miles out to delay the Gu family brothers. Now that he had won, the noise from the battle had still alarmed the beast horde, and they were coming. Is that the iron-shouldered demon ape? Jiang Xuan frowned. He had seen the beast atlas passed down through generations in his tribe. The leading beast was at least 2 zhang tall, while the other ape-like beasts were over a person tall, totaling more than 130, charging in with overwhelming killing intent, making strange cries. Ape-like beasts belong to one of the most troublesome beast clans. They are the best at coordination, and their innate physical defense is strong, fearlessly charging into battle. The presence of iron-shouldered demon apes here indicates that I must be deep in the Blackpool Mountain, near the Lone Star Grave, and not far from the 10 Directions Dead Zone. This place is not suitable for long stays. By midnight, it would be the 4th day of the new moon, and I must return to the tribe by the morning of the 7th. Jiang Xuan turned into a fleeting shadow and ran south. This time he directly maxed out his running speed, intending to shake off the iron-shouldered demon ape clan first. The 2-story-tall iron-shouldered demon ape arrived at the clearing where Jiang Xuan fought the Gu family brothers. It was originally not a clearing. It was created by Jiang Xuan's infinite wind-chasing style. The clan followed the giant ape. The iron-shouldered demon ape seemed to possess some intelligence. It saw the 3 headless corpses on the ground, waved its massive hand, and grabbed them all, deeply sniffing. The taste of human flesh made it reveal a hint of pleasure on its face. To beasts, humans are delicious. Innate bodies among humans are even more delicious. The iron-shouldered demon ape opened its massive mouth, tilted its head, and threw all three headless corpses into its mouth, chewing and swallowing them whole. It seemed not satisfied. The iron-shouldered demon ape's face showed discontent as it looked in the direction Jiang Xuan had left, charging after him. The night deepened. This guy can really chase. Jiang Xuan finally felt the pursuit of the iron-shouldered demon ape fading, but he did not immediately slow down and continued to run wildly. Beasts can track based on scent. To completely shake them off, he needed to run far, far away. An hour later, boom, 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 boom. While Jiang Xuan was running, he heard a rumbling sound ahead, along with two extremely terrifying auras. It's a tribulation realm, and a tribulation realm beast. Ha! Little snake, do you really want to kill me, El Kong? Do you know what kind of existence I am? Ha! The mad laughter echoed for 10 miles around. Chapter 41, Good News Late at Night. Feishua City, the Wei family's old residence. Don't you see what time it is? Disturbing people's sweet dreams. If it's not urgent, I'll skin you alive. Wei Hongqua, wrapped in a blanket, came to the front hall, yawning while covering his mouth, and sat down by the only lit candlestick. Fourth Master. There's news about Jiang Xuan. Wei Yuanzhong stepped forward, unable to contain his smile. Jiang Xuan? Wei Hongqua still looked very sleepy and indifferent, saying, Didn't Qin Yuanzhou go to challenge him? What? That wild child returned from the mountains early? Did he exchange a few moves with Qin Yuanzhou? In the past 6 months, the Wei family had hardly paid attention to Jiang Xuan. Although Jiang Xuan had turned the tide and even had the potential to lead the Jiang Clan to swallow the Shentu Clan, this was not a big deal for the Wei family. Even if the Jiang Clan became the largest tribe in Highton Mountain, a tribe is still just a tribe. With no impact, just a group of inconsequential savages. Almost no one in the Wei family discussed Jiang Xuan and the Jiang Clan. Only a few people would still pay a little attention, including Wei Hongqua. He didn't come back. Something must have happened in the mountains. Wei Yuanzhong couldn't help but smile, saying, This afternoon, there was suddenly chaos in the Jiang Clan's earthen city. The Chun siblings, leading all their innate subordinates, entered Highton Mountain. And even Lord Lei Hong entered the mountain first. The innate members of the Jiang Clan asked the Chun siblings' guards, and it was said that Jiang Xuan encountered the 3 brothers of the Gu family in the mountains. Encountered? Wei Hongqua, who was rubbing his eyes, stopped and suddenly raised his head, his sleepiness completely gone. What happened specifically? Did he die? He wouldn't have died directly in the mountains, right? Highton Mountain is more than 10,000 miles long. How could he encounter the 3 demons of the Gu family? What luck! Just thinking about it made Wei Hongqua laugh out loud. Although the family hardly mentioned Jiang Xuan, he had arranged the matter of Wei Baiyun and Jiang Yao himself. And Jiang Xuan had always been a thorn in Wei Hongqua's heart. What exactly happened? Hurry up and tell me. Wei Hongqua looked impatient. Unable to determine Jiang Xuan's life or death, Wei Yuanzhong continued. It's like this, Fourth Master. It is said that Jiang Xuan encountered the Gu family's 3 brothers while being chased by the black armored guards. They separated to escape, and the Gu family's 3 brothers lost track of him. The black armored guards contacted Lord Lei Hong, and coincidentally, Qin Yuanzhou and Qin Yuanzhou were present. They had never met Jiang Xuan and had no ties, but 6 months ago, the Qin family's genius Qin Yinyang was assassinated, and the siblings entered the mountains to seek revenge for their clan. Where did it happen? Wei Hongqua hurriedly asked again. Around Wufeng Ridge. This is the map of Highton Mountain, Wei Yuanzhong said, taking out a map from his pocket and handing it to Wei Hongqua. Wei Hongqua immediately opened it to look. It was a rough map. Highton Mountain was too vast, and the huge tribal territory was just a small area at the foot of the mountain. It was impossible to draw a detailed map of Highton Mountain on a few feet long and wide. However, some major mountain ranges used as coordinates were marked. Wei Hongqua scanned the map. Wei Yuanzhong glanced at Wei Hongqua's expression and cautiously pointed at the map. Here. Wei Hongqua suddenly stood up and slapped the map on the table. Isn't he dead for sure? At such a distance. Even if Lord Lei Hong went personally to rescue him, he wouldn't make it in time. Jiang Xuan could be killed 100 times over. Actually, not necessarily. Wei Yuanzhong said cautiously. Wei Hongqua immediately narrowed his eyes. What I mean is, the Gu family's 3 demons have no grudge against Jiang Xuan, and Jiang Xuan is the clan leader. The tribe still has some money, and the 3 brothers have done kidnapping and extortion before. So, if Jiang Xuan is smart and reveals his identity, he might be able to save his life, Wei Yuanzhong said. Wei Hongqua frowned, fell silent for a moment, and then reluctantly said, If that's the case, he's just a cowardly person. But in reality, no matter what, he's finished, Wei Yuanzhong added. Oh, Wei Hongque looked at him, wanted to hear more. It's already the 4th day. Wei Yuanzhong cut to the chase, saying that if Jiang Xuan directly died, the entire tribe would be buried with him. If he was only captured, and Lord Lei Hong personally went to rescue him, the Gu family's 3 brothers would have to escape for a few days. And Jiang Xuan would not be able to participate in the life and death battle of the tribe 3 days later. Without him, the innate members who returned to the Jiang Clan in the past 6 months could last through the 10 life and death battles by the 7th day at most. They wouldn't survive the 8th day and would be swallowed by the Shentu Clan. Once the Jiang Clan was swallowed, no one would pay a ransom for Jiang Xuan. And he would still die? Wei Hongque's eyes lit up, casting an admiring glance at Wei Yuanzhong. So, that means, Wei Hongque said, Jiang Xuan is either already dead or captured and will die after a few days. In any case, it's death? Exactly. Wei Yuanzhong nodded. Ha. Wei Hongque slapped Wei Yuanzhong on the shoulder. Good job, Yuanzhong. You think clearer than I do. Well said. It's all thanks to your nurture, 4th master. Wei Yuanzhong quickly bowed slightly. Although, how that wild child turns out, I don't really care. But it's still a thorn in my heart. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about my stubborn niece. Wei Hongque stepped back, taking a couple of steps forward, and relaxed his tone. I don't know which gossiping person in the family told Wei Baiyun that the wild child defeated Shentu Clan. Not only did she stop starving herself, but for the past 6 months, she has been practicing day and night like a madwoman. I'm really afraid that when Wei Yao gets married, Wei Baiyun pretends to obey, deceives the old man, and causes some trouble during the wedding. She must be holding on to something bad in her heart. Now it's good, as long as Jiang Xuan dies. Her hopes will be gone. Good news. Great news. Wei Hongque mumbled about the good news, heading towards the side door. It seemed he was going to rest. Wei Yuanzhong was just about to take his leave. No. Wei Hongque suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and turned back, saying, Wait for me to put on some clothes. I'm going to see my niece. I need to tell her this good news right away. In a secluded part of the Wei family's old residence, in a guarded courtyard, Wei Baiyun, dressed in a white skirt, was practicing swordplay under the moonlight. Ever since the mysterious person delivered the news about her son killing Shentu Clan, Wei Baiyun had rekindled hope. She was inspired by her son's heroic deeds. During the past 6 months of house arrest, aside from sleeping for 2 hours before dawn, she had almost been practicing all the time. Her spirit was even better than when she was in the Jiang Clan. After all, she was still a young lady of the Wei family. Unless the head of the family personally spoke, no one dared to make things difficult for her regarding food and clothing. As expected of the family's favored little ninth, even after years of neglecting her talent, she could pick it up again. After half a year of hard training, I see you're not far from comprehending the heavenly man's power, right? After marrying into the tribe for so many years, your temperament hasn't changed at all. The more pressure you have, the more fiercely you resist, becoming more resilient. Not bad. Not bad. Clap, clap, clap. Wei Hongque, dressed in a brocade robe, walked out from the darkness by the wall, smiling broadly as he said this, even leisurely clapping his hands as if genuinely praising her. Get out. Wei Baiyun stopped her sword dance, pointing the sword at Wei Hongque with a cold gaze. After saying that, she turned to leave. It's about your son. Wei Hongque didn't care about Wei Baiyun's attitude and began to narrate with a smile. In the depths of Heightened Mountain, boom, the terrifying slaughter flattened the land for miles around. In the core of the battlefield, a massive pit with a diameter of 100 zhang appeared. On one side stood a disheveled, mad old man, while on the other was a 10 zhang long crimson giant snake. The auras emanating from both sides were too strong. Even without using the 1,000-thread secret technique, Jiang Xuan could sense it clearly. He cautiously approached the battlefield and circled around. Finally, he found a cliff 4 miles to the south of the battlefield, where he could overlook the city from a high vantage point. Although he couldn't see clearly from such a distance, he could still see far and clearly from the cliff. That old man is El Kong? Jiang Xuan frowned. He had seen a portrait of El Kong, who looked quite good, but the old man he saw now was so dirty that it was hard to discern the original color of his clothes. And half of his face showed signs of decay. It seemed his mind was not quite normal either. Lord Lei Hong had said that the demon El Kong hid in Blackpool Mountain because he had made a mistake while practicing, resulting in a foul stench that forced him into seclusion. It seemed that he had become even more deranged. Jiang Xuan thought to himself, ha ha ha, little snake. I'm coming. Watch my move. Buzz. The world suddenly fell silent. The energy from the mad old man forcibly froze the time and space of the battlefield. In that area, the wind stopped, the falling dust hung in midair, and all sounds vanished. Except for El Kong's own voice. Die! El Kong slashed out with his sword. Although he was 100 zhang away from the crimson giant snake, the sword strike crossed that distance in an instant. It seemed not to be extreme speed, but rather a leap through time and space. Even from several miles away, Jiang Xuan was shocked. He could feel the changes in the world and knew that with his current strength, he would be completely immobilized just by the previous time freeze. Let alone the upcoming sword strike. The power of this sword strike was probably more than 1,000 times that of his wind chase style. El Kong was not an ordinary Tribulation Realm, and most Tribulation Realm experts in Flying Snow City were no match for him. Only someone with the strength of Lord Lei Hong could possibly defeat him. Clang! At the moment the sword light struck the snake's body. A flash of light flickered across the snake. The clash of sword light and scales produced a metallic clang. Yet El Kong's terrifying sword strike could not even leave a shallow mark on the snake's body, not even a white imprint. Jiang Xuan couldn't identify what kind of monster this snake was. Damn humans, is that all you've got? The crimson giant snake spat human words, giving El Kong a disdainful look. Just a casual slash to test how tough you are. El Kong laughed madly. Ha, little snake. The real show is just beginning. Whoosh. El Kong erupted with poisonous mist. The mist quickly spread for miles, even starting to corrode the earth. Do you think you can kill me with poison formations? The crimson giant snake roared. Ha. It's obviously you little snake who is chasing me. You have slaughtered my kin repeatedly. You deserve to die. You vile creature should die. El Kong vanished from his spot and appeared in front of the giant snake in an instant. The sword light, carrying the force of a mountain, struck toward the crimson giant snake. The snake's massive body seemed to vanish at that moment. Its speed was not any slower than El Kong's, and its enormous tail swept toward El Kong's back. Both of them were too fast. The poisonous mist grew thicker. At first, Jiang Xuan could barely see the crimson giant snake, as it was large enough to leave traces even when moving quickly. But as the mist thickened and the battle between the two escalated, Jiang Xuan could no longer see anything clearly. The poisonous mist was spreading over, and these two were far beyond his realm. He couldn't gain anything from watching anymore. It seemed impossible to wait for them to injure each other and pick up the pieces. He had no idea how long they would fight. Reporting the situation back to Lord Lei Hong and capturing El Kong was not his responsibility. He didn't have the strength for that. He couldn't delay. He had to return to the tribe before the morning of the 7th. Before the poisonous mist completely enveloped him, Jiang Xuan chose to leave. 2 hours later. Stop. Little snake, if you have the ability, keep chasing me. Ha. El Kong laughed madly as he left, somewhat disheveled, but very arrogant. Noon of the 4th day. Deep in Blackpool Mountain. Sis, are you sure you want to split up? You used to tell me to be careful when going out. Every time you took me out, you protected me. Blackpool Mountain is clearly more dangerous. If we split up. Qin Yuanzhou looked at his older sister, hesitating. Stop being so wishy-washy. We each have more than 20 innate experts with us. What danger could there be? Qin Yuanzhou's sister, Qin Yuanzhou, turned to her brother. It's been almost a day and a night, and apart from seeing some black armored guards, we haven't found a single hair of the Go brothers. The chance for revenge for our family is right in front of us. Are you really going to just give up? It's not giving up. It's just that splitting up is very dangerous. In the innate realm, who could threaten me? Not to mention, I have so many people with me. Qin Yuanzhou understood clearly that even if they encountered the Go brothers, with more than 20 people on both sides, they could easily surround and kill the 3 of them. But what if we encounter a monster that surpasses the innate realm? Qin Yuanzhou said. Moreover, it said that the demon El Kong is also in Blackpool Mountain, and he is the master of the Go brothers. If we split up and someone encounters him, we would be lucky to have split up. Qin Yuanzhou interjected. Otherwise, we would all die. If we split up, at least half of us can survive. Qin Yuanzhou was stunned. He suddenly felt that his older sister was making a lot of sense. Because they had enough manpower, they wouldn't face any danger from those in the innate realm. If they really encountered someone from the tribulation realm, they would all likely die. Splitting up would at least reduce the number of deaths. Thus, the team split into 2. With Qin Yuanzhou and Qin Yuanzhou each leading more than 20 innate experts in different directions to search. Qin Yuanzhou even thought about splitting up again, but after considering it, she decided against it. If they reduced to a 10-person team, encountering the Go brothers might mean they wouldn't win. 4 hours later. Under the night sky, the team led by Qin Yuanzhou stopped to rest and lit a fire. Ha ha ha! You are from the Qin family, right? A mad laugh came from afar, rapidly approaching. Chapter 42. What a good cauldron. Who is it? Everyone be careful. The people around the fire immediately stood up, drawing their weapons and looking toward the mountain forest in the night. The mad laughter quickly drew near, and a terrifying aura pressed down like a tidal wave. Tribulation Realm. It's the Tribulation Realm. We're finished. Everyone panicked, with some directly beginning to retreat, wanting to hide behind others so they could get a head start when running away. Ha ha ha. The filthy old man stopped on a tree branch, looking at the crowd around the fire. So it's indeed the Qin family. The aura of the Qin family's great cannon can't be mistaken. This guy. He is El Kong. It's El Kong. Split up. Everyone who can survive is one. Qin Yuanzhou decisively said. She no longer expected anyone to protect her. In fact, she was the strongest innate expert in the Qin family. Although her brother was now more talented than her, he was 3 years younger and slightly weaker than her. Even in the entire Flying Snow City, when it comes to innate combat power, Qin Yuanzhou is definitely in the top 10. The few who are stronger than her are all much older, mostly disciples of the Star Hall. However, for various reasons, they ultimately cannot surpass the innate level and have cultivated to their peak state in their 40s or 50s with extremely high talent, possessing the limit combat power of the innate realm. Before Qin Yuanzhou finished speaking, someone had already moved. After Qin Yuanzhou shouted, the remaining people also moved. A total of 27 people fled in all directions. Although some would die, most of them should be able to survive, or at least that's what they hoped. It's you, girl. Lu Kong recognized Qin Yuanzhou. Qin Yuanzhou turned around and was about to flee. Stop. Lu Kong gazed in the direction of Qin Yuanzhou and softly uttered a word. Qin Yuanzhou felt the power of the surrounding world surge towards her, rendering her completely unable to move. She tried to unleash the divine might of heaven and earth. But her current application of the world's power was far from comparable to Lu Kong's. She couldn't use anything and had no means to fight back. Lu Kong vanished from the tree branch and suddenly appeared a few zhang behind Qin Yuanzhou to the southwest. A sturdy male cultivator in his 30s, at the late innate stage, had just started to flee from a position not far from Qin Yuanzhou. He had only managed to escape a few zhang when Lu Kong appeared behind him in an instant and gently tapped his shoulder. Boom. It was as if he had casually shattered an illusion, and the illusion exploded into a mist of blood. In reality, Lu Kong had turned a powerful innate body into a mist of blood. Run, run. You all hurry and run. Lu Kong cackled, flickering again to another fleeing figure, blowing a breath on the back of that person's head, and while the person was still rushing forward, their head exploded with that breath. Lu Kong began to brutally kill everyone except Qin Yuanzhou. More than 20 people fled in different directions. In fact, Lu Kong had the ability to kill in groups, but he chose to kill them one by one. Some were turned into mist of blood by his strikes, some had their heads blown off, and some were torn in half by his hands. Lu Kong was not just a demon. He was also an exceptionally powerful being beneath the gods, yet he did not possess the pride of a strong person. On the contrary, he enjoyed torturing and killing. And this situation was even more severe than the rumors about him. Run. Just run. Ha 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 ha. Hurry and run. In just a few breaths, more than 10 people were killed. A thin man in a green robe was running southeast, feeling extremely terrified under the pressure brought by the demonic being, his legs trembling a bit. But with his perfect innate stage, his speed was not slow. Boom. A faster figure appeared in front of the green-robed man, and in an instant, it turned into blood mist. Plop. The green-robed man knelt on both knees, holding his head in despair. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Who? Lu Kong appeared in front of the green-robed man, grinning. Lift your head. The green-robed man trembled and slowly raised his head. Slap. Lu Kong gave him a resounding slap, and the green-robed man's head spun 3 times on his neck before it fell off. Who? Lu Kong vanished again and went after a Qin family guard who had fled farther away. Qin Yuanzhou stood by the fire, unable to move. Although she could only look in one direction, she knew what Lu Kong was doing. Her eyes were red and trembling, and at the same time, she felt relieved that she had separated from her brother. Otherwise, there would be no difference between 30 people and 50 people. If Lu Kong really wanted to kill, then none would escape. Even the black armored guards, the ones they could encircle and kill in a robbery, were just ordinary robbers. Against someone like Lu Kong, no matter how many innate beings there were, it would be useless. My life is coming to an end. Chen Yuanshu sighed in her heart, and the memories of her 26 years of life surfaced one by one in her mind. From a prodigious genius to suffering injuries that diminished her talent. Chen Yuanshu said she blamed no one, but in reality, it was hard for her to accept that gap. She felt that fate was mocking her. If it weren't for her damaged foundation and cultivation, she would have become the youngest robber in the Chen family's history. She would have had the opportunity to be taught by the gods and demons, and she might even have become a god or demon herself. In fact, Chen Yuanshu had never given up on becoming a god or demon. The family's expectations for her were also her expectations for herself. Xia Hanja was excellent. He was the perfect dream lover for countless girls in Flying Snow City. But Chen Yuanshu believed that Xia Hanja was not worthy of her. Chen Yuanshu always felt that if she had not been injured back then, Xia Hanja wouldn't have even had the courage to express his feelings for her. Chen Yuanshu firmly believed that her future husband could be unattractive, even ugly, could be short, could be a rogue, could be unscrupulous. And that being vengeful didn't necessarily mean he was a bad person. He could have many flaws. But he must be someone with the potential to become a god or demon. To put it simply, her future husband had to be a prodigy, an unparalleled super genius. Thus, Xia Hanja was unworthy. His talent was far from enough. Chen Yuanshu was proud, and she had been diligently cultivating for this pride. She had long thought about it. If she didn't surpass the innate stage quickly, she would eventually be used by the family for marriage alliances. Fortunately, the family still placed great importance on her and did not use her for marriage. However, unfortunately, because of this emphasis on her talent, the family needed her to continue the bloodline, forcing her to marry someone she had no feelings for, sharing a bed and bearing children. Chen Yuanshu particularly wanted to capture the three brothers of the Gu family. What she didn't want to admit to her brother Chen Yuanzhou was that the reason she separated from him to search with her own people was out of a desire for merit. Her brother didn't need to prove himself, but she did. If she could single-handedly capture the three brothers of the Gu family, or kill them, that would become her bargaining chip in negotiating with the family. She needed to become a person of merit in the family. The entire Flying Snow City would be immensely stirred. With this achievement, she didn't expect the family to immediately abandon their plan to seek a husband for her, but at least it could buy her some time. In a very short time, Chen Yuanshu thought of many things. She had many plans for her future. But she never expected that, coincidentally, Lu Kong, whom Lei Hong had searched for half a year without finding, would appear just over a day after she entered the Black Pool Mountain. Everything was about to come to an end. Chen Yuanshu was extremely unwilling. Who? Lu Kong flashed in front of Chen Yuanshu, and the surroundings were completely quiet. Aside from the occasional crackling of burning wood from the fire, no human voices could be heard. All the people in this team, except for her, were dead. You girl, do you still remember your grandpa? We've met before, Lu Kong said with a mad expression. Chen Yuanshu had become famous very early, and Lu Kong had seen her in Flying Snow City over 10 years ago. Chen Yuanshu felt a loosening around her. Although she couldn't escape, she was able to speak now. The Chen family will be willing to pay a ransom for me, Chen Yuanshu said directly. She could see that Lu Kong had already gone mad. If she didn't speak plainly, he might just slap her and explode her head. Ransom? Ha ha ha. Ransom? Lu Kong's laughter was full of mockery. He raised his hand and tore off Chen Yuanshu's veil. Wow, it's been years since we last met. And you've become more and more feminine. Grandpa likes it. Ha ha. With the aura of a god or demon, even if your heart pulse is injured, your talent is still there. It may not be usable by you, but it can be used by me, haha. What a good furnace. Chen Yuanshu was originally calm. She could hide her fear in her heart, but with Lu Kong's words, her expression changed, and her eyes began to show terror. If she was previously unwilling to accept her impending death, at this moment, she truly wished to die. She wanted to die immediately. Good cauldron, good cauldron. Let us go. Grandpa will take you to a good place. El Kong transformed into a cloud of poison mist, swirling like a demon, and swept away Chen Yuanshu, vanishing into the mountains at high speed. Inside an unnamed valley of heightened mountain. In the cave, the innate power had almost recovered. It was time to set off. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged, exhaling a breath. He took out the map of heightened mountain from his bosom and began to study it under the moonlight. Jiang Xuan was reluctant to admit it, but he had to acknowledge that he was a bit lost. Although he lived at the foot of Heightened Mountain, his tribe had been in a life-and-death battle since he was 12. Before that age, he often entered the mountains. but he had never been close to the location of the 10 directions of absolute land. Therefore, he would not get lost on the outskirts of Heightened Mountain. For the depths, he needed to rely on the map and sensing secret techniques to explore his way out. I should make it in time. As long as the general direction is correct. Jiang Xuan put away the map, stood up, and intended to leave. Just then, he felt something and suddenly turned his head to look south. He couldn't see it, but he could sense Kong's aura. It was already within a 2-mile range. Approaching at high speed, Jiang Xuan no longer had enough time to leave the cave. The pace of danger was too fast. Fortunately, the cave structure was complex. Jiang Xuan hid behind a pillar, completely concealing his aura and using his innate power to cover the scent of all his belongings, achieving a perfect effect of having no detectable aura or scent. This guy isn't coming in, right? I cultivate the Black Profound technique, which can completely hide my aura. Even Lei Hong couldn't see through my half-step innate realm back then, but the demon Kong's methods are wicked. If he discovers me, then, whoosh. The green poison mist whirlwind entered the cave. A figure was thrown out, rolling twice on the ground. Ha ha ha. Beauty, wait for me. Grandpa will be right back. The green poison mist swirled away again. In Jiang Xuan's sensing, Kong had reached 2 miles away in a very short time. This made Jiang Xuan bold enough to peek out from behind a pillar. He saw a woman. Chapter 43. This woman smells so good. Damn demon. What did you make me eat? Chen Yuanshu struggled to stand up, but felt weak and powerless. The innate power within her was also suppressed by a medicinal force. The more she tried to use her innate power, the more fiercely the medicinal force suppressed her. The pill was something Kong had forced her to take before throwing her down, clearly a type of pill that temporarily sealed the cultivator's realm. Kong was notorious for his use of poison. Jiang Xuan, hiding behind the pillar, looked at Chen Yuanshu. Who was this woman? How did she end up deep in Heightened Mountain and was caught by Kong? Kong likely intended to do something wicked to her. Such a beauty would be a pity if truly desecrated by a demon. The cave was extremely dark, and Jiang Xuan could only see a rough outline of the woman through the faint light coming from the cave entrance. In fact, he couldn't see her very clearly. He could only judge by her figure and the outline of her face that she was a beauty. Moreover, Kong also referred to her as a beauty. So she must be correct. A demon at the Calamity Realm has seen and tasted all kinds of women, right? Jiang Xuan thought that his judgment might not be as good as Kong's. After all, he had seen more than him. If I save her, I might not be able to help her escape. If Kong is fixated on her, I would not survive to return to the Earth City. I have no connections to her, and it would be foolish to create trouble for her. Jiang Xuan was well aware of the responsibility he bore. If I die, my tribe will perish. However, Jiang Xuan quickly changed his mind. Father taught me that a true man stands tall and firm, and one should have no regrets in life. How can I watch someone die without saving them? Perhaps I am overthinking. I might not be able to protect myself right now. Jiang Xuan thought to himself. He had been using the 1,000-thread secret technique to keep track of Kong's movements. Kong had not concealed his aura, so even if he was already 3 or 4 miles away, Jiang Xuan could still sense him. Kong had not gone far. Jiang Xuan believed that with Kong's realm, even if he was 3 or 4 miles away, this valley and cave would still be within his sensing range. Jiang Xuan could not take anyone away, and it would be very difficult for him to escape himself. If he remained hidden and motionless, his aura and scent could be perfectly concealed. If he moved, it would not be so perfect. I can hide my aura, but I cannot hide this woman's aura. If her aura leaves the valley, Kong will definitely notice. I have to get out. If I get trapped in the cave again, it would be too easy to be discovered. I can't just wait to die. If there is a chance, I will definitely save her. If there is no chance, I must survive. Jiang Xuan thought rationally. I still have a blood fury pill. In a critical moment, taking it and using invisibility escape technique to its limits, my speed should be able to reach the Calamity Realm, even surpassing the average Calamity Realm. But I cannot judge Kong's maximum speed, unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Xuan would not take the blood fury pill. Jiang Xuan thought, and stepped out from behind the pillar. Chen Yuanshu, who was struggling to stand, immediately saw Jiang Xuan, who was burdened with gear, 3 knives hanging from his waist, another knife at his side, a backpack on his back, and a large bundle hanging on the other side, all stained with blood. Inside seemed to be some kind of prey. He was not very old, dressed like a hunter, and overall looked like a tribal youth hunter who had been in the mountains for a long time. Chen Yuanshu did not know that the person in front of her was the legendary Jiang Xuan. However, she still regarded the suddenly appearing tribal youth hunter as a lifeline. Jiang Xuan made a sound to save Chen Yuanshu. Shoo! Jiang Xuan gestured for Chen Yuanshu to be quiet. Then, in the incredulous gaze of Chen Yuanshu, he ran out of the cave without looking back. Chen Yuanshu struggled to take 2 steps, but stumbled and fell. Kill me, kill me. Chen Yuanshu finally shouted out with great difficulty, her whole being sinking into despair. Jiang Xuan heard Chen Yuanshu's voice and did not stop his footsteps. Leaving the valley, Jiang Xuan began to accelerate in the opposite direction from El Kong, getting faster and faster. I remember that before I came to this valley to rest and recover my innate power, I sensed a group of demon beasts from 100 miles away. The aura of the leading demon beast made my heart race. It should be at the Calamity Realm. Although it was not as strong as the Crimson Giant Snake I had fought with El Kong, demon beasts are hard to kill and would definitely cause El Kong a lot of trouble. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan's speed in the forest reached its peak. His innate power was being consumed in the most frenzied way. He had not used invisibility escape technique like this while traveling earlier. He was already at a point that could damage his meridians, allowing him to cover a distance of 1 mile in just a few breaths. This was a speed beyond innate. 100 miles would only take 400 or 500 breaths. A round trip would not even take 1,000 breaths. I cultivate black profound technique, and combined with Rui breathing method, I am not afraid of meridian damage. At most, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, I can reach that canyon and come back. If I can lure that group of demon beasts to fight El Kong, I should have the chance to save that woman amidst the chaos. But if it takes the time of a cup of tea, if that woman has already been defiled by El Kong, she might choose to take her own life. Jiang Xuan thought again, it might not be the case. El Kong threw the woman down and left, seemingly to search for something, clearly preparing for something. As long as his preparation time is a bit longer, it should be enough, right? No matter what, I can save her life. Jiang Xuan found it hard to stand by and watch someone die, but he also could not risk his life for a stranger woman, so he chose a compromise. Jiang Xuan deeply hated men who tarnished women, which reminded him of his own tribe. The women of a tribe that lost a life-and-death battle would suffer the most hideous things in the world. Jiang Xuan always believed that men who defiled women deserved to be punished with 1,000 cuts. Moments later, Jiang Xuan had already sprinted nearly 60 miles when suddenly, he felt a terrifying murderous intent enveloping him. From 3 miles away, as soon as Jiang Xuan noticed the opponent, they also noticed him and approached at an incredibly fast speed. Moments later, the colossal creature flashed and blocked Jiang Xuan's path. It was the Crimson Giant Snake. Its massive body moved faster than Jiang Xuan, and its cold, triangular eyes were filled with killing intent. Human, this is not where you should be. The Crimson Giant Snake spoke, as if it were delivering a judgment. I know where Lu Kong is. Jiang Xuan abruptly interrupted the Crimson Giant Snake, then sidestepped and pointed backward. There, 60 miles away, in the valley, he was betting that the Crimson Giant Snake was chasing Lu Kong. The killing intent in the Crimson Giant Snake's eyes faded somewhat as it scrutinized Jiang Xuan from head to toe, then asked, "Do you know Lu Kong?" "I killed 3 of his disciples." Jiang Xuan patted the large bundle at his waist. "Their heads are here. Want to see?" The killing intent in the Crimson Giant Snake's eyes further diminished. Boom. The Crimson Giant Snake darted past Jiang Xuan, its murderous aura soaring as it rushed toward the valley. After Lu Kong had thrown Chen Yuanshu aside, he returned to the cave shortly after. He also carried back a gigantic white bear, which appeared to be a beast with demon bloodlines, unusually large. "Beauty, don't worry, it'll be ready soon." Lu Kong used a knife to simply inscribe a magic array on the ground. Then, in front of Chen Yuanshu, he slaughtered the unconscious giant white bear. The bear's blood flowed into the grooves of the magic array, and Lu Kong then skinned the bear, spreading its fur, which was about 2 yards square, over the blood-filled magic array. Chen Yuanshu struggled to get up again. "Stop struggling. What I gave you is a source sealing pill, a higher-grade sealing elixir than the chi sealing pill. Even if you have comprehended the divine might of heaven and earth, you won't be able to exert any strength. The effect lasts at least 6 hours." Lu Kong said with a strange laugh. "Ha ha ha, let Grandpa take good care of you." He raised a hand, and a force enveloped Chen Yuanshu, lifting her onto the bear's skin. The fur was delicate and soft, not inferior to satin. "It's a pity I couldn't find a suitable demon beast. Grandpa simply can't wait any longer and is too lazy to run far." Lu Kong grinned madly. "But this white bear has the bloodline of the moon-backed silver bear. so it can barely be used. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lu Kang flicked his fingers in quick succession, sending out streaks of green light that landed around the array, igniting into flames. A total of 12 flames, each more than a person's height, illuminated the cave. No, you can't do this. You can't. Chen Yuanshu had never felt such fear before. This was even more serious than defilement. Lu Kang had mentioned using her as a cauldron. That was a technique for absorbing and replenishing. And Lu Kang was clearly practicing some ancient evil arts. The scene in the cave, with the giant white bear's massive head beside the array, baring its teeth and eyes wide open, seemed to glow green. The entire cave was illuminated by green flames, and the magic array began to emit light, as if it were going to penetrate the bear's skin. Everything looked so evil and bizarre. One malahon. Lu Kang chanted strange incantations. He then took out a small vial from his bosom and smashed it on the ground with a bang. A wisp of red smoke spread out, causing the colors in the cave to intertwine in red and green. Chen Yuanshu caught a whiff, immediately held her breath. But it was already too late. Her body began to heat up, a buzzing filled her mind, her heartbeat became clearer, and a voice seemed to emerge deep in her mind, constantly tempting her, urging her, whispering lewd words. The world she could perceive began to become chaotic. Why you? What is that? Chen Yuanshu asked. Grandpa likes the proactive ones. Lu Kang chuckled maniacally, standing there watching as Chen Yuanshu began to act abnormally. He needed Chen Yuanshu to crawl over and plead. But he did not wait long. Damn it! Lu Kang suddenly sensed something, his figure flickering and disappearing from the cave. In an instant, he appeared on a cliff on the side of the valley outside the cave, his gaze icy. Whoosh! The massive body of the crimson giant snake flickered into view in midair before the cliff, its giant tail sweeping directly towards Lu Kang. Lu Kang drew his knife. Boom, 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 boom. Little snake, you interrupted my good deed. I'll fight you. You killed my tribe. You deserve to die. The battle in the realm of tribulations erupted once again. We can't fight here. If I accidentally hurt my beauty, it won't be good. I must skin this stupid snake. Lu Kang pretended to flee, luring the crimson giant snake swiftly away from the valley. Both sides fought as they moved, leaving a trail of collapsed and shattered scenery. Even the ground was filled with ravines. The mad Lu Kang began to fight for his life against the crimson giant snake, even though he knew that as a human, his self-healing ability was far inferior to that of demon beasts. The mad old man and the crimson giant snake quickly battled over 10 miles away. Jiang Xuan finally arrived. His speed was not as fast as the crimson giant snake, so he arrived a moment too late, watching the signs of battle outside the valley stretch northward. Knowing that his plan had succeeded, he rushed into the cave, and at the first moment realized there was toxic gas in the cave. He held his breath immediately, his afterimage flying past the white bear's skin, scooping up Chen Yuanshu and retreating from the cave. Once out of the valley, he immediately pushed his speed to the limit, sprinting southward. This woman smells so good. Wait, how can she smell so good? Jiang Xuan quickly realized he had been poisoned, holding soft jade in his arms. Some of his senses were amplified, and even Chen Yuanshu's faint body fragrance felt extraordinarily clear to him. What a demon! Even after capturing her, he still drugged her. The faint red poisonous mist in the cave, I inhaled some of it, and the potency is terrifying. My practice of the Rui breathing method can even shake my mind. I can only suppress it at all costs. Luckily, the black mysterious technique provides me with sufficient innate power, at least enough to resist for a few hours. Jiang Xuan was struggling to resist. I should be able to hold on. After a short while, Jiang Xuan had already traveled over 100 miles. He had slowed down due to resisting the drug's effects, and by this time, he felt he could no longer hold on and needed to stop. Find a place to sit cross-legged and resist with all his might. If he lost himself and had no way to vent, he would go mad. There's water over there. It feels like a small stream. After more than 10 breaths, Jiang Xuan, holding the woman, arrived at a small stream at the end of a valley. He set her down, tossed his gear aside, and jumped into the stream, the coldness jolting him awake considerably. The stream was not deep. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged, the water reaching his chest, entering a state of meditation. His innate power was being consumed wildly, his breath rising. This poison, used on someone in the tribulation realm, would also be effective. With such toxicity, it would only drive someone in the innate realm mad, possibly leading to a complete loss of self. Only those with strong inner strength could withstand it. Lu Kang had even become mad himself, probably related to his practice with various poisons. Jiang Xuan sat there, gradually forgetting the passage of time. Chen Yuanshu had already fallen into a semi-unconscious state, instinctively rolling on the shore, her consciousness hazy as she rolled into the cold stream, waking up a bit. She swayed and struggled to get up, then stumbled and plunged back into the water. She felt Jiang Xuan's breath, motionless like a mountain, sitting cross-legged, even restricting himself from thinking wildly. Jiang Xuan suddenly sensed a pair of warm jade-like arms climbing onto his neck, and a soft and warm body pressed into his embrace. A fragrant aroma lingered. This unfamiliar woman coiled around him like a snake, kissing his neck, her warm breath repeatedly brushing against his ear. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes wide. Damn, who can withstand this? Already poisoned, Jiang Xuan lost control, just like Chen Yuanshu. Chapter 44. I can marry you. The moment of mental breakdown was fleeting. Chen Yuanshu, a noble lady from a wealthy family, had never experienced such things before, nor had she ever seen them. Instinct drove her to get closer to Jiang Xuan. But it was chaotic. She just wanted to be as close as possible to the man's aura. Fortunately, although Jiang Xuan was 10 years younger than Chen Yuanshu, he had already been married and knew what to do. Jiang Xuan felt her warm lips. Chen Yuanshu responded to Jiang Xuan. The stream splashed. The cold water couldn't stop their fiery passion. This night was sleepless. Jiang Xuan had never imagined he would obtain a woman's body in such a way. And this was only his second woman in this lifetime. Once his awareness returned slightly, Jiang Xuan, who had little experience in this regard, instinctively made a comparison. She is much more proactive than Qing Hongjia. It must be due to the poison. On the morning of the 5th day of the 3rd month, by the stream's edge deep in the valley, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the earth remained dim. A rare foggy day made the morning of Heightened Mountain slightly chilly. The mountains were silent, and the sound of flowing water was exceptionally clear. Crackle. The bonfire at the riverbank burned, slightly dispelling the morning chill. The aroma of roasted meat gradually spread. Chen Yuanshu, lying not far from the bonfire, opened her eyes, turned her head in confusion, and her gaze gradually became clear, revealing a look of horror. She was only covered by a blanket, half underneath her and half over her. Chen Yuanshu lifted the blanket slightly to look inside, and her face paled a few shades. Sure enough, she wasn't wearing anything. The style of the blanket caught Chen Yuanshu's attention. It was very thin and exquisitely made, woven from the fur of unknown demonic beasts. It was not a fur blanket, but a wool blanket, entirely embroidered with tribal-style patterns. Such tribal wool blankets were often quite expensive in Feishua City. It was said that each one required several tribal women to spend years weaving it. It was very warm and also very portable. When folded, it took up no more space than a piece of summer clothing. The tribespeople could make such blankets, but they were not users of them. They would mostly offer them to the tribe, which would then sell them to the big cities. Tribes rarely used such blankets as they were too expensive and luxurious. Chen Yuanshu sat up. She didn't sense the presence of a second person nearby, but she felt that her body had undergone some fundamental change. Simply put, she was now a real woman, and there was no pain. With a naturally perfect physique and strong recovery ability, Chen Yuanshu tried to recall. But her memory stopped on the path where the tribal boy hunter was carrying her away. Chen Yuanshu's eyes turned red, and her expression grew colder. She observed her surroundings. There was a freshly cut log by the bonfire, lying on the ground, and her skirt was draped over it. She also saw her undergarments and shoes, all neatly folded and placed, except her skirt was a bit messy. Chen Yuanshu also spotted her sword, which was placed there. There were also some items that didn't belong to her on the ground at the other end of the log. Just as Chen Yuanshu was about to stand up to get dressed, she suddenly heard footsteps without sensing any presence, causing her to turn into a shadow and fly over to grab her sword. Jiang Xuan, carrying firewood, walked out of the forest, and the shadow arrived behind him, the sword resting on his shoulder. She is so fast. Jiang Xuan was amazed. In that moment, even heaven and earth felt condensed. Is this the might of heaven and earth? The power of her full-force sword strike probably surpassed the wind chase style. But the wind chase style I currently grasp isn't its full power. I haven't comprehended the unity of man and sword, the might of heaven and man. Earlier, while observing her, she looked to be in her 20s, yet she had such a realm. With her bright eyes and beautiful teeth, she was undoubtedly not an unknown person. This could be a big trouble. After all, for women, Chastity is very important. He had also figured out how to deal with it. Although he felt sorry in his heart, Jiang Xuan didn't think it was his fault. Awake? You were poisoned much deeper than I was. It's surprising you woke up so early, Jiang Xuan said while observing the blanket on the ground and the clothes on the log. This woman is completely naked behind me. What did you do to me? Chen Yuanshu asked coldly. I saved you, Jiang Xuan said as he walked forward, allowing the sword to draw a slight cut on his neck. This small wound healed within a few breaths. Jiang Xuan walked to the bonfire and placed the firewood down. Is this how you treat your savior? Chen Yuanshu stared at Jiang Xuan's back. She could tell this tribesman was much younger than her, probably only in his teens. He wasn't short, but was very thin, which was vastly different from her imagination of a man who could possess her. He didn't even count as a real man, but just a boy, and a savage tribal boy at that. She was very well-mannered. At least she could distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Jiang Xuan had a preliminary evaluation of Chen Yuanshu in his heart, simply because when he walked away, she did not further attempt to attack him. The morning wind blew across the riverbank. Chen Yuanshu felt a chill on her body and then fell into an indescribable embarrassment. Holding a sword while standing naked in front of a strange boy was very difficult for her, as long as Jiang Xuan turned around. She didn't even know how she would react. Even putting on her clothes was a problem. She couldn't calmly walk over and dress in front of a strange boy. Jiang Xuan walked to the other side of the bonfire and picked up the blanket on the ground. Then, Jiang Xuan tossed the blanket back. Chen Yuanshu caught it in one hand and glared at Jiang Xuan. She saw Jiang Xuan retreat to the log, sitting down and picking up her clothes, but without any intention of giving them to her. Give me my clothes, Chen Yuanshu said. Can you sew? Jiang Xuan asked with his back turned. After a pause, he continued, I knew it. Women from the city like you have high talents, and it's normal for you to focus on cultivation without knowing needlework. Fortunately, I've learned a bit from Sister Ruoxiang and Sister Zhiyun. Don't touch my clothes, came the woman's voice. I'll tear them. I'll sew them back for you. Isn't that reasonable? Jiang Xuan said repeatedly. Or do you want to walk out of Heighten Mountain in torn clothes? Chen Yuanshu fell silent. Jiang Xuan flipped through Chen Yuanshu's skirt and found the beast bone needle stuck in it, still attached to the thread. These were items Jiang Xuan carried with him, kept in his bag. Every time he entered the mountains, he would return to the tribe after nearly a month, so sewing and mending were common occurrences. Chen Yuanshu could see that before she woke up, this tribal boy had probably been sewing her skirt, and when he felt there wasn't enough firewood, he went to collect more, which was when she woke up. A rustling sound echoed. Chen Yuanshu wrapped the blanket around herself, cutting a strip from the edge to use as a belt, securing it around her waist. Then, she confidently walked over to the fire, stopping in front of Jiang Xuan, holding her sword and staring coldly at him. Jiang Xuan, who was sewing a dress, glanced at her and nodded towards the fire, saying, Are you hungry? The roasted meat will be ready soon. What did you do to me? Chen Yuanshu asked again. I saved you, Jiang Xuan replied with the same answer. How did you save me? Chen Yuanshu continued to question. Do you know who captured me? The demon lord Lu Kong. I know, Jiang Xuan said while sewing. I encountered him in the mountains earlier. I saw him fighting a great snake from a distance. After I left the cave, I intended to lure a group of beasts over, but I unexpectedly ran into the crimson snake, which was chasing Lu Kong. I told it the location of the cave, and the great snake led Lu Kong away. They fought far away, and I took the opportunity to carry you out of the cave. At that time, you were already unconscious. You intended to lure a group of beasts? Chen Yuanshu was skeptical. What courage does a teenage boy have to deal with a demon lord like Lu Kong? Believe it or not, Jiang Xuan said lazily. And then? Chen Yuanshu asked again. Then I ran and ran with you until we got here, Jiang Xuan said, pausing for a moment. And then? Chen Yuanshu pressed on. When I was carrying you out of the cave, I was poisoned by that demon lord's wicked lust. Although I only inhaled a little, it was hard to resolve. When I got here, I had to put you down and jumped into the creek to calm myself. Then, Jiang Xuan glanced at Chen Yuanshu again and returned his focus to the dress. You swam over and hugged me. It was you who initiated it. I thought I could hold my mind together for those few hours, but you mean I was the one who initiated it? It's my fault? Chen Yuanshu found it hard to stay calm. It's not your fault. Why must one person be wrong? Jiang Xuan insisted. If someone has to pay the price, it definitely isn't you or me, but Lu Kong. He is the root cause of everything. However, Jiang Xuan looked at Chen Yuanshu seriously and said, My father taught me that a man must take responsibility. My mother also taught me to treat women well, not like the other men in the tribe. Moreover, chastity is very important for women. Since I have done it, I must acknowledge it. Although we are strangers and do not know each other well, I can see that you are a reasonable woman. You know in your heart that I saved you. I am your lifesaver. So you have never really thought about killing me. You are just very sad. What exactly do you want to say? Chen Yuanshu interrupted coldly. I want to say that as a man, if you need, I will take responsibility. Jiang Xuan looked at Chen Yuanshu earnestly. I can marry you. Marry me? Chen Yuanshu was somewhat dumbfounded. She had thought of countless possibilities, imagining how this tribal boy would apologize or beg for her forgiveness. She had even prepared herself to be magnanimous and let everything go, but she never expected that this tribal boy would say something like marrying her. Where did he get the courage and confidence? But the boy's gaze was serious and sincere. Things can turn around. What initially seemed absurd and ridiculous, like a beggar proposing to a distressed princess, after reaching an extreme, made Chen Yuanshu feel that this tribal boy was very naive, too naive. One could say he had little experience and thought everything was very simple. He might have always lived in protection, without facing too many storms. Perhaps hunting in the mountains was the most dangerous thing he had experienced. It was normal for a tribal genius to grow up protected. Chen Yuanshu could clearly see that the boy in front of her was genuinely willing to take responsibility. This was his most sincere way of expressing his apology. It even made Chen Yuanshu feel a twinge of guilt in her heart, because she was 26 years old, while the boy in front of her was probably 10 years younger, giving her the feeling that a young boy had sacrificed himself to save her. Jiang Xuan noticed that Chen Yuanshu's expression was off and said, I just want to take responsibility if you need it. That's enough. Chen Yuanshu coldly interrupted. Taking a deep breath, her gaze towards Jiang Xuan gradually calming down. Jiang Xuan shrugged and lowered his head to continue sewing the dress. This is an accident. Chen Yuanshu organized her thoughts before speaking. I will say 3 points. Go ahead, Jiang Xuan replied without looking up. First, retract what you just said about marrying me. We are strangers. Perhaps you think you have hurt me, but you also saved my life, so you owe me nothing. I will not marry you because of this. We are from 2 different worlds, and it is absolutely impossible. Chen Yuanshu had already changed her attitude, though still cold. And then? Jiang Xuan nodded. Second, I am very grateful for your life-saving grace. Chen Yuanshu continued, her tone still cold. I have a token from the Sky Tower in Feishua City worth 18,000 mid-grade elemental crystals. You can take it, and we will be even. Your life is really worth a lot. Jiang Xuan chuckled. Third, I hope you can forget what happened last night. Chen Yuanshu looked at Jiang Xuan. This is our mutual secret, a secret that will never be told to outsiders. Never tell anyone. Just pretend nothing happened. I don't want to know who you are. I won't investigate your identity, and you shouldn't try to investigate mine either. We should never meet again. Jiang Xuan finally looked up and met Chen Yuanshu's gaze. After a few moments of silence, he said, I know what you are worried about. Jiang Xuan smiled. Originally, I was worried that you might go crazy and kill me. You are clearer about grudges than I thought. I also understand that you are afraid this matter will get out and hurt your reputation, which is indeed very important. I agree. Saying this, Jiang Xuan cut the thread, stood up, and shook the dress. It's fixed. He tossed the dress to Chen Yuanshu and turned the roasted meat on the fire. Then he said, I'll go collect some firewood. Don't worry. I want to peek at you. I've already looked carefully. Watching Jiang Xuan walk into the woods, Chen Yuanshu was momentarily stunned. What does he mean by saying he has looked carefully? This statement seems fine, just too straightforward, but it also made Chen Yuanshu lower her guard. After Jiang Xuan's footsteps faded away, Chen Yuanshu untied the blanket wrapped around her and began to get dressed. First putting on the dry underwear that had been roasted on the wooden stake. After a moment, Jiang Xuan returned to the creek bank with some firewood. Chen Yuanshu was already dressed and, upon seeing Jiang Xuan return, said, Your sewing skills are pretty good. Jiang Xuan's sewing skills were indeed good. If one did not look closely, one would not notice that Chen Yuanshu's dress had once been torn. Let's eat. Jiang Xuan gestured towards the fire. No. Chen Yuanshu looked at Jiang Xuan with a complex expression. After today, you and I will not meet again. With that, Chen Yuanshu vanished like the wind. Jiang Xuan could feel Chen Yuanshu's aura rapidly fading away. This is what the elder of the strange stone meant by a passerby in life, right? Jiang Xuan thought, feeling a subtle emotion bloom in his heart, as if he had suddenly become someone with experiences. After finishing the roasted meat, he thought, there are still 2 days to make it back to the tribe in time, and he could also look for treasure along the way. Jiang Xuan set off again. It's still necessary to ask him his name and which tribe he comes from, so that if he comes after me in the future, I'll know where to eliminate him. I shouldn't trust the tribesmen so easily. They have barbaric and bloody traditions. Should I go back now and ask him for clarification? Chen Yuanshu moved swiftly through the forest, thinking to herself, what am I even thinking? He is only in his teens, and I've heard that women from the tribe are quite promiscuous. Once he reaches maturity, he won't tilak for women and will soon forget me. Damn it, why can't I remember anything from last night? With her chaotic thoughts, Chen Yuanshu headed straight for the outside of Heighten Mountain. Before she knew it, a whole day had passed. Under the night sky, Chen Yuanshu sat cross-legged by the campfire. I didn't bring anyone to meet Yuan Zhou at the agreed location. He will surely bring people to find me. And it's only natural that they would search for the place where we were ambushed. I just don't know if they can figure out that it was El Kong who kidnapped me. They must be frantic. I need to return as soon as possible. Chen Yuanshu had been traveling all day without stopping, and at this moment, she was fully exerting her energy to restore her innate power. 2 hours later, late at night, Chen Yuanshu decided to take a half-hour nap before setting off. Her consciousness quickly fell into silence. Suddenly, chaotic images appeared in her mind. Intertwined arms, rising heat from a body, rushing stream water, heavy breathing, swaying. The images became clearer and increasingly unbearable. Chen Yuanshu suddenly opened her eyes wide, recalling with a flickering gaze. She dreamed about it and remembered part of what happened, in one way or another. What did I do? What did I do? Chen Yuanshu instinctively covered her face, her entire being turning red as if on the verge of collapse. It was all her initiative, and it was far too excessive. There was even a hint of pleading. This even made her anxious. She really wanted to ask that tribal boy whether he was awake in the stream last night. She feared that he remembered everything. And that would be so embarrassing. Remembering how calm that boy was towards her in the morning, with no unnecessary teasing, no offensive or playful glances, and not a hint of unusual looks or attitudes. Chen Yuanshu even felt a glimmer of gratitude in her heart. It's fine, it's fine. We will never meet again. Everything is over. No one knows what happened to me after El Kong kidnapped me, and that's okay. That's okay. Chen Yuanshu closed her eyes, taking deep breaths again and again. But soon, her face flushed again. She opened her eyes, blinking repeatedly, her gaze gradually falling back into memories. She pursed her lips, blushing, recalling the morning of the 6th day of the 3rd month, at Heighten Mountain's Wuyun Gorge, where the sound of waterfalls roared. After washing her face under the waterfall, Chen Yuanshu set off once more, her shadow flickering through the forest. Suddenly, Chen Yuanshu appeared on a tree branch 2 zhang high. Looking at the simple marks carved on the tree trunk beside her, she reached out to touch them. Our Chen family's mark. Chen Yuanshu was overjoyed. Following the direction indicated by the mark, she soon discovered the same mark on another tree 100 zhang away. Half an hour later. Who is it? Be careful. 2 innate guards from the Chen family in the forest sensed someone approaching rapidly, all jumping back to create distance, turning around to draw their weapons, their eyes alert. It's me. Chen Yuanshu's shadow coalesced in front of the 2. Miss Yuanshu, you're alive. The 2 Chen family guards were immensely surprised and excited, nearly bursting into tears. It wasn't that they had deep feelings for Chen Yuanshu, but that the first one to find her would receive a high bounty promised by Chen Yuanzhou, and if Chen Yuanshu died at Heighten Mountain, those guards who had left Feishua City together would all be executed upon returning. In the afternoon, at Heighten Mountain's Sunset Valley, this was already the outer region of Heighten Mountain. At the Black Armored Guard camp, inside the tent, Yuanzhou, don't be impulsive. I'm asking you to return to the camp for your own good. You've seen the state of the guards beside your sister. That kind of power. That kind of frenzied killing method. Your sister must have encountered El Kong. But El Kong may not necessarily kill her. Perhaps he will ask the Chen family for ransom. Xiahanja looked at Chen Yuanzhou and said, Then why don't you go? Why are you staying here? Chen Yuanzhou shouted at Xiahanja. Xiahanja squinted slightly. Chen Yuanzhou's gaze focused for a moment before lowering his head. Sorry, sir, I was rude. I can understand your feelings. I'm staying here to replace Lord Lei Hong and protect you. The Chen family cannot afford to lose 2 great talents. This is both Lord Lei Hong's directive and my intention. Xiahanja patted Chen Yuanzhou's shoulder again, preparing him mentally. Even if I can't become your brother-in-law, we can still call each other brothers. I cannot let you recklessly endanger yourself. Young Master Yuanzhou. Miss Yuanshu has returned. Excited shouts sounded outside the tent as they approached rapidly. In just half an hour, Lei Hong, notified by the compass, rushed back to the camp, where he saw Chen Yuanshu, who looked well and uninjured, with Chen Yuanzhou and Xia Hanjia also present. "Did you encounter El Kong?" Lei Hong asked her directly upon seeing she was fine. "Yes, sir." Chen Yuanshu stood up from her chair. "How did you escape from his grasp?" Lei Hong asked again. "A crimson calamity snake was chasing El Kong. After El Kong kidnapped me, he was pursued by the calamity snake, and El Kong had to abandon me. Originally, El Kong had given me a source-sealing pill, making it difficult for me to escape, but he fought with the crimson snake for several hours before not returning." Chen Yuanshu spoke fluently. Before Lei Hong returned, she had already told her brother Chen Yuanzhou and Xia Hanjia the same. After the effect of the medicine wore off, "I left there. The crimson snake is good. Very good." Lei Hong nodded repeatedly. "As long as the crimson snake continues to hunt El Kong across the vast heightened mountain. Tracking a massive calamity beast is much easier than tracking a person." Half an hour later, Lei Hong, Xia Hanjia, Chen Yuanshu, Chen Yuanzhou, and all the Chen family guards in the camp set out toward the outside of Heightened Mountain. Some Chen family guards who were not in the camp and had not received news would be notified by the black armored guards. "Have we found any traces of the Gu family brothers in the past few days?" Chen Yuanshu asked. "No." Chen Yuanzhou shook his head. "Lord Lei Hong's 300 black armored guards, my 20 or so guards, and thousands of tribesmen under the Jiang Clan have been searching as much as possible. According to Lord Xia, Lord Lei Hong even used some secret technique to track the Gu family brothers, but it was of no use. Lord Lei Hong truly wants to save clan leader Jiang. Clan leader Jiang helped him search for the Gu family brothers when something went wrong, affecting the life and death battle. So Lord Lei Hong certainly wants to make amends." Chen Yuanshu said. "If even Lord Lei Hong can't find the Gu family brothers, is it possible that they were killed by Jiang Xuan?" Chen Yuanzhou suddenly suggested a possibility. He absolutely could not have killed the Gu family brothers. Chen Yuanshu shook her head. "The Gu family brothers joined forces. Even you, Yuanzhou, would not be their match. Do you really think Jiang Xuan is stronger than you?" "Jiang Xuan is certainly not as strong as I am. What a pity." Chen Yuanzhou sighed, originally wanting to experience the 9th style of the chasing wind blade. "But it seems there is no chance now. Tomorrow is the 7th day, right?" Chen Yuanshu looked at her brother and asked. "Yes, the 7th day. Tomorrow morning is the life and death battle." Chen Yuanzhou replied. "In the past 1,000 years, the tribes that have been annexed by Heightened Mountain have all been small to medium-sized tribes. The 10 major tribes have never changed. Tomorrow morning, we will witness history. It's not a wasted trip to Heightened Mountain." Chen Yuanshu responded with a hum and continued. "Then let us return to Jiang's Earth City first. When the other guards return from the mountain tomorrow afternoon, we will leave together." That night, Lei Hong and the others returned to the Jiang Clan's Earthen City. The news of not finding any trace of the Gu brothers and Jiang Xuan quickly spread throughout the Jiang Clan. On the morning of the 7th day of the 3rd month, at the martial arts arena in the Jiang Clan's Earthen City, Jiang Xuan had indeed gone missing. "Ha! I heard he encountered the Gu brothers in Heightened Mountain. Heaven is favoring our Shentu tribe." On one side of the arena, dozens of Shentu tribe warriors, having shed their grievances over the past half-year, were all excited, pointing and gesturing towards the Jiang Clan's team on the other side, some even making throat-cutting gestures with wide eyes. Only Shentu appeared calm. After Shentu Lai's death, Shentu had a hard time in the tribe. Without her father's protection, it was difficult for her, as a girl, to have any status in the tribe. Some tribesmen began to look at her with strange eyes, resenting her father for initiating the life and death battle, and then resenting her, publicly insulting her. There was even a man who drunkenly barged into her room with ill intentions. Fortunately, Uncle Yin arrived just in time and killed that tribesman with a single blow. She was still looked after by some powerful elders, but they were also wary of the feelings of other tribesmen, only ensuring her safety, but could not do more than that. She faced exclusion, insults, received the worst food, did the dirtiest work, and was even slapped in the face by older women in the tribe. Shentu silently endured everything. She thought this life would continue until the men of the Shentu tribe were dead, and the tribe was absorbed by the Jiang Clan. Sometimes, she even hoped that day would come sooner. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xuan had unexpectedly met his end in Heightened Mountain. Victory still belonged to the Shentu tribe. Shentu knew she should be happy. Her father's killer was dead, and the tribe was going to win, but she did not feel that ecstatic joy. "Uncle Yin, Can we not celebrate after we win? Shentu Yu said to the person beside her. Shentu Yin turned to look at Shentu Yu, paused, and slowly shook his head, saying, "This is our tradition. It is the reward our tribe's warriors deserve. No wonder the people in the city say we are barbaric." Shentu Yu self-deprecatingly smiled. On the other side of the arena, the Jiang Clan's team looked gloomy, especially those tribesmen who had returned in the past 6 months, their faces written with regret. Last night, someone fled again, and today, there were fewer than 10 men from the Jiang Clan who could participate in the battle. Who? Shentu Yin leaped onto the high platform. Now he was the vice leader of the Shentu tribe. Originally, he would not step in. It was not his turn to fight until the last moment, but Jiang Xuan was dead, so stepping onto the platform was no longer a death sentence, but a harvest. Today he was going to kill all the men of the Jiang Clan on this platform. Who from the Jiang Clan will fight? Lei Hong asked from the high platform. In the Jiang Clan's team, the few men exchanged glances. They had lacked the courage to fight to the death on the platform back then, and they still lacked it now. Cowards. Ha ha ha. The Jiang Clan is full of cowards. The Shentu tribe erupted in loud laughter. Shut your filthy mouths. A figure flew into the martial arts arena. It flickered and appeared on the platform. The scene was first silent, followed by a clamor of surprise. All eyes fixed on that figure. Chapter 46. Clan Leader Jiang. Long admired your great name. Jiang Xuan hurried back to the tribe, looking up at the sky. It was just right. In fact, even if he returned in the afternoon, it would have been fine. The warriors who had returned to the tribe in the past 6 months could still go up and fight a few rounds. Of course, such sacrifices were unnecessary. Yu. Shentu Yin looked in disbelief at the figure that suddenly appeared on the platform, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. He was here to reap the rewards. It was not supposed to be his turn on the platform, but he was already there, and Jiang Xuan had returned. Jiang Xuan was still alive. Looking at his disheveled appearance, he had just rushed back from the mountains. He actually escaped from the Go brothers. How could that be possible? The combined strength of the Go brothers was among the top 10 innate experts of Feishua City. They might not even be his match, if it were a life and death struggle. The Go brothers had no rivals among innate experts. Many outside spectators stood on one side of the arena, including many knowledgeable innate guards from the Qin family. They understood better than anyone how terrifying it was to escape from the Go brothers. And through their discussions, others on the scene also understood. Some even noticed Lei Hong's expression was off. He was clearly surprised that Jiang Xuan could return alive. Shentu Yin, before I kill Shentu Lai, you were always the one leading the team into life and death battles. I heard you are now the vice leader of the Shentu Clan. How do you want to die? Jiang Xuan stared at Shentu Yin, speaking while untying his bundle, large and small packages, and several weapons wrapped together, all strung with rope. The Shentu tribe originally had 3 people who comprehended the power of heaven and man. Among them, Shentu Lai was dead, and the current leader, Shentu Long, was originally Shentu Lai's uncle, also the previous leader before Shentu Lai, who had retired due to old age. After Shentu Lai's death, he had to return. But he was old. Jiang Xuan casually tossed the bundle towards the Jiang Clan's team, staring at Shentu Yin. So, you are now the strongest in the Shentu tribe, right? Shentu Yin remained silent, expressionless. After being killed by Jiang Xuan for more than half a year, no one in the Shentu tribe had the courage to make a bold statement before dying. My lord, Jiang Xuan looked towards the high platform. Let's begin. Lei Hong nodded. It would be in a courtyard not far south of the tribe's earthen city, in the martial arts arena. Yuan Shu, this book, Sword Tribulation, will greatly benefit your cultivation. You also know that tribulation books are often hard to come by, usually priceless and rare. I also relied on a friend from Feishua City to intercept it before the auction. Xia Hanjia held a palm-sized array plate, wanting to hand it to Qin Yuan Shu. Originally planning to give it to you that day, but the incident at Heighten Mountain happened suddenly, and everyone left in a hurry. This is my intention. You must accept it. Qin Yuan Shu glanced at the item in Xia Hanjia's hand, but did not take it. Instead, Qin Yuan Zhou beside her looked greatly tempted. Lord Xia, you and I are not related. Such a precious gift, I cannot accept. Qin Yuan Shu said coldly. Then left Xia Hanjia there, and went to practice sword techniques under a nearby tree. Xia Hanjia awkwardly put it away, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Xia Hanjia flicked his sleeve and left. After he completely departed, Sis, why didn't you accept it? Qin Yuan Zhou walked to Qin Yuan Shu's side. That was the Sword Tribulation book. A person in the Tribulation realm can only forge one Tribulation book in their lifetime, which contains their insights into cultivation. In the past 10 years, our Qin family has only obtained one tribulation book, which I used. If that book had been given to you, you could have entered the tribulation realm at least 3 years earlier and should already be in the tribulation realm now. Such a precious item, Lord Xie was willing to part with it. Precisely because it is precious, I cannot accept it. Qin Yuanshu glared at him. But Lord Xie. Qin Yuanzhou hesitated. Do you really not know Xie Hanjia's intentions, or are you pretending not to know? Qin Yuanshu stared at Qin Yuanzhou and asked. Qin Yuanzhou hesitated even more, but under his sister's pressing gaze, he still said, I know, Xie Hanjia's master. Lord Zhou Kong is about to finish his term in Feishua City. Once Lord Zhou leaves, Xie Hanjia will lose his backing. Although his status won't drop too much, and he will still be the youngest inspector in Feishua City with a bright future, his connections, power, and even cultivation resources will definitely be far less than before. Therefore, he wants to marry into the Qin family, as a son-in-law. He will not be looked down upon, and will be treated like a biological son, and he can also gain your favor. Qin Yuanzhou's voice grew quieter. He is the first genius of the Qin family, and may even be the first genius of Feishua City. He has some brains, and is clear about everything. Since you know, sister, although Xie Hanjia has ulterior motives, he may not be insincere towards you, sister. He has liked you for a long time. And he expressed his feelings 10 years ago. Qin Yuanzhou gritted his teeth and said, the family insists on finding a husband for you. And there is no better choice than Xie Hanjia. This matter is mutually beneficial, both for our Qin family and for Xie Hanjia. It's a win-win situation. Family. Xie Hanjia? Win-win. Qin Yuanzhou looked at her brother. What about me? Am I not part of this? Brother, that is not what I meant. Qin Yuanzhou realized he had misspoken and quickly explained. Yes, the elders asked me to persuade you. It was my task. What I just said was not sincere, sister. Don't take it to heart. He decisively threw the elders under the bus, not wanting his sister to misunderstand his stance. Sister, no matter what you do, I will support you. You are my biological sister. Just take what I said earlier as nonsense. Sister, don't be angry. Support me in whatever I do. Qin Yuanzhou retorted. Yes, support in whatever. As long as you say the word, sister. If you ask me to bite Xie Hanjia, I will. I will bite him to death. Qin Yuanzhou raised 2 fingers, swearing an oath. You do have a conscience. Qin Yuanzhou seemed to calm down a bit and shot her brother a glare. At that moment, footsteps were heard. Young Master Yuanzhou, Miss Yuanzhou. A tall, lean innate guard rushed in. Is the first battle over? Qin Yuanzhou asked directly. As he and Qin Yuanzhou hadn't gone to the martial arts arena to watch the battle because the first battle was not very interesting. Given their level and experience, the life and death struggles of the clan's innate warriors were crude and clumsy. Even if the former first warrior of Heighten Mountain, Jiang Hanfeng, was still alive, he wouldn't be as strong as Qin Yuanzhou. There was no value in watching. The two had already agreed to only watch the final battle in the afternoon. The important thing wasn't the fighting process, but witnessing the process of a large clan being swallowed up. It's over. The tall, lean innate guard nodded repeatedly. Jiang Xuan has returned, and Shentu Yin was killed in 3 breaths, without any ability to fight back. Jiang Xuan? He is still alive? The brother and sister were taken aback, realizing they had missed a good show. After exchanging glances, they both turned into shadows and disappeared. Martial arts arena. By the time the siblings arrived, the Shentu Clan's team was silent, with someone on the stage silently collecting Shentu Yan's body. On the side of the external spectators, there was a buzz of admiration and discussion. Young Master Yuanzhou, Miss Yuanxiu. More than 10 innate guards from the Qin family noticed the two and made way, gathering around to explain what had just happened. The wind-chasing technique is indeed well-deserved. Shentu Yin has grasped the heavenly human momentum and couldn't even withstand 3 breaths. His realm has also reached the late innate stage, and his growth rate is terrifying. He is a prodigy capable of entering the Starry Pavilion. With such a reputation, there are no false heroes. Even in such a backward place as Heighten Mountain, the first innate warrior must have some skills. Qin Yuanzhou listened to his subordinates praising Jiang Xuan and felt excited himself. His eyes were full of eagerness. He came to the Jiang Clan to challenge Jiang Xuan's wind-chasing blade, and the stronger Jiang Xuan became, the more beneficial it would be for him. Defeating Jiang Xuan would have an even greater impact. The brother and sister both looked towards the Jiang Clan's team. A large crowd surrounded a figure, cheering loudly. The clan's women were enthusiastic and cheerful, and one could even hear a woman shout, "Chief, I want to bear your child." It was clear this was said in jest. but one could feel how much the clan members adored their chief. Let us go over. Chen Yuanzhou opened his folding fan and led the way around the ring towards the Jiang Clan members. The outer Jiang Clan members saw them coming and automatically made way. Chief Jiang, I've long heard of your name. Feishua City's Chen Yuanzhou, here to pay my respects. A slightly arrogant voice rang out. Jiang Xuan, who was talking with Grandma Jinhua while holding her hand, turned around. He saw a group of strong, innate warriors surrounding a very noble-looking man and woman. The first family of Feishua City, the Chen family, Chen Yuanzhou and Chen Yuanxiu siblings, arrived last month and have been staying in the Earth City. During the days you were missing, they even searched for the Go brothers in the mountains and just returned last night. I inquired and learned that the two siblings are top geniuses of Feishua City. Chen Yuanzhou came this time to challenge your ninth style of the wind-chasing blade. At the same time, Jiang Xuan turned to look at them. Jiang Ziyun and Jiang Xian whispered to each other. Jiang Xian listened without showing any emotion, watching. No one noticed the strange emotions flashing in his eyes. Didn't Sister Chen say they wouldn't meet again? It seems we really are fated. Should I pretend not to recognize her? Jiang Xian thought to himself, even controlling himself not to glance at Chen Yuanxiu, focusing his main attention on Chen Yuanzhou. Chen Yuanzhou made a gesture typical of a scholar. Young Master Chen, a pleasure. Jiang Xian also returned the gesture. Seeing is better than hearing. Chief Jiang is much more refined than I imagined, a graceful young man. Chen Yuanzhou wanted to say some pleasantries, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by an angry shout. What are you saying? Who are you calling refined? Are you insulting someone? Hundreds of Jiang Clan members were furious. In a place like the clan, one must never use the word refined to describe a man, especially when that man is the chief. The reaction of the Jiang Clan members made the Chun family guards subconsciously grip their weapons. Chen Yuanzhou quickly raised his hand to calm them down, explaining, what I meant was, Chief Jiang is a graceful young man, praising his handsomeness. In Chen Yuanzhou's impression, the men of the clan were all rough and wild. It was normal for a 15-year-old to look like a 25-year-old, and they all had a rugged aura. I understand what you mean. Jiang Xian also made a calming gesture to those around him. Chief Jiang, I heard you were hunted by the Go brothers in Haitan Mountain. Chen Yuanzhou continued. To be honest, our Chen family has a deep blood feud with the Go brothers. After hearing news of their whereabouts, we also searched the mountains, but found nothing. Chapter 47 The Shock of the Ice Mountain Beauty. Chen Yuanxiu looked incredulously at the young man, who was politely chatting with her brother. He is Jiang Xian. He is actually Jiang Xian. How could it be him? Chen Yuanxiu never imagined that the tribal young hunter she encountered in the mountains would be the famous Jiang Xian. It wasn't that she couldn't think of it, but she simply wouldn't think in that direction. From the first day in Haitan Mountain, Chen Yuanxiu had believed that Jiang Xian had already been killed by the Go brothers. Lord Leihong couldn't save him in time, so he couldn't possibly still be alive. They said they wouldn't meet again, but it was such a coincidence. If he insists on entangling me, Chen Yuanxiu felt both surprised and heavy-hearted. The matter of a woman's reputation is paramount. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Chen Yuanxiu prayed in her heart. She was very worried Jiang Xian would reveal an unusual look at her, letting others see something. To her surprise, while Jiang Xian conversed with Chen Yuanzhou, he didn't even glance at her out of the corner of his eye, as if she didn't exist at all. This both relieved Chen Yuanxiu and stirred up a strange feeling in her heart. Since childhood, Chen Yuanxiu had been the center of attention. She could feel the unusual looks of young men from her teens. As a woman of extraordinary beauty, Chen Yuanxiu was accustomed to being confessed to, accustomed to being pursued, accustomed to rejecting advances, and accustomed to being watched. Therefore, when the only man who had ever been with her truly kept his promise and acted as if he didn't know her, not even glancing at her, her heart felt empty instead. It was not just disappointment, but a feeling of how could you treat me like this? She had never been treated this way before. He knew her identity, that she was the legitimate daughter of the Chen family, the foremost among the four great families of Feishua City. While he was merely the leader of a tribe, the disparity in their statuses was apparent. He knew he was not worthy of her and did not dare to provoke the Chen family, which is why he was so restrained. Chen Yuanzhou also did not understand why she had such malicious thoughts about Jiang Xian. Her mind was hard to calm. On the high platform, Xiahanjia and Lei Hong had been talking for a while. Incredible. To escape from the hands of the Gu family's three brothers. The tribe must have some strange techniques. Jiang's tribe had produced talents like Jiang Zhengwu in their history, and since Jiang Xian was the leader, He naturally had access to the tribe's secrets, possibly mastering a secret technique of escape. Xia Hanjie observed Jiang's team, noting that he could not sense their aura clearly. The method of concealing one's aura must be a rare skill. Jiang Xuan indeed mastered an escape technique. Lei Hong said indifferently. According to my subordinate from the Black Armored Guard, when Jiang Xuan first entered Heightened Mountain, his speed was far from theirs, but 2 months ago, he could already move as swiftly as a perfected innate being. Not taking the right path. Xia Hanjie shook his head, focusing on concealing his aura and the methods of escape. Even if he was a top-notch swordsman, he would inevitably neglect something. This was the most crucial age for cultivation. If he had 10 points of strength, he could not afford to use only 9. At least he was still alive now. The tribe's territory was plagued by constant warfare and danger, especially in Heightened Mountain, where demonic beasts roamed. Having a life-preserving skill would allow him to go further in the future, Lei Hong said. Xia Hanjie looked at Chun Yuanzhou and Jiang Xuan chatting, and suddenly noticed that Chun Yuanzhou was looking at Jiang Xuan with a very strange expression. It was not just her spiritual sense. This made Xia Hanjie frown slightly, but then feel relieved. If not for Chun Yuanzhou wanting to challenge Jiang Xuan's wind-chasing style, the siblings would not have come to Heightened Mountain, and Chun Yuanzhou would not have encountered danger there. She probably felt some resentment. Burdened with the aura of gods and demons, she was already proud and arrogant, even dismissive towards me, let alone the tribe's people, whom she likely regarded as no different from livestock. Xia Hanjie's gaze towards Chun Yuanzhou flashed with desire. What he liked about her was this attitude of looking down on everyone. The Gu family's 3 brothers were indeed cunning, but unfortunately, my uncle Yin Yang. Chun Yuanzhou scolded Jiang Xuan about the Gu family's 3 brothers, seemingly sympathizing with Jiang Xuan's plight, before finally asking the crucial question, I wonder, how did the Jiang Clan leader escape from the Gu family's 3 brothers? With this question, the scene fell silent. The Chun family's innate guards looked at Jiang Xuan with curiosity and speculation. Chun Yuanzhou's gaze also flickered with doubt. I didn't escape, Jiang Xuan said, gesturing to his side, signaling for something. The tribesman who was helping Jiang Xuan carry his bundle immediately handed it over. Jiang Xuan unfastened a large package stained with dried blood. Didn't he escape? What do you mean? The Chun family's guards murmured, unable to comprehend the meaning of his words. Bang! Jiang Xuan opened the large package and flung its contents onto the ground. 3 heads rolled on the ground. The women of the Jiang tribe felt nothing, while the Chun family guards frowned uncomfortably. Killing was common on the path of cultivation, but carrying someone's head with them was something few would do. It was too brutal and bloody. I killed them, Jiang Xuan said. Huh. Chun Yuanzhou was taken aback. Who did you kill? The Gu family's 3 brothers, Jiang Xuan said, looking at Chun Yuanzhou with an expression that seemed to say, are you forgetful? Wasn't what he said coherent enough? I didn't escape. I killed the Gu family's 3 brothers. You killed the Gu family's 3 brothers? Chun Yuanzhou repeated in a high-pitched voice as if his tail had been stepped on. Yes, Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned by Chun Yuanzhou's sharp voice. The training ground was so quiet that a needle drop could be heard. On the high platform, Lei Hong stood up, about to leave with Xia Hanjie. But Chun Yuanzhou's shout caused both to stop and turn around abruptly. They both had remarkable eyesight and immediately saw the heads on the ground clearly. Seeing Chun Yuanzhou's expression, Jiang Xuan suddenly understood where the problem lay. You don't recognize the Gu family's 3 brothers? Jiang Xuan asked, casually kicking one of the heads on the ground. I've only seen their portraits, Chun Yuanzhou said uncertainly, reaching down to grab the hair of one head, lifting it closer for inspection. This one looked like the 3rd brother of the Gu family. The 3 heads were lifelike, showing no signs of decay. Innate bodies generally do not rot. After death, they gradually lose moisture over a long period and turn into mummies. The process is lengthy. The 3 heads looked as fresh as if they had just been cut off. Chun Yuanzhou only said it looked like them, not daring to be completely certain. The last time the official government of Feishua City made a collective portrait of the Gu family's 3 brothers was 6 years ago, and Chun Yuanzhou had only seen that version. It was impossible for them to be identical. The weapons of the Gu family's 3 brothers are also here. Jiang Xuan indicated the 3 knives hanging on the bundle. But you can only look at the weapons. I can't give them to you. They are my trophies. Young master, I have seen the Gu family's 3 brothers before. A tall Chun family guard stepped forward. Huh. Before he finished his sentence, Lei Hong suddenly appeared beside him. It is indeed the Gu family's 3 brothers, Lei Hong directly confirmed, then turned to Jiang Xuan and said, Jiang Xuan. Come with me. Yes, my lord. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Qin Yuanshu looked in shock at Jiang Xuan's departing figure. Lei Hong's words equated to the government's judgment and recognition, and Lei Hong would naturally not make a mistake. The Gu family's 3 brothers were actually killed by Jiang Xuan? How could he possess such strength? It was impossible. But the heads of the Gu family's 3 brothers were right here. That morning, among the pile of things by the wooden stake, there was that bag. Qin Yuanshu recalled the scene she had seen when she had just woken up that morning. She instinctively thought the bag contained some prey. He first killed the Gu family's 3 brothers, and then saved me? If he truly had that kind of strength, Qin Yuanshu thought, for some reason. Jiang Xuan's back seemed inexplicably tall. In the exquisite courtyard, the 3 heads lay on a stone table, and the black armored guards were preparing wooden boxes, which would soon be sent over. The Gu family's 3 brothers were serious offenders of the dynasty, so their heads would naturally be taken by the government. Lei Hong, Xia Hanjia, Qin Yuanshu, and Qin Yuanzhou sat or stood, all watching Jiang Xuan. After luring the 3 brothers to the vicinity of the demonic beast tribe, I used my trump card to kill the Gu family's 3 brothers. Jiang Xuan briefly explained the situation to Lei Hong. Trump card? Lei Hong looked at Jiang Xuan. What is that? This. Jiang Xuan dragged out the last word and said, My lord, it's not easy to explain. The so-called trump card is a secret weapon that can turn the tide at a critical moment. It should not be easily revealed. And the fewer people who know about it, the better, to prevent it from being deciphered or preemptively guarded against. Jiang Xuan understands this principle, and he believes that Lei Hong understands it too. He cannot demonstrate his infinite pursuit style to Lei Hong, as that would involve questions about why he possesses so much innate power. Xia Hanjia looked at Jiang Xuan with a frown. He had never seen a tribal member bold enough to not answer the inspector's questions. How audacious. If he doesn't want to talk, then he won't. However, Lei Hong was unconcerned. The heads of the Gu family brothers were brought back by you, so regardless of what happened in between, the bounty is yours. Coincidentally, the Qin siblings are also here. You can discuss the 100,000 mid-grade elemental crystals with them. The rest of the bounty will be sent by the Feishua city in a few days. Qin Yuanzhou and Qin Yuanshu were still immersed in the shock of Jiang Xuan killing the Gu family brothers, their emotions difficult to settle for a long time. But the conversation between Jiang Xuan and Lei Hong made Qin Yuanzhou's expression subtly change. Rest assured, clan leader Jiang, since you killed the Gu family brothers, the bounty will definitely not be less for you. I will arrange for someone to return to the family to report, and the 100,000 mid-grade elemental crystals will be delivered from Feishua city in a few days, Qin Yuanzhou said to Jiang Xuan. Good. That's straightforward. Jiang Xuan nodded, revealing a smile. Once the 2 batches of elemental crystals arrive at the Jiang Clan's Earth City, Jiang Xuan won't need to enter the mountains again and can enter seclusion for cultivation. Zhang Xiao and the others estimated that Jiang Xuan would need 2 years to reach complete innate perfection. But Jiang Xuan himself estimated that he only needed a little over a year because his talent was still growing. After that, comprehending the unity of man and sword and the momentum of heaven and man would not be difficult. The real challenge is how to comprehend the divine might of heaven and earth. By the way, clan leader Jiang, Qin Yuanzhou looked at Jiang Xuan and said, I actually came to Heighten Mountain this time mainly to seek your guidance. The Pursuit Wind 9 styles are famous in Feishua City, and I originally thought that it was your strongest technique. I didn't expect you to have a trump card. Clan leader Jiang, how about we find a time to spar? He formally challenged Jiang Xuan. Qin Yuanshu's expression changed slightly as she glanced at her brother, then looked at Jiang Xuan. Chapter 48. Challenge, sure. Sign a life and death contract. Spar? You're challenging me? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, spar. I challenge you. Qin Yuanzhou's tone became proud and deliberately provocative. Clan leader Jiang, you wouldn't dare? Would you? This was a tactic he had mastered over the years while challenging others. It had to be provocative. There's nothing I can't do. Jiang Xuan frowned slightly. He didn't like Qin Yuanzhou's attitude. However, I have 2 requests. You say? Qin Yuanzhou immediately replied. First, it has to be at least 3 days later. I cannot have any mistakes in this life and death battle within these 3 days, Jiang Xuan stated. Of course, 3 days later is no problem, Qin Yuanzhou replied. Second, Jiang Xuan looked at him. You need to bring an elder from your family who can make decisions to Heighten Mountain. We'll have Lord Lei Hong act as a witness. You, me, your elder, and Lord Lei Hong will all sign the life and death contract. Sparring is fine. But life and death should not be considered. As soon as Jiang Xuan finished speaking, even Lei Hong's expression changed slightly. Qin Yuanshu's eyes narrowed as she looked at Jiang Xuan. What do you mean? You want to kill my brother? You want to fight a life and death battle with me? Qin Yuanzhou's gaze became sharp. Do you think you can kill me? It's just a spar, Jiang Xuan replied. But I need to make it clear that my realm is only at the late innate stage. Even the pursuit wind style cannot unleash its full power. And I still cannot fully control my trump card techniques. I cannot wield them freely. If, at a critical moment, I lose control, it is also possible. So, just your agreement is not enough. It is necessary for an elder from your family to come forward and agree to sign the life contract to avoid future troubles. In this land of heightened mountain, a man must not show any signs of cowardice, especially a man who is the clan leader. Thus, Jiang Xuan would not refuse Qin Yuanzhou's challenge, but he had to consider whether the Qin family would come looking for trouble with the clan if Qin Yuanzhou died. That was why he made such statements about needing an official witness for the life and death contract. However, this statement sounded different in Qin Yuanzhou's ears. Are you saying that you are worried you might accidentally kill me? Qin Yuanzhou said, almost enunciating every word, his expression darkening. This statement was too arrogant. Yes, that is the meaning, Jiang Xuan nodded. Indeed, that is quite arrogant. Good, good, good. Qin Yuanzhou laughed, angered to the point of laughing. Clan leader Jiang. Then it's a deal. I will send someone back to Feishua City to invite an elder who can make decisions. When Jiang Xuan stepped onto the stage for the second time, the Qin siblings did not watch the battle. The Shentu Clan only sent a mortal realm warrior to the stage to be defeated, which was unnecessary to witness. The siblings returned to their residence. Yuanzhou, Jiang Xuan has killed the Gu family brothers. Do you really want to fight him? Qin Yuanshu called out to her brother. Sister. Qin Yuanzhou looked at his elder sister with a knowing tone. Don't say you didn't notice. That guy is just bluffing. His killing of the Gu family brothers must have some tricks behind it. What did you notice? Qin Yuanshu asked without showing any signs. He can't possibly possess the strength to kill the Gu family brothers, yet he brought back their heads and weapons. Initially, I couldn't figure it out. But when he refused to explain his trump card techniques to Lord Lei Hong, I understood. Understood what? Understood that he simply doesn't have any stronger trump card techniques. Qin Yuanzhou said repeatedly. I suspect that perhaps when the Gu family brothers were pursuing him, they encountered an accident, like disturbing a powerful beast. Even their master, El Kong, could be chased by a crimson serpent, let alone those three brothers who are only at the innate realm. There are many beasts in Heightened Mountain that could heavily injure or kill them. Are you saying that the Gu family brothers might have been severely injured by a beast, and then Jiang Xuan took advantage of that? Qin Yuanshu asked. That's the only reasonable explanation, Qin Yuanzhou continued. Of course, I won't unjustly accuse him. His refusal to disclose what technique he used to kill the Gu family brothers is one reason. Secondly, he himself said that he led the Gu family brothers near a beast group before acting. Thirdly, he said he was worried about accidentally killing me. I think he knows the rules of the big families and expected that our family would not send an elder over, so he asked me to sign some life and death contract. Which is why he came up with such a poor excuse. This way, he appears formidable and inscrutable, and I would find it hard to expose him. Big families prohibit their descendants from engaging in private life and death battles outside. That would be foolish. If a genius were to die in such a battle during their growth, it would be foolishness upon foolishness and would become a laughingstock. I can actually understand him, Qin Yuanzhou said, fanning himself with a folding fan. He is only 16 years old, yet he has to bear the burden of leading the clan against the current. He needs to become a hero to gain greater fame, to earn respect from all sides. Therefore, killing the Gu family brothers is a great merit that he dares to claim for himself. While being greedy for achievements is shameful. For the sake of the clan, it's not something to criticize. What do you plan to do? Qin Yuanshu asked. I want to defeat him. Qin Yuanzhou's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. The tricks behind his killing of the Gu family brothers, those with insight among the big families might guess the truth. But the majority of people would only hear that the #1 innate warrior of Heightened Mountain, Jiang Xuan, killed the 3 demonic heads of the Gu family. They would not see clearly and would only cheer for him, making Jiang Xuan seem legendary. In just a few days, under the jurisdiction of Feishua City, the 100 cities and the surrounding areas like Heightened Mountain, the Valley, the Crimson Grassland, Silver Dragon Mouth, and even the military city would be stirred up because of the deaths of the Gu family brothers. The 16-year-old tribal youth who killed them would become a legend. At that time, I will defeat him. Chen Yuanzhou looked deeply at his elder sister. Sister, the life and death battle between me and him will surely attract everyone's attention. As long as I defeat him, I will be the #1 genius of Feishua City. Undisputed, Shin Taiping will have no chance left. This will be my most glorious moment before I enter the Calamity Realm. Chen Yuanshu could feel her brother's heart burning, but for some reason, she didn't want her brother to fight Jiang Xuan. Although it was a spar, the signed life and death challenge was different. It would make one abandon the mindset of holding back, to win by any means necessary. Can you be sure that Jiang Xuan definitely doesn't have any hidden trump cards? Chen Yuanshu asked her brother. Impossible. Chen Yuanzhou repeated, Sister, tell me, what kind of move can allow a late-stage innate to kill the 3 brothers of the Ge family? Sister, you possess divine and demonic grace. Your realm talent is damaged, but your sword talent hasn't. When you were at the late stage of innate, could you kill the 3 brothers of the Ge family? No, Chen Yuanshu answered directly. Not to mention when she was at the late stage of innate. Even now, if she faced the 3 brothers of the Ge family, she would only have a 50 chance of winning. If you can't do it, why should he? Does he have such a move? Chen Yuanzhou asked again. Chen Yuanshu pondered for a long while before finally shaking her head. No, she couldn't think of it. Even using a highly costly forbidden technique would be impossible. So, how could he possibly have such a trump card? Chen Yuanzhou was already impatient. I'll send someone right away. Sending someone might be useless. I need to personally return to Feishua City, and I will persuade an elder to come over. Elder Lu dotes on me the most, so it should work. Sister, please don't make me go through all this trouble. Just stay here and wait for me for a few days. I will definitely be back within 3 days. After saying that, Chen Yuanzhou hurriedly returned to his room to pack his things. Half an hour later, Chen Yuanzhou left the Earth City, taking 10 guards with him. In the afternoon, before dusk, amidst the cheers of the women of the Jiang Clan, Jiang Xuan stepped down from the ring, where another corpse of a man from the Shentu tribe lay. With 10 matches completed today, the life and death battles tomorrow and the day after offered no suspense, which immersed the entire Jiang Clan in a joyous atmosphere. At dusk, the women began preparing a sumptuous feast. Jiang Xuan went to take a bath. In the comfortable room, Jiang Xuan soaked in the steaming bathtub, lying back and letting out a long breath. A figure appeared in the corner of the room like a ghost, holding a sword and staring coldly at Jiang Xuan. Beautiful as a celestial being, cold as a frozen pond. I'm taking a bath. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes helplessly and looked at Chen Yuanshu. Let's talk. Chen Yuanshu said expressionlessly, there are always people around you, and only at this moment is there no one to disturb us. Talk. About what? Jiang Xuan smiled at Chen Yuanshu, and then suddenly stood up from the bathtub. Chapter 49. Chen Yuanshu, who was scolded by Jiang Xuan, was dazed. Jiang Xuan suddenly stood up, reaching for the bath towel on the rack. The water in the bathtub was only knee-high, and naturally, he was not wearing anything. Chen Yuanshu saw everything clearly in an instant. Her pupils shrank, but her expression remained unchanged as she did not shy away. Instead, she coldly said, I didn't expect the dignified leader of the Jiang Clan to act so lewdly. It was you who barged in without warning. Who was being lewd here? Jiang Xuan retorted, you're a man, you can't possibly lose in this situation. If you were at a disadvantage, would you still keep staring? Who's staring? Chen Yuanshu couldn't hold back anymore. Shoo! Jiang Xuan made a gesture to her, then lay back in the bathtub, wrapping a towel around his shoulder and closing his eyes, casually saying, go ahead. What do you want to talk about? 2 things. And I'll leave after I finish. Chen Yuanshu said, first, you should pretend you don't know me as before. That's good. Keep it up. In this matter, we have no disagreements. When we meet again, it won't be under your or my control. No matter what, let us leave what happened in the mountains behind. It seems you're worried about me. Jiang Xuan understood Chen Yuanshu's intentions, lying down and tilting his head to look at her. If you're really worried, we should interact more. What do you mean? Chen Yuanshu didn't understand. You just don't want others to know about what happened in the mountains. Jiang Xuan looked at Chen Yuanshu. But you can't guarantee that every time you see me, you won't show any unusual expressions. The more you avoid it, the less we communicate in public. Doesn't that raise more suspicion? I don't know if you're tired, but I'm quite exhausted. Chen Yuanshu somewhat understood Jiang Xuan's meaning. You can't act in front of others every time, right? When you just learned my identity today, your expression was as if you wanted to write the words I used to know him on your face. And in front of Lord Lei Hong. When I asked for your brother to sign the life and death agreement, your gaze didn't look like that of someone indifferent to a stranger's emotions. A member of the tribe challenging your brother. That genius. Shouldn't you be cold and disdainful? Don't deny it. Everyone from the main city looks at us tribe members like that. But why were you angry? Do you think I was trying to provoke you? You're quite observant. Qin Yuanshu said with a hint of sarcasm. It's just the downside of being too perceptive. Do you think I want to pay more attention to you? Jiang Xuan said. You clearly haven't experienced this kind of thing. You're panicking and can't act well. Your heart is unsettled, always feeling like someone wants to entangle you. Do you think there are no good people in this world except you? Can't I be a person of integrity? We agreed not to meet again. An unexpected encounter is no one's fault. Just reintroduce ourselves. You can't even speak. I can't take the initiative to say much to you. Or it would seem like I'm lecherous. If you can keep avoiding it, fine. But you can't. You barged in while I was bathing without a sound. Do you know how rude that is? Silence. Qin Yuanshu looked at Jiang Xuan, her expression gradually turning into disbelief. If she heard correctly, Jiang Xuan was scolding her. Clearly, her action of barging in while Jiang Xuan was bathing due to her distrust had angered him. The debts between them had been settled in Heighten Mountain. Jiang Xuan would not tolerate any offense from her. The silence lasted for a few moments. I'm sorry. Qin Yuanshu was truly dazed. Perhaps she felt Jiang Xuan's words made a lot of sense. She instinctively apologized to Jiang Xuan but immediately stopped. Her pride wouldn't allow her to continue apologizing. Annoyance surged from the bottom of Qin Yuanshu's heart. She never expected to be intimidated by a 16-year-old tribal boy. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that. Peers didn't dare, and even Xia Hanjia, a powerful figure in the Calamity Realm, didn't dare, yet this boy, 10 years younger than her, reprimanded her without any reservations, completely disregarding her. Qin Yuanshu grew up surrounded by the praises of elders, the compliments of peers, and the admiration of juniors. Jiang Xuan gave her a whole new experience. This made Qin Yuanshu very angry, and some subtle emotions began to grow in her heart. He's so tough, the thought flashed through Qin Yuanshu's mind, but her pride forced her to continue. I accept your apology. Jiang Xuan interrupted her possibly angry words, making her swallow them back. Qin Yuanshu felt so angry, but her innate upbringing prevented her from acting like a shrew. After taking 2 deep breaths, she said coldly, I admit I was indeed flustered. So what's your solution? Interact more. Let us become acquaintances in the eyes of others. Jiang Xuan continued, at least to others, we'll appear as acquaintances. I want to have your brother sign the life and death agreement. Whether you observe me for your brother or warn me, it's all normal. Reintroducing ourselves, we don't need to avoid each other. The more straightforward we are, the fewer flaws there will be. Okay, I agree. Qin Yuanshu thought and agreed. If Qin Yuanshu had heard these words before being reprimanded, she would have suspected Jiang Xuan had ulterior motives. However, Jiang Xuan reprimanded her without any reservations, completely unafraid of offending her. Instead, Qin Yuanshu felt relieved. It seemed that Jiang Xuan truly wanted to use this method to completely settle the matters between them. The more straightforward he was, the less flaws there were in his argument. It was well said. Qin Yuanshu added, aren't these 2 separate matters? Jiang Xuan no longer looked at her. Sliding down into the bathtub, facing the beams of the ceiling with his eyes closed. What is the second matter? My brother has returned to Feishua City and wants to invite our elders over. It seems he is determined to sign a life and death agreement with you, and no one can persuade him otherwise. Qin Yuanshu said repeatedly, that second matter is exactly what I wanted to ask. Did you really kill the 3 brothers of the Ge family? Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, turned to look at her, paused, and sighed. I am also impressed by you. Woman, you either doubt my character or my strength. I say, big sister, you really don't know me at all, do you? In fact, Jiang Xuan understood why Qin Yuanshu was asking such disjointed questions. He simply said, go back and tell your brother that he is not my match, and has no chance of winning. I might really end up killing him by accident. If he wants to preserve his reputation and keep his life, he should find a reason not to come back. Your reaction is so extreme. Why do I feel like you were just bluffing? Qin Yuanshu frowned slightly, her gaze scrutinizing. And you didn't directly answer my question. Did you really kill the 3 brothers of the Ge family? Jiang Xuan's expression hardened for a moment. He didn't want to speak anymore. He was utterly speechless. He turned his head back to lie down, covering his face with a hot towel. Jiang Xuan raised his hand, signaling that Qin Yuanshu could leave. When Qin Yuanshu returned to her own room, she sat down at the table. The sky was dark, and after lighting the oil lamp, she took out paper, picked up a pen, dipped it in ink, but before she could write, she paused. I believed his nonsense, pretending to be formidable. Clearly just a bluff. Qin Yuanshu had planned to write to her brother to let him know what Jiang Xuan said, but after thinking it over, she felt it was unnecessary. If he really has the strength to kill the 3 brothers of the Gu family at the late stage of innate, and can defeat my brother, then I might as well marry him. Qin Yuanshu had always hoped for a man with greater talent than herself to be her husband. And now this thought landed on Jiang Xuan, but it was tinged with mockery. Someone who is 16 could not possibly have such talent and strength. That night, in Feishua City, at the Wei family's old residence, various pieces of news about Jiang Xuan had been circulating for a while. At this moment, in a secret room of the Wei family, aside from a few at the robbery realm, all the core members of the Wei family were present, with Wei Hongqi subtly taking the lead. Over the past 6 months, his status in the Wei family had risen dramatically. The matter of Jiang Xuan killing the 3 brothers of the Gu family must have some hidden agenda. Even if Jiang Jingwu were reborn, he could not possibly possess such strength. That bastard might have brought back the heads to claim the bounty. He must have gotten lucky. Wei Hongqi, increasingly embodying the demeanor of a decision-maker, calmly stated, Yes. What the 4th master said makes sense. There were voices of agreement, not merely to give face to Wei Hongqi, but because what he said aligned with their thoughts. This matter is unreasonable. It cannot be true. However, Wei Hongqi's expression darkened again. In just 6 months, Jiang Xuan has advanced to the late stage of innate. Even if he used extraordinary means, it still shows his talent, which likely surpasses any genius of our Wei family. The secret room fell silent for a moment, with everyone paying attention to Wei Hongqi's expression. The cooperation between our Wei family and the Dong family cannot be affected by him. Our Wei family needs more than just one future robbery realm. He can't change anything, said a tall, thin man to Wei Hongqi's right. I heard that Qin family's top genius, Qin Yuanzhou, is going to challenge him. That might just temper his arrogance. Someone else chimed in. Chapter 50. A sensation in Feishua City. Even in the Xingqian Pavilion, Qin Yuanzhou was the top presence, unmatched among his peers, with only Shen Taiping from the Shun family being comparable. An elderly silver-haired woman spoke up, not to mention, he is 7 years older than Jiang Xuan. He won't see Jiang Xuan as a real opponent, but merely a tool to gain fame. Qin Yuanzhou probably knows more about the hidden agenda behind Jiang Xuan killing the 3 brothers of the Gu family than we do. It is natural for him to want to diminish Jiang Xuan's reputation. Everyone spoke one after another, and a smile gradually appeared on Wei Hongqi's face. When the news about Jiang Xuan reached him, he initially felt somewhat displeased, but the attitudes of those around him made him feel appreciated. He did not interject. As his power grew, Wei Hongqi spoke less in family meetings. Speaking of Qin Yuanzhou and her sister Qin Yuanshu, the silver-haired woman continued, the Qin family is indeed fortunate. For several generations, they have produced geniuses. Especially in the recent younger generation, there are as many as 6 who qualify for the Xingqian Pavilion, and over a dozen who can be on the alternate list. The position of the Qin family as the first family is becoming more and more stable. The Shen family has always wanted to shake the Qin family, but I see it as a futile effort. The Shen family is not lacking either, besides Shen Taiping. There are talents like Shen Ling and Shen Binghe. Of course, compared to the Qin family, they are indeed a bit lacking. The Qin family has the strongest foundation. However, there is no need to boost other spirits. The tall, thin man spoke again. While the Qin family may be fortunate, compared to a few years ago, they are already on the decline. Qin Yuanshu was once touted as having a divine demonic talent, but after an accident in her teens, her talent was severely diminished. And now even her brother Qin Yuanzhou cannot compare to her. Furthermore, Qin Yinyang was killed, a top genius that the Qin family had cultivated for over 20 years. Just like that. Now, the Qin and Shen families are in fierce competition. Who knows what might happen? It's not impossible that one day the 2 families might clash, resulting in the loss of a few robbery realms. Moreover, let us look at our Wei family. The tall, thin man glanced at Wei Hongqi. Although our Wei family is at the bottom of the 4 great families, after the 3rd master passed away, we had to completely lower our heads. The family situation has been worsening, but that was all 6 months ago. Under the 4th master's strategic planning, our alliance with the Jinhe Dong family has reached unprecedented levels. The family's revenues have increased by 30% in just 6 months. That's a pure profit of 30%. This money can be distributed to cultivate talents from various families, branches, and divisions. I believe that in just a few years, a batch of talented youngsters will be discovered. Lowering our heads has its advantages. It allows us to go unnoticed while we quietly grow stronger. I believe that in less than 10 years, a new batch of robbery realms will emerge. This is all thanks to the fourth master. Yes, it's all thanks to the fourth master. The family's revival relies on the fourth master's planning. With the tall, thin man leading the way, several others followed suit in praising him. Wei Hongguo was overwhelmed by the flattery, his face reddening slightly. He waved his hands repeatedly. Everyone, I am merely doing my small part for the family. Without everyone's cooperation and support, none of this would be possible. Everyone present is a contributor to the family. Fourth master, you need not be modest. According to your plan, perhaps we can select out the hidden divine demonic talents within the family. Yes. If the Chun family can have descendants with divine demonic talent, why can't our Wei family? Ha. Possessing divine demonic talent is the true definition of a prodigy. As long as we find one, just one is enough. Our Wei family can completely revive. Not just revival. If we truly discover such an existence, our Wei family could possibly elevate to a divine demonic family, lasting for eternity. The more they talked, the more excited they became, filling the secret room with a joyful atmosphere. On the 8th day of the 3rd month, the news of Chun Yuanzhou returning to Feishua City spread, and the news that Jiang Xuan demanded to sign a life and death agreement before agreeing to spar also circulated, with the Chun family not hiding it. In the Wei family's old residence, the back garden was in full bloom, a sight to behold. 8th Grandpa, just come with me to Heighten Mountain. It will only take at most 2 days for a round trip. Shen Taiping pleaded with the old man in black who was drinking tea in the pavilion. Is there anything you're worried about? If Jiang Xuan really killed the 3 brothers of the Gu family, how would Qin Yuanzhou dare to challenge him? If he dares to challenge, doesn't that mean he knows Jiang Xuan is faking it? 8th Grandpa, you don't really think Jiang Xuan has the strength to kill me, do you? The old man in black put down his teacup and shook his head at Shen Taiping. 8th Grandpa, I know families have their own rules, but I am about to thoroughly comprehend the divine might of heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan is only in the late stage of innate realm. We are 3 or 4 realms apart. Moreover, you have been in the tribulation realm for 40 years. And you're really worried that Jiang Xuan can hurt me while you're watching on site? Taiping, the old man in black finally spoke. You can go to Heighten Mountain. Go ahead. If you challenge Jiang Xuan and even accidentally kill him, the entire family can support you, but the death warrant. The family will absolutely not agree to you signing it. Rules are rules. If we break the rules for you today, how can we manage the people below? Once this loophole is opened, do you know how many clan members will impulsively go to their deaths because of meaningless private fights? If you don't sign the death warrant, no matter who you spar with, even if they are much stronger than you, they will still be wary. Winning you is one thing, but they would never dare to kill you. That's the family protecting you. But there's no but. The old man in black shook his head and said, in fact, you could think of other ways. The death warrant was something Jiang Xuan said to Qin Yuanzhou. Not to you. Shen Taiping seemed to ponder this. In the afternoon, in a bustling restaurant on the streets of Feishua City, the first floor was extremely noisy, with people talking endlessly about Jiang Xuan of Heighten Mountain. Those were the 3 brothers of the Gu family, the 3 major demons who caused trouble for 20 years. They were actually killed by Jiang Xuan alone. Who else in the innate realm could be Jiang Xuan's opponent? I also heard that there was a similarly powerful figure in the history of the Jiang Clan, named Jiang Zhengwu. He was known as the ancestor of the Blackpool Blade. What is Jiang Zhengwu? I think Jiang Xuan is even more impressive. A hero who saved the clan single-handedly. Jiang Zhengwu was during the prosperous period of the Jiang Clan, but now it's different. Jiang Xuan is a true hero. I think even those geniuses from the Xingchen Pavilion in Feishua City may not be his match. The Wei family really has no eyes. People love heroes. They are passionate about heroic stories. The death of the 3 brothers of the Gu family caused an unprecedented sensation in Feishua City. These 3 had committed too many evils and had too foul a reputation, which greatly enhanced Jiang Xuan's standing. In a private room on the 2nd floor, smash. What a load of nonsense about heroes. Wei Yuanlang slammed his wine cup on the table. The noise outside annoyed him. A bunch of vulgar people. They are indeed vulgar people, Chow Tai said while munching on fried pastries. In the eyes of most people in this city, they cannot distinguish how many subrealms there are in the innate realm. They don't know the difference between innate perfection and innate perfection, nor do they have a clear concept of the individual strength of the Gu brothers or their combined strength. So they cannot comprehend that someone in the late stage of innate realm cannot possibly kill the 3 brothers of the Gu family. Chow Tai continued, there is no need for the young master to be angry about this. Wei Yuanlang snorted coldly and picked up his chopsticks. Actually, this is a good thing. The more famous Jiang Xuan becomes now, the harder he will fall later. Chow Tai glanced at Wei Yuanlang. I heard that the geniuses in the Xingqian Pavilion are eager to go to the Jiang Clan territory to challenge Jiang Xuan. They all want to step on Jiang Xuan to expand their fame. Once they all win, the news of Jiang Xuan faking it will spread, and he will become a laughingstock. No one will say the Wei family has no eyes anymore. This thought made Wei Yuanlang smile. 2 days later, Chen Yuanzhou, who had been pestering at home, heard that Shen Taiping had set off with a group of disciples from the Xingqian Pavilion to secretly go to Heighten Mountain, and had already been gone for more than a day. Chen Yuanzhou didn't care that his family hadn't agreed yet. He immediately decided to return to Heighten Mountain.